"Ah, this is not very appropriate. Your husband is right there." In the bedroom, a beautiful woman wearing a black lace nightgown was embracing a man in a suit. The woman even propped herself up on her toes with her red painted nails to give the suited man a passionate kiss. Although the suited man pretended to be embarrassed, he was actually kissing her fervently, occasionally glancing disdainfully at the side, where a man with tightly clenched fists and a ferocious expression stood. "Don't worry, he's just a blind man. He can't see anything." Leo coldly looked at the blind man Jiang Chen and mocked him. "But he can still hear, right? Look at how angry he looks. He might come and attack us," the suited man said mockingly, secretly delighting in the situation. After all, to be able to play with another man's wife right in front of him was an unparalleled thrill. That's exactly what I want him to hear. This useless man, I don't know what my late grandfather saw in him, forcing me to marry this blind man. Luckily, I delayed the wedding for 3 years by pretending to be in mourning, and I never let him touch me. I just keep insulting him and making him miserable, hoping he'll leave. But he's surprisingly endured it all. It seems trash can really live on no matter how much you humiliate them. Tomorrow is the day I officially marry this waste. I don't want to give my first time to this kind of trash. I only want you, Mr. Chen. Since this waste can endure, let's see if he's willing to be a cuckold today. Ha ha, Mr. Chen, come on, I want you, Leo said coquettishly, her eyes full of allure. Alright then, I'll show you this young master's prowess today, you little vixen. Mr. Chen grabbed Leo and headed towards the bed. Bastards! Leo, Chen Wantian, you adulterous scum, this is going too far. I'll give up my life to kill you both today. Jiang Chen roared furiously, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails had dug into the flesh, yet he was unaware of the pain. Ever since he went blind, he had endured it all for 3 years. The beatings and humiliation he could ignore, but this, I never imagined that by enduring it all until our wedding tomorrow, things would only get worse once I became Leo's husband. I didn't expect her to become so shameless as to cuckold me right in front of my face. Just because I'm blind, do I have to endure this humiliation? If I can tolerate even this, then what's the point of living? I might as well take these adulterous scums down to hell with me. However, just as I angrily charged towards them, I stumbled and fell on the wine bottle trap Leo had purposefully placed on the floor. Ha, look at this blind man, he can't even catch us and just ends up faceplanting on the ground like a dog. Leo sneered. Don't be stubborn, blind man. As they say, to live a decent life, you've got to wear some green, be a cuckold. As long as you behave, you can still marry Leo tomorrow and be her ineffectual husband. If you serve us well, maybe one day I'll let you lick Leo's pretty white feet. Chen Wantian mocked me cruelly. Die. In a fit of rage, I grabbed a wine bottle from the floor and hurled it towards the direction of their voices. The bottle struck Chen Wantian's forehead, causing blood to gush out immediately. You made me bleed. In all my life, no one has dared to draw my blood. You're asking for death. Chen Wantian roared, grabbing a chair and ruthlessly smashing it down on me again and again. As a blind man, I was no match for him. Every time I tried to get up, he would knock me back down, soon leaving me badly injured and barely conscious. Serves you right. How dare a worthless trash like you lay a hand on Mr. Chen? Don't you know Mr. Chen is a billionaire whose fingernail is worth more than your miserable life? Leo sneered. Haha, a billionaire? What a joke, you blind trash. Your eyes may see, but you can't even tell a true dragon from fake. If not for that incident, I'd be far above this so-called Mr. Chen. I forced myself to shout. True dragon? Don't make me laugh. What kind of true dragon are you, you blind waste, still spouting nonsense even at death's door? Chen Wantian scoffed, continuing to beat me mercilessly. Soon, I became motionless, lying on the ground in a bloody mess, like a corpse. Mr. Chen, he's not moving, is he dead? Leo asked with a hint of worry. So what if he's dead? My father's a billionaire, and I'm the GM of the Chen Group. Killing this trash is nothing to me, Chen Wantian sneered. He then called for his men to throw my body into the car's trunk, planning to let the stray dogs finish me off in some remote alley. So it seems I'm going to die without having a chance to avenge my great wrong. Jiang Chen, tossed aside like trash, still had a glimmer of consciousness left. He was originally the eldest grandson and heir apparent of the most prominent family in the capital. But after his father mysteriously disappeared while handling family affairs, Jiang Chen lost his father's protection and naturally became the target of envy and persecution from the side branches. The son of the second branch, Jiang Bei, had accidentally gone blind in a drag racing incident. With the Jiang family's resources, they could have easily found a cornea transplant for him. But the second branch had other plans. They schemed to take Jiang Chen's eyes while he was still alive, curing Jiang Bei's blindness while also rendering Jiang Chen useless. Afterwards, they even framed Jiang Chen, accusing him of indulging in debauchery and blinding himself, fabricating a whole series of evidence. And when Jiang Chen went blind, they locked him in his cousin's bathroom, slandering him as a beast who had molested his own cousin. Enraged, Jiang Chen's grandfather had then expelled him from the Jiang family. Fortunately, Li Yiliu's grandfather knew of Jiang Chen's true identity and took him in as his son-in-law. But now, this act of kindness has been ruined by the adulterous pair, leading him to the brink of death. Suddenly, the clear sound of high heels echoed through the deserted alley. A stunningly beautiful, cold, and aloof woman in a black chiffon dress, flanked by 2 bodyguards, emerged at the alley's entrance. "So this is the husband my father found for me before his death?" The woman, Gu Qingya, looked down at the injured Jiang Chen with a frown. "Yes, Mississippi. Our people have been tailing him, we just didn't expect him to end up in this state," the bodyguard replied. "Sigh, another useless waste, it seems," Gu Qingya lamented. "Father, ordinarily, even though I don't like this man, out of filial piety and trust in your judgment, I would have complied with your arrangement. But now, the Gu family is facing a critical crisis. I must find a man I can rely on to support the Gu family, so I'm afraid I have to go against your wishes. Here, this was the betrothal gift my father previously gave to you. I'm sorry, but I have to call off the engagement." Gu Qingya tossed half of an antique-looking golden mask to Jiang Chen, then felt a twinge of pity seeing his mangled state. "Ah 7, call an ambulance for him." With that, she turned and left, getting into the waiting Bentley at the end of the alley. As she departed, the half-mask, stained with Jiang Chen's blood, seamlessly merged into his body, transforming his eyes into a pair of shimmering golden irises. "It feels as if I have just awakened from a long, vivid dream. In this dream, there was a white-bearded old man who called himself the Heavenly Impaired Elder. He said he had endured tremendous hardship and lost his sight, which perfectly matched the requirements to activate the golden mask. He then took me as his disciple and imparted to me a vast array of esoteric skills, from the mysteries of yin-yang and divination to miraculous medical arts and the profound heavenly mystery cultivation technique, all of which he claimed held countless wonders. Most importantly, the golden mask transformed into a pair of golden eyes that have restored my sight, allowing me to see the world with unprecedented clarity and penetration. The elder also warned me that the other half of the golden mask remains out there, containing additional inheritances, and that I must strive to find it, lest it fall into the wrong hands. And now, as I open my eyes, I am stunned to find that it was not just a dream I can truly see again. The empty void has been replaced by the sight of a garment, no longer the formless darkness I had grown accustomed to. Eagerly, I examine this new visual landscape, only to discover that the white fabric I initially perceived has transformed into a delicate pink lace trim, with a hint of pale flesh peeking through. My eyes, they have truly returned? And what is this soft, tender sight before me? I murmured to myself in wonder. "What are you saying there, talking such indecent things, even in your sleep?" The young nurse, Zhao Mengmeng, who had come to check on my condition, suddenly blushes and scolds me, thinking I must be a pervert to be dreaming of such things, because she just happened to be wearing pink lace today. But when she looked at herself tightly wrapped in the nurse's uniform, she thought it was impossible to be seen, and she just thought it was Jiang Chen talking in his sleep. What a pervert to have such a dream. Ahem. Sorry, I was just talking nonsense. By the way, where is this? Jiang Chen asked the cute little nurse with the twin tails questioningly. "This is the first hospital of Jiangdong. You fainted on the ground yesterday and were brought in. But there's nothing wrong with your body, and you can be discharged now," the nurse Zhao Mengmeng replied. Jiang Chen then realized that his severely injured body had fully recovered, and when he looked at his eyes that had already healed, he suddenly understood that what just happened was not a dream, but reality. He really inherited the legacy of the old man of the heavenly remains, and obtained a set of Taoist medical martial arts, and that golden eyes that can see through all obstacles in the world. He, Li Yiliu, Xin Wendian, you two scumbags didn't expect. Not only have I not died, but I have also turned misfortune into fortune. So next, it's time for you two, the adulterous pair, to die. And my dear uncle and aunt, cousin Jiang Bei, you colluded to snatch my corneas and drove me out of the Jiang family like a dog. But you didn't expect that I could exchange them for a pair of golden eyes that can see through everything, did you? Even if you now hold the supreme position in the Jiang family, I have the confidence to fight my way back to the capital and trample you down from the clouds to hell. Jiang Chen coldly said in his heart, making one plan after another. With this supreme heritage, he has the confidence to become a peerless divine doctor, make top tycoons submit, and control the life and death of the highest nobility. At that time, the Qin family and the Jiang family will be nothing. However, a question also arose in his heart at this moment. Who was the woman who returned the golden mask to me last night? She said this golden mask was the betrothal gift from my father? She knows about my father's whereabouts? Nurse, could you please tell me who sent me here? Jiang Chen hurriedly asked. It was the Gu family, the pharmaceutical group. They said they would reimburse your medical expenses, so you don't need to worry, Zhao Mengmeng replied. Did she leave any contact information? Yes, she left a phone number. She said if you're struggling in life, you can call this number, but she will only help you once, as an apology for the broken engagement, Zhao Mengmeng said, and her gaze towards Jiang Chen also carried a hint of pity. It's a pity that he was brought in covered in blood yesterday, and was even jilted. He's really a poor man. Give me the number, Jiang Chen exclaimed excitedly. Do you want to use it right now? As far as I know, the Gu family is a huge pharmaceutical group in Jiangdong with annual revenue over 100 million. Miss Gu's promise is quite valuable. You shouldn't waste it easily, Zhao Mengmeng reminded. Don't worry, I won't waste it. I have important matters to discuss with her, Jiang Chen responded firmly. Alright then. Zhao Mengmeng didn't persuade him further, but her opinion of Jiang Chen became more disdainful as she handed him the number. Jiang Chen quickly took out his phone and dialed the number, soon getting through. Hello, I'm the one you rescued yesterday. I know. Are you short on money or looking for a job? Gu Qingya on the other end of the line said with some disgust. Though she had left the contact information, she was also testing Jiang Chen. If he had any man's pride, he shouldn't have called this number. But to her surprise, he called right after waking up. He's truly cut out to be a freeloader. Clearly, he must be calling to ask for money. It's just so exasperating. I wanted to ask, you said that golden mask was a betrothal gift from my father. Do you know where my father is? No, I don't. This was given to me by my father. I've never met your father, Gu Qingya replied, slightly surprised that Jiang Chen didn't immediately ask for money. Then what about my father? Can I speak to him? Jiang Chen continued to inquire. He's passed away. Do you know the whereabouts of the other half of the mask? You're asking too many questions. You don't think the Gu family is coveting your half mask, do you? Gu Qingya answered impatiently, thinking Jiang Chen was just trying to get the gold. She really overestimated him. His true nature has already been exposed, and it all comes down to money in the end. Just then, she also heard her subordinates urging her, Miss, the Chow family is here again, asking you to go confess. Alright, I'm going right away. Are you facing any difficulties? Jiang Chen heard the voice and asked. I see. We are in the pharmaceutical business at the Gu family. A few days ago, a major client of ours suddenly fell unconscious after taking our secret formula pill, Gu Qingya replied, not wanting to share too much but feeling she should since her father had said this person could help the Gu family. Now, the client's family suspects there's an issue with our drugs and is trying to hold us responsible. How are you planning to resolve this? I don't know. The evidence against us is quite substantial. A doctor has confirmed that the client was in good health before taking our pill, and then suddenly collapsed. Plus, since it's a special formula, we don't have any remaining pills to test. For now, I can only try to find some doctors to treat him. If anything happens to that major client, it would be the end of the Gu pharmaceutical business, Gu Qingya sighed. But truthfully, those doctors she found had no real solution, otherwise she wouldn't be so troubled. Let me try, Jiang Chen said. You? Gu Qingya was surprised. If I'm not mistaken, those doctors you found don't really have an effective treatment, do they? In that case, we might as well try something radical. Let me give it a shot. Maybe I can do something, Jiang Chen said. This woman saved his life and helped him obtain an inheritance, so he should naturally give something back. Alright then, wait for me at the hospital entrance. I'll send someone to pick you up. Gu Qingya thought about it and felt there was no other option, so she agreed and hung up the phone. Nurse, could you please help me with the discharge procedures? Sure. By the way, have you been feeling chest tightness, headaches, and insomnia with night sweats lately? And have your periods been irregular? Jiang Chen asked Zhao Mengmeng. You? How did you know? Zhao Mengmeng was shocked and embarrassed, as Jiang Chen's description matched her condition exactly, especially the private symptoms. I'm actually a doctor. I could tell from your facial features. This is likely from your poor lifestyle habits and excessive stress. I don't know what's troubling you, but I can prescribe you something to help relieve the symptoms. Also, your fortune shows you may encounter some unscrupulous people recently, so be careful. If you have any issues, you can call me. Jiang Chen wrote out a prescription and left his contact information with the nurse. After all, he had looked at that private area, so he felt a bit awkward. After bidding farewell to the nurse, Jiang Chen saw Gu Qingya again. Unlike the last time when he was still blind and could not see her face, this time Jiang Chen could clearly see Gu Qingya's appearance sitting in the back seat of a Bentley, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, wearing a long dress that accentuated her slender waist and perfect figure. She was truly a cold and beautiful goddess, captivating to behold. Like a glacial snow lotus, while it may take immense effort to obtain, one cannot help but be tempted to try. More importantly, Jiang Chen also detected protected the unique constitution within her. She possessed the rare and precious 9 jade body. This constitution, if cultivated through dual cultivation, the harmonizing of yin and yang, could greatly benefit both parties' cultivation progress. Especially the first time, it could even increase the man's cultivation by a decade. However, for her personally, she would often suffer from the intrusion of yin energies into her body, and would have great difficulty living past the age of 30. Could it be because of this special constitution that my father wanted me to marry her? Jiang Chen couldn't help but wonder. He then tried to remind her, Miss Gu, you. But Jiang Chen's words were forcefully interrupted by Gu Qingya. Sit in the front, don't sit with me. Forget it, let's first focus on treating the illness, and then we'll see. If I say anything now, he'll probably misunderstand me as some kind of womanizer trying to cultivate with her. Jiang Chen shook his head inwardly. Soon, the Bentley entered a high-end villa area. As they got out of the car, they saw a fashionably dressed young master slowly emerge from the villa, shamelessly eyeing Gu Qingya's voluptuous figure. He, Miss Gu, we've been pestering you for several times now. You finally show up, having quite a big attitude, don't you? My father hasn't even woken up yet. If anything happens to him, you and the Gu group will all have to pay the price. But since we are old family friends, I can give you a chance. Just marry me, and treat the Gu group as your dowry. That way, we'll be one family, and can discuss matters amicably. Sorry, I'm here to request a doctor. Let's take care of the illness first, as your father's health is the priority. Gu Qingya looked at the dissolute son of Xiao Liangming, with disgust, sighing inwardly. Xiao, the towering business tycoon of Jiangdong, one of the top 10 bigwigs, how could he have such a useless son, with his mind only on women and money? Gu Qingya even suspected that Xiao's unconsciousness might be the scheme of this dissolute son. Otherwise, how could he not show any sadness when his own father was almost dead, but instead be so gleeful? Fine, but I recall you've already invited all the renowned doctors in Jiangdong, yet they're still at a loss, aren't they? And no matter if you can cure him or not, you still have to bear the responsibility. By the way, which renowned doctor have you invited this time? Xiao Liangming sneered. Him. Gu Qingya pointed to Jiang Chen. Who is this? So young? I thought he was your driver, but he's a doctor? Which school did he graduate from? A rising medical genius? But why don't I have any impression of him? Xiao Liangming looked at Jiang Chen, pondering. He didn't graduate, he dropped out. He has no impression of me because I have no impression of him either, Jiang Chen said indifferently. Put. Miss Gu, are you joking? Inviting some good-for-nothing to treat my father? Are you trying to completely kill my father? Xiao Liangming's face immediately darkened as he sneered. Gu Qingya also didn't expect Jiang Chen to be a dropout hooligan. But now that it's come to this, she had no choice but to persist. You've already accused our Gu family's medicine of being the problem. Are you still afraid I'll find an incompetent doctor? Fine, do as you wish. But this is your last chance. The Chow family won't tolerate you making excuses about the illness again and again. If this doctor still can't cure my father, then you have two choices. Either marry me, or watch the Gu group get seized, and you go to prison. Xiao Liangming sneered. Fine. Gu Qingya had no other choice but to grit her teeth and agree. Gu Qingya looked at Jiang Chen helplessly, thinking to herself what on earth possessed her to place her hopes on this good-for-nothing. This is truly disastrous now. Immediately after, Xiao Liangming led the two of them into the villa, towards the sick room where his father was. At the moment, the sick room was surrounded by people, but everyone was deathly silent, waiting for a middle-aged doctor of around 40 years old to examine Xiao's father. However, after checking the pulse for a while, the middle-aged doctor suddenly sighed and shook his head, indicating he was out of options. Seeing the doctor's head shake, the crowd immediately panicked, and Xiao's wife even asked with a slightly trembling voice, Dr. Bao, does this mean even you can't do anything? Seeing the crowd almost in a frenzy, the so-called Dr. Bao then seized the opportunity to slowly speak. Xiao's illness is indeed quite strange, which is why so many doctors before were helpless. But I am the fourth-generation inheritor of the Bao family, renowned for generations as divine doctors. I do have a solution, but it will take time. We cannot rush it. I'll write a prescription and combine it with our Bao family's exclusive divine medicine. If he takes it for 3 months, there should be some effect. Wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Bao. Thank you. Xiao's wife, in her desperation, was extremely excited to hear there was a chance. She then took out a large check, wanting to present it as a token of gratitude, promising even greater rewards if the treatment was effective. The Dr. Bao did not hesitate to reach out and take the check. But just then, a sudden voice interrupted his actions. Taking it for 3 months, he'll be dead by then. That's certainly some effect, Jiang Chen said casually after taking a glance at Xiao's moribund state. His golden eyes had instantly seen through the true cause of Xiao's illness. Ma'am, who is this? The Dr. Bao frowned, but did not directly lash out, instead inquiring about Jiang Chen's identity first. I don't know either, and you are. Xiao's wife looked at Jiang Chen, equally puzzled. This is the useless Dr. Misku has invited, someone who can't even produce a graduation certificate. I bet he's here to deliberately cause trouble, wanting my father to die sooner. Xiao Liangming sneered. Gu Qingya, are you still not satisfied with the suffering you've brought our family? You actually found this young punk to treat my husband. What are you up to? Xiao's wife erupted in fury. Gu Qingya was rendered speechless, lowering her head in embarrassment and indignation. No need to be ashamed. Once I take action, the medicine will immediately cure the illness, and I'll make them eat their words. Jiang Chen stepped forward, standing up for Gu Qingya. Immediately cure the illness? Young man, you've read too many novels, thinking you're some kind of divine doctor? I can understand the young wanting to show off, but randomly boasting is your mistake. Dr. Bao burst out laughing. Turned out this was just a boastful young man, and Dr. Bao had thought he had been exposed for a moment. The one boasting is you. Haven't you noticed Xiao is already at death's door? At most he has 1 month left? And you're still prescribing a slow-acting medicine? You're just a quack doctor trying to prolong the patient's suffering. What do you know? Xiao is in a bad state now, but after taking my medicine, he'll be able to hang on. My Bao family has been renowned as divine doctors for generations. You can go ask around. Dr. Bao's face turned livid as he realized Jiang Chen had seen through his scheme, and he hastily tried to explain. Then tell me, what's the cause of Xiao's illness? Jiang Chen asked. Do you know? Dr. Bao sneered, though he actually had no idea. Not even knowing the cause, yet daring to prescribe medicine and boastfully claim you can cure it, you shameless quack. Bring the silver needles, open your dog eyes, and I'll show you what true medical art is, what true miraculous healing is. Jiang Chen responded with domineering authority. All right, I want to see just how capable you are, talking so big, not afraid of getting your tongue twisted. Dr. Bao, enraged by Jiang Chen's mocking, immediately took out a package of acupuncture needles and handed them to Jiang Chen. After all, Xiao was just a step away from the underworld, and he didn't believe this young punk could save him. Next, Jiang Chen quickly stripped off Xiao's clothes, and with a flick of his fingers, the silver needles began raining down, accurately piercing Xiao's body. Like raindrops on a lute, the speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he had filled Xiao's body with needles, covering all 81 acupuncture points. Young man, you're just recklessly messing around. Acupuncture is not something you can just randomly stick needles into. There are so many acupuncture points on the human body, the slightest mistake will be disastrous. The way you're flicking them all in, Xiao probably won't even make it through today. Dr. Bao immediately mocked, once again convinced that Jiang Chen, like him, was just a fraud trying to make money. After all, even his father, the renowned Dr. Bao, had been extremely careful and meticulous when administering acupuncture after decades of medical practice. This punk was simply playing the piano recklessly. True enough, the next moment, as if proving Dr. Bao's words, Xiao suddenly sat up on the bed, violently coughing up a mouthful of black blood. Then, he completely lost consciousness and fell into a coma. No matter how anxiously Xiao's wife called out to her husband, it was to no avail, and his condition had even worsened compared to before. Mrs. Xiao, you see, I was right. Quickly call someone, don't let this murderer escape. Dr. Bao almost laughed out loud, hurriedly shouting, Bastard! Guards, arrest this man in Gu Qingya. Mrs. Xiao furiously roared. The next moment, a dozen security guards in uniform came rushing in through the door, wielding electric batons, completely surrounding Jiang Chen and Gu Qingya. I told you not to act tough. Originally, they only wanted me, but now you can't escape either. Gu Qingya resigned herself, regretting that she had misjudged Jiang Chen. Don't worry, everything is under my control. And you, fake doctor, why are you panicking? You've never even heard of the miraculous 9 revolutions needle technique, yet you're making such a big fuss, claiming to be some kind of divine doctor. Faced with the encirclement, Jiang Chen remained calm and composed, sneering at Dr. Bao. Then, with a tap of his fingers on Xiao's body, a spiritual energy from the heavenly arcane technique surged forth, entering Xiao's body. Accompanied by Jiang Chen's command, rise. The 81 silver needles all simultaneously withdrew from Xiao's body. The miraculous 9 revolutions needle technique had been successfully completed. You dare to keep messing around. Quickly, restrain him. Dr. Bao, seeing this, felt there was something extraordinary about Jiang Chen, and hurriedly shouted to stop him. The security guards immediately rushed in with their electric batons, ready to strike Jiang Chen. Cough, cough, stop. Just as the critical moment arrived, a weak but familiar voice suddenly rang out from the sickbed. Xiao had awoken. The security guards halted their attack. Xiao's wife and son quickly approached, putting on an act of concern. Darling, father, how are you feeling now? Are you all right? You had us so worried. If anything happened to you, we'd be left as helpless widows and orphans. Xiao's wife cried dramatically, her beauty still radiant. Cough, cough. I feel much better, all thanks to this young doctor. You all should step back. I nearly harmed the Good Samaritan, Xiao said to the security guards. I was only fulfilling my duty. If you wish to thank someone, thank Miss Gu. She's been putting a lot of thought into your illness, Jiang Chen said casually. At the same time, Jiang Chen glanced over and saw the once brazen Dr. Bao about to flee in fright, seeing that Xiao had truly been cured. This scoundrel, picking his moments so well. If Jiang Chen hadn't been alert, he would have let the man escape unscathed. So Jiang Chen kindly reminded, Oh, Dr. Bao, were you trying to run? No. My stomach hurts. Going to the restroom. Dr. Bao stammered, turning around embarrassedly. Don't rush to the restroom yet, come check on Xiao's condition first, Jiang Chen said with a slight smile. After all, there were few things more satisfying than openly humiliating someone. Alright, Dr. Bao reluctantly turned back to the sickbed and began re-examining Xiao. But this examination left him thoroughly stunned. He had originally thought Jiang Chen only had some limited abilities, and could at best just alleviate Xiao's symptoms a bit. But now, Xiao's pulse indicated he had truly recovered. This made Dr. Bao fully realize he had encountered a true master, and he had no choice but to speak the truth. Xiao's pulse is stable, his qi and blood are normal. He just needs to rest for a few days and he should fully recover. Young doctor, your medical skills are truly impressive, the likes of which I've never seen before. May I ask your name? Jiang Chen. I'll remember that. Come visit me in the provincial capital if you have the chance. Dr. Bao nodded, though it was unclear if he truly admired Jiang Chen or was just resentful. After saying that, he tried to leave again. But this time, he was stopped by Qiao Liangming, who not only forced him to hand over the earlier check, but also slapped him around a few times, before chasing him out. Even then, Dr. Bao still wouldn't give up, pointing at Gu Qingya and sneering, Humph. Even if you've cured my father, you can't erase the suspicion about the medicine being problematic. You may avoid the death penalty, but you can't escape criminal liability. The Gu Group has to compensate us at least 10 million. Liangming. Xiao tried to stop him, but Xiao Liangming was unyielding. Father, you just focus on recovering first, I'll handle this. We can't be too kind. 10 million is too much, we don't have that much to give immediately. Would 8 million work? Gu Qingya hesitated, this situation had gone beyond her expectations. While 8 million was still a huge sum, the Gu family could manage to scrape it together. Who cares about 10 million? It's not that you'll be giving it to us, but rather you'll be paying us. Jiang Chen quickly interrupted Gu Qingya, preventing her from actually handing over the money. Hey, you're just daydreaming. Do you really think a bit of medical skill makes you special? Keep spouting nonsense, and I'll get someone to break your hands so you can't practice medicine anymore. Qiao Liangming angrily retorted. But Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered with him, and instead walked towards the pool of blood Xiao had coughed up. He picked up a needle and swiftly stabbed a small, inconspicuous blood-red worm in the blood. Xiao, this is a precious parasitic worm from the southwest region. They must have planted the egg in your food or drink beforehand, letting it incubate in your body and eventually drain your life force, leading to your condition. The Gu family's medicine just happened to become the scapegoat. This parasitic worm technique can only be used by powerful figures at the top. The Gu family doesn't have that capability. Xiao, you should think about who you might have offended. I see, so that's how it is. Thank you, divine doctor. Xiao nodded, having a rough idea of who was behind this. Father. Xiao Liangming still wanted to argue, but was silenced by Xiao. Enough. This has nothing to do with the Gu family, I'll have the final say. If you keep sticking your nose in, get out of here. Miss Gu, Dr. Jiang, I truly thank you this time. As Dr. Jiang said, you saved my life, so I should give you 10 million as a reward. No need. Xiao, you're too kind. A small misunderstanding with our Gu family can be easily resolved. Just continue to patronize our Gu business in the future. Gu Qingya said joyfully. She never imagined Jiang Chen would actually have the capability to cure Xiao and clear the Gu family's name. Since Miss Gu doesn't want it, then give it to Dr. Jiang. Xiao insisted, determined to give the money away. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's phone rang. He picked it up and found it was the only security guard from the Li family who was on good terms with him. What's going on? Isn't today the day you're supposed to marry Miss Lee? Why aren't you the groom? The guard asked, puzzled. Jiang Chen was taken aback. She dares to hold the wedding? Who's the new groom? Jiang Chen realized Li Ilio had the audacity to replace him and continue with the wedding. It's the young master of the Qin family, Qin Wendian. Heh, these adulterous scoundrels. Well then, I'll be sure to turn this wedding into their funeral. Jiang Chen sneered, his anger boiling over. Dr. Jiang, have you run into some trouble? If there's anything I can help with, please don't hesitate to ask. Old Xiao still has some clout in Jingdong. Xiao quickly inquired, his tone almost fawning. After all, no matter how much money one has, life is precious. Towards a top-tier doctor like Jiang Chen, all he could do was try to curry favor. Xiao, the 10 million I mentioned earlier was just a joke. If you really want to show your gratitude, just lend me a few things. Jiang Chen requested a few specific items. He didn't plan on going to the wedding empty-handed, but rather prepared to thoroughly humiliate that adulterous couple. Xiao was very generous, immediately agreeing, Dr. Jiang, you're too polite. Whatever you like, just take it. Thank you. Jiang Chen nodded, then turned and left quickly, having forgotten all about Gu Qingya in his anger. Hey, wait up. Don't be rash. I'll go with you. Gu Qingya chased after him, but couldn't keep up. Instead, she was left choking on the exhaust fumes, fuming, that bastard. What's going on? I was just about to praise him, and he suddenly acts all high and mighty, not even waiting for me. Unbelievable. Meanwhile, in a 5-star hotel in Jingdong, the venue was filled with guests, bustling with excitement. The bride, Li Ilio, wore a pure white wedding gown, looking like a pristine lotus flower, appearing innocent and gentle, as if untouched by the world. The groom, Qin Wendian, was impeccable in his suit. The two walked hand in hand towards the central stage, about to complete the final ritual of the wedding ceremony. This couple is truly a perfect match. The Qin and Li families are both new business elites in Jingdong. Their alliance is truly remarkable. The guests below blessed the couple. But didn't I hear that Miss Li was already engaged to someone surnamed Zhang? How did she suddenly change grooms? You didn't know? That guy was a blind man. How could he possibly be worthy of Miss Li? I heard he's already been killed and fed to the dogs. Serves him right, that toad trying to eat swan meat. He didn't have the capability. Stubbornly clinging on, so he got what was coming to him. In this world, you have to know your place. The upper class can only be with the upper class. The lower class can only be with the lower class. As for the lowest, they're not even considered human. They're only fit to be lifelong bachelors, our dogs. Exactly. The guests, all wealthy and noble, nodded vigorously, fully agreeing. At this moment, the two newlyweds had reached the center stage. The excited host asked, Mr. Qin Wendian, do you take this woman before you to be your wife, to love and cherish her, in sickness and in health, until death do you part? I do. Qin Wendian looked at the alluring Li Ilio, nodding excitedly. Although he had played with many women, Li Ilio was definitely the most beautiful among them. And with her wealthy family background, she was an only daughter. All the family assets would be his in the future. He silently thanked the dead blind man, otherwise, this good fortune wouldn't have fallen into his lap. Miss Li, do you take this man before you to be your husband, to love and cherish him, in sickness and in health, until death do you part? I do. Li Ilio nodded shyly. The guests began applauding and blessing the happy moment. I don't. But suddenly, a voice rang out, interrupting the wedding ceremony. The next moment, with a deafening bang, the heavy iron gates were blasted open. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a Lamborghini Aventador came rushing into the venue, and the rampaging supercar showed no signs of stopping, instead hurtling straight towards Qin Wendian and Li Ilio. It plowed through the flowers and decorations, tables and chairs, like a ferocious beast intent on devouring everything in its path. What is this? Security! Security! Qin Wendian shouted in terror. But in the blink of an eye, the security guards were unable to react in time, helplessly watching as the car rapidly approached the couple, about to turn them into a bloody mess. However, Qin Wendian, being Qin Wendian, quickly grabbed the bride Li Ilio and used her as a human shield in the critical moment. Better the wife die than himself. Screech! The car screeched to a halt, just a hair's breadth from Li Ilio. It wasn't that Jiang Chen was being merciful, on the contrary, he hated these two scoundrels intensely. He wanted them to suffer the humiliation and pain he had endured over the years, before meeting their demise. Thud! Although they weren't hit by the car, the two of them still stumbled and fell to the ground in a heap, scared out of their wits. Qin Wendian's pants had even developed a wet stain, dripping onto the center stage, leaving a small puddle. Oh, you peed yourself, groom. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, opening the car door and addressing Qin Wendian. Being pointed out for wetting himself in front of so many people, Qin Wendian, despite his thick skin, was utterly humiliated, alternating between pale and flushed. But what shocked him even more was that the one before him was the supposedly dead Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen? So you're still alive? Qin Wendian asked darkly. Yes. Thanks to you, I've been through hell. But the king of hell didn't dare keep me, and sent me back to this world to claim your lives. Jiang Chen sneered at the adulterous couple, his words dripping with murderous intent. Who is this person? He's so audacious, barging in with a car, scaring the newlyweds so much they wet themselves. And he may have even killed someone. I think this is the blind son-in-law who married into the Li family before. Impossible. How could a blind man drive a car, especially a Lamborghini Aventador, one of the few in the whole of Jingdong? The guests were dumbfounded, murmuring among themselves. You can see now? Li Ilio looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief, especially at his piercing gaze. She had mocked and humiliated this blind man countless times, yet on her wedding night, he had regained his sight and returned so triumphantly. What was going on? Qin Wendian, on the other hand, focused more on the Aventador, angrily shouting at Jiang Chen, "You bastard! Where did you steal this car from? Don't think that just because you stole a car, you can play at being a big shot. You're nothing but a loser. Even in a dragon robe you'd look like a eunuch. Seize him. You have a lot of guts to disrupt my wedding. This time, I won't let you off." The next moment, dozens of security guards in uniform, armed with weapons, charged towards Jiang Chen. "I only want to kill this adulterous couple. I don't want to massacre innocents. The rest of you, get lost." Even facing this onslaught of dozens, Jiang Chen still sneered, utterly disdainful. "Oomph. Boy, if you're afraid of dying, then stop pretending to be tough. Listen up, brothers, as long as you subdue this bastard, I'll give each of you $10,000. The one who beats him the hardest will get an extra 100,000. Qin Wendian laughed, thinking Jiang Chen was now afraid. He waved his hand generously, throwing out huge sums of money. At the same time, he gloated inwardly, this foolish boy, he doesn't know his own worth, yet he dares come straight to me. Now, not only will I take his wife, I'll take that luxury car of his too. Motivated by the generous rewards, the security guards eagerly gripped their batons, rushing towards Jiang Chen. The sheer numbers and momentum were truly overwhelming. Underestimating me, Jiang Chen sneered, stepping forward. Facing the human tide surging towards him, he was like a sharp blade cutting through them. In the blink of an eye, he had divided the crowd in two. The next moment, bang, 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 rang out as one by one, the guards were sent flying, like kites with their strings cut, tumbling through the air before crashing to the ground, wailing in agony. All the security guards were dumbfounded. Jiang Chen's speed was simply too fast, so fast that no one could even see his movements, let alone touch him. He was striking them while they couldn't even dodge. In the blink of an eye, aside from Jiang Chen, the ground was littered with fallen bodies, their cries of pain echoing. Dozens of them, all defeated. The entire venue was deathly silent. I didn't realize I was this strong. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile at the outcome. He hadn't even used the celestial mysterious technique, just relying on the enhanced physique and martial arts from the golden mask. Now, it's your turn. Such a grand wedding. Well, let's see you two become a ghost couple down below. Jiang Chen looked at the two, fury burning in his eyes, as he advanced step by step. Ha ha, I never expected this blind man to suddenly become so formidable. But do you really think this little strength can intimidate me? You underestimate the Qin family, the power of a billionaire clan. Master Qin, these useless trash couldn't get the job done, so I'll have to ask you to step in. Even with all his men defeated, Qin Wendian remained unperturbed, calling out to someone. As the young master commands, I shall obey. A voice suddenly came from the ceiling. Everyone looked up to see an old man standing on one of the ceiling light fixtures. He was slightly hunched over, appearing quite elderly, yet the ceiling was almost 10 meters high. How did he climb up there at his age? Even more surprising, the old man then suddenly jumped down. With a loud boom, he created a huge crater on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Just as everyone was about to scream, thinking the old man had turned into a bloody mess, the dust cleared, revealing him standing there unharmed. Whoa, this is a martial arts master. Only a martial arts master could pull off a 10-meter drop like that with no injuries. No wonder he's a billionaire. He can afford to hire a martial arts expert as a bodyguard, the guests exclaimed in admiration. Young man, you are indeed impressive. To be able to take down dozens of people at your age, you must have reached the post-heaven realm in martial arts. Alas, you are still too young. If you were at my age, I might not be your match, but now, I can easily defeat you. If you know what's good for you, kneel down and apologize to my young master, or else this old man will mercilessly destroy your martial arts," the old man said confidently. After all, he had practiced the iron palm technique for 40 years, reaching the mid-post heaven realm. In Jingdong, there were no more than 10 who could defeat him. "A martial arts master? What realm are you at?" Jiang Chen asked, curious. He knew the different realms of martial artists: post-heaven, pre-heaven, grand master, and the pinnacle of war god. But Jiang Chen himself was on a different path, the celestial mysterious technique that led to cultivation. He wasn't bound by the martial arts realms, he was on a higher level. So he was quite interested to see, without using the celestial mysterious technique, just how powerful he was in terms of raw physical abilities. I, the old man, have practiced the iron palm technique for 40 years, and have reached the mid-post heaven realm. In Jingdong, there are no more than 10 who can defeat me, the old man boasted, thinking this would intimidate Jiang Chen. "Then now there's one more," Jiang Chen replied. However, Jiang Chen sneered, decisively striking out. He delivered a straightforward palm strike directly at the old man's face. "You're seeking death, boy." Seeing that his intimidation didn't work and Jiang Chen had attacked, the old man fumed with rage. He met the strike with his own, his calloused palms suddenly expanding, carrying a terrifying power capable of shattering metal and stone. Bang! But when the old man's iron palm collided with Jiang Chen's, he felt like he had just hit an unstoppable rampaging tank, not a human palm. The overwhelming power instantly shattered his iron palm, and the huge force sent him flying through the air like a ragdoll, describing a perfect parabolic arc as he crashed to the ground. A mere palm strike had easily knocked down this so-called martial arts master. The entire audience was struck dumb, completely terrified. How useless, all this nonsense from such a waste. Jiang Chen scoffed disdainfully, continuing forward. Master Qin Wendian was utterly dumbfounded by this sight. After all, Master Qin was the top expert the Qin family had hired with a huge sum. Qin Wendian had seen him single-handedly defeat hundreds without a loss, time and time again saving the Qin family. Yet this formidable figure had been swatted away by a single palm strike from Jiang Chen. What had happened to this blind man, for him to become so terrifying? "You, don't come any closer. What are you trying to do? Just because you can fight a bit doesn't make you something special. My father is a billionaire, we have connections all over Jingdong. If you dare touch me, I'll make sure you have nowhere to be buried." Qin Wendian was now thoroughly panicked, shouting hysterically. Meanwhile, Li Yilio seemed much more composed, having a natural confidence in dealing with Jiang Chen. She still had that haughty attitude as she sneered, "Humph, darling, we don't need to fear him. Even if he's regained his sight and is a better fighter, he's still just a penniless loser at the end of the day. The same waste that I bullied for 3 years. Hey, waste, you showed up just in time. I've long wanted to cut ties with you completely. Tell me, what part of you is worthy of me? It was only because my grandfather was too senile that he was fooled by you and agreed to this marriage. Not only did you shamelessly freeload at our house for 3 years, but now you even have the gall to cause a ruckus here. What right do you have? If you didn't want this marriage, you could have ended the engagement after my grandfather passed away. Why didn't you bring it up then? Instead, you dragged me along, subjecting me to 3 years of humiliation. And you even tried to kill me in the end." Jiang Chen angrily questioned. If Li Yilio had disagreed earlier, he would have accepted a life of begging on the streets rather than enduring 3 years of servitude in the Li household, just for a chance at true love. Li Yilio was momentarily at a loss for words. She had been curious about Jiang Chen's supposed secret that made her grandfather value him so much, which was why she had observed for 3 years. But those 3 years had proven that Jiang Chen was truly a useless piece of trash, with nothing special about him, so she had been unwilling to marry such a waste, and had planned to cuckold him before the wedding. However, despite knowing she was in the wrong, Li Yilio still refused to back down, arrogantly declaring, "Humph, I'll do whatever I want, what's it to you? Even if I cuckold you after the marriage, what can you do about it? You worthless trash were born to be inferior. Being able to enter the Li family is the blessing of 8 lifetimes for you. You should have lived like a dog, and if you dared to resist, that's just courting death." Alright, now I'll see who's courting death." Jiang Chen was truly amused by Li Yilio's attitude. This woman still hadn't recognized her own mistakes at all. All she cared about was money and status. In her eyes, without wealth, one was no better than a dog. All the principles of propriety, righteousness, integrity, and emotion were just bullshit to her. Slap. Unable to control his temper any longer, Jiang Chen delivered a resounding slap to Li Yilio's face. "How dare you hit me?" Li Yilio was stunned, clutching her swollen mouth in disbelief. This waste she had bullied without restraint now dared to lay a hand on her. "Not only do I dare hit you, I dare to kill you," Jiang Chen said coldly. "You bastard! You blind waste! How dare you hit me? I'll fight you to the death." Li Yilio lashed out irrationally, swinging her hands wildly as if trying to tear Jiang Chen to shreds. Slap! But her pathetic tantrum was easily subdued, even by an ordinary person, let alone Jiang Chen. He delivered another resounding slap, knocking Li Yilio to the ground, making her face the reality. "Ah, you're done for! You're done for! Just wait until my parents come back, the Li family will never let you off." Li Yilio raged, screaming hysterically. Her parents were away on a business trip, which was why she had dared to chase Jiang Chen out and arrange Qin Wentian's marriage, thinking she could make it a fait accompli. "Your parents are actually decent. Although they don't favor me, at least they didn't bully me like you. If they were here, I might not be able to kill you. But since they're not, I don't need to hold back anymore." Jiang Chen sneered, utterly unintimidated by the threats. He grabbed Li Yilio's neck, lifting her up as if she were a small chicken. Darling, save me, kill him. I have no way to kill him." Qin Wentian was distraught. Even his family's top bodyguard had been unable to subdue Jiang Chen, and now he was completely out of options. However, he hadn't given up completely. He secretly sent a few text messages, calling for help. Since he couldn't defeat Jiang Chen through brute force, he would use his white-collar connections. Once the authorities arrived, there was no way Jiang Chen could escape. "You can join her in death." Jiang Chen turned to Qin Wentian, extending his other hand to seize him as well. "Jiang Chen, don't do this, let's talk it out. How about this, you can be the groom, this role was meant for you anyway. I'll give her to you." Qin Wentian, with Jiang Chen's hand around his neck, immediately groveled. "Darling, what are you saying? I don't want to marry this waste at all." Li Yilio angrily rebuked. "Shut up, you whore. If it weren't for you, how would I have ended up like this? Jiang Chen, let me tell you, it was that shameless woman who seduced me first. Otherwise, Qin Wentian, wouldn't have done such a despicable thing. I may be lecherous, but I've always had integrity and would never seduce another man's wife." "Heh, is this the man you value so highly? The moment trouble comes, he throws you away?" Jiang Chen looked at Qin Wentian's selfish behavior with disdain, addressing Li Yilio. "Humph, he's still better than you. I'd rather marry a cowardly rich man than you, a useless brute with just hot blood." Li Yilio was still stubbornly looking down on Jiang Chen. "Ha, since you value money so much, then watch carefully as your two families go bankrupt." Jiang Chen sneered, tossing the two despicable people to the ground. He was about to deliver the final blow to completely destroy their arrogance. Slap, slap, slap. Jiang Chen suddenly raised his hands and clapped 3 times. Following the 3 resounding claps, one by one, men in suits and watches, looking like business elites, began to appear. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, they first bowed, then spoke with precision. "Representing Jingdong Fengcheng Group, on Master Zhang's orders, we hereby terminate all cooperation with the Qin and Li families. Representing Jingdong Miling Group, on Master Zhang's orders, we hereby terminate all cooperation with the Qin and Li families. Representing Jingdong Wang Group, on Master Zhang's orders, we hereby terminate all cooperation with the Qin and Li families." One group after another, until the final representative from the Chao family appeared. The resources Jiang Chen had borrowed from the Chao family had now been delivered. 18 representatives from Jingdong's top business conglomerates, all severing ties with the Qin and Li families. Whoa! The 18 most powerful business titans in Jingdong have all sent representatives. Just who is this person? The Qin and Li families are done for. As local enterprises, their entire business is in Jingdong. Now with all cooperation cut off, they'll be completely paralyzed. Their goods will pile up, unsold, and they'll have to go bankrupt. That's not all. These so-called billionaires, while appearing prosperous on the surface, actually have a lot of debts. When their businesses were running smoothly, it was fine. But in a situation like this, it will trigger debt calls. Who knows, they might even have to sell their houses and cars to pay off the debts. You all say this Master Jiang used to be blind, but I think it's Miss Li who's really blind. She had such a powerful husband, but she chose to have an affair with that cowardly young master instead. Now she must be regretting it terribly, the guests exclaimed in astonishment. Qin Wentian and Li Yilio's faces had turned deathly pale, never having imagined Jiang Chen would have this kind of backing. "You, how did you do this?" Could it be that what grandfather said was true, that you have a powerful background we don't know about? So these 3 years of pretending to be blind were just to test me? You bastard! What woman could endure such a test? Don't you think you've gone too far? Leilio lashed out at Jiang Chen, still unable to admit her own mistakes. In her mind, she had only committed the common errors that any woman would make. Surely others would have acted the same way in her situation. I wouldn't waste 3 years pretending to be blind. Your preference for the wealthy is understandable. But someone like you, with affairs and plotting to kill your own husband, you're truly a rare breed. The modern-day Pan Jinlian, Jiang Chen sneered. That's right, you vile woman. Young Master Jiang, I actually saw your true potential earlier. It's just that I offended you before because of this woman's doing. Give me a chance, I'll be your most loyal follower from now on. How about it? The young master of the Qin family tried to appease Jiang Chen. The SOS text you sent out a while ago, are you still waiting for someone to come? Jiang Chen disdainfully looked at Qin Wentian, exposing his plan. How did you know? Qin Wentian was completely dumbfounded, shocked that Jiang Chen had seen through his last desperate measure. Fool! A dimwit like you, your schemes are written all over your face, who wouldn't see through it? Irritated by Qin Wentian, Jiang Chen stepped forward and delivered a heavy kick right between his legs, crippling the man. Ah! An agonizing scream echoed through the venue as Qin Wentian writhed on the ground, clutching his groin. Enough! Jiang Chen, you're doing all this just to get me, aren't you? Alright, stop this nonsense, I'll marry you. Leilio finally resigned herself, deciding to give in. After all, the Jiang Chen before her seemed quite formidable, maybe marrying him wouldn't be so bad. How can you be so ordinary yet so self-confident? Even now, do you really think I still want to marry you? What, am I just supposed to like worn-out shoes because my feet are a bit big? Jiang Chen was truly at a loss for words. Jiang Chen, what do you mean? What are you trying to do? Leilio was enraged and flustered by the humiliation. Of course, she was more confused than anything. Didn't Jiang Chen create this big commotion to fight for the marriage? Wasn't he coveting her beauty? So why was he still not willing, even after she agreed? I said, my sole purpose here is to send you all to hell. What, still don't believe me? Then believe this. Jiang Chen directly stomped his foot down on the writhing Qin Wentian's head, applying brutal force. Accompanied by Qin Wentian's final agonizing scream, this arrogant young master was immediately sent to the afterlife. No matter how wealthy and powerful, they were as fragile as ants. At his own wedding, dressed in his finest suit, he had met his demise for the sins he had committed. You're insane. You actually dared to kill him. Aren't you afraid the Qin family will come after you? Help! Someone, call the police. Leilio was completely terrified, screaming for help. But no matter how much she shouted, no one paid her any attention. The guests were quickly fleeing, unwilling to get caught in the crossfire. After all, they were all shrewd individuals, not wanting to get burnt. Stop shouting, it's your turn now. Jiang Chen, I know I was wrong, I'll never dare to do it again. And the one who wanted to kill you before was Qin Wentian, not me. You've already killed Qin Wentian, can't you let it go? I admit I wronged you, but I don't deserve to die. We've known each other for so long, have you forgotten the 3 years of our marriage? Slap. You didn't bring it up, and now that you do, it just makes me want to hit you more. This slap is for your blindness. Jiang Chen exploded in anger upon hearing Leilio's words, delivering another resounding slap. Slap. This one is for the 3 years of humiliation you put me through. Slap. And this one is for your shamelessness. Jiang Chen, fueled by rage, struck Leilio 3 times in quick succession. Wah! Are you done yet? You can be heartless to me, but have you forgotten my grandfather? When you were at your lowest, it was my grandfather who saved you. And now you want to kill his only granddaughter? Can you face him? Leilio, her face swollen and red from the beatings, wept bitterly. Her words made Jiang Chen recall the kindness of Leilio's grandfather, the old man who had extended a helping hand when Jiang Chen was being hunted by the Jiang family with nowhere to turn. Jiang Chen sighed, fine, for your grandfather's sake, I'll let you off this once. Now get lost, and don't let me see you again. However, to Jiang Chen's surprise, Leilio did not leave, instead saying, no, you ruined my wedding, killed Qin Wentian, and now I'm the laughingstock of Jingdong City. You have to take responsibility for me. Otherwise, no one will dare marry a woman who just got her husband killed. Ha! Are you out of your mind? I was so good to you before, and you just looked down on me. Now that I've beaten you up, you suddenly latch onto me and insist on marrying me? Jiang Chen was truly at a loss. What's wrong with me? In terms of family background, mine is a well-known business clan in Jingdong. In looks, I'm one of the top beauties in the city. Honestly, can you find a woman better than me? Moreover, I'm still a virgin. It's true. That day when you injured Qin Wendian, he went to the hospital to get treated and lost interest. And since we were planning the wedding, we were saving it for today. If you don't believe me, you can take me to the hospital for a checkup. You're really getting a bargain, Li Ilio said coyly. Jiang Chen. Suddenly, an urgent call came from the doorway. Jiang Chen turned to see Gu Qingya hurrying in, her high heels clicking rapidly. He had originally left her behind to keep her out of this muddy affair, but she had ended up chasing after him in his speeding Lamborghini. Now, Gu Qingya's hair was disheveled, her graceful neck glistening with beads of sweat, her makeup smeared, but she was still breathtakingly beautiful. Who says I can't find a better woman than you? Here's one right here. I'll marry her. Jiang Chen pointed at Gu Qingya, addressing Li Ilio. The Gu family's young lady, Gu Qingya, the second beauty in the Jingdong rankings? Li Ilio momentarily paused, looking at the unexpected arrival of Gu Qingya. However, she soon replied with some disdain, she may be better than me, but just because you want her, doesn't mean she'll agree. From what I know, this Miss Gu is quite arrogant. Even the young masters of Jingdong's top 4 families have proposed to her, and she rejected them all. What makes you think she'll look at you? You'll see. Gu Qingya, I want to marry you. Do you agree? Jiang Chen walked up to Gu Qingya, hinting subtly. Gu Qingya was completely bewildered, not expecting to go from being an onlooker to being proposed to. However, she soon realized that Jiang Chen must be using her to show off and humiliate the woman on stage. Although she was extremely reluctant, considering Jiang Chen had just done her a big favor, she mustered the courage to respond, I agree. Did you hear that? Don't bother me anymore. You're not even worthy of me now. Jiang Chen threw Li Ilio's own words back at her. Li Ilio was left speechless, never expecting Jiang Chen to be able to win over Gu Qingya as well. It seemed he was far more capable than she had imagined. She could only regret choosing the wrong person terribly. But I won't give up. The more formidable you are, the more I want to possess you. Li Ilio secretly made up her mind. Qingya, let's go. Jiang Chen grabbed Gu Qingya's hand, putting on a show as he led her out of the hotel. But as soon as they reached a secluded area, Gu Qingya angrily yanked her hand away and slapped Jiang Chen across the face. You ruffian, womanizer, why did you have to drag me into your antics? I already cancelled our engagement in front of you, don't get any more twisted ideas. Gu Qingya shouted furiously. She had just started to have a better opinion of Jiang Chen, but now he dared to set his sights on her? How shameless. It was a sudden situation, my apologies. Don't worry, I know our engagement is cancelled. I was just using you to humiliate Li Ilio. Jiang Chen, knowing he was in the wrong, didn't avoid the slap and let Gu Qingya vent her anger. Gu Qingya wanted to scold him further, but suddenly felt a surge of coldness within her body. Her entire being grew incredibly weak, her hands and feet turning icy cold, and she began to sway unsteadily. Jiang Chen quickly stepped forward to support her. I'm so cold. Gu Qingya's lips were turning pale, and she curled up weakly. Your Join Jade body has acted up prematurely. It's likely due to you being too mentally and physically strained these past few days. Jiang Chen's golden eyes flashed with understanding. You, how do you know? Quickly, take me home. I have medicine there that can help. Gu Qingya, ignoring her bewilderment, urgently said. No need to bother. I have a solution, but I'll have to undress you, please forgive me. Jiang Chen swiftly picked up Gu Qingya and headed towards the Bentley she had arrived in. What did you say, you ruffian? Jiang Chen, if you dare take advantage of me in this state, I'll never forgive you. Gu Qingya grew anxious, struggling to free herself, but she was too weak to break free. You can get back at me after you recover. I have to treat your condition. Excuse the intrusion. Jiang Chen placed Gu Qingya in the passenger seat, then tore open her clothes, revealing her pristine, smooth skin. Bastard! Lecher! I'll kill you. Gu Qingya felt outraged as her clothes were torn open, exposing her modesty. But the next moment, she felt a sharp pain in her back as Jiang Chen inserted a few acupuncture needles. Immediately, the icy cold that had pervaded her body began to rapidly transfer to her back, bringing her significant relief. Jiang Chen then swiftly removed the needles and placed his hands on Gu Qingya's back, activating the heavenly profound skill to absorb the Join energy from her body. Gu Qingya instantly felt much more comfortable, the effects far exceeding her regular medication. In no time at all, the icy chill had completely dissipated. However, she couldn't help the blush that crept onto her cheeks from the heat of the man's palms on her bare skin. This was the first time a man had seen and touched her like this. Have you had enough? Gu Qingya said in a flustered yet angry tone. Ahem, Yes, that's enough. Jiang Chen reluctantly withdrew his hands, though not because he was being lecherous. In fact, he was quite impressed by Gu Qingya's Joanne Jade body constitution, which had allowed him to make a significant breakthrough in his cultivation of the heavenly profound skill just from absorbing a small portion of her accumulated cold energy. To avoid being seen as a pervert, Jiang Chen quickly explained, "The medication you've been taking only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. It forcibly suppresses the cold energy, but doesn't actually remove it. Eventually, it would have erupted and potentially been fatal. I was just helping you expel that cold energy. So, is my illness completely cured now?" Gu Qingya asked eagerly, no longer concerned about the improper touching. She had suffered from this affliction for too long and desperately wanted to be rid of it. "No, I've only helped you expel the accumulated cold energy you had built up before. I can't completely cure the root cause of your condition. After all, this is an innate constitution issue, and there's only one way to truly resolve it." Jiang Chen shook his head. "What method?" Gu Qingya asked urgently. "Ahem, dual cultivation. Only by harmonizing yin and yang can this be fully cured. Otherwise, you'd have trouble living past 30. Of course, if I'm always by your side absorbing the cold energy for you, you could continue living this way," Jiang Chen said awkwardly, sincerely not harboring any ulterior motives. "So you mean I either have to sleep with you, or I have to stay by your side forever?" Gu Qingya summarized. "It seems that way. I'm quite helpless about it as well," Jiang Chen sighed. If it wasn't for the sake of accelerating his cultivation, he wouldn't want to do this arduous task at all. "Humph, men are all the same. You don't even blush while telling lies. You clearly have a treatment method, but you're making up this nonsense." Gu Qingya scoffed. She didn't believe this dual cultivation nonsense at all. In her eyes, this was just an excuse for Jiang Chen to stay by her side. However, unlike how she would have reacted with anyone else, Gu Qingya didn't get truly angry. Perhaps it was because he had seen and touched her, or because he had helped her twice now. In fact, she even hoped Jiang Chen would stay by her side. After all, his medical skills were impressive and could be a great asset to her. After adjusting her clothes, she said to Jiang Chen, "Come, take me to my company." "What for?" Jiang Chen asked, puzzled. "Rewarding good deeds and punishing misdeeds. I, Gu Qingya, am always fair in this regard. I've already slapped you to settle the score for using me to show off. Now it's time to reward you for helping me deal with the Qiao family. While our Gu family may not be as wealthy and powerful as the Qiaos, we can still give you a reward of 1 or 2 million. And since you don't have a job yet, I can also find you a position at my company, so it'll be more convenient when you want to start a relationship in the future," Gu Qingya explained. "All right then." Jiang Chen thought about it and nodded in agreement, since he didn't really have anywhere better to go at the moment. Very soon, the two of them quickly arrived at the famous Gu family pharmaceutical group in Jiangdong. The first floor of this Gu group was a showroom, with various medicinal materials and pills displayed inside. Among them were rare treasures from the outside world, such as old-growth Lingji mushrooms, old Sanqi ginseng, and He Shou, which made Jiang Chen drool with envy. These were all good medicines that could benefit cultivation. Jiang Chen instantly felt like Sun Wukong entering the peach blossom spring, wishing he could consume all of these medicinal materials to quickly advance the heavenly mysterious technique to the second layer and unlock more wonderful applications. However, the medicinal pills seemed quite ordinary, not knowing if it was due to the poor formula or the low skill level of the pill refiners, completely wasting the precious materials. But the few old jars placed on the top shelf gave Jiang Chen a sense of something special, though he didn't have time to examine them closely. When he saw a female staff member in a low-cut dress approach Gu Qingya excitedly, "Chairman, you finally returned. Why have we been unable to reach you on the phone?" "Oh no, I left in a hurry and forgot my phone at the Qiao families." "Has something happened?" Gu Qingya said, patting her bag and realizing she had forgotten her phone. "Your uncle has come and occupied your office," the secretary replied. "He just called a meeting with all the employees, and said he will be the one calling the shots at Gu Group from now on." He has fired you," the secretary said. "What? He thinks he can just take over? That old fogey has no shame. When the Gu family was in trouble before, I begged those elders for help, but they all turned into turtles. Now that the family crisis has passed, he jumps out again. How shameless." Gu Qingya fumed, immediately rushing angrily towards the office. With a bang, Gu Qingya even kicked open the office door with her own strength, much to Jiang Chen's amazement. Well, my dear niece has returned," Gu Zhigua said nonchalantly, unafraid of Gu Qingya's wrath. At the moment, he was reclining in the chair, his shoes off, and his smelly feet brazenly propped up on Gu Qingya's desk. Behind him, a female secretary he had brought along was massaging him, looking thoroughly relaxed. "Gu Zhigua, who told you to come here? Get out of here this instant," Gu Qingya demanded. My dear niece, that's hardly polite. How dare you speak to your uncle like that? Moreover, I'm the chairman of the company now. This is the chairman's office, so where do you want me to go? Gu Zhigua said smugly. Chairman? Nonsense. By what right? Of course, by virtue of me helping to resolve the company's crisis. Otherwise, you and the entire Gu group would have been done for. In fact, it's thanks to me that you avoided going to jail. Gu Zhigua boasted shamelessly. Resolved the crisis? With your smelly feet? Or by playing around with women? Gu Qingya was exasperated. It was all thanks to my connections. I went around finding relationships, and after tremendous effort, I managed to get one of the 4 top families of Jiangdong, the Li family, to help out. The young Master Li Fei has always had a liking for you, so I promised to give him 49% of the Gu family's shares in return. With the Li family's protection, the Qiao family no longer dares to trouble us. How about that? Now quickly thank your uncle. Not only have I resolved the family crisis, but I've also found you a good husband. Gu Zhigua said proudly. Gu Zhigua, you've lost your mind? What right do you have to choose a husband for me? If you want a son-in-law so badly, go marry him yourself. My personal affairs are none of your business. Gu Qingya burst out in anger. This uncle of hers had always been like a parasitic worm, clinging to their family. Besides wasting money and causing trouble, he couldn't do anything else. Her father had cleaned up his messes countless times, and she had never truly seen him as an uncle. Now, he was suddenly playing the elder and trying to arrange her marriage? How ridiculous! Qingya, how dare you speak to me like that? With your father gone, I am your direct elder, the only man left in the Gu family. Your marriage is naturally my responsibility to decide, Gu Zhigua said confidently. Furthermore, your mother has agreed to this as well. You may not listen to me, but you can't disobey your own mother. To become the chairman, he had put in a lot of thought this time. Impossible. My mother is not as calculating as you, Gu Qingya said disbelievingly, immediately taking out her phone to call her mother. However, her mother's words on the phone were in sync with her uncle's. They wanted to marry her off to the Li family. Mom, I'll decide my own affairs. How could you have become like this as well? Gu Qingya angrily retorted before hanging up the phone. Don't be so stubborn, my dear niece. Let me tell you one more thing. The board of directors has already officially convened, and all the shareholders, including your mother acting on your behalf, have agreed for me to become the chairman. I have legally and properly assumed this position. With your prodigal ways, all the shareholders would agree to you? Don't make me laugh. Gu Qingya sneered. I knew you wouldn't believe it, so I've already notified old Lin. Go ask him yourself, Gu Zhigua said smugly, caressing the slender hand of the female secretary behind him. Soon, a man in his 50s, looking very capable, appeared at the office door. Miss, what the chairman said is true, old Lin said, shamefully lowering his head when he saw Gu Qingya. Old Lin, even you. Gu Qingya looked at her father's most trusted aide, the general manager of Gu Group, in disbelief. Even he had betrayed her. Miss, I did it for the sake of Gu Group. Currently, it seems only the Li family can protect us. The group is the hard-earned fruit of so many people. I don't want to see it destroyed, old Lin said helplessly. But I've already resolved the Qiao family crisis. We don't need anyone's help at all, Gu Qingya said anxiously. How could this be happening? This was something she could handle herself, yet others had to interfere. You resolved it? How did you resolve it? Gu Zhigua asked curiously. I found a renowned physician who has cured the Qiao family patriarch's illness, Gu Qingya replied. A renowned physician? Which one? Gu Zhigua asked. Him, Jiang Chen. Gu Qingya pointed to Jiang Chen. Rely on him? Ha ha, I thought he was just your driver. He's far too young, Qingya. If you wanted to lie, you could have at least found someone more credible, Gu Zhigua said, looking at Jiang Chen with disbelief. If you don't believe me, you can call the Qiao family patriarch to confirm, Gu Qingya said angrily. No need. I've already notified the Li family, so they will naturally agree to anything from the Qiao family side, Gu Zhigua sneered. At this moment, Jiang Chen looked at him and uttered 3 words, You're sick. Ha, you're the one who's sick. How dare you insult me? Do you want me to call the security to throw you out? Gu Zhigua immediately flared up in anger. But Jiang Chen showed no fear, continuing, You've indulged in lust and greed for too long, draining your body. And you've been taking certain medications in that area, haven't you? You? How do you know that? Gu Zhigua was shocked. That was his biggest secret, a matter of a man's pride. How could an outsider know about it? That medication may work for now, but the side effects are too severe, rapidly exhausting your body. You're already in the final stages of illness. You won't live more than a year. Jiang Chen sighed and shook his head. Nonsense. I'm in great health. I can still go several rounds in a single night. Gu Zhigua angrily refuted. Is that so? Then feel the area an inch below your kidneys, see if it's not agonizingly painful. Alright, let me show you, you hairless loudmouth dash. Gu Zhigua said disbelievingly, but as soon as he touched the area, a searing pain shot through him. This made him panic. Jiang Chen continued, now feel 2 inches above your navel. Ah! Gu Zhigua obediently felt the area, only to be overcome by such pain that cold sweat broke out, and he couldn't help but cry out. You, what have you done to me? Bastard, did you poison me secretly? I've always been healthy, how could this happen suddenly? Heh, if I wanted to poison you, would you still be able to talk to me now? Jiang Chen sneered. Come on, Qingya, since your uncle is blind to my medical skills, let's wait a year and attend his funeral then. Jiang Chen said coldly, then pulled Gu Qingya to leave. Wait! Just as Jiang Chen was about to walk out the door, Gu Zhigua suddenly panicked and hurriedly called out, Master, Master, I believe you, please, save me. Save me. In truth, ever since Jiang Chen had exposed his medication secret, Gu Zhigua had already believed in Jiang Chen's extraordinary medical skills, not to mention his subsequent actions. After all, he was well aware of his own physical condition, it was indeed terribly weak. Sometimes after taking the medication, he would even briefly lose consciousness, and his heartbeat would race dangerously. He had just been comforting himself that he was still young, and it wouldn't be that bad. But now that Jiang Chen had bluntly revealed the truth, he was filled with terror. For wealthy people like him, the greatest tragedy in life was that the money was not yet spent, and they would lose their life before being able to enjoy it. In the face of life and death, all that chairmanship, wealth and status were just bullshit. Set aside your scheming, return the company to Gu Qingya, and cancel the engagement with the Li family, and I will help extend your life, Jiang Chen said indifferently. If you don't agree, quickly find yourself a grave. You'll be buried in 3 days. Ha! Why has it become 3 days now? Wasn't I supposed to have a year left? Gu Zhigua was utterly confused. I just said I don't stoop to poisoning, but since you've already suspected me, let me just go ahead and do it. Can't let myself be at a disadvantage. And this poison of mine, you can try to find someone to cure it, not just in Jiangdong, but the entire Zhou won't have many who can. Jiang Chen sneered. He didn't like being falsely accused, so if he was going to be framed, he might as well make it stick. Gu Zhigua was speechless, but just as he was still doubting whether Jiang Chen was bluffing, the female secretary who had been massaging his legs suddenly cried out in alarm, Chairman, you're bleeding from the nose. No, not just the nose, the eyes, mouth, and ears too. All bleeding. Master, enough of your tricks, I'm terrified of you now, okay? Quickly give me the antidote. I'll return the company to Qingya, but this marriage engagement I really can't cancel. Gu Zhigua immediately touched his face, losing his composure completely, and ended up falling to his knees in front of Jiang Chen. Why can't you cancel the engagement? Jiang Chen questioned. Because it's too late. The Li family already went to deliver the betrothal gifts today. When the 4 great families make a move, the scale is massive, meant to shock the entire city, announcing their intent to marry. The convoy has probably already set out. Once the arrow is released, there's no turning back. To cancel the engagement now would be like openly slapping the Li family's face. Gu family can't even offend the Chao family, let alone the Li family. Gu Zhigua said awkwardly. They're doing the betrothal today? You've all moved way too fast. Gu Zhigua, since you forced me onto this path of no return, then I'll drag you down to hell with me. Gu Qingya gritted her teeth, angered that after she had worked so hard to resolve the family's crisis, the Gu family had now sold her off at a good price. She grabbed a fruit knife, intent on taking her uncle down with her. Qingya, don't be rash. Old Lin, Secretary Chu, quick, stop her. Someone's going to get killed. Gu Zhigua panicked, scurrying around like a frightened mouse while calling out. Jiang Chen also held back Gu Qingya, shaking his head. Forget it, killing this kind of person would just dirty your own hands. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to let go of this grudge. Damn it, I just got done dealing with the Chao family, and now because of him, the Li family has shown up. And the Li family is even more terrifying than the Chao family. My whole life is ruined because of this. Gu Qingya cursed in her anger. She had never cared about wealth and status, she just wanted to find someone she truly loved. Originally, her father had betrothed her to Jiang Chen before his death, which she was quite unhappy about. Just when she had finally resolved that, this uncle had again arbitrarily arranged for her to marry the Li family. The Li young master wasn't even as good as Jiang Chen. At least Jiang Chen was somewhat familiar, and they had even been intimate and he had saved her life. It doesn't matter. I will intervene to help you cancel the marriage, Jiang Chen said indifferently. It's useless. It's not that I look down on you, but this is different from just treating an illness. Your medical skills may earn the Li family's respect and good treatment, but if you really touch the Li family's interests, they will mercilessly make you vanish without a trace. Their strength is truly terrifying. You won't be able to stop them. Moreover, the Chow family can't be of much help either. Although the Chow family is one of the top 18 enterprises in Jiangdong, they are just in the middle ranks. The Li family, however, are the absolute pinnacles among those 18. The four great families are practically the uncrowned kings of our Jiangdong city. No one can offend them, and no one dares to offend them, Gu Qingya said, with a hint of fear. Qingya is right, so you might as well just go through with the marriage. It'll be a win-win situation. The uncle chimed in quickly, angering Gu Qingya even more. Even if they are strong, I can still solve it with a punch. Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. Gu Qingya was speechless. Jiang Chen was good in every way, it was just his love of showing off that was really exasperating. Chairman, quick, look outside the window. Suddenly, old Lin noticed the commotion outside and urgently called out to Gu Qingya. Gu Qingya hurriedly looked out the window. Below, a long line of luxury cars were parading down the main road, attracting onlookers from the sidewalks. Bugatti Veyrons, Rolls-Royce Phantoms, Lamborghinis, McLarens, Ferraris. A collection of the rarest top-tier luxury cars, rivaling an elite car exhibition. The cars were packed with all sorts of gifts, and a band was performing at the front. But the most remarkable thing was the emblem on each car, a soaring dragon with the character Li beneath it. The Li family, one of the four great families of Jiangdong. This is the Li family's betrothal procession, circling the entire Jiangdong city center to announce their upcoming marriage. As I said, the deed is already done, there's no way to cancel the engagement in time, Gu Zhigua said awkwardly. All right, master, do you also have a liking for our Qingya? A real man shouldn't be picky. If so, I know many beautiful ladies, I can introduce them to you 1, 2, or 3, whatever you want. Just please, quickly give me the antidote. Get lost. Jiang Chen kicked Gu Zhigua away. Then, he walked to the window, gazing down at the scene 10 stories below. Decisively, he opened the window and jumped out. Jiang Chen, master. Gu Qingya and Gu Zhigua were both stunned, never expecting Jiang Chen to dare jump down like that, immediately crying out in alarm. Gu Zhigua's shout was even more frantic. After all, if Jiang Chen died, no one would be able to cure his poison. Boom! However, to their disbelief, Jiang Chen landed unharmed on the ground, even waving at them. This was a 10-story building, yet he had descended as if walking on flat ground, like a celestial being. Utterly astonishing. Who the hell is throwing things from up there? Have you no manners? What if you hit someone? The car convoy was startled, the drivers quickly stopping, thinking something had been thrown from the building. You're the Li family convoy, right? I need to speak to the one in charge, Jiang Chen said, as the dust settled. Fuck, it's a person. And he can talk, the drivers exclaimed in shock, quickly finding the manager. Who are you? What business do you have? Don't you know this is the Li family convoy? Are you blind to block our way? The manager, a man in his 40s dressed like a butler, demanded. The manager, despite his gentlemanly appearance, spoke coarsely and his eyes were filled with disdain. If he hadn't seen Jiang Chen descend from the sky unharmed, seemingly a martial arts expert, he wouldn't have even bothered coming out. Daring to block the Li family's convoy? That was practically courting death. He should just ram through them. I'm deeply sorry, but the marriage engagement between Miss Gu and your family was arranged without Gu Qingya's consent. It was her uncle's arbitrary decision. So I'm here representing Miss Gu to request the Li family to cancel the engagement, Jiang Chen said politely, restraining his temper. What did you say? I didn't quite hear you. The Li family manager was taken aback, thinking he must have misheard. Jiang Chen repeated himself. The manager confirmed he had heard correctly, then burst out laughing as if he had just heard the funniest joke. Ha ha, you want to cancel the engagement with the Li family? Preposterous. In Jiangdong, it's only the Li family that initiates a cancellation. No one else dares to tell us to cancel an engagement. Are you insane? Outrageous. If you want to cancel, then go ahead. Or even write a divorce document. We're willing to cooperate, since we do bear some responsibility. We're even willing to pay a 500 million compensation. How about that? Jiang Chen said reasonably, willing to give the Li family face. However, the manager sneered. 500 million? Are you trying to bribe a beggar? Dream on. The woman we, the Li family, have chosen, you either marry her or you'll be forced to. Now you want to back out? Too late. And since when do we need to ask the woman's opinion in a marriage between great families? Ridiculous. But your Miss Gu is quite interesting, daring to show us the Li family such disrespect. I'll make sure to report this fully to the young master. I bet once he gets tired of playing with her, he'll just send her back with a divorce letter, fulfilling your wish. No room for negotiation? Jiang Chen's face also turned cold, fully realizing the arrogance and recklessness of these so-called great families. Negotiate my ass. Scram. Fucking ignorant fools. Have I been too nice to you, making you forget how formidable the Li family is? Convoy, move out. Full speed ahead. Anyone who dares block us, run them over. Kill them, the manager impatiently ordered. Yes, sir, the crowd shouted in unison. The next moment, with a roar of engines, the fleet of luxury cars charged forward like a pack of wild beasts straight at Jiang Chen. A direct collision course. Stop. Stop it. Gu Qingya rushed down and frantically tried to halt the convoy's actions, but it was too late. The raging Bugatti Veyron, the world's fastest production car, accelerating at 0 to 100 km per hour in 2.5 seconds, had already smashed into Jiang Chen like a furious gale, not even giving him a chance to react. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated, like a clap of thunder. Gu Qingya couldn't help but close her eyes, afraid of seeing Jiang Chen's body mangled. But the next moment, cries of astonishment erupted all around. Fuck! How is this possible? Is he even human? Curious, Gu Qingya opened her eyes and couldn't help but sharply inhale. Jiang Chen was still standing there, effortlessly holding back the Bugatti Veyron, the so-called world's fastest car, with just one hand, unharmed. The Bugatti's wheels were spinning frantically, sparks flying as they ground against the pavement, but no matter how hard the driver pressed the pedal, they couldn't move an inch forward. It was as if Jiang Chen was an immovable mountain, not a man. Fuck! He's clearly a martial arts expert, but a tiny martial artist dares to provoke the Li family? Courting death. The Li manager sneered, unimpressed. You all, keep attacking, give it everything you've got. The other cars immediately obeyed, charging at Jiang Chen from all directions. But faced with this, Jiang Chen remained calm, merely shifting slightly to the side and extending his other hand to stop the oncoming Rolls-Royce Phantom as well. Then, with a light step, he launched himself into the air. Freed from Jiang Chen's restraint, the two sports cars immediately collided like untamed horses. Boom! A $1 million explosion erupted as the two luxury cars were reduced to a fiery wreck, heart-wrenching to witness. The massive blast also overturned the other charging cars, causing them to catch fire and trigger a chain reaction. Bang! 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 Bursts of explosive flames surged, like an extravagant fireworks display. So these so-called luxury cars are so fragile, even at their exorbitant prices, Jiang Chen commented indifferently, lighting a cigarette and taking a drag amidst the raging inferno. Bastard! Looking for death. The Li manager gritted his teeth in fury, shouting, "File-on guards, deploy." From the last Mercedes G-Wagon, 5 burly men in uniformed tight-fitting combat gear suddenly emerged, each with a fierce-looking dragon tattoo on their chest. Fuck! The File-on guards, the Li family's exclusive bodyguards. Rumor has it only martial arts experts are qualified to join their ranks. Can't believe I'm actually seeing them today, really opening my eyes. Not only that, they're the top martial artists among martial artists. The minimum standard is said to be mid-stage transcendence, and there are even some innate experts among them. And they practice coordinated attacks, so their combined power far exceeds the individual. This kid is done for. Poor guy, he had some potential, but recklessly provoked the Li family. Looks like he might not even survive this, the onlookers murmured, their gazes at Jiang Chen now tinged with pity. Stop! I am Gu Qingya of the Gu family. I order you to stop. Gu Qingya yelled at the Li manager, not hesitating to reveal her identity. Miss Gu, on what grounds do you order me? If it's as the future Mrs. Li, then I can comply. Otherwise, why should I listen to your commands? The Li manager smiled slightly. Gu Qingya was stumped, unable to respond. She knew that if she admitted to being the future Mrs. Li, it would mean accepting the engagement and being unable to change it. But if she didn't acknowledge that identity, she was fully aware of the Li family's terrifying power. These File-on guards could easily tear Jiang Chen to shreds. Forget it. You've saved me so many times, now it's my turn to save you. Gu Qingya gritted her teeth, holding back her tears. Then, with a slightly trembling voice, she said, as the future Mrs. Li. However, before she could finish, Jiang Chen suddenly interrupted her. Qingya, what do you think of me? Jiang Chen smiled, gazing intently at her beautiful face. Ha, what do you mean? Gu Qingya was confused. The marriage between me and this Li young master were both arranged by our elders, not your true desire. So I originally agreed when you wanted to cancel it. But if you now choose him over me, I'll be very heartbroken. I hope you'll reconsider me. I regret agreeing to the cancellation before. Of course, I'm not forcing you, you can just think of me as a suitor, Jiang Chen said sincerely. After these days of interaction, he had genuinely grown fond of this kind, brave woman who was willing to shoulder her family's burdens despite her delicate frame. It wasn't just because of her beauty or the dowry of medicinal materials she came with. Haha, what are you? A lowly worm daring to stand beside a mighty dragon. File guards, eliminate this ignorant fool, the Li manager sneered. Yes, sir. The 5 file guards responded in unison. They suddenly vanished from their spots, then reappeared in front of Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye, leaving afterimages in the air as they surrounded him, cutting off any escape. Miss Gu, you can still speak up for him now, the Li manager said to Gu Qingya. Gu Qingya hesitated for a moment, then looked at Jiang Chen's resolute gaze and made her decision. I don't want to be your family's Mrs. Li. Please inform your young master. Ha, shameless. Then beat him to death. The Li manager's expression turned cold as he ordered the file guards. The next second, the guards attacked, each throwing a punch that cleaved the air with a piercing howl, their strikes incredibly fierce. Jiang Chen could tell that each of them was no weaker than the Qin family martial arts expert he had fought before, and they seemed to be working in a formation, their combined power far exceeding the sum of their individual abilities. But, to Jiang Chen, they were still too weak. Not only had he already broken through to the middle stage of the heavenly mysterious technique, even before that, he was confident he could easily defeat these few. Jiang Chen simply let their fists strike him, then calmly delivered a resounding slap to each of the 5 file guards. Slap, 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 slap. The crisp sounds echoed through the area. The 5 file guards stared at the clear handprint on their faces, stunned and motionless for several seconds. It wasn't that Jiang Chen's slaps hurt them physically, but the psychological blow was something they simply couldn't accept. After all, a slap was an act that carried great insult, even though it didn't do much physical damage. When had the mighty file guards ever suffered such humiliation? Being slapped in front of all these people, it was even more painful than being stabbed with a knife. They had tried to dodge, but Jiang Chen's speed was simply too fast, giving them no time to react. They were like helpless lambs awaiting the slaughter. And remembering how their powerful punches had failed to affect Jiang Chen at all, they realized his strength was far beyond theirs. Yet, despite this, they refused to give up, choosing to continue the attack. The file guards were selected not just for their strength, but their loyalty as well. Even knowing they couldn't win, they would still fight on fearlessly. In the next moment, the 5 unleashed their full internal energy, each employing their most formidable techniques as they attacked Jiang Chen furiously. The sheer power was so great, it even cracked the ground beneath their feet from the shockwaves. But Jiang Chen merely scoffed in disdain. Fools, I gave you a chance, and you still don't know when to quit. He had originally just wanted to make them retreat, but now he had no choice but to truly fight back. Jiang Chen simply extended a hand and delivered a resounding slap to each of their faces, this time infusing it with the power of the heavenly mysterious technique. The massive force sent all 5 file guards flying dozens of meters away, their bodies ragdolling through the air like they had been struck by a speeding truck. 5 file guards, all taken down by a single slap. Could this be the work of an innate expert? Only an innate expert could be this terrifying. Not only defeating the file guards, but doing so effortlessly. But innate experts are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, only the 4 great families are said to have them. Looks like Jiangdong is truly full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The power balance among the 18 families might be about to shift, the onlookers exclaimed in amazement, never expecting to witness such a spectacular display. Boy, who are you? What is your purpose in targeting the Li family? The Li manager finally showed some concern, his previous disdain replaced by a hard stare at Jiang Chen. He thought Jiang Chen must have been sent by one of the other families to cause trouble. As I said, I'm just a suitor of Miss Gu's. I have no grievances with your Li family. I just want you to cancel the engagement. Jiang Chen replied. It's the modern age, marriage should be free choice, enough with the forced marriages, Jiang Chen said indifferently. Boy, considering your impressive martial arts, let me advise you to give up this idea. There are plenty of women in this world, and with my Li family's connections, I can even introduce you to celebrities and social media influencers, the Li manager said, switching to a softer tone after failing with brute force. Why are you advising me, and not your young master? Jiang Chen retorted. Listen, know your place. You may be strong, but compared to our young master, you're on a completely different level. I'm trying to save you here, don't refuse my kindness, the Li manager sneered. Without waiting for Jiang Chen's reply, he turned his attention back to Gu Qingya, his tone becoming much more accommodating. Miss Gu, you haven't seen our Li family's betrothal gifts yet. Once you do, you'll understand our sincerity. He gestured to a subordinate. 1. List the gifts for Miss Gu. Yes, our Li family's betrothal gifts include 10 pieces of 1,000-year-old Sanchi ginseng, 10 stalks of 1,000-year-old Lingji, 10 blocks of top-grade Rehmannia, 10 pieces of Dan pills to aid cultivation, 10 longevity Dan pills, 10 gold Buddha statues, 10 jade Rui scepters, 10 top-grade diamonds, 10 luxury cars, 10 businesses, a complete set of 10 in 10, plus the highest-end villa in Jiangdong, the Yunding Heavenly Palace Villa, and 100 million in cash, as well as 5 Filong guards. The subordinate enumerated item after item, each more astonishing than the last. These are all the betrothal gifts for the Gu family, enough to buy several Gu families and elevate you to the top-tier families of Jiangdong. As for the Gu family's shares, our Li family doesn't even care about them, we just want to strengthen our ties. Our young master has only set his sights on you, Miss Gu. Please consider this carefully, the Li manager said confidently. With this scale of gifts, the number one family in Jiangdong, there was no way she wouldn't be tempted. So this is the might of the 4 great families? Goodness, any one of these things could keep me financially secure for a lifetime. Wow, so devoted. Spending all this to woo a woman, I'd be totally smitten by this Li young master. Completely normal, Gu Qingya is the second beauty in Jiangdong, a true national beauty. I have to admit, just a glance and I can't tear my eyes away. If I had the money, I'd give her the world. If she's only second, who's the first? Shoo, the number one beauty is an evil-hearted woman, best not to provoke her, the onlookers whispered among themselves, mouths watering. Ha, what bullshit devotion. They're clearly just coveting Gu Qingya's exquisite jade-like physique, Jiang Chen scoffed inwardly. It was obvious the Li young master had somehow discovered Gu Qingya's special constitution, which was why he was going to such great lengths. However, Jiang Chen didn't want to make the decision for Gu Qingya, glancing at her with some trepidation. After all, the betrothal gifts were astoundingly lavish, enough to propel an entire family into the upper echelons of Jiangdong society, fulfilling Gu Qingya's wildest dreams. If she agreed, it wouldn't be entirely unreasonable in this day and age. But to his relief, Gu Qingya did not disappoint him. Without hesitation, she replied calmly, "Thank you for the Li family's kindness, but I'm afraid I can't accept this. Please take the betrothal gifts back. I stand by my decision to cancel the engagement. Miss Gu, I've already shown you enough courtesy. Do you really want to make this a full-blown confrontation?" The Li manager's face darkened. He never expected his hard and soft approaches to both fail. This woman truly had no brains. If the young master hadn't given a direct order for her, the Li manager would have just stabbed this wretched bitch. Heh, didn't you already tear off the facade? With all those exploding cars and your men sent flying by my slaps, did you think you were just joking around with me? Jiang Chen sneered. Humph, boy, I hope you can stay this arrogant. Don't come begging me for mercy later, the Li manager said through gritted teeth, then pulled out his phone to make a call. Suddenly, the wail of sirens pierced the air as several police cars, seemingly prepared in advance, swarmed the scene. A large contingent of armed officers rushed out, yelling at Jiang Chen to not move. Menacing gun barrels were instantly trained on him. As the top family in Jiangdong, the Li family's greatest power did not lie in money or manpower, but their complex web of connections and unparalleled influence. Don't move! Get down on the ground, or we'll open fire, the uniformed officers shouted. The menacing display sent the onlookers scattering in fear, worried the stray bullets might hit them. What are you doing? What crime have we committed? Gu Qingya demanded angrily. She knew the Li family's immense power, but she didn't expect them to brazenly surround them in broad daylight like this, so arrogantly. With all those cars exploding and people injured, you think you haven't committed any crimes? The lead chubby captain sneered. They attacked first. They even tried to run us over with their cars. Everyone here saw it. Why are you coming after us instead of them? Gu Qingya raged. We'll investigate the details, for now you need to cooperate and come with us, the captain said dismissively. But it was clear he had no intention of actually detaining the Li people, even winking conspiratorially at the Li manager. They were clearly acquainted. You scoundrels! Lawless thugs! I'm going to call Captain Zhao, Gu Qingya fumed, prepared to pull some strings with her own family's connections to get these men to back off. However, she was realistic enough to know the Gu family couldn't truly overpower the Li family. She just wanted these uniformed men to at least investigate the matter fairly, instead of letting the Li family twist the facts. Go ahead. The chubby captain sneered at Gu Qingya, fully aware of the vast gap between their families. If the Gu family was a small river, the Li family was the Pacific Ocean. They weren't even in the same league. Just as Gu Qingya tried to make the call, she immediately received a message: "The number you dialed is turned off." She tried calling a few other contacts, but the results were the same: either the phones were off or went unanswered. "You bastards! You really have some nerve." Gu Qingya was so frustrated she almost threw her phone. "It's alright, I'm here. Even if it's an entire army, I can still get you out of this." Jiang Chen remained calm despite the many gun barrels trained on him. "No, you can't fight them. These are different from the Phylon guards. You can't engage them or it'll be impossible to sort this out." Gu Qingya quickly stopped him. It was an age-old principle that the common people shouldn't clash with the authorities. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's phone started ringing. Finally, someone's calling to help us. Gu Qingya perked up, thinking it must be one of their contacts. But when Jiang Chen checked his phone, there were no caller ID. "Strange, someone's calling me," he said, puzzled. When Jiang Chen saw the number displayed on his phone, he froze in shock, his pupils dilating. It was his father's number, the father who had been missing for years, with no news. This was the first time he'd heard from him in so long. "Hello?" Jiang Chen answered, his voice trembling slightly. "Jiang Chen, hello," came a clear female voice from the other end. "Who are you? How did you get this number?" Jiang Chen's voice instantly turned agitated, all his hopes dashed, even becoming hysterical as the veins popped out on his forehead. "Hey you, I told you to get down. Why are you yelling on the phone?" The chubby captain frowned disapprovingly at Jiang Chen's actions. "Fuck off," the already irritated Jiang Chen exploded. "What did you say, you punk? Dare to tell me to fuck off?" The captain's fury ignited. "Arrest him. Open fire, no mercy." "Yes, sir." The officers immediately obeyed, pulling their triggers. Dozens of bullets rained towards Jiang Chen in an instant, making onlookers' hearts race in fear. However, the bullets stopped abruptly about 3 feet away from Jiang Chen, as if hitting an invisible barrier. Then, with a cold chuckle from Jiang Chen, the bullets swiftly ricocheted back, striking the shooters. Agonized cries rang out as the armed officers crumpled one by one, saved only by their bulletproof vests from being killed by their own bullets. The voice on the phone then spoke again. "Jiang Chen, don't get so worked up. I mean you no harm. This phone was given to me by your father. He did me a favor and I'm grateful." "Where is he now?" Jiang Chen urgently asked. "I can't tell you that. We have an agreement," the woman replied. "But I'm here to help you. I know you don't trust me, just wait a moment." With that, she hung up. "Bastard, bastard, bastard. You're openly defying the authorities, a true outlaw. You're done for, done for." The disarmed captain raged, having never seen such brazen defiance. But despite his men being defeated, he remained unperturbed. After all, an individual could never stand up to the collective power of the system. The captain could continuously mobilize more forces to eventually wear down Jiang Chen, but just as he was about to make a call, his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, the scowling captain instantly transformed into a fawning, obsequious manner, bowing deeply as he answered and listened to the instructions on the phone. After the call, the captain immediately approached Jiang Chen and said apologetically, "Mr. Jiang, if only I had known of your connections earlier. This was all just a misunderstanding. My apologies, we'll take our leave now." He quickly helped his men up and led them away, ignoring the bewildered shouts of the Li manager. "What happened? Was that because of you?" Gu Qingya asked Jiang Chen, puzzled. "I'm not entirely sure, but let's deal with the situation at hand first," Jiang Chen replied, suspecting this was the mysterious woman's doing. He then turned his attention to the Li manager, delivering a harsh kick that sent him sprawling. "You didn't heed my warning, now take your punishment." Jiang Chen sneered, kicking the man several more times as he wailed. But amid the cries, the Li manager managed to pull out his phone and show Gu Qingya a video. "Miss Gu, look at this video." It showed a dignified middle-aged woman, who Gu Qingya recognized as her mother, sitting with a distinguished-looking young man in a lavish villa. "Mom, what have you done to her, you bastards?" Gu Qingya cried. "Miss Gu, your mother is discussing the wedding arrangements with our young master as the future mother-in-law. And given today's events, the wedding has been moved up to tomorrow at the Chiyun Mountain Hotel," the Li manager said smugly. "The wedding dress is ready for you. I hope you'll arrive on time, or else the consequences will be dire." This was a blatant threat, using Gu Qingya's mother's life to force her compliance. Gu Qingya frantically tried calling her mother, but the phone was off. At the same time, Jiang Chen received a text from the mysterious woman. "Go to the Li family, I'll be waiting there to tell you your father's whereabouts." Jiang Chen. Gu Qingya looked to him helplessly. Jiang Chen firmly grasped her hand. "Let's go, no matter if it's the dragon's den or the tiger's lair, I'll accompany you to rescue your mother. Put on that wedding dress, and I'll be your groom." Entering that hall the fools have prepared for us. "Master, we have captured that wretched woman who killed the young master." On the other side, inside the Qin family villa, Li Yilio's hair was disheveled, and there were signs of injury on her face. She was being held by several men and forcibly kneeled on the ground. In front of her sat Qin Shouyuan, the patriarch of the Qin family in Jiangdong and the father of the late Qin Wendian. "You vile woman! You had a fiancé, yet you still seduced my son, leading to his tragic death. Today, I will make you pay with your life." Qin Shouyuan, seeing Li Yilio's seductive appearance, was consumed by rage. He had only had one son, and he had been hoping that he would inherit the family business and continue the family line. But now, because of this woman, his son had died, and the Qin family was on the verge of extinction. All the money he had accumulated would be of no use if there was no one to pass it on to. It was all because of this femme fatale in front of him, and she had to be killed. "Father-in-law, it was all Jiang Chen's doing, and my daughter-in-law had nothing to do with it." To save Wendian, she exhausted all her efforts. The guests at the wedding banquet can all testify to this. Moreover, my daughter-in-law is now willing to take on the blame and work with the Li family and the Qin family to catch Jiang Chen and avenge Wendian. I have already investigated, and tomorrow, Jiang Chen will be heading to Qiyun Mountain. He will be pitting himself against the Li family, one of the 4 great clans. Even if Jiang Chen is powerful, he will be worn down by us, and our Li family actually has a kinship relationship with the mighty Li family. They will surely agree to help us with our vengeance, Li Yilio hurriedly explained. Ever since the battle at the Guqi Group headquarters, which had shocked Jiangdong, everyone knew that Jiang Chen would be accompanying Gu Qingya to the Qiyun Mountain wedding. Li Yilio's mentality had completely collapsed at this point. Now, she had only one thought: if she couldn't have him, then she would destroy him. She would rather have Jiang Chen remain the useless blind man he was, than have him become so powerful but not belong to her. This jealousy and regret is driving her crazy. What's the use of taking revenge? The Qin family has no more descendants. It's all your fault. All of you should die. None of you is going to survive. Qin Shouyuan's anger still could not be extinguished. As for the matter of descendants, my daughter-in-law will find a way. Li Yilio cast a coquettish glance at her father-in-law, and even lowered her body further, exposing the snowy white skin of her chest. At this, old master Qin Shouyuan immediately understood his daughter-in-law's meaning, and looking at Li Yilio's injured yet still charming appearance, he couldn't help but be stirred by youthful desires. As the patriarch of the Qin family, he had seen many beautiful women before, but he didn't know whether it was because Li Yilio was exceptionally beautiful or due to her special status that the old master had a feeling of being a young man in love again. Well then, let the son's debt be paid by the father, since the son has no luck to enjoy it. Let him, as the father, take on the responsibility. So, he blushed slightly, coughed a few times, and said to his subordinates, "Cough, cough. You all go first. Don't come in without my orders. Since the big number is gone, why not just create a small one and continue the family line?" The next day, Qishuan Mountain Hotel. This is the best scenic spot in Jiangdong, and the Qishuan Mountain Hotel is located in the best position on the mountain, with clouds and mist, streams in the mountains, and the sunrise and sunset, all the beautiful sceneries gathered here. But on this day, no one appreciated the scenery, but instead stared at the line of luxury cars stretching from the mountaintop to the foot of the mountain, and the distinguished guests who got out of the cars. The marriage of the top aristocratic family in Jiangdong directly shook the entire Jiangdong region. Government leaders, underground bosses, representatives from the other 3 great families, famous figures from all over Jiangdong, even the big families from the provincial capital, all sent their representatives. All kinds of gifts filled several rooms, and many people even fought tooth and nail just to grab a ticket to attend. At this moment, the road leading to Qishuan Mountain seemed like a ladder to the upper-class society, and countless people were proud to be able to join it. However, the Li family's young master Li Xian, who was the main character of the wedding, did not have the slightest feeling of joy. Instead, he was somewhat angry. He never expected that after using so many tricks and putting on so many shows, he still couldn't move Gu Qingya's heart. Gu Qingye even refused the luxury wedding car sent by him to welcome her, and instead chose to hold Jiang Chen's hand, wearing a wedding dress and high heels, and slowly walked up from the foot of the mountain. His own wife, holding the hand of another man. Watching this scene through the telescope, Li Xian was instantly consumed by rage. That bastard, no matter who it is, must die. And Gu Qingye, why did you choose that poor man over me? Is there really a woman in this world who doesn't care about money and power? How interesting. I originally just wanted your special body, but now I've actually started to have feelings for you. Li Xian sneered. At his level, he had already grown tired of all kinds of beautiful women. What he wanted was something unique. Is everything ready? Then Li Xian turned to the butler beside him. Yes, young master. It's all set up. The Qingyun Mountain Recluse Master has specially arranged the 5 elements in Bagua formation. Its power is infinite. Even if he is a martial arts prodigy, he will not be a match for this formation. Once they both enter, they will be quickly separated. Then Misku will be safely sent to the mountaintop. As for him, he will suffer all kinds of pain from the 5 elements in Bagua, and ultimately die from severe poisoning. Don't be careless, there must be no mistakes today. The subsequent arrangements must also be properly made. Even if he manages to escape, he must be killed on the spot. Tonight, I must obtain Gu Qingye's Jiuyin Jade body to help me break through my cultivation. Li Xian said. Yes. The butler immediately complied, touching his own bruised and swollen wound, wishing he could tear Jiang Chen to pieces. At the same time, Jiang Chen and Gu Qingye were leisurely climbing the mountain while appreciating the scenery. Jiang Chen held Gu Qingye's delicate and fair hand. Looking at Gu Qingye's now holy and pure appearance, he couldn't help but sigh. Qingye, you look so beautiful in the wedding dress. The scenery is also nice. Don't we look like a young couple taking wedding photos? Don't take advantage of me. I'm just a temporary expedient. I never said I would marry you. I don't want either you or Li Xiao. Gu Qingye said shyly. But really, you shouldn't have come with me. Let's stop here. It's too dangerous ahead. You've already helped me so much, and I'm grateful. But I've realized that things in this world are mostly unsatisfactory. The big fish eat the small fish eat the shrimp. No one can escape the big net of this society. If this is my Gu Qingye's fate, then I'll accept it, as long as it keeps my mother safe. Gu Qingye looked at Jiang Chen seriously, wanting him to leave. Fate? I've never acknowledged it. And I'm not just here for you, I also have my own purpose. Don't worry, where there's a will, there's a way. I'll definitely be able to take you home. Jiang Chen said calmly, naturally not leaving. Fool. Gu Qingye sighed helplessly. Suddenly, she noticed a blue flower by the roadside and instinctively reached out to pick it. This flower is so beautiful. I didn't expect there to be such a beautiful flower on the mountain. As soon as she picked it, the ground beneath her feet suddenly started to move, directly pulling her towards the flower bushes. At the same time, the ground beneath Jiang Chen's feet also began to shift, but in the opposite direction from Gu Qingye's. The 5 elements in Bagua formation had been activated. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As Jiang Chen just felt the ground beneath his feet moving, wanting to go rescue Gu Qingye, suddenly 3 incredibly sharp flying swords came flying towards him from the front. At the same time, behind Li Xian, several basketball-sized scorching fireballs also appeared, charging towards Jiang Chen like cannonballs. Simultaneously, something began to rapidly descend from the sky. But it was not rain, but rather countless sharp ice spikes. Each one was as sharp as a large iron nail, and with the powerful force of the descending strikes, if they landed, they would likely pierce through the body, entering from the head and exiting from below. Interesting. Seeing this, Li Xian gave a faint smile, just about to dodge, when several thick vines suddenly sprouted from the ground, like tentacles, quickly entangling Jiang Chen's feet. The ground also began to spin violently in place, instantly inducing a dizzying sensation. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, the 5 elements were all erupting at once, leaving no place to escape. The power of this formation was indeed as the butler had said. Even if he was a true innate master, he would be doomed. But innate master? Jiang Chen was not one at all. Although Jiang Chen himself didn't know the limits of his own abilities, he was clear that the so-called innate masters they spoke of, he could defeat 10 of them. Against absolute strength, all the fancy tricks were just garbage. Jiang Chen directly unleashed the Celestial Profound technique, instantly creating a true Qi barrier wall, blocking everything on the outside. What kind of nonsense 5 elements? All broken with a single move. A Taoist formation? How interesting. Jiang Chen looked at the scene before him, quickly realizing this was a formation that only rare Taoist cultivators would deploy. And judging from the power of this formation, the cultivator's level was definitely not low. It seems the Li family really spared no expense for him. However, the next moment, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly emitted two golden beams, and his mesmerizing golden pupils directly manifested. Immediately, all the mists and illusions were revealed in their true forms. Jiang Chen instantly saw through the core of this 5 elements in Bagua formation, and then casually kicked out a few stones, quickly lodging them into the core points of the formation. This painstakingly designed 5 elements in Bagua formation was instantly broken, and the ground beneath both Jiang Chen and Gu Qingye stopped moving. All the elemental phenomena also disappeared without a trace. "Qingye, are you alright?" Jiang Chen quickly ran to Gu Qingye's side and asked. "I'm fine, it's just that the flower had thorns and I accidentally got pricked. But it's not a big problem, I've already pulled the thorn out. By the way, what was that just now? I felt the ground beneath my feet moving." Gu Qingye asked curiously. "It's nothing, just some minor tricks, nothing to worry about. Let's continue on, there's not much time left before the wedding begins. I'm still waiting for that young Master Li to send us a gift," Jiang Chen said with a smile. What's really going on with you? The first time I met you, you were beaten so badly, and I heard your eyes were even blinded. But now how have you become so powerful? Just now the ground was even moving with you, and you're treating it like a trivial matter, so casually. Gu Qingye asked, truly curious. "It's all thanks to you. Before, I had never encountered a kind and beautiful woman like you, so I gouged out my own eyes. But after meeting you, I regained my sight, and with the desire for you in my heart, I broke through the Dumai's points in a single breath. That's why I've been so persistent in pursuing you. I feel that you've given me a new life, and you are the woman worth protecting with my life this lifetime," Jiang Chen said, omitting the details about the golden mask. "Smooth talker. I should have known you were so greasy, I shouldn't have saved you in the first place," Gu Qingye said, though her heart was feeling quite content. Just then, as they took a few more steps, a voice suddenly came from behind them. "Taoist friend, please wait." Jiang Chen and Gu Qingye turned around, and saw a middle-aged man in Taoist robes holding a feather duster, with a long face and a pair of handlebar mustaches, who had silently appeared behind them, speaking to Jiang Chen. "Who are you?" Jiang Chen asked the Taoist. "This humble Taoist is the elder of Qingyun Mountain, with the Taoist title of Qingfeng. Taoist friend, to have seen through this humble Taoist's 5 elements and Bagua formation, you must also be one from the Taoist path. May I ask which school or sect you belong to?" Qingfeng the Taoist asked curiously. "No school, no sect," Jiang Chen answered honestly. "A free cultivator? To have reached such a realm through self-cultivation at such a young age, Taoist friend, you truly have extraordinary gifts. Would you be interested in joining our Qingyun Mountain? I would be willing to introduce you to a good master to take you in," Qingfeng the Taoist said, clearly impressed by Jiang Chen. "Aren't you one sent by the Li family to kill me? How come you're now inviting me to join you?" Jiang Chen was taken aback by this. He had seen many helpers sent by powerful families before, but this was the first time he had encountered one who greeted him so politely and invited him to join their sect right away. The Li family can't even move our Qingyun Mountain. It's just that the patriarch of the Li family owes us a favor, so we have to lend a hand. However, if you were to join our Qingyun Mountain, then we would be family. Of course we would then help our own, not outsiders. In that case, this humble Taoist can even turn my guns around to help you fight the Li family," Qingfeng the Taoist said indifferently, showing little regard for the Li family at all. After all, as a sect that stands above worldly families, they naturally had this kind of confidence. Letting the Li family lose more than they gain, it does sound quite satisfying. But thank you for the kind offer, Taoist friend. You are one of the few reasonable people I've met. However, I'm used to being a free and unconstrained wanderer, and really have no interest in joining any sect. My sincere apologies," Jiang Chen said after some thought. Although he was quite interested in Taoism, the Taoist master couldn't compare to the alluring Gu Qingye by his side. "No problem, the Tao of heaven is one family, whether a deal is made or not, morality remains. In the future, Taoist friend is welcome to visit our Qingyun Mountain to discuss the Tao. However, I now have important matters to attend to. I have no intention of being your enemy, Taoist friend, but I must fulfill my duty. I will use only one move. If you can withstand it, I will leave immediately. How about it?" Qingfeng the Taoist said very politely. "All right." Jiang Chen nodded, then had Gu Qingye step back. Immediately, the Qingfeng Taoist raised one hand and chanted something, then flicked his feather duster. The white beard duster suddenly grew longer and thicker, becoming like a group of flying ropes rapidly enveloping Jiang Chen. The speed was extremely fast, and in just one moment, Jiang Chen was wrapped up tight like a mummy. Moreover, this duster even had the effect of absorbing power. Jiang Chen tried to tear it open with brute force, but found that no matter how hard he tried, it was like throwing a stone into the deep sea, unable to rip it open at all. The Dao arts truly crushed martial arts, a true downward strike. Fortunately, what Jiang Chen was skilled in was also the Dao arts. Immediately, he activated the celestial profound technique, his golden pupils reappearing. He directly shot two beams of light from his eyes, burning open the duster, then broke free from the wrapping. Taoist friend, your Dao arts are extraordinary. This humble Taoist is truly impressed. This humble Taoist shall now fulfill my promise. Taoist friend, we shall meet again. Qingfeng the Taoist kept his word. But Jiang Chen suddenly called out to him, wait a moment. Taoist friend, can you do me a favor? Please speak. Taoist friend, please cast your spell one more time to bind me. Then you can just say you've captured me, and directly help me get to the Qishuan Mountain Hotel. At that time, Taoist friend can also leave after fulfilling your task, and I won't have to climb this mountain again. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, suddenly having come up with a plan, also preparing a big gift for that young Master Li. Let them think they've succeeded, only to be met with a bitter end. Taoist friend, you are truly interesting, with this mix of reality and illusion, truly adept in Dao arts. Alright, since Taoist friend is willing to give me face by allowing yourself to be captured, then I'll play along with this act. Qingfeng the Taoist smiled slightly, and with another flick of his duster, countless white beard strands shot out, instantly wrapping Jiang Chen into a cocoon. Then, with his hands in a madra, a gust of clean wind blew, sweeping both Gu Qingya and the cocoon-bound Jiang Chen up to the pavilion atop the magnificent Qishuan Mountain Hotel. At the imposing hotel entrance, Gu Qingya, the cocoon-wrapped Jiang Chen, and Qingfeng the Taoist appeared together. At this moment, the distinguished guests who had been making small talk earlier all stopped and curiously looked towards the entrance, the sight of Gu Qingya in her white wedding dress prompting exclamations of praise. So this is the bride? Truly a heavenly beauty. But what is that big white cocoon? Probably some kind of gift. It's truly a match made in heaven, one can't help but wish them the best. This is truly a joyous occasion for the entire Jiangdong. I'm so happy for young Master Li. The in-the-know butler Li laughed out loud. Ha, that brat has indeed been captured by Elder Qingfeng, all wrapped up in a ball. Young master, I told you, what kind of martial artist is he? Just a lowly laborer. Before Taoist masters, he is completely no match. The butler then stepped forward, bringing out a stack of thick gifts, wanting to hand them to Elder Qingfeng. Elder, you are truly impressive. Please accept these humble gifts first. Our young master said that after the wedding, there will be further rewards. However, Elder Qingfeng didn't even glance at them, coldly leaving behind just one sentence. No need. The matter is settled. The affiliation between our Qingyun Mountain and your Li family has come to an end. From now on, fend for yourselves. Do not seek our help again. This humble Taoist is leaving. With that, he placed two fingers in his mouth and gave a light whistle, whereupon a white crane appeared and gracefully descended. Elder, don't go. Let's discuss this properly. What has happened? Our Li family is truly sincere in wanting to make offerings to Qingyun Mountain. The butler panicked, not expecting Elder Qingfeng to suddenly turn against them like this. How could this good relationship suddenly be severed just like that? However, no matter how much he shouted, Elder Qingfeng paid him no mind, directly stepping onto the crane's back and floating away. Truly the style of the Dao sect. So elegant. But why does the elder seem unhappy? Not even drinking a cup of wine. Could it be that he has some conflict with the Li family? I heard there's some short-sighted fellow who offended the Li family. The Li family mobilized this rare personal favor to deal with him. Seems the favor has now been used up. Damn, what kind of person is he to make the Li family, one of the four great families, go to such lengths? The onlookers discussed animatedly. Little did they know that the short-sighted fellow was currently inside that cocoon. As for the butler Li, he could only reluctantly go and tell the news to Li Xian. However, Li Xian seemed rather calm. It's fine, the Qingyun Mountain Taoists come in different types. Those who are self-righteous like him are this way, but we can just find one who is less lofty next time and continue the cooperation. He then walked up to Gu Qingya and smiled. Qingya, it's been a while, you look so beautiful today. Li Xian, I've come as you ordered. Where is my mother? Quickly release her. Gu Qingya demanded angrily. Don't worry, she's fine. As long as you obediently marry me, after the wedding night, I will apologize to your mother-in-law and have her released. Li Xian replied casually. Is this how your four great families do things? Kidnapping people, how is it any different from bandits? What about your own parents? You have no shame, and they have no shame either, allowing you to do such a thing? My parents are old now, and I'm the head of the Li family now. Alright, this is our wedding. If you want to save your mother, you better be nice to me, don't embarrass me. Young Master Li, why are you so obsessed with me? I don't think we've even met that many times. Gu Qingya forcefully suppressed her anger and asked the question that weighed most on her heart. Does one need a reason to like someone? I see that you're beautiful, isn't that reason enough? But I also have a question for you. Why are you unwilling to marry me, and instead choose that worthless trash? Li Xian retorted. Because he is not a worthless trash, in my heart, he is far more capable than you people who can only rely on your family lineage and lord over others on the basis of past achievements. Gu Qingya replied coldly. Perhaps. But so what? Our ancestors have already struggled for generations, now we descendants should enjoy the fruits, shouldn't we? As for these poor people, their ancestors were just lazy, born to be poor. Even if they struggle now, they can never surpass us. Look at it now, the one you claim is 100 times, 1,000 times more capable than me, is still just a worthless trash, wrapped up in a ball and unable to even move. But I should still thank these insects, if not for them trudging forward under the weight, where would the peace and comfort of you and I come from? Ha ha, Li Xian said shamelessly. Young master, let me find a few people to directly throw this stinking cocoon into the fire and reduce it to ashes. Let everyone see the fate of those who offend the Li family, the butler Li said beside him. No, I'll do it myself. Gu Qingya, I want you to watch with your own eyes how useless the man you've chosen is. Li Xian sneered, then walked up to Jiang Chen and kicked the white beard strands around him forcefully, wanting to make Jiang Chen roll around like a ball. Boom! However, when Li Xian's kick landed, it was like kicking a metal plate. The cocoon not only didn't roll, but was incredibly sturdy, instantly causing Li Xian's scalp to tingle in pain, involuntarily sucking in several breaths, feeling like his bones had broken in several places. After all, he was no ordinary young master, and had been secretly cultivating secret techniques. His attainments were indeed extraordinary, yet he was in so much pain. This goes to show just how hard this damned cocoon was. Damn it, he didn't know if it was Elder Qingfeng's Dao arts being too high, or that bastard Jiang Chen up to no good. Li Xian suppressed the pain and didn't cry out, lowering his voice to the butler Li beside him and said, You bastard, bring me that specially made gun that can kill an innate master. Right away. The butler Li immediately acted. After getting the gun, Li Xian resumed his arrogant demeanor, cupping his hands towards the surrounding guests and said, Thank you all for taking the time to attend my wedding. I don't have much to thank you for. These days there are too many firecrackers, so I'll just fire 3 shots to create a lively atmosphere. Please forgive my poor marksmanship. Not at all, not at all. We've heard the young master's marksmanship is unparalleled, didn't expect to finally have the chance to witness it today. 3 shots to seal the marriage, how romantic. The crowd praised one after another. Given their attitude, even if the young master took a shit right here, they would still praise it as Michelin 3-star level. Bang, bang, bang. Li Xian's 3 shots hit the white beard cocoon, and Jiang Chen could feel the terrifying power of these bullets, able to instantly pierce through the cocoon's defenses. He immediately unleashed the celestial profound technique, causing the 3 bullets to rebound back along their original trajectory. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Damn it! Li Xian cursed loudly. Fortunately, a jade pendant around his neck flashed, forming a light shield that blocked the 3 bullets. Otherwise, he was afraid he would have died right on the spot, killed by his own hand. This time, the bootlickers who wanted to suck up had no idea how to proceed, the surroundings falling into an awkward silence. Ha, young Master Li, you've really shown me just how useless you are as a man. Gu Qingya laughed out loud, and the young Master Li finally couldn't hold back his temper anymore, yelling at the butler Li, You bastard. Throw him into the alchemy furnace in the backyard, burn him with the alchemy fire, I want to see if he can't be burned to death. And just right, this fellow is a martial artist, maybe he can even be refined into a medicinal pill. Then I'll feed him to the dogs. Oh right, remember to move all the medicinal pills, don't give him any chance to breathe. Finally, Li Xian said viciously. Soon, the cocoon-bound Jiang Chen was carried to a massive alchemy furnace, filled with the specialized alchemy fire for refining pills. Remove all the medicinal pills, and put everything that can stoke the alchemy fire into it. I want to see if I can't burn this bastard to death. The butler Li immediately ordered. His subordinates then promptly did as instructed, bringing all the precious materials that could fuel the alchemy fire. Things like thunderstruck wood, ancient mystical plants, xisha clay and other luxurious materials were all poured into the alchemy furnace. The next moment, the fire inside the furnace suddenly erupted, and the color even began to change, from the original normal fiery red to a purple hue. Young man, don't blame me for what happens down there. Just blame yourself for offending the wrong people, the butler said, then closed the lid, even pasting various talismans on it, afraid that Jiang Chen might escape. Soon, the alchemy fire had burned the white beard cocoon around Jiang Chen clean, revealing his true form. However, a light ring immediately rose around him, preventing the alchemy fire from approaching. Indeed, the Li family, even this rare alchemy fire they possess, although it's only the most basic kind, still an extremely hard to find item in the outside world. Then I won't be polite, all of this now belongs to me. Jiang Chen saw this and was delighted rather than angry, his celestial profound technique furiously operating, absorbing all of this scorching alchemy fire. After all, this alchemy fire was also a form of spiritual energy. That's why it could melt all things and refine such rare medicinal pills. And the tyrannical aspect of the celestial profound technique was that it could absorb all spiritual energy for its own use. Therefore, what was a raging fire to others, to Jiang Chen was a great supplementary medicine. Of course, if it was a 3 attribute or higher alchemy fire, Jiang Chen might not be able to withstand it. But this mere single attribute alchemy fire was just a small fry. Soon, this raging alchemy fire was completely drained by Jiang Chen. And to Jiang Chen's pleasant surprise, the Li family's alchemy refiners were rather sloppy, with quite a few leftover spiritual materials being discarded as waste in this furnace. At this moment, those were all refined and absorbed by Jiang Chen as spiritual energy. And Jiang Chen's celestial profound technique also smoothly broke through to the late stage of the first layer. Another step forward. What a pity, so many medicinal pills were taken away, otherwise I might have been able to directly break through to the second layer of the celestial profound technique. And at the second layer, according to the inherited records, I could even fly and soar, like a celestial immortal on earth. Then, finding my father or infiltrating the capital would be much more convenient. Looks like I'll have to visit the storehouses of these dog aristocrats more often in the future, robbing the rich to help the poor. Jiang Chen made up his mind, seeing a clear path for his cultivation. However, after absorbing the alchemy fire, he didn't hurry to get out. After all, killing Li Xian now wouldn't be difficult. The real challenge was rescuing Gu's mother. That was the reason he had confined himself in the cocoon, to infiltrate the enemy's inner circle and find Gu's mother. The next moment, Jiang Chen instantly pushed his golden pupils to the limit, causing the surroundings to instantly become transparent. Fortunately, the Qishuan Mountain Hotel had been completely booked by the young Master Li, so there were no young couples coming to check in. Jiang Chen didn't have to worry about seeing anything indecent, so he began inspecting the rooms one by one, while also observing the situation in the main hall to make sure Gu Qingyao was safe. Luckily, it was still daytime. Li Xian still had to deal with the wedding formalities, leaving Jiang Chen plenty of time. But strangely, Jiang Chen couldn't find any trace of the mother-in-law. Instead, he spotted a room full of young women without any clothes on. Forgive me, I've overused the golden pupils again. Jiang Chen quickly averted his gaze, thinking he had accidentally seen through their clothes due to excessive use of the golden pupils. Then he re-exerted control over the golden pupils and looked again. But this time, Jiang Chen was stunned, because those were still a group of naked women, and each one was young and beautiful, but bore shackles and wounds on their bodies. This bastard, so disgusting, actually practicing a wicked nourishing the yin with the yang technique here. No wonder he has his eyes on Xingya. Jiang Chen immediately felt nauseated, understanding the purpose of these women. They must have been used by that scoundrel Li to practice some evil techniques. This shameless dog, so proper on the surface, but engaged in such despicable acts behind closed doors. Once he found the mother-in-law, he must expose all of this scoundrel's misdeeds. Next, Jiang Chen continued his search, but strangely, he couldn't find any trace of the mother-in-law throughout the entire Qishuan Mountain Hotel. Forget it, let me first rescue those poor women, Jiang Chen decided. The next moment, he lifted the alchemy furnace lid and jumped out from inside. Bang! Seeing this, the attendants were stunned, not expecting the cocoon they had thrown in to suddenly spit out a person. But before they could say anything, Jiang Chen directly struck them unconscious with a palm strike. This alchemy furnace is not bad, it shall be mine as well. Jiang Chen looked at the furnace, a rare treasure, and immediately infused it with spiritual energy, carving his own mark on it. Then he watched as the once massive furnace shrank down to the size of a small bowl, which he placed in his pocket. Next, Jiang Chen headed towards the room where the young women were being detained. Perhaps out of fear of someone attempting to steal from within, there was surprisingly no guard posted outside the room, only a large lock securing the door. Jiang Chen effortlessly broke the lock, and with a creak, pushed open the door. Before Jiang Chen could see anything, a thick, pungent fragrance suddenly assaulted his nose. This scent was quite peculiar, causing one's mind to feel hazy upon smelling it, and the whole body to become flushed with heat. Immediately, Jiang Chen felt a soft body suddenly embrace him from behind, panting in his ear. "No, I'm here to rescue you all." Jiang Chen quickly pushed the soft figure away, trying to explain. But when she turned her head, he saw a face he was all too familiar with, one he could never forget: Li Ilio. "How is it you?" Li Ilio also recognized Jiang Chen, momentarily taken aback. "That's what I want to ask you. You're really shameless. Your husband just died and you're already looking for a new man." Jiang Chen sneered at her. The other women here were likely forced into this, but only this Li Ilio, based on Jiang Chen's understanding of her, was here of her own volition. "Jiang Chen, how can you say that about me? Wah! Do you think I want this? How despicable. It's all your fault." Li Ilio burst into tears. "My fault? How is it my fault?" Jiang Chen sneered, not expecting this shameless woman to even try to turn the tables on him. "If it wasn't for you killing Qin Wendian, the Qin family wouldn't have wanted me to die with them. I had no choice but to offer myself to this distant relative, young Master Li, in order to seek his protection. All right, I was also doing this to rescue you. The Qin family coerced me to find your location, then they planned to kill you. I didn't want to, so they threatened to kill me out of vengeance. I was left with no other choice but to resort to this." Li Ilio put on an act of doing everything for Jiang Chen's sake. "You have this much kindness?" However, Jiang Chen did not believe a single word she said. "That's not true. The Qin family's people are mixed in with the wedding guests. If you end up in a life or death struggle with the Li family's people, they will suddenly emerge to reap the benefits. Alright, this is the personal token of the old man from the Qin family. That old man actually tried to make a move on me, so I used some tricks to knock him out and took his token, escaping from him." Li Ilio took out a token, speaking quite plausibly. However, Jiang Chen was still somewhat doubtful, then asked, "Then how did you find your way here? Do you know what Li Xian is keeping all these women for?" "What else? He's just a lecher. It was me who actively sought out young Master Li. He told me to wait here. I had no choice, now only he can protect me," Li Ilio replied nonchalantly. "Are you truly stupid or just pretending to be? Look at the state these women are in after being tortured, and you still dare to stay here? Aren't you afraid of dying?" Jiang Chen was truly at a loss for words. This was the first time he had seen a sheep willingly throw itself into the tiger's mouth. Perhaps even Li Xian didn't expect such a foolish woman, so he simply threw Li Ilio in here. That's because they resisted, so they got beaten and tied up. But I'm here willingly. Young Master Li shouldn't treat me the same way. "Oh, so you mean your young Master Li has some special fetishes? He likes to torture people? Well, that's normal for these scions of wealthy families, they do love that kind of thing. But now that you're here, it's good. Take me away, Jiang Chen. Let's go somewhere where no one knows us, and start anew. I'm still a virgin, I can give you many, many children," Li Ilio said sincerely to Jiang Chen. "No need, you should just stay here and give birth to young Master Li's children." Jiang Chen flatly rejected her. "Why? You used to love me so much, why are you so heartless to me now?" "That's right. Gu Qingya may be more beautiful, but she's the one young Master Li has his eye on. You can't compete with the power of the four great families. I'm the one most suitable for you," Li Ilio said angrily. A woman's jealousy is truly terrifying. Now she didn't even know if she truly loved Jiang Chen or was just jealous, but she was single-mindedly determined to possess him. However, Jiang Chen had no time to banter with her, quickly stepping forward to unlock the shackles of those poor women, tearing his own clothes to cover their important parts. But when he felt their pulses, he couldn't help but frown. This bastard's practiced some evil cultivation, 7 young women, yet they've all been tortured to the brink of death. Their vital energy, lifespan, and essence blood have all been devoured. Even Jiang Chen could only use medical skills to help them cling to the last thread of life. To restore their vitality would require all kinds of spiritual materials. "Thank you, but you don't need to save us. We're beyond saving now. The only reason we're still alive is because Li Xian hasn't completed the final step. We don't want him to complete it either. If you truly want to help us, please, help us find release." One of the girls, looking barely 18 and quite adorable, opened her eyes weakly to speak to Jiang Chen. She should have been a vibrant college freshman, but now she was living a fate worse than death. "What exactly is that bastard doing? Do you know?" Jiang Chen quickly asked. "I think he's practicing a technique called the gathering technique, which requires virgin blood to cultivate. And every woman he's collected ends up like us." "Oh right, the fragrance here is poisonous. You need to leave quickly," the girl suddenly remembered, urgently warning Jiang Chen. Ha ha, too late to say that now. Jiang Chen, this place has been filled with a disorienting fragrance the whole time. You've been inhaling it for quite a while. Even with your cultivation, you're already starting to feel muddled. Jiang Chen, don't I look beautiful? Gu Qingya coquettishly posed for Jiang Chen. She had been clinging to Jiang Chen this whole time, just to make him inhale more of the fragrance, so that the poison would sink deeper, causing him to lose his reason. As long as Jiang Chen slept with her, she could also learn Li Xian's secret technique. Then she could collect Jiang Chen's entire cultivation for herself. Of course, she wasn't as stupid as she had claimed, willingly giving herself to Li Xian. On the contrary, she had reached an agreement with Li Xian, practicing the evil technique together. She just didn't expect Jiang Chen to suddenly barge in, disrupting her plans. But she had already calculated a backup, intending to use Jiang Chen as her first test subject. Beautiful on the outside, but ugly within, Jiang Chen stated bluntly. How are you unaffected? The drug effect hasn't kicked in yet? Impossible, it's been so long. Li Ilio was stunned, not expecting Jiang Chen's mind to still be so clear, showing no signs of poisoning. This minor poison, you think you can drug me? Dream on. Jiang Chen sneered, then swiftly stepped forward, grabbing Li Ilio's neck. From the moment he entered the room and smelled the strange fragrance, he had already detected that something was amiss with it. But with his peerless medical skills, this minor poison was easily neutralized. He had not exposed it earlier, simply wanting to see what trick Li Ilio was up to. Speak, what's your real purpose? That earlier nonsense, don't try lying to me again, or I'll snap your neck. Jiang Chen threatened coldly. What I said before was true. It's just that alright, I wanted to drug you so I could practice my techniques. Li Ilio, staring into Jiang Chen's gaze that could seemingly pierce one's heart, dared not lie any further, confessing everything. Why did Li Xian trust you so much to even teach you such evil arts? Because I'm actually a distant relative of the Li family, just from a branch line, while they are the main house. But we've always claimed to follow their orders all these years. Plus, I've known Li Xian since we were young, so he trusts me more. Li Ilio answered honestly. Then do you know where Gu's mother is? At the Gu family's. The Gu family? Jiang Chen was taken aback by this. Yes, he said the most dangerous place is the safest. And Gu's mother is cooperating willingly, so there's no need to forcibly abduct her. Just have her cut off all her communication channels and hide somewhere. Hiding at the Gu family's, where you'd least expect to find her. This bastard's quite clever, I'll give him that. Jiang Chen sneered, but at least now he didn't have to worry about Gu's mother, and could focus on dealing with that damned Li Xian. However, Jiang Chen hadn't forgotten about the poor girls, solemnly telling them, don't worry, I have a way to save you all. Whatever Li Xian has done to you, I'll make him pay back tenfold. I'll use his life to redeem your 7 lives. On the other hand, the bride Gu Qingya, dressed in a wedding gown, was being forced to go through all kinds of wedding rituals with Li Xian, even completing the wedding vow. But there was not a trace of the expected happiness of a newlywed bride on her face, as she constantly glanced towards the door, anxiously thinking to herself, what's taking Jiang Chen so long? If he doesn't come back soon, his fiancée will truly become someone else's wife. The bride and groom, please exchange rings. At this moment, the host spoke again, and a bridesmaid presented several dazzling diamond rings. Qingya, once you wear this ring, you'll be completely mine. Li Xian held the ring, filled with a sense of triumph. Li Xian, I've cooperated with you this far, shouldn't you release my mother now? Gu Qingya restrained herself from slapping him, saying this. Not yet, as I said, I'll bring your mother-in-law out after the wedding night is over. Li Xian still maintained the same stance. You bastard. Gu Qingya was so furious she was at a loss, truly wanting to slap the ring off his hand and strike his face hard. But her father had already passed away, and her mother was her only remaining family. She didn't want anything to happen to her mother. At this time, the crowd eagerly awaited the final step, the ring exchange. As soon as it was successful, they immediately started cheering. We want to see the groom kiss the bride. Yes, give her a kiss. Kiss her. Kiss her. And Li Xian wasted no time, stepping forward, wanting to give Gu Qingya a passionate kiss. Gu Qingya hurriedly backed up several steps in fear, but the shameless Li Xian kept following her. The two ended up playing a game of cat and mouse right on the stage, and even the bystanders could see the bride's unwillingness. However, the shameless guests below said, look at this young couple, their love is so good, they're even prepared to give us a full 360-degree kiss. Yes, how enviable. Although they were twisting black into white, the increasingly frustrated Li Xian, who couldn't get a kiss, finally lowered his voice and threatened Gu Qingya, "If you keep dodging, I'll kill your mother right away." "You!" Gu Qingya heard this threat, her whole body trembling with anger, but she dared not resist any further. "Stand still and come kiss me." Seeing this tactic work, Li Xian became even more smug, continuing to order her. Tears welled up in Gu Qingya's eyes, her fists clenched tightly, her hatred for Li Xian reaching its peak. But she had no choice but to obey his orders, getting closer and closer to Li Xian. "Well, as long as I can rescue my mother, then it's fine even if I die afterwards. Jiang Chen, you bastard. If you don't come back soon, just wait for me to become your corpse." Gu Qingya felt utterly wronged, closing her eyes resignedly, leaning in to kiss Li Xian. Li Xian then puckered up his lips smugly, also closing his eyes, eagerly awaiting the taste of Gu Qingya's alluring lips. Slap! However, the next moment, what greeted him was a man's palm in immense force. The power was so great, it spun him around like a top several times, before he finally collapsed to the ground, dizzy and disoriented, feeling a searing, piercing pain on his face, as if half his flesh had been carved away. At the same time, Li Xian also felt something in his mouth. He spat it out with a two. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be several of his own teeth. "He, young Master Li, how did you enjoy that passionate kiss? Need another round?" Jiang Chen, who had suddenly appeared blocking Gu Qingya, sneered. "You bastard, you're still not dead." Li Xian glared at Jiang Chen, utterly disbelieving. What kind of monster was this man? First entangled by Elder Qingfeng, then scorched by the alchemy fire, yet he still managed to return alive. "Thanks to you, not only am I not dead, but my cultivation has also advanced quite a bit." "All right, that alchemy fire and furnace of yours are pretty nice, they're mine now." "Thanks." Jiang Chen casually displayed the alchemy furnace. After that, Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered with Li Xian's furious expression, turning to Gu Qingya with an apologetic look. "I'm sorry, Qingya, I'm late." "What? You've finally come. I thought you'd abandoned me." Seeing Jiang Chen, Gu Qingya could no longer hold back the grievances she had suffered, suddenly stepping forward and openly embracing Jiang Chen in front of everyone, her crystalline tears falling incessantly. This scene immediately stunned the crowd. What's going on here? A love triangle among the aristocratic families? How thrilling! But this guy is done for. Daring to disrupt the wedding of the four great families, he probably doesn't even know how to write the word death. The onlookers watched with eager anticipation, not expecting to witness such a captivating drama. How could that be? "Even if the whole world rejects me, I'll always come to see you." Jiang Chen stroked Gu Qingya's head, inhaling the fragrance of her hair, and smiled. "Gu Qingya, let go of him this instant. Don't you care about your mother's life anymore?" Li Xian gritted his teeth, his expression twisted with fury. "Don't spout nonsense, Qingya, I've investigated this. Your mother is safe and sound at the Gu family, she was never captured by him. From beginning to end, he has been deliberately threatening you. Furthermore, I've also witnessed this young Master Li's shameful deeds." "Not bad, Li Xian, as one of the four great families, so your rise was actually built upon the evil gathering technique? Ha, outwardly so prestigious, but inwardly so disgusting." Jiang Chen sneered. "The gathering technique? What is that?" "I've heard people talk about it before. It seems to be an evil cultivation that absorbs women's essence blood. To succeed in this technique, one needs to consume the essence blood of at least 100 virgins. And the more one practices, the more virgins are required. And these women will ultimately all die. So, it's an abhorrent technique that makes everyone want to kill the practitioner, because the slaughter is just too grave. No way, the four great families are all renowned figures in the righteous path. How could they do such a thing?" The crowd discussed animatedly. This twist was even more interesting than a love triangle. After all, the great families were different from the minor sections. The minor sects could resort to any means, but the great families must have their own bottom lines. They couldn't be shameless, and especially couldn't openly harm society. If this was confirmed, the Li family's connections in the righteous path would be severed by at least half. The remaining would then be attacked by the other three great families, finally collapsing. Therefore, Li Xian suddenly became flustered. He never expected Jiang Chen to expose all his dirty laundry. He furiously roared, "Bullshit! You're spouting nonsense. Where's your evidence? Don't slander the Li family. Li family people, where are you? This man is disrupting my Li family's wedding and slandering us. Kill him." The next moment, the flying dragon guards emerged. And unlike the previous 5 who faced Jiang Chen, this time all of the Li family's flying dragon guards gathered a total of 108. Fully demonstrating the depth of a great family's resources, their imposing momentum was overwhelming. Countless flying dragon guards swooshed out from every corner, their aura utterly oppressive. Instantly forming the formation of the Big Dipper, they completely surrounded Jiang Chen, leaving him no path of retreat. So the Li family is powerful, but I didn't expect them to be this strong. Yes, a whole 108 of them, all martial artists, and there are even Xian Tian experts among them. With how vast their family's resources must be to support this. This young man can be considered the modern-day Liang Shanhua, so passionate in love. But alas, when facing our modern-day Ma Wenkai, the outcome is still the same. That's right, no matter how times change, the poor will always remain poor. They can never defeat the great families. With so many martial artists, just one punch each and they can turn this young man into mincemeat. The onlooking crowd, sensing the surging killing intent around them, couldn't help but gasp in trepidation. Xingya, are you afraid? Jiang Chen could feel the immense pressure from the aura surrounding them. This was undoubtedly the greatest challenge he had faced since inheriting his legacy. The inner strength of those 108 martial artists had fused, forming an invisible wall of energy around them. The oppressive force was so strong that even the spectators had retreated far away, afraid of being caught in the backlash. I'm not afraid. I've already made up my mind. Even if it's death, it's worth it since my mother is already safe, and I have you by my side. Gu Qingya looked at Jiang Chen, a tinge of shyness in her eyes. Although they couldn't share a life together, at least they could share a death. I don't want that. Jiang Chen immediately rejected her. Gu Qingya was dumbfounded, not expecting Jiang Chen to be this kind of person. But the next moment, Jiang Chen grabbed her hand and said, "Because I will get us out of here alive." Suddenly, Jiang Chen raised his hands to cover Gu Qingya's ears. Gu Qingya's ears turned beet red, thinking Jiang Chen was about to kiss her. She bashfully said, "What are you doing?" However, Jiang Chen made no such advances, instead letting out a furious roar towards the crowd, "Get the hell out of my way!" Within his body, the celestial profound technique erupted instantly, hidden within the sound. A powerful shockwave of energy surged forth like a raging tsunami, crashing into the martial artists. With just that one roar, countless of them were sent spitting blood, as if a bloody storm had just swept through. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chen charged out like a fierce wind. When Jiang Chen first charged out, those 108 men were still quite excited, thinking they had finally caught their prey, and promptly attacked, intending to beat Jiang Chen into a bloody pulp. But they soon realized they had thought too highly of themselves. Despite their overwhelming numbers, they couldn't even touch the hem of Jiang Chen's robe. Some even ended up striking their own comrades, nearly disrupting their formation. And they took several hits from Jiang Chen as well. The situation quickly changed from their imagined one-sided crushing, to them fighting against each other, while Jiang Chen fought against them. They could only watch helplessly as Jiang Chen moved with lightning speed, as if entering a realm without any opponents. Although he was barehanded, his hands moved like swords, constantly slashing towards the crowd. No flowery techniques, just relentless left and right chopping motions. These incredibly powerful martial artists were being effortlessly cut down by Jiang Chen, falling one after another. However, what surprised Jiang Chen was that those who fell could quickly get back up, as if unharmed, continuing the battle, countless fists and kicks assaulting him. Even though Jiang Chen's strength was formidable, he knew that while he might not kill them, they should at least be severely injured. But they were emerging unscathed. Jiang Chen struck a few more times, activating his golden eyes to examine them closely, finally understanding the principle. The Big Dipper formation had connected the defenses of these 108 martial artists in a unique way. Whenever he struck one person, the force would be dispersed among the 108 of them, greatly diminishing its power. No wonder they could get back up so quickly after being knocked down by him. For any other person, just this ability alone would be enough to exhaust them to death. Interesting, the Big Dipper formation is indeed more formidable than the 5 elements and Bagua formations I encountered before. Jiang Chen mused. But, if the force can be dispersed, then what about this great fire? Jiang Chen sneered, quickly forming a hand seal. The alchemy fire he had just absorbed suddenly bloomed like a lotus, right where he stood. Burn, damn it! The next moment, the fiery lotus touched the nearest martial artist. That cultivator showed no fear, continuing to try and disperse the fire's power through the formation's might. Soon, the fiery lotus was instantly divided into 108 parts, appearing before each person, becoming infinitesimally small. But just as the crowd thought they could easily extinguish these faint flames, they found that not only did the flames not go out, they were actually growing larger with each breath. Quickly swelling back into lotus shapes, the searing flames rapidly engulfed the bodies of the 108, burning them intensely. Alchemy fire was no ordinary flame, it would not be extinguished just by being dispersed. As long as there was sufficient spiritual energy, it could grow rapidly, inextinguishable. At this moment, the scattered sparks had ignited a raging inferno. Ah! 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 Countless agonized screams immediately rang out, one person after another being burned into human torches, constantly rolling on the ground but unable to extinguish the flames engulfing them. Dissolve the formation. Quickly dissolve the formation. Otherwise, we'll all be burned to death. The leaders of the formation, several Xiantian experts, urgently yelled. If they continued to maintain the formation, it would only become an iron chain trapping them, allowing the fire to spread even further. But if they separated, at least these few Xiantian masters could rely on their cultivation to withstand it. As for the others, at this point, they were surely going to prioritize saving themselves over their brothers. Damn you! Take my palm strike. I'll avenge my brother. The leading Xiantian expert, despite knowing his own shamelessness, was prepared to use this heroic cry to wash away his disgrace, launching a palm strike towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen countered the palm, but just before it connected, the Xiantian suddenly let out a loud scream. Ah! Instantly, he was sent flying out of the hotel, disappearing without a trace. What a joke! With all these people still unable to subdue Jiang Chen, this one alone would be utterly useless. Of course, fleeing was the best choice. Even Jiang Chen was momentarily dumbfounded, not expecting there to be such talented individuals among the flying dragon guards, who immediately fled when the situation turned bad. And he even managed to make it look like Jiang Chen had struck him down. Unsurprisingly, the crowd was enraged at this, unanimously shouting, "Our leader was killed by him! Avenge our leader! Avenge our leader! Avenge our leader!" Immediately, a few Xiantian experts unaffected by the alchemy fire charged at Jiang Chen recklessly, unleashing their ultimate martial arts techniques with full force. Even Jiang Chen had to respond seriously. Just then, from the shadows beneath Jiang Chen's feet, a loud roar suddenly erupted. The Qin family is willing to lend a hand to the Li family. As the voice faded, a figure suddenly emerged from the shadows, stabbing a knife into Jiang Chen's chest. The Qin family, who had been patiently waiting, had finally begun their revenge. At the moment when Jiang Chen was most flustered. "Ha ha, well done, my shadow. Wan Qian. Father has finally avenged you." Hiding in the crowd, Qin Shouyuan, the patriarch of the Qin family, seeing Jiang Chen stabbed, burst into unrestrained laughter. Jiang Chen! On the other side, Gu Qingya also cried out in alarm, her eyes welling up. But the next moment, she broke into a smile, because not only was there no sign of bleeding on Jiang Chen, he had also firmly grasped the neck of the shadow assassin, preventing his escape. So short? Jiang Chen looked at the assassin in front of him, stooping down, only to find the man was barely 1.2 meters tall, completely black in complexion. No wonder he could hide in the shadows. Ugh! The shadow assassin, hearing Jiang Chen's remark, felt deeply humiliated and immediately began cursing. However, before he could utter 2 words, Jiang Chen gave him a heavy slap, knocking him unconscious on the spot. An Eastern man? No wonder. So this is their ninja art? The speed is fast, and the concealment is superb, but there's one problem. The power is too weak, Jiang Chen said indifferently. After that, he pulled out the dagger that had been stuck in his clothes, not even breaking his own skin. This Eastern ninja technique did have its unique aspects. If not for Jiang Chen's golden eyes, he might not have even noticed it. But even without detecting it, Jiang Chen had nothing to fear. After all, no matter how it changed, he could directly confront it with sheer force, absolute strength, overwhelming any fancy techniques. Immediately, Jiang Chen casually crushed the dagger into pieces with his bare hands, as easily as breaking a piece of plastic. The next moment, before the onlookers could even exclaim about Jiang Chen's terrifying physical prowess, he directly flung out the fragments, unleashing his full power. Each shard was infused with spiritual energy, like a barrage of bullets striking the few Xiantian experts. At such close range, the Xiantian masters could not evade in time, and could only try to endure it. In doing so, they realized the vast gap between themselves and Jiang Chen. It was like the difference between a pebble and a mountain, not even in the same league. A single fragment struck them, causing them to vomit blood, their injuries severe. Who else wants to kill me? Come on out now. Jiang Chen sneered, his voice shaking the heavens. Run! The crowd scattered in panic. The remaining flying dragon guards, no matter how loyal they were, now had only one thought: flee as fast as they could. They ran swiftly, ignoring Li Xian's desperate cries behind them. Among them, Qin Shouyuan also tried to sneak away, but was noticed by Jiang Chen, who promptly plucked him out from the crowd. Are you Qin Wenxian's father? Jiang Chen asked, looking at the face that bore a strong resemblance to Qin Wenxian. No, you've got the wrong person. My surname is Wang. I'm just a guest attending the wedding. Qin Shouyuan quickly lied, not daring to admit his identity. Is that so? You were just so excited when you saw me get stabbed, and now you're even denying your own identity? You great families really have no shame, do you? Jiang Chen scoffed. Oomph, why should I hide it? I am indeed Qin Wenxian's father. You lowly insect, how dare you kill my son? I will make you pay with your life. Qin Shouyuan roared, suddenly producing a rusty large iron nail from somewhere. This was the Qin family's secret treasure, the soul-severing nail. It could directly attack the soul, causing light damage to become a fool, and severe damage leading to instant death. He had deliberately played weak earlier, just for this unexpected strike. Jiang Chen saw the nail coming and casually blocked it. But to his surprise, the nail pierced through his palm and entered his body. The next moment, Jiang Chen felt a change in his body. The half-mask of gold that had already fused with him suddenly materialized, blocking the soul-severing nail's attack. However, the collision of the two had left Jiang Chen's soul in pain, causing him to momentarily fall into a daze. Seeing this, Qin Shouyuan mistakenly thought Jiang Chen's soul had been damaged, immediately becoming excited. Young Masterly, this is a good opportunity. Quickly, while he's incapacitated, take his life. Li Xian naturally would not let this chance slip by. He immediately tossed a stone up into the air, shouting, "Look at the lightning." To everyone's surprise, the stone suddenly generated silver lightning, like a swarm of silver snakes dancing across the sky, finally striking towards Jiang Chen. The lightning soon enveloped Jiang Chen, tearing his clothes and even burning his skin black, emitting thick smoke, as if roasting him alive. With the combined efforts of the Li and Qin families, using all their tricks, it seemed they had finally defeated Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen! Seeing this, Gu Qingya was alarmed, wanting to go help Jiang Chen dispel the lightning. Gu Qingya, are you trying to get yourself killed? Don't go there. That's 100,000 volts of electricity. Even an elephant would be instantly roasted into a piglet. If you touch it, you'll be electrocuted to death instantly. And this guy is as good as dead now. Not even a deity could save him. Li Xian quickly grabbed Gu Qingya, stopping her. Li Xian then boasted smugly at Jiang Chen, "Boy, don't think that after learning a few martial arts, you can flaunt your prowess against me. You need to understand that the decades of struggle you poor people go through cannot compare to the efforts of our family over generations. This heaven thunderstone is an extremely rare treasure, capable of summoning the mighty thunder from the heavens. You poor folk could toil your whole lives and never even get to see such a miraculous item. Using it on you today, you can at least die with your eyes open." Just as Li Xian was laughing uncontrollably, unable to close his mouth, a voice suddenly came from the electrocuted Jiang Chen. "Oomph, you call that thunder? You've clearly never seen the real deal. But fine, today you're lucky. Let me open your eyes and show you what true thunder is." Slightly raising his head, Jiang Chen looked up at the beautiful ceiling. To the bewilderment of the crowd, he unleashed all his spiritual energy and softly uttered two words, "Come, thunder." In an instant, the void crackled with electricity. Lightning burst forth, ripping apart the sky in a thunderous roar. Two bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, smashing through the tall villa's roof, disregarding all the lightning rods, piercing the building structure and blasting a huge hole right into the main hall, striking directly at the group. Boom! One bolt hit the Qin family patriarch Qin Shouyuan, instantly reducing him to ashes without a single word uttered. The other struck Li Xian. Li Xian's 7 or 8 protective treasures were instantly shattered, his defensive formations crumbling to dust as the heavenly thunder lashed out. However, this heavily fortified defense finally bought Li Xian some time, allowing him to unleash the sinister in-gathering technique he had cultivated for so long. A dark protective shield appeared before Li Xian, his face contorted with strain, drenched in sweat. But through this evil technique, he managed to withstand the thunderbolt's impact, though he vomited several mouthfuls of blood. Oomph, so it's an evil technique. Let's see how you try to deny it now. Jiang Chen sneered, striding forward to grab Li Xian by the throat. "You can't kill me. If you do, Gu Qingya will die too," Li Xian threatened, his face twisted with veins. "What nonsense are you spouting? You think you still have the ability to sneak attack Qingya?" Jiang Chen scoffed, unintimidated by the threat. However, Li Xian continued, "It's no sneak attack. She's been poisoned. Only I can undo the antidote. Don't think I won't believe you. Xingya, wasn't there a flower that pricked you when you went up the mountain? That flower had no poison. I checked it. Jiang Chen recalled the incident, having discreetly used his golden eyes to examine it, finding no trace of toxins. The flower had no poison, but combined with the ring I had her wear, it becomes one of the deadliest poisons in the world, the passion flower toxin. Li Xian sneered. The next moment, as if to corroborate Li Xian's words, Gu Qingya suddenly went limp, collapsing to the ground. Qingya! Jiang Chen immediately rushed over to catch the falling Gu Qingya. By now, Gu Qingya had completely lost consciousness. No matter how much he called, she would not wake up. Checking her pulse, Jiang Chen could tell her condition was critical. The poison had already spread deeply into her vital organs at an alarming rate. At this pace, she would be dead within minutes. Don't bother, this passion flower toxin has no cure in this world, only my in-gathering technique can save her. So if you want her to live, she has to marry and bed me. Of course, I can promise you I'll only sleep with her once, then I'll return her to you. That way, the enmity between us can be settled. What, are you still clinging to some virgin complex in this day and age? Li Xian said smugly. This was originally his backup plan, to coerce Gu Qingya into willingly sleeping with him. But now, it was perfect for forcing Jiang Chen to submit. As long as he could claim Gu Qingya's 9 jade body, he was confident his cultivation would rise several levels. Then he would definitely be able to defeat Jiang Chen and turn the tables. Get lost. Jiang Chen naturally would not agree to Li Xian's demand. He immediately applied medical techniques, sealing Gu Qingya's acupoints to prevent the poison from spreading further. Next, Jiang Chen tried several methods in an attempt to save Gu Qingya. Despite Li Xian's boasts about this being an unstoppable poison, that was complete nonsense. In Jiang Chen's legacy, there was no poison he couldn't cure. He knew of multiple ways to deal with it. However, when he actually tried to implement them, Jiang Chen realized the problem was much more complex. The passion flower toxin was actually intertwined with Gu Qingya's 9 jade body, even stimulating it to erupt again, and the eruption was incredibly intense, equally deadly. Even worse, every time Jiang Chen managed to suppress the cold poison a bit, the passion flower toxin would trigger it again. In other words, to cure Gu Qingya's poison, he must first completely resolve the issue of her 9 jade body. Otherwise, it would be an endless cycle, and the only way to completely resolve the 9 jade body was to sleep with Gu Qingya. Forget it, Qingya, this isn't me taking advantage of you, I'm doing this to save your life. And it's my first time too, I'm really sacrificing myself for the sake of curing your illness, what a loss. Jiang Chen steeled himself, embracing the idea of losing out, and prepared to leave with Gu Qingya in his arms. Stop, Jiang Chen, can't you understand human language? You're just going to let Qingya die? Li Xian roared from behind. Fool, don't shout, I'll come kill you after I save the person. Jiang Chen coldly replied. Time was of the essence, he had no patience to deal with this trash. But the weed would not still the wind. Jiang Chen wanted to spare Li Xian's miserable life for a few minutes, but the fool only continued to act up, summoning the police who had been lying in wait. The next moment, at Li Xian's order, a group of heavily armed men swooshed in, completely blocking the path. Their numbers far exceeded the previous time Jiang Chen had disrupted the wedding procession. It felt like half the city's police force had arrived, densely packed, as far as the eye could see. Officer, this man forcibly barged into the wedding, injured so many of us, and is now abducting my newlywed wife. Please uphold justice for me, Li Xian immediately said to the tall-faced leader. Outrageous! Reckless villain, put down the hostage and surrender immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless. The tall-faced leader angrily scolded Jiang Chen. As he spoke, the sound of guns being cocked rang out, multiple rifles once again aiming at Jiang Chen. Still the same old tricks, don't you have anything new? Jiang Chen was truly exasperated. What kind of great families were these? Always resorting to the same 3 moves, first try to overpower, then when that fails, start making trouble and call in reinforcements to suppress. The so-called justice was simply another form of darkness, no different at all. Jiang Chen, this is my wedding day, I really didn't want it to become this embarrassing. If you put down Qingya now, I can still spare your life. Pretend none of this ever happened. Otherwise, with all these guns, even if you're an immortal deity, you'll be turned into Swiss cheese. And let me remind you, their equipment has also advanced with the times. They have specialized weapons designed to kill warriors like you. If you resist, they can even bring in their more powerful weapons, ones capable of killing even celestial immortals with a single shot. This is also why cultivators and Taoists alike can only obediently hide in the city, dare not cause any trouble, Li Xian said nonchalantly. Is that so? Then let's try it out. Jiang Chen sneered, utterly unafraid. With his current strength, although he couldn't claim to be invincible, if he truly wanted to leave, there wouldn't be many who could stop him. Just as Jiang Chen was tightly embracing Gu Qingya, preparing to use a secret technique from the Heavenly Mystery Technique, a clear, melodious voice suddenly rang out. Stop! All eyes turned towards the source of the voice, and they were greatly surprised by what they saw. A stunningly beautiful woman had arrived, with long, flowing hair, wearing a red evening gown and black high heels. Her exquisite features seemed almost artificially sculpted, with long eyelashes and sensual lips that radiated an alluring glow, even outshining the beauty of Gu Qingya. While Gu Qingya's charm was that of a pure lotus flower, this woman resembled a captivating red rose, a different style of beauty altogether. The sight of her made all the men in the room involuntarily swallow hard, struggling to resist the urge to just lean in and kiss her luscious, crimson lips. However, as soon as they recognized her identity, their lustful thoughts were immediately quashed. For the newcomer was none other than Zhao Yanran, the undisputed #1 beauty of the Eastern District, known as the Little Sorceress, the sole heiress of the Zhao family, the most powerful of the 4 great clans. Jiang Chen could not help but stare at her intently, his eyes widening. It was not because he was attracted to her, but because he recognized her voice. It was the same as the one that had called him using his father's phone. So it was her all along. Zhao Yanran? What business do you have here? Even the arrogant Li Xian couldn't help but frown slightly, speaking to her politely. This person is under my protection. Zhao Yanran pointed at Jiang Chen. Ha! What relationship do you have with him? Li Xian was taken aback, not expecting her to intervene so decisively. That's none of your concern. When the Zhao family acts, do I need to explain myself to you? Zhao Yanran said coldly. Miss Zhao, I can usually defer to you on other matters, but today this man has caused a ruckus at my wedding, and even taken away my bride, bringing great disgrace to the Li family. I beg you, considering the decades-long friendship between our 2 families, please do me this favor. Li Xian pleaded, both angry and helpless. Humph, you cultivator of evil techniques, you think you deserve any favors? Keep running your mouth, and I'll have the Zhao family expel the Li family from the 4 great clans. Zhao Yanran showed no intention of granting Li Xian any face. You? Li Xian's face twisted with rage, but he didn't dare make even a single sound. The gap between a 1st-rank and 4th-rank family was indeed immense. Immediately, Zhao Yanran shouted at the heavily armed police officers, "Make way!" Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All the officers quickly stepped aside. Jiang Chen then swiftly made his way through the crowd, hurrying to a room to help Gu Qingya with the antidote. But just as Jiang Chen was about to undress Gu Qingya, Zhao Yanran barged in, seeing through his intentions. She grabbed Jiang Chen's hand, stopping him. You can't sleep with her. I'm doing this to cure her, not to take advantage. Please understand, Jiang Chen hurriedly explained. That's still not allowed. Look at this carefully. This is the marriage contract your father and I signed. I am your wife, and I won't allow you to touch any other woman. Zhao Yanran pulled out a marriage contract and thrust it into Jiang Chen's hands, speaking with absolute certainty. Ha! Another marriage contract? What's my father up to? How many brides has he arranged for me? Jiang Chen was completely stunned seeing the contract. He instinctively thought it must be fake. How could there be another one when he had already agreed to marry Gu Qingya? But after carefully examining it, he found it was indeed written in his father's hand, with the same format as the previous one for Gu Qingya. This left him feeling utterly bewildered. Did his father really fear he wouldn't be able to find a wife, that he had to arrange so many fiancées for him? As far as I know, it's about 9 of them, but that doesn't mean you can have 9 wives. We won't agree to that. You can only choose one from among them, Zhao Yanran said coldly. So you cannot rashly sleep with her. That would be unbecoming of a man, and an insult to us, she continued. Zhao Yanran had no desire for a man who had been touched by other women. But I need to save her. She has the 9 jade body constitution, and the toxins are erupting together with her 9 cold energy. I have to resolve her 9 jade body first, and the only way to do that is through the balancing of yin and yang, Jiang Chen explained. Who says you have to sleep with her to resolve the 9 jade body? You pervert, you're just blinded by lust. Zhao Yanran retorted angrily. Look at my constitution, a primal yang body. This is usually only seen in men. If it appears in a woman, it's a reversal of yin and yang, going against the natural order. It's even more fragile than the 9 jade body, facing a tribulation every year. However, your constitution is actually the perfect match for Guqingya's. You can directly balance the yin and yang between you. Although it won't cure it permanently, it can still provide significant relief. And with your primal yang body forcefully suppressing it, the 9-yin cold poison won't dare run amok, allowing me to focus on resolving the passion flower toxin. Exactly. So stop thinking about your perverted treatment methods. Men, you're all just no good. Zhao Yanran rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen. Although she had agreed to marry him in accordance with the marriage contract, she had no real affection for him. Alright, excuse me then. Jiang Chen hurriedly used both hands, grabbing Guqingya's and Zhao Yanran's, using himself as a medium to facilitate the balancing of their yin and yang. Both hands are so soft. This is the joy of having two beauties. A stray thought suddenly popped into his mind, but he quickly shook it off, refusing to entertain such lustful notions. Soon, a profound sense of extreme yang and extreme yin began to converge within Jiang Chen. It was fortunate that Jiang Chen's cultivation was so profound and his techniques so extraordinary, or else being caught in this yin-yang convergence would have easily overwhelmed and killed him. Instead, it allowed Jiang Chen's cultivation to advance further. However, as he reached higher levels, he would need even more spiritual energy, and was still unable to break through to the first level of the Great Perfection realm. Gradually, Guqingya's cold poison dissipated, and Jiang Chen immediately focused on treating her, successfully resolving the passion flower toxin as well. The deadly poison that Li Xian had boasted about was once again rendered ineffective. After completing all this, Jiang Chen was drenched in sweat. Before Guqingya woke up, he couldn't help but ask Zhao Yanran, "Forgive me for asking, Miss Xiao, but how have you been surviving with your constitution? I mean, do you have any renowned medical experts around you who can help resolve your constitution?" "I've relied on medication, cryogenic chambers, cultivation, and fighting to get by," Zhao Yanran explained. "I don't know if it's because of my constitution, but I have a particularly fiery temper, especially when it comes to men. And since I'm quite beautiful, there's always a swarm of men circling me like flies. At first I would try to politely dissuade them, but when I'd had enough, I just start beating them up directly. Half the young masters of the great families in the Eastern District have been on the receiving end of my fists. Each time I fight, I feel like I can vent a lot of my young energy, and it's quite cathartic. That's why they've given me the nickname Little Sorceress. Everyone's too afraid to even say my name out loud. But the most important thing is your father's help. If not for him, I probably would have died right after being born, unable to survive till now," Zhao Yanran continued. "Where is my father now?" Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask. "I don't know. I've actually only met him once, right after I was born. He saved me and made this marriage contract with my father. Then 5 years ago, he suddenly sent me a package. It had a letter, a cell phone, and some medications to help me cope with my constitution. In the letter, he told me to secretly keep an eye on you, but not to come take care of you. I was only to lend you a hand when you had grown strong enough to face our 4 great clans. No wonder you only contacted me that day." Jiang Chen nodded, finally understanding. "But I'm not done. Your father has promised that when you're strong enough, you will help me complete a certain task. And as a reward, I will fulfill the marriage contract. Honestly, I've been keeping an eye on you these past few years. I never expected your father, a man of such remarkable abilities, to have such a useless son like you, who couldn't even dare stand up to that Li Dayang. I thought I could live my whole life without getting married, and I was quite happy about that. But I never imagined you would rise up so rapidly in the past few months. Even I've never seen such a prodigy." Zhao Yanran admitted, having gained some admiration for Jiang Chen. "What task do you want me to help you with?" Jiang Chen asked. "Kill my father, and let me become the Zhao family's matriarch. I want to be the uncrowned queen of the Eastern District." Zhao Yanran replied calmly, each word sending shockwaves. "Ha? Kill your own father?" Jiang Chen was stunned. This was the first time he had heard such a twisted request. This little sorceress really lived up to her demonic reputation. "That's right. Why? You think this reversal of yin and yang, this primal yang body of mine just happened by chance? It's all thanks to that father of mine," Zhao Yanran said bitterly. He wanted to use the life force of his own child, combining it with some secret techniques, to refine me into a human pill elixir. That's how I ended up with this extreme yang constitution in a woman's body. The only reason I survived is that I was fortunate enough to encounter your father. At first, I thought my father had a change of heart after seeing me born, and that's why he didn't try to kill me. Instead, he even doted on me unusually. But recently, I discovered that's not the case at all. He actually wants me to get pregnant with his child, so he can continue his plan to refine an elixir of pure yang. Damn, your family is really messed up. All calculation, no familial love at all. pretending to be high society on the surface, but underneath you're the lowest of the low. Jiang Chen couldn't help but comment. But then he thought about his own situation, about how he had been schemed against by his own second cousin. So Jiang Chen nodded and said, "All right, I'll help you. Did my father's letter say anything else?" "Yes. In the end, your father said you don't need to try and find him. He's doing something incredibly important, and if he succeeds, he'll return to see you. If he fails, you'll learn of his whereabouts when your cultivation is strong enough." Saying that is the same as saying nothing. "Oh right, you mentioned I have 9 marriage contracts? Where are the remaining 7? Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask. If Zhao Yanran had received a letter from his father, perhaps the other women might have something similar, which could potentially lead him to his father's current location. I don't know, but they're no longer in the Eastern District. Possibly in the provincial capital, or the imperial capital, or somewhere else, Zhao Yanran replied. Ahem. Just as Jiang Chen was about to inquire further about the Zhao family's situation, the reclining Gu Qingya coughed a few times and finally regained consciousness. "Qingya, how are you feeling now? Does anything still feel unwell?" Jiang Chen immediately asked. "You are." However, Gu Qingya looked at Jiang Chen with a confused expression, as if she didn't recognize him at all. "Ha, I'm Jiang Chen, don't you recognize me?" Jiang Chen was taken aback. "No, I don't. Where is this? I want to go home," Gu Qingya said warily, quickly getting off the bed and preparing to leave. Just as Jiang Chen was about to stop her, Zhao Yanran stepped in first. "She's had a tiring day, she should go back and rest. Don't worry, I'll arrange for someone to safely escort her home. You don't need to bother." "Do you know the reason?" Jiang Chen stared intently at Zhao Yanran, questioning her. "I do understand a bit. In addition to being deadly, the passion flower toxin also has a side effect. But it's so minor that it's often not even mentioned in medical books, so it's understandable that you didn't know," Zhao Yanran replied calmly. "The side effect is that the victim will fall in love with the first man they become intimate with. But if no one approaches them, it will make the victim forget the person they previously loved. You're lucky that Gu Qingya ended up falling for you, but because of that, she's now forgotten about you. So you did this intentionally? That's why you stopped me from touching her, wanting her to forget me?" Jiang Chen sneered. "Exactly. Since we both have marriage contracts with her, I have to compete fairly, right? If she met you so much earlier, and you chose her over me, wouldn't that be embarrassing for me? After all, I'm the #1 beauty of the Eastern District." Zhao Yanran tossed her hair, fully displaying her feminine charm. "What exactly do you see in me that you're putting in so much effort?" Jiang Chen was truly at a loss. What was wrong with these beauties nowadays? They were all so enthusiastic and proactive. It was truly vexing for him. "Honestly, I don't see anything special in you, but I have no choice, since we have this marriage contract, and I always keep my word," Zhao Yanran admitted frankly. "It's useless. Even if you make Gu Qingya forget me, I'll make her fall in love with me again. You don't need to bother following through on that marriage contract," Jiang Chen sighed. Although Zhao Yanran was indeed an absolute beauty, he still preferred Gu Qingya. "Humph, this young lady is willing. Who are you to tell me what to do?" Zhao Yanran snorted. "Let's go." "Go where?" "On a date. To cultivate some feelings, of course. Do the same things with me as you normally do with Gu Qingya: eating, shopping, watching movies, that sort of thing," Zhao Yanran said. "But don't you dare try anything physical with me. Give me some time to get used to this first. If you can let me get comfortable, maybe I'll even let you kiss me without punching you," she added. "Sorry, I don't have time for that. I have a promise I need to keep," Jiang Chen firmly refused. "What promise?" "To kill Li Xian," Jiang Chen said with murderous intent. There were still 7 young women waiting for him to save them. "I don't think you need to make so many enemies. With me here, Li Xian won't dare cause you and Gu Qingya any trouble. The Li family is one of the 4 great clans, their influence is immense. If you back off now, I can still protect you, but if you kill Li Xian, it'll be an irreconcilable conflict. Even though the Li family patriarch is no longer involved, his influence still remains. If he acts, things will become incredibly messy. You high and mighty people are just too obsessed with calculating gains and losses, forgetting about right and wrong, even basic morality. I really dislike that. I hope you can change a bit. Even if I can't possibly like you, I don't want you to become the kind of person I despise," Jiang Chen said coldly. He then left the stunned beauty Zhao Yanran behind, and resolutely headed back to the wedding venue alone. At the wedding venue, with the bride having been abducted, the entire event had become a laughingstock. The place was thoroughly trashed, and all the guests had already left, busily spreading mockery about this so-called great family. The groom, Li Xian, was now furiously storming to the room where he had hidden the women, intent on venting all his anger on these defenseless women. and to use their lives to soothe the wounds to his pride. Bang! When the door opened, the 7 pitiful women had still held a glimmer of hope. They had hoped it was Jiang Chen coming to save them, but when they saw it was Li Xian, their faces returned to that numb, resigned expression. They didn't even bother resisting, allowing Li Xian to whip them mercilessly while hurling insults. "You shameless wenches! I graciously spared your lives, and you dare collude with an outsider to slander me. The nerve! You all deserve to die. Die! Just kill us already, we can't stand this life anymore." Finally, one of the young women cried out, "Having endured too much, want to die? Ha ha, it's not that easy. I'll completely drain you of your vital essence, turning you into waste for my elixir." Li Xian sneered. As he began undressing, a mocking chuckle and a taunt suddenly rang out. "Pfft, that little thing? Don't embarrass yourself by putting that out." Li Xian quickly spun around, only to see the despicable Jiang Chen standing there behind him again. "Jiang Chen? What are you doing back here? Where's Gu Qingya? Haven't you caused enough trouble? Don't think just because you have Zhao Yanran protecting you, you can act however you please. A cornered rabbit will bite, you know." Li Xian raged upon seeing Jiang Chen again. He still hadn't settled the score with him, and now the audacity to return. "Ha, go ahead and try to bite. Let's see whose biting is faster, or whose killing is quicker." Jiang Chen sneered, then immediately surged forward, viciously clamping his hands around Li Xian's neck. And this time, Jiang Chen was pulling out all the stops. The immense force quickly turned Li Xian's face purple and red, as he felt the suffocating sensation of oxygen deprivation. Fortunately, Li Xian still had some cultivation, quickly activating his evil techniques to catch his breath, while desperately pleading for mercy. "Fuck, Jiang Chen, don't be rash. Didn't we already settle our grudge? I won't fight you for Gu Qingya anymore. I was wrong before. Can I just apologize? Just let me go. I have money, lots and lots of money. Just spare me and it's all yours. And the women, if you want them, you can have them too. The Li family will be your greatest ally from now on." However, no matter how grandiose his promises, Jiang Chen remained unmoved, only tightening his grip further, causing Li Xian excruciating pain. It was only when faced with the brink of death that these lofty figures finally understood they were just as mortal as the common folk, with no shred of nobility. All their wealth, power and status would vanish the moment they died. "Bastard! If you dare kill me, the Li family will make sure you're buried with me." Seeing his pleas failing, Li Xian resorted to threats, even attempting a sneak attack. But his evil techniques were no match for Jiang Chen, who held him completely immobilized. "It's the Li family that will be buried, along with you, for all the crimes you've committed." Jiang Chen sneered, unleashing his full spiritual power. With a sickening crack, he ruthlessly snapped Li Xian's neck. A reigning young master, the elite of the great clans. Finally, he was dead. "Sorry to have kept you waiting." Jiang Chen then looked at the 7 women with a deeply apologetic expression. "Wah?" Having long suppressed their grief, the women finally broke down in tears upon seeing Li Xian's demise. After so long, they had resigned themselves to a humiliating death, but now they finally saw a glimmer of hope. Whether heaven was just or not, they didn't know, but they had witnessed a heroic knight who fearlessly defied power to help the weak. What a blessing this was! Meanwhile, at the Li family ancestral mansion, the Li family patriarch had retreated into seclusion in the ancestral hall after announcing his retirement, immersed in cultivation, possibly to atone for his past misdeeds, or secretly practicing some evil techniques. He had not shown his face for a long time, but just now, one of the plaques at the very bottom suddenly cracked and collapsed. This immediately caused the Li patriarch, who had been sitting with eyes closed in meditation, to open them in shock and fury, because this meant that the name on that plaque, his own son, Li Xian, had died. Who killed my son? Bastard, you'll pay with your life." However, he knew the one capable of killing his son must be no ordinary person. He himself would be no match. So instead of rashly taking action, he started kowtowing repeatedly before the ancestral tablets, desperately calling out, "My unfilial descendant has met with calamity. Please, venerable ancestors, come to my aid. Please, venerable ancestors, come to my aid. Please, venerable ancestors, come to my aid." Thump, thump, thump. Until his forehead was bloody and swollen, all the plaques in front of him suddenly fell, revealing a hidden wall and a special secret passage. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, while Li Xian's body was still warm, quickly used a secret technique to extract all the essence blood that Li Xian had absorbed from the young women, refining it into medicinal pills for them to consume. Although it could not fully restore their original health, at least it would allow them to live until around 40 years old. Soon, the complexions of each of the 7 women had visibly improved, and their spirits had also also recovered somewhat. They unanimously knelt before Jiang Chen, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, benefactor. We had resigned ourselves to our fate, bitter at the injustice of our lives. But your appearance has made us believe that there are still good people in this world. Your kindness to us is as vast as the heavens. We wish we could offer ourselves to you, but we know our withered selves are unworthy of you. However, our families are still well off. If you ever need any help in the future, we will do our utmost. Yes, I'm from the provincial capital. My name is Yu. Benefactor, when you go there, please look me up. I'm from the north. I'm from the south." These 7 young women were actually not local, but hailed from all corners of the land, some even from other provinces. And they were not poor either, their families were quite well off. But they had been deceived by Li Xian under the pretense of romance and marriage, only to be imprisoned here, stripped of all their belongings, turned into caged birds to fuel his evil cultivation. These days, the ones who deceive are not necessarily the poor, but the rich, who can be even more despicable, not even leaving a single bone unturned. "Alright, I'll be sure to visit when I have the chance. Here, I'll write you a prescription. Follow it carefully when you return home. You should be able to recover gradually," Jiang Chen said, relieved to hear they weren't planning to offer themselves to him. After all, he still had a hard enough time dealing with his 2 fiancées, he couldn't possibly handle 7 more. With Li Xian dead, the Li family will surely investigate. "You all should head home quickly. I'll arrange for an escort to take you," Jiang Chen told them. But before they could respond, a familiar voice spoke up from behind. "Let me handle the escort. Sending each of you individually would take forever." "And who might you be?" The 7 women looked at the gorgeous Zhao Yanran, her snow-white long legs and perfect face making them feel utterly inferior in comparison. "I'm his wife. You can call me sister-in-law," Zhao Yanran said bluntly. "Sister-in-law, it's an honor. Only someone like you is worthy of our benefactor," the women exclaimed sincerely. "Alright, then you take care of the escort. Make sure you get them home safely," Jiang Chen agreed. "Don't worry, when the Zhao family sends people, no one in the eastern district dares stop them," Zhao Yanran said, immediately making the arrangements. With a single phone call, 7 teams of people arrived to take the women away. "I thought you didn't want to get involved in these tiresome and thankless tasks. Why did you come back?" Jiang Chen asked curiously. "You're right, I didn't want to get involved. But as the saying goes, the husband leads, the wife follows. I thought I should accommodate you sometimes, so you'd come to like me. And more importantly, you were right about something," Zhao Yanran replied. "There are already too many people in this world obsessed with calculating gains and losses, without regard for right and wrong. There was a time when I hated that. But now, I've slowly become that way myself. Your reminder made me realize I shouldn't have let hatred blind me. I should change as well, especially since these 7 women seem as pitiful as I once was. I don't want you to see me as a cold-hearted, wicked woman," she said, her usually cold features softening slightly. Hearing this, Jiang Chen felt a bit embarrassed. "My words earlier may have been a bit harsh. You're actually a good person, don't take it to heart. Come on, let's go on a date. You've helped me a lot today. Another time. Right now, I need to go clean up after you. Although it was you who killed Li Xian, I can at least buy us some more time by delaying the Li family's investigation. Remember to dispose of Li Xian's body properly." "I'm leaving now," Zhao Yanran said, not even sparing Jiang Chen a glance as she departed. This woman was truly inscrutable. Her words spoke of wanting to marry Jiang Chen, but her actions proved her true intention was the opposite. Outwardly beautiful and enchanting, yet fierce and aloof, truly a little sorceress. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen turned his attention to the body of Li Xian, searching him thoroughly. This kid was really rich, he had so many medicinal pills on him. It's a good thing I decisively killed him, otherwise even if I left him with a breath of life, these pills could have saved him. But now, they're all mine. Just what I need to break through to the first stage of grand perfection in the celestial mysterious technique," Jiang Chen exclaimed, extracting a large haul of pills and treasures from Li Xian's person. After properly disposing of Li Xian's body, Jiang Chen found a secluded spot and quickly consumed all the medicinal pills he had obtained. He then began to intensely cultivate the celestial mysterious technique, finally breaking through to the next level. He was now even closer to reaching the exalted realm that could be considered a divine immortal on the mortal plane. With his cultivation session complete, Jiang Chen did not forget about Gu Qingya. He immediately pulled out his phone and called her. "Qingya, are you safe? Who are you? I don't know you. Please stop bothering my life. Gu Qingya snapped, hanging up the phone in irritation. She felt as if she had just woken from a long dream, where there was a man who had made her heart stir, but she couldn't remember his face at all. She was certain, however, that it definitely wasn't this annoying Jiang Chen. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable detestation towards him. Hello? Qingya, let me explain. Jiang Chen tried to continue the conversation, but only heard the busy tone. He tried calling again, but received the impersonal automated response. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is currently in use. This meant Gu Qingya had blocked his number. Damn it, what the hell is this? My wife just slipped through my fingers. All because of that bastard Li Xian and Zhao Yanran. Jiang Chen complained angrily. Gu Qingya, do you know how desirable I am out here? If you keep being so cold to me, I might just run off with another woman. Just then, his phone started ringing again. Jiang Chen thought it might be Gu Qingya having a change of heart, and eagerly answered, Qingya, I knew you wouldn't forget about me. Ah, is this Mr. Jian? This is the nurse who took care of you at the hospital before. Do you remember me? A woman's voice came through the line. Oh, right, I remember you. What's up? Jiang Chen recalled the nurse he had accidentally exposed his power to while she was treating him. I'm in a bit of trouble here. Could you come rescue me? The nurse asked urgently. Send me the location. I'll be right there. Jiang Chen immediately agreed. Earlier, when he had assessed her fortune, he had sensed she might encounter some danger. Seems that premonition was now coming true, and Jiang Chen still held a certain fondness for this young woman, so he was willing to lend her a hand. After finishing the phone call, the young nurse Zhao Mengmeng reluctantly returned to the VIP room. With the promise made by Jiang Chen, facing a group of greasy and pot-bellied older men, she finally gathered the courage to carefully say to her direct superior, Manager Chiu, I really drank too much, it's getting late, I should go home now. Little Zhao, these bosses are all well-known entrepreneurs in Jiangdong, and they are old acquaintances of our hospital director. Now is an important time for your formal employment. If they speak up for you, your formal employment will be a done deal. You may even get a promotion to be a head nurse or something. Why do you need to go home so early when you're still young and don't have a partner? Manager Chiu naturally did not want to let Zhao Mengmeng leave, and immediately tempted her. I have a partner now. He's waiting for me. Zhao Mengmeng thought of Jiang Chen and was ready to use him as a shield. Then you should stay even more. Young people shouldn't always think about romance. Work should be the priority. Little Zhao, I value you highly. That's why I brought you here. You must cherish this opportunity. Come, let's have a toast together. Manager Chiu lecherously looked at Zhao Mengmeng's graceful figure. Manager Chiu, never mind. I'll drink by myself. Zhao Mengmeng was frightened and quickly picked up the glass and drained it. She did not want to have an intimate toast with this over 50-year-old manager. Haha, okay. Young people have good alcohol tolerance. Come, have another drink. Manager Chiu immediately filled Zhao Mengmeng's glass again. No more. I really can't drink anymore. I feel so dizzy. Zhao Mengmeng really felt she couldn't hold on anymore. Little Zhao, if you don't show us some face and don't even understand basic etiquette, I'm afraid your formal employment will be difficult. There are so many nursing students wanting to get in our hospital, the largest one in Jiangdong. If you don't want to get in, leave early and don't block the way. Seeing the temptation didn't work, Manager Chiu suddenly turned to threatening. Zhao Mengmeng was forced with no other choice, and finally picked up the glass and drained it again. That's more like it. Little Zhao, it's so hot with the air conditioning. Why are you still wearing so much? Come, take your clothes off, this way the alcohol will evaporate faster. Seeing Zhao Mengmeng's compliance, Manager Chiu immediately escalated his actions, and the so-called bosses also had greedy expressions on their faces, quickly rushing forward to pin down Zhao Mengmeng's hands and feet, preventing her from resisting. No! Zhao Mengmeng refused repeatedly, but she felt her whole body was weak, her head was aching terribly, and she had no strength at all to resist these 5 men. In the end, she could only helplessly watch as these lecherous scoundrels stripped off her coat, and were even going to take off her innermost clothing. Zhao Mengmeng was furious, crying uncontrollably, and even prepared to bite her tongue to commit suicide and spray blood on these wicked bastards. Fortunately, just at that moment, a somewhat familiar voice came, making her instantly abandon her suicidal thoughts. If you love stripping women's clothes so much, why don't you go home and strip your old ladies instead? Get lost. Who's this smelly waiter? Don't butt in. Manager Chiu turned around and saw Jiang Chen, an ordinary-looking man, and thought he was a hotel waiter, so he disdainfully said, What if I insist on butting in? Jiang Chen said indifferently, A lowly waiter dares to interfere with us? Do you know who we are? Each of us can buy this hotel. Crushing you like a piece of trash is as simple as crushing an ant. One of the bosses scoffed. Is that so? Then try it. Jiang Chen sneered, then picked up a bottle from the table and smashed it on each of their heads. Bang, bang, bang. The 5 bigwigs, each with a head explosion. Jiang Chen's speed was so fast that these drunken fools didn't even have time to react. By the time they reacted, fresh blood was flowing down, mixed with the alcohol, accompanied by the icy and painful sensation. Ah, ah, ah. These lecherous scoundrels immediately burst into high-pitched screams, singing much more focused than in those gentlemen's clubs. And Jiang Chen quickly snatched the little nurse back from them, used his spiritual energy to acupuncture her acupoints, helping her regain consciousness, and asked concernedly, "Are you all right?" I'm fine, thank you. I didn't expect you to really come." Zhao Mengmeng looked at Jiang Chen with both surprise and joy. She had truly only made the call with a try-it-out mentality. After all, they only had a brief encounter. It was hard to believe that the other party would come to the rescue regardless. But the reality was just like this. He really came, like a divine being descending from the heavens. But, shouldn't we run now? These people seem pretty formidable. If we don't run, we may not be able to get away. Zhao Mengmeng was still very sensible, and quickly reminded him, "It's fine, they love to drink, right? I'll now let them drink more comfortably. They'll be thanking me instead of trying to fight back." Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Bastard, you're dead. Where are the bodyguards? My bodyguards, come in quickly." The leading Mediterranean boss was so angry that his teeth were itching, and he quickly wanted to call in people to beat Jiang Chen severely. "Don't shout, you're talking about those guards standing at the door, right? I knocked them all down, so no matter how much you shout, no one can come in." "Impossible. My bodyguards are all graduates of legitimate martial arts schools. You're a skinny monkey. How dare you say you can beat my bodyguards? What a joke." The Mediterranean boss still refused to believe it. Bang! Ah! Jiang Chen didn't bother to explain, just picked up another bottle of red wine and smashed it hard on his head again. "Believe it now? If you still don't, you can have another bottle." Lawless, little Zhao. Who is this man? Is he a lunatic? Doesn't he know this is illegal? He'll go to jail. Manager Chiu was also in pain, but still maintained his tyrannical manner, questioning repeatedly. He's my boyfriend. Zhao Mengmeng lied. "Make him get out of here right now. Otherwise you pack up and get out of the hospital, and you'll never be able to work as a nurse again. We'll inform all the hospitals in Jiangdong. They won't hire you." Manager Chiu threatened viciously. "That's right. We have connections in the hospitals all over this province. If you don't obey, we'll collectively blacklist you." The other bosses also threatened. "What do you think?" Jiang Chen asked Zhao Mengmeng curiously, not knowing what the little nurse was thinking. If she was really scared and chose to compromise, Jiang Chen would still choose to save her, but he wouldn't have any further dealings with her afterwards. Fortunately, the little nurse's response did not disappoint Jiang Chen. "I don't care. I'd rather be a server carrying trays than keep you bunch of rotten hooligans in Fat Pig's company," Zhao Mengmeng said angrily. After that, she still felt unsatisfied, and mimicking Jiang Chen, picked up a bottle and smashed it hard on Manager Chiu's head. Bang! Extremely loud. "Zhao Mengmeng, you're done for. How dare you?" "Ah!" Manager Chiu screamed in pain. "Well done." Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but cheer on the little girl. Then he was too lazy to deal with these fat and ugly trash anymore, and gave each of them a slap, knocking them completely unconscious. Wah wah wah! However, as soon as the two walked out of the room, the little nurse couldn't help but burst into tears. Jiang Chen thought she was still scared of what had just happened, so he comforted her quickly. "It's okay, nothing happened, right? Don't be sad. It's not that. Wah wah wah, I'm going to miss the hospital. I studied for 4 years in university, and then interned at the hospital for a year. I really love this job. Why can these bastards easily destroy all my efforts? I'm so unwilling," Zhao Mengmeng said miserably. "Ha, I thought you didn't care at all. You silly girl, this can be easily solved. Tell me, does your hospital have any patients with very high positions and difficult conditions?" Jiang Chen smiled. "Of course we do. We are the largest hospital in Jiangdong. Many officials and nobles come to our hospital for treatment. But if you're talking about the highest ranking patient with the most difficult condition, it should be him. The retired provincial leader, Mr. Wu. He used to dominate the entire province. His status is the highest." "A retired provincial leader? That's quite promising. But someone with his status should be at a provincial or even better hospital. Why is he at a hospital in Jiangdong?" Jiang Chen asked, puzzled. Because he has a fatal disease, he's already been to the best hospitals, but there's still no solution. So in the end he chose to return to his roots in Jiangdong. Zhao Mengmeng explained. What disease? How come so many great hospitals couldn't treat it? Jiang Chen couldn't help but be curious. Rabies, and he's already past the incubation period. This is a 100% fatal disease. Once the symptoms appear, he can only live for 10 days at most. No matter how much money is spent, or what methods are used, he will ultimately die from respiratory muscle paralysis and medullary paralysis. Before the virus, everyone is equal. No matter how noble the identity, it won't show any mercy. Didn't he get the vaccine? No, the old man is quite frugal, and he was bitten by his own dog, just a skin break, so he didn't take it seriously. Unexpectedly, it suddenly broke out a few months later. They've tried every method, but to no avail. Alright, then we'll go treat him. Once he's cured, not only will you get your formal employment as a nurse, I'll even make that manager Cho kowtow to you. Jiang Chen said casually. Are you joking? I just told you, this is a fatal disease. Although rabies may sound not that difficult, and is quite common, but in reality, it is one of the most intractable and incurable diseases in the world. I know your medical skills are strong, the prescription you gave me before worked very well, but can we find something with at least a chance of being cured, rather than this already doomed terminal illness? Zhao Mengmeng hurriedly persuaded. Do I look like I'm joking? Don't worry, I really have a way. Jiang Chen answered seriously. This is not just to help the little girl get her formal employment, but also an important purpose of Jiang Chen's trip. He originally intended to have her introduce some powerful figures for him to treat. After all, Jiang Chen has decided to fight against his father, the patriarch of the #1 family in Jiangdong, and mere physical strength is not enough. He still needs to sort out some connections in the right circles. Although Li Xian is not a good person, the saying is true, in this mortal world, if the right-hand connections are not handled well, it will definitely be a big trouble. And this Mr. Wu, although retired, don't underestimate these retired bigwigs. In fact, they have a large number of protégés and subordinates. A single word from them, from top to bottom, everyone has to obey. In this little Jiangdong, it is sufficient. Also, there is no disease that definitely has a death sentence in this world. As long as you're alive, there is hope. Even if one foot has already stepped into hell, the king of hell has to give me some face and let the person go. Jiang Chen said with utmost seriousness. Alright, I'll take you there. But Mr. Wu's ward is guarded very strictly. If we just barge in to see him, we may not be able to get in. Zhao Mengmeng, seeing Jiang Chen's serious expression, believed him to some extent and responded. With you here, what's there to be afraid of? You don't need to say we're here to treat him, just say it's a routine nurse's checkup. Give me a nurse's uniform, and let me be a male nurse. Okay, let's hurry. Otherwise, if Manager Cho reports back to the hospital, I'll definitely be fired already. By the way, how did you manage to predict that I would be in danger earlier? Because you have a rare peach blossom face, which often attracts rotten peach blossoms. The only way to resolve this is to find your destined partner and get married quickly. Jiang Chen explained in detail. Although this little nurse didn't have any special physique, her pure appearance and the body parts that should be there were indeed easy to attract the attention of old men. However, Jiang Chen suddenly realized that his own rotten peach blossoms were probably no less than hers. Damn it! He himself looks so ordinary, he just can't understand it. Then, can I choose you? Zhao Mengmeng blushed as she asked. In her whole life, this was the first time she had encountered a man who would rush to save her without hesitation after a phone call, and he was even willing to challenge one of the most difficult diseases in the world for her sake. This really moved the young lady greatly, making her heart bloom. After saying that, she suddenly found the courage to step forward and kiss Jiang Chen on the lips. I'm no longer pure, I've lost my first kiss. Gu Qingya has never even kissed me. Jiang Chen was stunned, his mind instantly flashed with this thought, without even having the chance to taste Zhao Mengmeng's lips. He even wanted to hit Zhao Mengmeng, to avenge the loss of his first kiss. However, seeing Zhao Mengmeng's shy and adorable appearance, and thinking about how he had seen her there before, in the end, he still couldn't bring himself to do it. Forget it, let's consider it as paying a debt. This is the only time, don't do it again next time. Jiang Chen said helplessly. Next time it'll be your turn to take the initiative. The little nurse blushed, shyly responding in a low voice. She had obviously misunderstood Jiang Chen's meaning, thinking that Jiang Chen was saying he would be her boyfriend to pay off the debt. Soon, the two arrived at the top floor of the first hospital of Jiangdong, the most luxurious ward for the leaders. A row of uniformed guards were standing at the door, watching Jiang Chen and Zhao Mingming vigilantly. These were not ordinary security guards. Jiang Chen could tell at a glance that they were all martial artists, and their skills were not bad, reaching the innate level. No wonder this is the ward of a provincial bigwig. The old man is fierce and imposing. "What are you here for? Please show your work IDs." The guards quickly stopped the two. "I'm a nurse from the hospital. This is my supervisor, Manager Chiu. We've come to record Mr. Wu's physical condition." Zhao Mingming took out the IDs and said. She secretly went to Manager Chiu's office when he wasn't there and stole his ID to help Jiang Chen get through the checkpoint. Sure enough, the guards checked the IDs and let them pass without any issues. After entering the ward, Jiang Chen smoothly saw the elder Mr. Wu lying on the bed. An old man around 70 years old, with white hair, thin build, looking no different from an ordinary old man. But his expression showed extreme pain. Even in his sleep his brows were tightly knit, his face looking dreadful. As expected, he has already passed the incubation period and the excited period, and reached the final paralysis period. Jiang Chen could tell Mr. Wu's condition at a glance. After contracting rabies, there will be several months or even years of incubation period. After the incubation period ends, the excited period will begin. The patient will gradually enter a highly excited state, manifested by extreme fear, hygrophobia, fear of wind, paroxysmal pharyngeal muscle spasms, breathing difficulties, urination and defecation difficulties, and excessive sweating and salivation. This condition is very much like the folk belief that after being bitten by a dog, the person will turn into a dog-like state. After the excited period ends, it will enter the paralysis period. The patient will no longer have the excited period and hygrophobia symptoms, but will start with high fever, headache, vomiting, pain at the bite site, followed by limb weakness, abdominal distension, ataxia, muscle paralysis, incontinence, and various complications. But this is not the most fatal part. The most fatal is another property of rabies, the neurotropic virus. The attack on the nerves is the most deadly. And this is where Western medicine is helpless. Western medicine can at most only remove part of the nerves. But this virus can't be eradicated at the root. It will keep transferring and attacking other nerves. Unless the entire brain is replaced, it's a dead end. Therefore, it has been judged as a fatal disease by Western medicine. But what Western medicine can't cure, traditional Chinese medicine can. And what traditional Chinese medicine can't cure, Jiang Chen can. The heavenly dark spiritual cultivation itself is not an ordinary healing method. It has several ways specifically to treat nerve attacks. Mr. Wu can be saved. Immediately, Jiang Chen took out the silver needles and inserted them into the important acupuncture points all over Mr. Wu's body. Then, his hands were placed on Mr. Wu's temples, continuously inputting spiritual energy, while also activating his golden pupils to closely observe the condition of Mr. Wu's nerves, prescribing the appropriate treatment to drive away the virus. It's a good thing that Jiang Chen's cultivation has now reached the first layer of great perfection in the heavenly dark spiritual cultivation, and he had unexpectedly activated part of the abilities of the golden mask during the previous soul-severing nail incident, greatly boosting his soul power. Otherwise, this disease would have been quite troublesome. No wonder it's one of the top 5 incurable diseases in the world. No wonder, with Mr. Wu's status, he could have mobilized Taoist practitioners to help treat the disease, using Taoist methods to forcibly prolong his life, yet still to no avail, only waiting to die. After all, each profession has its own specialty. While Taoist methods are exquisite, they can't be proficient in everything. Even now, Jiang Chen had to focus all his attention, carefully and continuously infusing the heavenly dark spiritual energy, clearing the virus from the nerves, while also releasing his soul power to soothe Mr. Wu's spirit. After half an hour, he finally managed to thoroughly eliminate the neurotropic virus from Mr. Wu's body. However, Jiang Chen's forehead was also covered in shiny beads of sweat, more exhausted than after a major battle. During this time, the guards at the door also felt they had been there too long and wanted to come in and check. Fortunately, they were fooled by Zhao Mingming's explanation that Mr. Wu's condition had severely deteriorated and the situation was complicated. However, now that the neurotropic virus has been eliminated, Mr. Wu is still far from a full recovery. After all, He has already stepped 1 foot into the underworld, his body almost completely exhausted, requiring several steps to revive him. Treating the nerves was just the first step, ensuring the virus no longer spreads. But his body had been ravaged by the virus before, and everything needed to be repaired, otherwise he would still die from respiratory difficulties and medullary paralysis, which is a huge project. Jiang Chen adjusted his spiritual energy and used the unique traditional Chinese medicine techniques to slowly help Mr. Wu's muscles and bones recover. But just then, a figure rushed in. Seeing Jiang Chen and Zhao Mengmeng immediately started shouting angrily, Well, you two bastards are here. How dare you try to harm Mr. Wu? I report this person stole my work ID and impersonated me. I'm the real manager Chiu, he's the fake one. And this nurse was also fired from our hospital due to moral issues. These two must be resentful and want to secretly harm Mr. Wu to frame our hospital. Quickly arrest these two. You're talking nonsense, we're here to treat Mr. Wu, and we're almost successful. Zhao Mengmeng hurriedly refuted. But the moment the words came out, they were immediately mocked by manager Chiu. Treat the disease? Ha, are you a doctor? A lowly nurse dares to say she can treat rabies. Do you even know what rabies is? Do you understand basic pathology? You're just a hospital server, trying to pretend to be a big shot. I can't treat it, but Mr. Jiang can. Zhao Mengmeng angrily replied. You two better stop and leave Mr. Wu, or don't blame us for being impolite. At this time, the guards at the door also rushed in, shouting harshly at Zhao Mengmeng and Jiang Chen. We're really treating him. Mr. Wu's condition is very serious. Why can't you just believe me once? Even if it's a dead horse being treated as a live one, it's worth a try, Zhao Mengmeng said anxiously. Seeing Jiang Chen next to her looking increasingly exhausted, his expression growing more and more serious, and the sweat beading on his forehead, she was truly afraid that these people's interference would ruin all of Jiang Chen's hard work and leave Mr. Wu with no hope. Then why did you impersonate identities? And where is this Mr. Jiang from? We need to verify his identity, the guards asked. He's not a doctor, Zhao Mengmeng answered awkwardly. Ha, you hear that? I told you this man is a fraud. These two are here to deliberately cause trouble. Go ahead and arrest them. If anything happens to Mr. Wu, our hospital won't be able to bear the responsibility. Manager Chiu, hearing this, became even more smug, constantly fanning the flames. Get them! The guards, seeing this, no longer hesitated and immediately rushed to grab Jiang Chen and Zhao Mengmeng. Don't touch me, I don't want to be distracted from saving him. At this time, Jiang Chen, fully focused on saving the patient, finally spoke. Ha, such a big mouth, I'll just kick you and see what happens. Manager Chiu sneered coldly, and immediately stepped forward, viciously kicking towards Jiang Chen. He could see that Jiang Chen was now drenched in sweat, must be very weak, and he wanted to take advantage of his weakened state to try to kill him. Bang! Ouch! However, the moment Manager Chiu's foot landed, he immediately felt like he had kicked a steel wall, the force behind the kick causing his own foot to break, the pain making him wince and unable to even stand steady, falling to the ground and rolling around. What a failure! Trying to kick someone only to end up breaking his own foot. Innate true chi. You're actually an innate expert? Who sent you, and why are you trying to do something to Mr. Wu? On the other side, the bodyguard seeing this, immediately tensed up and questioned. Beep beep beep. At the same time, the various medical equipment connected to Mr. Wu suddenly all started sounding alarms. It was unclear whether it was indicating Mr. Wu's life was coming to an end, or if there was some improvement. The sound struck fear into everyone's hearts. Stop! What are you doing? The bodyguards immediately panicked. You all can't even read the medical equipment data, then go find someone who can. Whether I'm here to treat or harm, the data will show it clearly, Jiang Chen said impatiently. Go! Quickly find the doctors. The leader also realized it wasn't suitable to act recklessly, and hurriedly arranged for people to fetch the doctors. Manager Chiu on the side was still shouting to arrest Jiang Chen, but no one paid any attention to his cries. Soon, all the hospital's top specialists rushed over, but even before entering, they started complaining at the door. What kind of security guards are you? Can't even keep one person, letting anyone in so casually. Our hospital has painstakingly spent countless efforts just to keep Mr. Wu alive for a few more days, and now someone comes and causes trouble. I'm afraid it's all for naught. Will you take responsibility, or will we? Listen to that, the equipment is sounding. Something must have happened to Mr. Wu. Indeed. Fuck! The experts were originally going to say indeed, but one look at the instrument readings made them pause in disbelief, unable to resist cursing. What's going on? All of Mr. Wu's bodily functions are rapidly improving. Is the equipment malfunctioning? Quick, everyone check it out. The dean, at the forefront, even his voice became shrill, extremely agitated. And soon, after frantic examination, they quickly reached a conclusion. Dean, no malfunction, and looking at Mr. Wu's complexion, he has indeed improved significantly. This person seems to have really cured Mr. Wu. The crowd looked at Jiang Chen with awe and fear, unable to believe that someone so young could have such abilities. How is this possible? There is actually someone who can treat rabies? Young man, who are you? The dean was completely stunned, unable to help but look at Jiang Chen. Fucking hell, you know I'm trying to save a life. Shut the hell up. Yapping, it's driving me crazy. I was already focused on the surgery, almost ruined because of you idiots. Jiang Chen said impatiently. The originally imposing dean instantly became docile, hurriedly nodding. Yes, it's our fault. Everyone, quickly withdraw, give the divine physician space. Dean, he's impersonating my identity, he's an imposter. The manager Chiu lying on the ground still had some unwillingness, shouting urgently. However, this instantly earned him a resounding slap from the dean. Slap. What identity do you have? The divine physician is impersonating you. It's an honor for you. Take him away. Wait for the divine physician's punishment. After all, the dean was not stupid. Anyone who can treat rabies is undoubtedly the greatest of all physicians. And he has also cured Mr. Wu. In the future this Mr. Zheng's status will be extraordinary. They should be flattering and fawning over him. How dare they offend him? In comparison, a measly manager is nothing. He can be easily discarded. Cough. After Jiang Chen spent a few hours treating Mr. Wu's entire body, Mr. Wu finally slowly opened his eyes and coughed a couple times. He's awake. Mr. Wu is awake. Mr. Wu, don't be afraid. We're here to save you. How are you feeling now? Zhao Mengmeng quickly explained, afraid Mr. Wu might misunderstand. Cough. I know it's you. Although I was unconscious just now, I could still vaguely hear the commotion outside. Thank you both. I'm feeling much better now. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have woken up this time. Mr. Wu, reborn, had many thoughts. It's only natural, treating illness and saving lives. It's the duty of us doctors. Jiang Chen said indifferently. While treating this disease consumed a large amount of Jiang Chen's spiritual energy, he also gained a lot, furthering his understanding of medical skills. After all, the theoretical knowledge he had inherited was all in his mind. Only by combining it with practice could he truly unleash its full potential. Young friend, your medical skills are divine. An old man like me has rarely seen such talent. May I ask which school or sect you hail from? Mr. Wu asked curiously. So many renowned physicians had tried to treat him but failed, yet in the end it was an unknown young man who easily resolved it, truly surprising Mr. Wu. Just chance encounters that led me to acquire a few medical books, self-taught that's all. Jiang Chen replied casually. To achieve this level through self-study, young friend, you must truly be gifted. You have saved my life. An old man like me has no way to repay this. I wonder if young friend would be willing to become an imperial physician, to showcase your skills on a bigger stage? This old man can vouch for you and recommend you. After pondering for a moment, Mr. Wu felt this would be the greatest repayment for Jiang Chen saving his life. Imperial physician. Zhao Mengmeng's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this. One must know, this is the highest dream of all doctors, to go to the capital and treat the top power brokers, becoming one of the power brokers' personal physicians. At that time, you will have access to the best resources, the best equipment, the best medical books to use as you please. With an imperial physician's golden words, even the big shots in the capital would have to give you face. Not to mention the powerful clans and families in the regions, they would practically worship you. I'm a free-spirited recluse, I'll have to decline. However, Jiang Chen shook his head and directly refused. Young friend may not know the esteemed status of an imperial physician. Each one has direct access to the imperial court, with countless resources. The chief imperial physician Zhang is one of the 10 most important figures in the 9 provinces. Even this old man finds it difficult to meet with senior Zhang. Mr. Wu hurriedly explained, thinking Jiang Chen didn't understand the significance of becoming an imperial physician. After all, even with his own status, to have Jiang Chen become an imperial physician would require a tremendous effort. This opportunity, if any of the other physicians in Jiangdong could get, they would probably kneel down and kowtow to Mr. Wu for 3 whole days and nights, throwing their ancestral heritage to the back of their minds, just to be Mr. Wu's lackey. Yet Mr. Wu actively invited, only to be flatly rejected. I understand the importance of this, but my aspirations lie elsewhere. Please forgive me, Mr. Wu. Jiang Chen replied indifferently. As a member of the Jiang family in the capital, how could he not know the glory and riches that come with being an imperial physician? But his medical skills and cultivation were not meant to serve the powerful as their hound. Occasional equal cooperation in transactions would be fine, but to be completely subservient to them, that is something he could never do. Ha, young friend, your interests are different, but it is reminiscent of the spirit of the ancient renowned physician Li Shizhen, truly impressing this old man. Just now I heard some commotion. Did you two encounter some trouble? Mr. Wu, after hearing this, no longer brought up the matter of becoming an imperial physician, and instead asked about the earlier incident. Indeed so. Jiang Chen at this point no longer held back, and recounted everything Zhao Mengmeng had experienced. Outrageous. What nonsense. These dog-like creatures, the moment they have a little power, they don't think about how to serve the people, but only about bullying others. Miss, don't worry, this old man will take care of this. I must expel these pests detrimental to the medical community, and restore peace to the hospital. Hearing about Manager Chou's misdeeds, Mr. Wu was instantly enraged. Afterwards, he pressed a button by the bedside, and the anxiously waiting dean, security guards and others immediately rushed in. Mr. Wu, you've really woken up? Heavens, this is the greatest joy for our hospital. Quick, notify Mr. Wu's family members, notify the leaders, let them all know this good news. The dean, upon entering and seeing Mr. Wu half sitting on the bed, immediately exclaimed in excitement. Enough with the empty chatter. You all know the reason why I was able to wake up. It's all thanks to these two young friends. By the way, who is this Qiu Baoping? He is Qiu Baoping. Did this fellow offend Mr. Wu in some way? Mr. Wu, please just give the order. The dean immediately dragged the pain-stricken Qiu Baoping lying outside into the room, hurriedly explaining. Dean Ma, you have quite the capable leadership, actually nurturing such a despicable subordinate without any medical ethics, unfit to be human. At his age, still bullying a young lady with his power. Mr. Wu sneered, briefly recounting Zhao Mengmeng's experience. Mr. Wu, it's a frame-up. It's a frame-up. You can't just believe their one-sided words. These two are here to harm you. I'm here to save you. Xiao Baoping, hearing this, trembled in fear and immediately knelt down begging. However, before he could say more, the furious dean delivered another resounding slap to his face. Slap! You bastard, Mr. Wu was framing you. I must have gone blind to let you hold this position. Take him away, dismiss him from the hospital, and inform all the hospitals that this person lacks moral integrity. Do not hire him again. Furthermore, send him to the police station. Since he dares to do such things, he must be a habitual offender. Let the authorities properly investigate and deal with this scum. Mr. Wu, it's my failure in managing my subordinates. Please punish me. Oh right, Nurse Zhao is the victim, right? I've heard they say Nurse Zhao is usually very responsible and diligent in her work. She should have been promoted from intern nurse long ago. Little Zhao, go take care of the formalities after this. You can start from the head nurse position. How about that? The dean spoke respectfully towards Zhao Mengmeng, making her momentarily unsure how to respond. This attitude, if one didn't know better, they would think Zhao Mengmeng is the dean, and he is the nurse. That's enough, you all may leave now. Mr. Wu nodded slightly in satisfaction, dismissing the crowd. Afterwards, he asked Jiang Chen, there's no such thing as a free meal in this world, yet young friend risked danger to save me. You must have something you want me to help with, right? Indeed there is one matter, hoping Mr. Wu can lend a hand. Jiang Chen nodded, laying out the plan to deal with Jiangdong's #1 family. After pondering for a while, Mr. Wu ultimately agreed, alright, but I can only help you once. I'm a retired old man after all. It's not good for me to meddle in such affairs. Please forgive me. No problem, once is enough. Jiang Chen answered confidently. On the other side, since Li Ilio had revealed the whereabouts of Gu Matriarch, Jiang Chen had spared her life. However, she now felt utterly despondent, wishing she were dead instead, because she now has nothing left. Her husband is dead, the Qin family has been destroyed. Even the backer she found afterwards, Li Shen, has also perished, and it has even incurred the furious wrath of the Li family. Although the Li family has not yet targeted her directly, her parents have, out of fear of being implicated, actually driven Li Ilio out of the clan. Li Ilio, with nowhere to go, can only retreat to the old dilapidated ancestral house her grandfather left behind. Grandfather, it's all your fault for finding me that blind husband. You really ruined me. It's all your fault. All your fault. The moment Li Ilio entered, she erupted in fury, frantically smashing the things in the room. But as she was smashing, a book suddenly swoosh fell out from the pillow. Li Ilio curiously picked it up and found it was her grandfather's diary. She randomly flipped through it, not paying much attention at first, but when she reached the last few pages, she saw these 3 sentences. Jiang Chen is the eldest grandson of the top-tier Jiang family in the capital. His status is noble. He has suffered a misfortune and ended up stranded here. Although the chances of him returning to the Jiang family in the future are slim, I still want to take a gamble to provide the Li family family with a chance to soar to the top. The Jiang family must treat Jiang Chen well. What? Jiang Chen is actually from the Jiang family in the capital. Liilio couldn't help but gasp in shock after reading this. Of course she knew the Jiang family in the capital, their name constantly appearing in all kinds of news, the apex family in the 9 provinces. Yet she never imagined that this Jiang Chen was one of them, the eldest grandson no less. If only her grandfather had left her this diary before his sudden death, then she wouldn't have treated Jiang Chen this way. What an ironic twist of fate, leaving her deeply regretful. But, if I reveal this information to the Jiang family in the capital, they should reward me handsomely, right? Liilio, thinking about how she couldn't win over Jiang Chen no matter how much she tried, couldn't help but have murderous thoughts, wanting to use this information to completely turn her fortunes around. Since they are both from the Jiang family in the capital, if she can't get Jiang Chen, then she'll just find another Jiang to latch onto. That way she can still climb to the peak of the pyramid. Jiang Chen, thank you. After leaving Mr. Wu's sick room, the young nurse Zhao Mengmeng said gratefully to Jiang Chen. If it weren't for Jiang Chen, she surely would have lost her job. All these years of studying would have been in vain. But now, not only has she been promoted, she's directly become the head nurse, something she had never dared to dream of before. After saying this, she even took the initiative to step forward and give Jiang Chen a big hug. Jiang Chen instinctively wanted to avoid it, but in the end could not bear to reject the girl's enthusiasm, only silently chanting in his heart, "Don't kiss me, don't kiss me, don't kiss me, Jiang Chen. Although this is only the second time we've met, I really do like you quite a bit. But I know, you actually don't like me, do you?" At this point, Zhao Mengmeng suddenly looked up, her large eyes brimming with tears, speaking with regret. Jiang Chen was momentarily at a loss, not knowing how to respond. "You're too outstanding, I really don't deserve you. Sai, when I called you before, I didn't expect your medical skills to be so strong, that you can even treat rabies. If I had known earlier how capable you are, I wouldn't have provoked you, so I wouldn't have ended up hopelessly falling for you. Ha! Thinking back to when we first met, I thought you were a ruffian. Even getting beaten up so badly, you must be a useless lecher. But that version of you was still cute. I didn't feel any distance. Not like now. Even if you don't show it, I still feel I can't measure up to you. But I won't give up. I'll work hard, treat illnesses and save lives, become a qualified head nurse, then go on to further my studies. When I become outstanding one day, will you spare me a glance?" Zhao Mengmeng looked at Jiang Chen, filled with both fear and anticipation, her adorable face tense with nervousness. Her small pink fists were already clenched tightly, afraid that Jiang Chen wouldn't even give her this chance. Fortunately, Jiang Chen still softened his heart, patting Zhao Mengmeng's hair and nodding, "Okay, I look forward to the day when you become outstanding. He, then I can rest assured. Alright, you go attend to your business. I'm afraid if I don't send you off, I won't want you to leave." Zhao Mengmeng quickly pushed Jiang Chen out, then resolutely turned and left. Afraid that Jiang Chen would see, her large eyes were already brimming with tears, dripping down like precious pearls. One shouldn't encounter too dazzling a person in their youth, or they might never be able to forget them for the rest of their lives. After leaving the hospital, Jiang Chen quickly went to the Gu family villa to find Gu Qingya. After all, she is his legitimate wife. Although she has forgotten him now, he must make her fall for him again. Knock knock knock. Knock knock knock. After a series of knocks, an elderly woman who resembled Gu Qingya but was much older opened a small window on the door, looking at Jiang Chen with suspicion, asking, "Who are you?" "Are you Madame Gu? I'm Gu Qingya's friend. My name is Jiang Chen. I'd like to see Qingya." Jiang Chen smiled. "Jiang Chen? I've never heard Qingya mention having a friend by that name." Madame Gu looked at Jiang Chen warily, showing no sign of opening the door. Familiar with Madame Gu's nature, Jiang Chen immediately took out a glass jade bracelet he had taken from the Li family, handing it to Madame Gu. "Qingya and I have only just become acquainted, so she probably hasn't had a chance to mention me to you. But she often talks about you in front of me, saying you have an elegant demeanor and excellent temperament. Now that I see you, it's truly remarkable. I came in a hurry, so I just brought a small gift. I hope Madame Gu can forgive me." "Oh my, since you're Qingya's friend, then it's just like coming home. Why bother with gifts? That's too impersonal. You must be little Chen, please come in, come in." Madame Gu took the bracelet, immediately recognizing its value, her face beaming as she opened the door wide, welcoming Jiang Chen warmly. As Jiang Chen followed Madame Gu into the Gu estate, he found the grand villa to be eerily empty, with not a single person around. He couldn't help but ask, "Madame Gu, what's going on? Where are the maids? Are they all on vacation?" "Aya, don't even mention it. You know Qingya got married yesterday, right? But some bastard caused a ruckus at the wedding, and even killed my good son-in-law. Now the Li family is furious, so these people are all afraid of the Li family's retaliation. They've all run away. In this huge villa, it's just me and Qingya living here now. It feels so empty, it's almost haunting. At this rate, our Gu group is probably going to go bankrupt. Me and my dear Qingya will be left to fend for ourselves." Enough of of these unhappy matters. You sit here for a while, I'll call Qingya down from upstairs. Madam Gu, no need to rush. Actually, the reason I'm here to see you is about Qingya. To be honest, I've fallen for Qingya at first sight, and I've come to ask for your consent to marry her, Jiang Chen said. To Jiang Chen's surprise, Madam Gu immediately nodded without even a moment's hesitation. Of course I agree. To be honest, the moment I saw you, I felt a special affinity. You're just like my son-in-law. But as you can see, our family is in this state now. We're counting on Qingya to revive the Gu business. With you taking her in, all of us will have a place to stay. Don't think Auntie is being mercenary, but how much dowry do you think you can give? After all, in Madame Gu's eyes, Qingya has now become a heavy burden. Keeping her at home will only invite retaliation from the Li family. But sending her out, who would want her? This fool who is willing to take her in, and seems quite wealthy, is exactly what she desperately needs. Although, she must still demand the proper price. After all, she'll have to rely on this money to support herself in her later years. 10 million? Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said. Although he doesn't have a wad of cash on him, he doesn't want to shortchange Gu Qingya either. At most, he can go borrow some from the female tycoon Zhao Yanran later. That's a bit low. Here's what, Auntie won't ask for too much. Just 50 million, how's that? Madame Gu made a big demand. Alright, 50 million is not a big deal for Jiang Chen, so he agreed. Great, my son-in-law is so generous. You wait here, I'll go call Qingya down. Son-in-law, don't leave tonight, just go straight to the bridal chamber. We can handle the marriage certificate later. Madame Gu, seeing she had secured a good price, was extremely excited as she hurried upstairs to call Gu Qingya. But soon, heated arguing erupted from upstairs. I won't marry. If you want to marry, then you marry him yourself. Gu Qingya flatly refused. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm already this old, I'd like to marry too, but who would want me? Madame Gu rolled her eyes. Mom, why do you always force me to marry someone I don't like? You forced me once before, if you force me again, I'll go kill myself right now. Gu Qingya angrily grabbed a pair of scissors, holding it to her delicate neck. No, no, no. Qingya, don't be rash. Don't be rash. Jiang Chen heard the commotion and hurried upstairs to stop her. It's you again. So your name is Jiang Chen. No wonder I feel so repulsed whenever I hear that name. What do you want, forcing me like this? Just because you have money, is that it? Take your stinking money and scram. Otherwise I'll make you marry a corpse. Gu Qingya looked at Jiang Chen with disgust. Jiang Chen was utterly helpless at this. Great, in Gu Qingya's eyes, he has now become the second Li Xiao, from a mutual affection to a forced marriage. So he didn't want to keep pressuring Qingya, quickly saying, Okay, I'll leave. Madam, don't keep forcing her. I'll come back when Qingya is in a better mood. Afterwards, Jiang Chen left dejectedly. Watching his retreating back, Gu Qingya felt a strange pain in her heart. But the next moment she shook her head, convincing herself that it was just the anger hurting her heart. There's no way it's because of that disgusting man. Spending so much money can't even get you a wife. Jiang Chen, you're useless. Here's an idea. You pay money to marry me. I don't need 50 million, just $9 for the marriage certificate fee. As Jiang Chen walked out of the Gu family villa, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. Turning around, he saw Zhao Yanran, dressed in black stockings, high heels, and a Lolita witch dress, speaking to him. You certainly have a knack for appearing and disappearing. Specifically came to laugh at me, didn't you? Jiang Chen sighed helplessly, then couldn't resist glancing at Zhao Yanran's long legs a few more times. Hee, I'm not that free. I actually came to find you about something. Going to deal with your father now? I've already handled the relationship with Mr. Wu. You don't need to worry. Jiang Chen briefly mentioned the matter with Mr. Wu. Well done. Not bad for my future husband, you really have some skills. But we're not in a rush for now. Although I don't know the specifics of your cultivation, I feel the higher it is, the better. So I'm planning to take you to a place. Zhao Yanran replied. What place? Qingyun Mountain. You should know about it. They're holding a special auction there for cultivators and Taoist practitioners. There will be many heavenly materials and treasures to help with cultivation. I'll take you to splurge. Take whatever you like. I'll foot the bill. Consider it a reward for your work this time. Zhao Yanran said generously. After all, he'll be her husband sooner or later. Might as well take care of her own interests. Jiang Chen naturally knew about Qingyun Mountain, as he had previously fought with the Qingfeng Taoist there, and the two had hit it off, agreeing that Jiang Chen could visit Qingyun Mountain anytime to discuss the Tao. However, that this secluded place would actually hold an auction is quite surprising to Jiang Chen. So what exactly is the status of Qingyun Mountain? Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask Zhao Yanran curiously. The legacy he had obtained was quite diverse, covering everything from the occult to the 8 trigrams, but he still didn't have a clear understanding of the forces in different regions. It's a reclusive sect, a place dedicated to cultivating immortals. These sects have long legacies, some with hundreds of years, some even thousands of years of history. They occupy some spirit-rich heavenly abodes, but due to limited resources and suppression from the authorities, they generally don't like to get involved in worldly affairs, often using formation spells to hide their traces, remaining unknown to the common people. But occasionally, there are some sect members who can't sit still and venture out to temper themselves, and this is the reason for the endless legends of immortals in history. Originally, there were quite a few of such hereditary sects in our southern province, but many disobedient ones have already been wiped out by the authorities, reduced to living like rats in the sewer, becoming scattered cultivators and demonic sections. Jiang Chen, you must remember, in this land, the authorities are always the strongest. They are the true towering trees, while the sects and aristocratic families are merely the small grasses attached to them. So, you must not offend the authorities at all costs, Zhao Yanran said with utmost seriousness. Jiang Chen, however, remained non-committal on this. As long as they don't provoke his bottom line, everything will be fine. But if they do, even if it's the heavenly emperor himself, he will resist to the bitter end. We are born free, who dares to lord over us? Currently, the only obedient 3 reclusive sects left in the southern province are the Qingyun sect on Qingyun Mountain, the Chani Temple on Fangsuan Mountain, and the Beima Academy on Baihoma Lake. They represent the 3 teachings of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. These 3 are the most long-standing and renowned as the orthodox cultivators. It's said that in every province and region, they are the dominant forces. Their influence is widespread, spanning the 9 provinces. Monks, Taoists, and scholars? Quite interesting. These ubiquitous professions, when delved into deeply, actually conceal the path of cultivation. Jiang Chen listened with great interest. Although he came from the Jiang family, his father had protected him well in his childhood, only allowing him to grow up like an ordinary child, never telling him about cultivation. After his father's disappearance, his uncles certainly wouldn't be kind enough to let him cultivate. Looking back, if he had learned even a move or two back then, he wouldn't have ended up so miserable. This auction is also hosted by these 3 sects, with some additional invitations to cultivators and aristocratic families. Oh right, the Li family should also be attending this time. I heard the Li family patriarch has mobilized his connections over the years to bring out many high-level experts. They're probably preparing to gather all resources for a big move to deal with you. But don't worry, within Qingyun Mountain, no one dares to act recklessly. As long as we hurry away after the auction, we should be able to escape the pursuit. And after I've killed my father, I'll use the Zhao family's power to help you deal with the Li family, Zhao Yanran said with great might. I actually hope they do cause a ruckus, saves me the trouble. Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. You should rein it in sometimes, there are always people in situations beyond our control. We should focus on low-key development. Zhao Yanran rolled her eyes, sighing helplessly. I've already reined it in, otherwise I should have just directly stormed in and beheaded the Li family dogs, then the Zhao family dogs. Jiang Chen answered calmly. The next day, Jiang Chen and Zhao Yanran set out for Qingyun Mountain together. Qingyun Mountain is not actually all that famous in the southern province, as it is neither the highest mountain nor the most scenic. Located in the suburbs where the Jiangdong city and the provincial capital meet, it appears quite ordinary. However, when Zhao Yanran led Jiang Chen through the formation using her token, they discovered the remarkable nature of Qingyun Mountain's inner depths. Not only was the scenery exquisite, with all kinds of rare and strange beasts and the fragrance of flowers, the concentration of spiritual energy was more than double that of the outside world. In other words, the cultivation speed here would be at least twice as fast as the outside. And this is just the outer area of the Qingyun sect. One can only imagine how rich the spiritual energy must be in the inner areas. No wonder it is a reclusive sect. They have secretly occupied this prime location hundreds of years ago. The two originally wanted to explore more, but soon a young Taoist riding a donkey appeared to receive them, guiding them into the auction venue located in the outermost grand hall. The entire hall was shaped like the Temple of Heaven, circular, with a stage in the center to display the auction items, and a ring of private rooms around the perimeter, transparent from the inside but opaque from the outside, allowing the distinguished guests to observe the auction undisturbed. After all, this is different from the secular auction auctions, the participants here are all either wealthy or noble, and they do not wish to reveal their identities to each other. The hall is divided into 3 levels, with the higher levels reserved for those of greater status. With the Zhao family's status as the number 1 clan in Jiangdong, they only managed to obtain a spot on the 2nd level. One can imagine how impressive the guests on the top level must be. After a while, as the crowd was nearly complete, the Qingyun sect even specially invited a host frequently seen on television to take the stage first, introducing himself with a smile. "Welcome, esteemed guests, for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend this auction. I am your old friend, Hua Tian." As per the usual rules, the Qingyun sect, as the host, will be the first to auction off our items. After that, you all may also bring forth items you wish to auction. The Qingyun sect will charge a 1% commission fee. Without further ado, let's begin. Thereupon, one priceless treasure after another was brought out onto the stage, led by some elegant young ladies. There were world-renowned jewelry like Bulgari and Cartier, dazzling and captivating the eye. There were also ancient ceramics from the Tang and Song dynasties, as well as renowned calligraphic works from the Ming and Qing periods, heavy with historical significance. Each item was worth a fortune, any one of which could sustain a common person's lifetime of struggle. Aren't they supposed to be auctioning off heavenly materials and treasures? Why does the Qingyun sect have these things? Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask. Those are all gifts from the aristocratic families and clans. The Qingyun sect doesn't need them, so they're just converting them to cash at the auction. Don't worry, the good stuff is still to come, Zhao Yanran explained. Thereafter, these big shots casually shouted out astonishing numbers, their demeanor as casual as an old lady buying cabbage on the street, making one marvel at the vast wealth gap. There was even a Northern Song dynasty imperial kiln ceramic bowl that was sold for 8 million, leaving everyone gaping in amazement. However, these were just the bids from the guests on the first floor, while the VIPs on the 2nd and 3rd floors didn't even bother glancing at these mundane objects. Jiang Chen almost dozed off watching this, until a few pitch-black stones took the stage, once again drawing Jiang Chen's attention. The host then introduced them. Gambling on stones, I'm sure you've all played that before, so I won't go into too much detail. But what we have today is different, not the usual gambling on jade, but gambling on spiritual stones. As is widely known, spiritual energy has been dwindling since ancient times, and now it has become extremely scarce. Even the spiritual stones commonly seen in ancient myths have now vanished without a trace. But a portion of the spiritual stones have, for some special reasons, been preserved, hidden beneath layers of stone casings. These stone casings are highly peculiar, able to shield the spiritual power. Even cultivators can't tell if there's jade inside. Even modern high-tech like X-rays can't discern the exact contents. This is what's known in the circles as even immortals can't judge an inch of jade. I needn't elaborate on the importance of spiritual stones, those who know. But whether there are spiritual stones inside, that's up to your discernment. The starting bid for the first stone is 2 million. I bid 5 million. I bid 8 million. The host had barely finished speaking when a mad scramble erupted, the price skyrocketing far beyond the previous items. That's so expensive? Jiang Chen couldn't help but gasp in surprise. After all, these stones looked no different from the pickled vegetable rocks at home. Just because they are connected to spiritual energy, they can fetch such astronomical prices. The world of cultivation is truly terrifying. Even the most random thing can be absurdly expensive. What if they crack it open and it's just a dud? Wouldn't that drive one crazy? Shocked by the prices, aren't you, my poor fiancé? That's normal. These are precious items related to cultivation. They are priceless and extremely hard to come by, so the prices are naturally very high. And many heavenly materials and treasures can't be directly consumed. Compared to that, the cost-effectiveness of these spiritual stones is quite high, as they contain abundant spiritual energy that can be directly absorbed. That's why they command such astronomical prices. But don't worry, I've brought plenty of money this time. Just call out whatever you want, Auntie will sponsor you, Zhao Yanran said confidently. After all, as the number 1 young lady of Jiangdong, her financial resources are not to be trifled with. She never cares whether her friends have money or not, since she has more than enough for everyone. These broken stones, buying all of them would be such a waste. Let me take a look, I'll just get the 1 or 2 best ones, and save the rest of the money for other things. Jiang Chen shook his head, not wanting to go that far. Immediately, his eyes began to glow slightly, the golden pupils reappearing. Although the host had said that the outer casing of these raw stones could shield spiritual energy detection, it could not block the power that sees through all illusions, the golden eyes. The next moment, the true state of the stones below was laid bare before Jiang Chen's eyes. Out of the 9 raw stones, 5 of them were actually empty, containing nothing. Only 4 of the stones had spiritual stones inside. And among the 4, only 1 had abundant spiritual energy, 1 was average, while the remaining 2 were pathetically lacking. I'll just buy the 2 with the best spiritual energy effect. The other 2 aren't really worth it. Consider it me doing a good deed in leaving them for the others. Jiang Chen thought kindly. One by one, the raw stones were sold at sky-high prices as the crowd eagerly bid. But the results were often disappointing, with thousands of dollars buying nothing but worthless rocks. Even when ground into powder, not a single spiritual stone was found, fully demonstrating the saying, one moment in heaven, the next in hell. Even the guests present, all wealthy and noble, were heartbroken when faced with buying useless stones for millions, with one man even suffering a mental breakdown, screaming hysterically in the auction hall, before being forcibly removed by the Qingyun sect staff. The occasional ones that did contain something were also deeply unsatisfying, feeling completely unworthy of the price. After a few rounds, the fervor for gambling on these stones dropped significantly, and the prices also fell considerably, inadvertently working in Jiang Chen's favor. It was now time for the stone he was particularly interested in. The host announced, starting bid, 5 million. Jiang Chen decisively made his bid, quoting a price that would deter others, 20 million. Wow, this person is really bold, starting with such a high bid. It seems he's determined to get it. Indeed. But after so many of the raw stones turned out to be duds, he still dares to bid this high. I wonder if he's just too young, or has too much money to spend. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, but no one else bid. Seeing no one else bidding, the host picked up the small gavel and announced, 20 million, the first time. 20 million, the second time. 20 million, the third time. Sold. Congratulations, sir, on obtaining the number 08 spiritual stone raw material. Would you like to have it cut here on site, or take it back with you? If cutting on site, our auction house will provide the service for free. Might as well cut it here. Jiang Chen replied casually. Normally, he would have preferred to keep a low profile and cut it himself later. But now, he wanted to make a statement, to provoke the Li family into making a move. Dragging things out endlessly is just too troublesome. Might as well resolve it all at once after this auction. Plus, the Li family is surely buying a lot of things here as well. If he can take care of them here, then all their purchases will be his, a double gain. However, unbeknownst to Jiang Chen, in the VIP lounge on the 3rd floor, a top young master from the provincial capital was listening intently, finding Jiang Chen's voice strangely familiar, stirring a deep sense of revulsion in him. This voice, why does it sound so familiar, like I've heard it somewhere before, and it fills me with such loathing? Zhu Huanyu murmured, then instructed, Little 7, activate the surveillance and get me the photos of the people in that room, and look into this man's identity. Even though the participants at this auction were supposed to have their information protected, Zhu Huanyu, as one of the 5 most powerful families in the southern province, could still get the Qingyun sect to lend him a hand. After all, they relied heavily on his family's connections in the righteous path, and the reclusive sects dare not contend with them. Yes, sir. Little 7 immediately set to work. Meanwhile, under the skilled operation of the cutting masters and machinery, the weathered outer casing of the stone Jiang Chen had selected was gradually polished away, revealing the milky spiritual stone within. In that instant, a brilliant white, almost translucent as ice, emerged from the once black stone, shining like a ray of sunlight in the darkness, captivating all who laid eyes on it. Phew, a spiritual stone has appeared, and it's of excellent quality. This is probably the best one so far. I wonder if this gentleman would be willing to part with it. I'll offer 30 million. I'll offer 35 million. 40 million. The bids came pouring in, all from the VIPs on the 2nd floor, far exceeding even Jiang Chen's purchase price. In the blink of an eye, the price had more than doubled. Apologies, but I have other uses for this spiritual stone, please understand. Jiang Chen declined politely. Sitting beside such a wealthy heiress, even he had grown less interested in money, only wanting to focus on collecting resources to break through to the 2nd layer of the celestial mystery scripture as soon as possible. Master Zhu, I've obtained the photos. After a while, Little 7 successfully retrieved the surveillance photos and handed them to Master Zhu. So it's you. Zhu Huanyu looked at the photo of Jiang Chen and let out a cold chuckle, memories of the past flooding his mind. 5 years ago, when he first went to the capital city, he saw a beautiful dancer at a banquet and wanted to approach her. After all, these dancers were meant to be playthings for the nobility like him. It was his privilege to choose whichever one he wanted. But to his surprise, the dancer refused him outright. Furious, Zhu Huanyu slapped her on the spot. Then, out of nowhere, this young man appeared and slapped Zhu Huanyu back. Zhu Huanyu immediately ordered his bodyguards to attack, but this young man seemed to have some powerful connections, and the bodyguards were quickly subdued. The young man then warned Zhu Huanyu to behave himself. The capital was not his home turf, he couldn't run amok there. If he dared to act up again, he might not even make it back alive. Terrified, Zhu Huanyu hastily fled back to the southern province and didn't dare set foot in the capital ever since. And now, fate has brought this nemesis of his to his own domain in the southern province. Moreover, it seems the young man's fortunes have taken a turn for the worse, sitting in the lowly second-tier seats at this auction. Typical, the high and mighty scions from the capital often end up falling from grace, becoming the butt of everyone's jokes overnight. This guy is probably one of them, that's why he's here at this small-time auction instead of staying in the capital. But who's this woman? Zhu Huanyu still couldn't help but ask cautiously, worried the young man might have some powerful woman backing him. She's the young miss of the #1 clan in Jiangdong, the Zhao family. As for the man, he's likely the young master's bodyguard, Little Seven explained. Just a little girl from the provinces. Looks like this guy has really fallen on hard times, not some privileged scion from the capital slumming it. Well, who would have thought? You made a fool of me on my own turf last time. Now that we're on my home ground, let's see how I get my payback. Zhu Huanyu let out a cold laugh, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Little Seven, call in some of our stronger men from the family. I'm going to make sure that little bastard can't escape today, Zhu Huanyu immediately ordered. Young master, the Qingyun sect has rules against violence on the premises. Should we have our people ambush him at the mountain base instead? Little Seven reminded. Their Qingyun sect rules mean nothing to the Zhu family. Don't let him slip away by ambushing at the mountain base. Have them wait right at the entrance. As soon as the auction ends, make your move. When I want someone dead, not even the heavenly emperor himself can stop me. Zhu Huanyu sneered contemptuously. Understood. Little Seven quickly left to summon the men. Meanwhile, the auction continued. Seeing Jiang Chen buy another raw stone and successfully extract a spiritual stone from it, Zhu Huanyu, instead of anger, felt pleased, the corner of his mouth curling up. Keep buying, the more the better, it'll all be mine in the end anyway. The next item up for auction is a spirit blood pill, called the Qi Blood Dan. As the name suggests, this Dan can ignite your Qi in blood, allowing you to briefly unleash immense power. However, it severely drains your own spiritual energy, with very serious after effects. Please use it with caution, the host introduced. Starting bid, 500,000. Bidding begins now. 1 million, 2 million. 3 million. The rooms on the second floor erupted in bids. Although the Qi Blood Dan has severe after effects, when facing a life or death situation, who would care about that? If used well, it could be like gaining an extra life. Thus, the bidding war quickly escalated, reaching 5 million per pill. Jiang Chen was once again struck by how costly the cultivation path is. No wonder so many warriors abandon their carefree lives to become the dogs of the great clans, without a powerful backer, just relying on oneself. One could work their whole life and still not afford a single Dan. This trash pill is actually worth so much? I should have refined a few myself. Jiang Chen couldn't help but comment. He had countless similar medicinal formulas in his mind, and this Qi Blood Dan was fairly low-level, requiring common herbs. He could easily mass-produce it. Jiang Chen suddenly felt like he had stumbled upon a path to wealth. A few more medicinal items were auctioned, but none were of any use to Jiang Chen, things like beauty tonics, escape aids, and recovery pills. As for the ones that could increase one's cultivation, not a single one was brought out for auction. It seems the Qingyun sect is truly stingy, hoarding all the good stuff and only bringing out the scraps to sell for money. The upcoming auction item is quite special. It is a fragment of an ancient turtle shell that has great research value, although we are not yet sure of its effects. The starting price is 1 million, and if any of our distinguished guests are interested, they can purchase it and try to discover its wondrous functions. The host spoke while gesturing to the yellowish turtle shell fragment, about the size of a fist. Turtle shell from the ancient era? How do you prove this is from the ancient era? The very existence of this ancient era is still debated. Your Qingyun sect can't keep trying to dupe us with worthless trinkets like this, criticized a guest seated on the second floor, clearly dissatisfied with the Qingyun sect's offering. As is well known, normal Shang dynasty turtle shells have oracle bone script carved on them, but this one has a different, peculiar script. Moreover, this script can interact with spiritual energy, so we've determined that this is a relic from the ancient era, the host explained. Watching this, Jiang Chen took a glance, and indeed the turtle shell had mysterious script on it, just as described. However, rather than calling it script, it was more akin to arcane symbols. A few simple strokes, completely indecipherable. I'll take it, 1.5 million. But Jiang Chen, who had only briefly looked at it, was incredibly excited and spoke up immediately. The ancient era refers to the time before the Xia dynasty, those legendary bygone eras. Although there is currently no strong evidence proving that era existed, the people of the 9 provinces have long passed down those stories. In that era, there were the great battles between the emperors Yan and Huang against Qiyu. There were the stories of Fuxi and Nuwa creating mankind. There was Shenong tasting all the herbs under the heavens, Swear and inventing how to make fire by drilling wood. There were tales of Ting Tian dancing with a war axe, of Gongnang angrily butting a mountain, of Quafu chasing the sun, of Jingwei filling the sea. Although the existence of that era is still doubted, but Jiang Chen is absolutely certain that era did exist, because in the heritage he obtained, many ancient tales were recorded, the tumultuous primordial cultivation era. And this turtle shell script is indeed ancient script. Ancient script has been lost, not even preserved in heritage. So Jiang Chen himself did not recognize the specific meaning of these scripts. But when Jiang Chen used his golden eyes to look at this turtle shell, he found that he could suddenly understand them. The golden eyes seem to share the same origins as these scripts, allowing him to directly comprehend and translate them. And through those scripts, Jiang Chen also roughly understood that this turtle shell is a fragment of an ancient artifact. The method to activate this artifact is detailed in the scripts. However, this artifact has now been shattered, and this method can only be used to crudely activate the turtle shell 3 times. After the 3rd use, the turtle shell will completely collapse. Wonderful, wonderful. Congratulations to this distinguished guest. Do any other guests wish to bid higher? No? Then this item belongs to this guest. The host spoke excitedly, surprised that an item he thought would go unsold had found a buyer. Of course, his words were just polite formalities, as the other guests had no interest in this broken turtle shell fragment. With the final 3 hammer strikes, the turtle shell fragment was successfully acquired by Jiang Chen. Though it can only be used 3 times, and the effects are unknown, this is still Jiang Chen's biggest gain from this auction so far. The auction then continued, selling various cultivators' tools and equipment. When the weapons and armor were put up, Jiang Chen felt they were utterly useless. The armor didn't even seem as sturdy as his own flesh, and the weapons were nowhere near as mighty as his own iron fists. Using such trash weapons would only serve to lower his own combat strength. In comparison, his turtle shell fragment is far more reliable. After the weapons and armor were sold, the auction finally moved on to the sale of spiritual herbs. This is exactly what Jiang Chen needs the most right now. With high-quality medicinal herbs, he can concoct excellent elixirs to aid his cultivation breakthrough. 200-year-old spring lotus grass, starting price 1 million. 300-year-old wild ginseng, starting price 2 million. 400-year-old violet, starting price 3 million. Just a few herbs, costing the effort of commoners over multiple lifetimes. And these are just the starting prices. The final transaction prices often end up multiplying by several times more. For example, that 400-year-old violet reaching close to 10 million. Fortunately, Jiang Chen has the First Lady of the East, seated beside him, who can freely purchase all these herbs without restraint. During this, Jiang Chen had expected the Li family to interfere, but to his surprise, they didn't make a single move, seemingly up to something. Enough, don't buy anymore. You should have enough by now. At this rate, even the wealthiest household will be drained dry. Jia Yanran couldn't help but stop Jiang Chen, seeing him not letting a single spiritual herb slip by. All right, Jiang Chen nodded reluctantly, though he still wanted to buy more. But he had no choice but to restrain himself. However, he had still acquired quite a lot. With the spirit stones and these medicinal herbs, he should be able to refine enough elixirs to barely break through to the 2nd layer of the heavenly profound cultivation. If it's still not enough, he'll just have to cultivate a bit more. But, if the Li family dares to come after him, it won't be a problem at all. They are a family of wealthy philanthropists. They must have plenty of good things on them. After the Qingyun sex auction ended, the free trading session began. The items here were far more interesting than the previous segment. There was a robe from the Zen monastery, claimed to be impervious to fire and blades, able to save one's life if worn. The scholars of the White Horse Academy had a book where each page represented a spell. Just tear out a page and ignite it to cast the spell. Of course, these were just minor spells, tremendously impressive to ordinary people, but merely a novelty to Jiang Chen. There were all kinds of strange items brought out by various wandering cultivators, opening Jiang Chen's eyes. One scar-faced warrior brought out a pitch-black wooden block, instantly catching Jiang Chen's attention. This is a triple thunderstruck wood, forged from a tree that I saw struck by lightning 3 times. The 3 lightning marks are etched into the wood, making it extremely precious. Whether for alchemy or forging, it will be greatly beneficial. Starting price 5 million, the scar-faced warrior announced. 6 million, 7 million, 8 million. The triple thunderstruck wood was indeed quite rare, so many began bidding on it. However, this is ultimately just a supportive spiritual material, unable to directly provide spiritual energy, so the competition wasn't too fierce. But for some reason, Jiang Chen felt there was something different about this thunderstruck wood, making his eyelids twitch inexplicably. Yet he couldn't pinpoint what was different, so he couldn't help but activate his golden eyes and take a closer look. And with that look, he was instantly shocked by what he saw. This thunderstruck wood contains a living spiritual herb seed inside, and this seed is still thriving, surviving within this withered wood. This must be the reason why the heavenly lightning struck this tree repeatedly. Anything that can resist the destruction of heavenly lightning must be an extraordinarily precious medicinal herb. Unexpectedly, this is a rare spiritual herb. The outer thunderstruck wood, though valuable, only provided protection. But the unknown spiritual herb seed inside is the true treasure. 10 million. Jiang Chen quickly shouted the bid. What are you doing? I told you we're out of money. Do you really want me to wash dishes and pay off your debts? Zhao Yanran complained beside him. Trust me, we don't need to buy anything else, but we must get this. Jiang Chen insisted firmly. Seeing Jiang Chen's expression, Zhao Yanran no longer obstructed him, only grumbling. Now not only is the piggy bank empty, even the dowry money is spent on you. In the future, if I marry you empty-handed, you better not complain. We'll discuss that later. Jiang Chen laughed it off, having no intention of marrying this little witch. Although this little witch is truly beautiful, always wearing alluring clothes, and in this cramped space, she keeps unconsciously, or perhaps consciously, brushing up against Jiang Chen, making him tingle all over. But Jiang Chen is determined to remain a lifelong bachelor, having no interest in such a deep-scheming woman. If it weren't for her, he and Gu Qingya would already be a pair. For this reason alone, he could never fall for her. In the end, the thunderstruck wood was acquired by Jiang Chen for 13 million, and the auction gradually came to a close. Come, just give me a day to digest these things, then we can go help you seek revenge against your father. Jiang Chen said to Zhao Yanran impatiently, eager to complete this collaboration. I think you just want to finish the task quickly so you can leave me as soon as possible, even more eager for vengeance than me. Zhao Yanran rolled her eyes, feeling helpless. She just couldn't understand what she lacked compared to Gu Qingya. Truly, spending money on men is not worth it. With that, she started acting like a spoiled young miss, huffing angrily as she walked out, no longer wanting to bother with this despicable man. Jiang Chen felt a bit embarrassed as he followed behind her, afraid she might get into trouble. However, just as they left the auction hall and hadn't even departed Qingyun Mountain yet, they suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. Immediately, agile men emerged from all directions, swiftly surrounding the two of them. Is this the Li family? Jiang Chen became excited upon seeing this, not angry but delighted, as if he was looking at a group of mobile treasure vaults. But at the forefront was an unfamiliar young master dressed elegantly, surrounded by his subordinates, holding a fan and looking down at Jiang Chen arrogantly. Little boy, didn't expect we'd meet again, did you? Who are you? Jiang Chen looked at this stranger, puzzled. This person doesn't seem to be Li Xian's father. He looks even younger than Li Xian, so who could he be? You don't remember me? Zhu Huanyu was taken aback. He had imagined countless scenarios of how Jiang Chen would react upon seeing him: fear, shock, trepidation, kneeling down and begging for forgiveness for his past wrongs. But this complete lack of recognition left him feeling powerless, like punching a cotton ball. No, I don't recall you. Are you perhaps Li Xian's younger brother? Jiang Chen asked curiously, thinking the Li family patriarch was too scared to come himself and sent a little brother instead. This response nearly made Zhu Huanyu cough up a mouthful of old blood in anger. His lifelong archenemy had completely forgotten about him. It was a humiliation beyond measure. What was the point of his 5 years of resentment then? The young Master Zhu was so enraged his every hair stood on end. What nonsense about being Li Xian's brother? I am Zhu Huanyu, one of the 5 great wealthy families in the provincial capital. 5 years ago, I encountered you in the capital city. Back then I was still young, and you even managed to humiliate me. Surely you remember that?" He spat furiously. "Still no recollection. In the capital, if you just throw a shoe, you'll hit a young master. I've taught hundreds, if not thousands, of them a lesson. I simply can't recall your face," Jiang Chen replied thoughtfully. After all, as the young master of the Jiang family, he had to meet so many people every day. He often couldn't even remember the faces of many capital city young masters, let alone this minor character he only met once. Fine. This young master doesn't care if you're being stubborn or if you truly can't remember. Today, I'll make sure you remember me for good. My name is Zhu Huanyu, and I'm the one who will kill you two dogs. Men, attack them, but don't kill them outright, make them suffer slowly, bit by bit," Zhu Huanyu roared. His subordinates immediately sprang into action. Among these dozens of men, nearly half were Xiantian experts. The remaining half were even more formidable, all cultivators from various sects and schools. Several of them even had auras not weaker than the Qingfeng Taoist they had previously faced. This revealed the terrifying strength of the Zhu family. "Wait, how dare you attack here? Have you forgotten the rules of Qingyun's sect?" Zhao Yanran paled, feeling these men were far stronger than her entire Zhao family, so she tried to scare them off using the Qingyun sect's name. You think anyone from Qingyun sect dares to come? What, getting scared now? Too late. Even if you kowtow and beg, this young master won't spare you. Zhu Huanyu sneered coldly. Looks like this really is the young master of the Zhu family. Even Qingyun sect doesn't dare interfere. Jiang Chen, when did you offend this Zhu young master again? The Zhu family is a top-tier family in the provincial capital, far more powerful than the Li family's flying dragon guards you faced before. Zhao Yanran turned deathly pale. She couldn't help but regret bringing Jiang Chen in as a collaborator. She thought she had found a helper, but now it seems he's brought a calamity upon them, provoking such a powerful enemy. "I really don't remember. I've never even been to the provincial capital. But someone of his status must have many heavenly treasures on him, right?" Jiang Chen, unfazed by the many opponents, instead looked at Zhu Huanyu with a gaze even more passionate than when ogling beauties. "Jiang Chen, I have a special physique and a secret technique that can combine with my constitution to instantly unleash immense power. I'll hold these people back." You quickly run into the Qingyun sect's inner sanctum. Even if they are arrogant, they wouldn't dare attack openly in front of so many people within Qingyun sect. This is the only way we can survive. Although a bit reluctant, Zhao Yanran quickly made her choice, and it was an unexpected one. "You're joking, right? What about you then?" Jiang Chen didn't expect this little witch to choose to sacrifice herself, and couldn't help but ask curiously, thinking she was just kidding. "My life was originally saved by your father, so now I'll just return it to him. Plus, I'm the one who brought you here in the first place, so I have to make sure you can escape safely. It's better for one person to die than both of us. Don't overthink it. I'm nowhere near fond enough of you to give my life for you. This is purely repaying a debt. You don't need to be too touched." With that, Zhao Yanran was ready to face certain death, resolutely igniting her secret technique, moving so fast that even Jiang Chen couldn't stop her in time. The next moment, Zhao Yanran's whole body began glowing, her aura instantly skyrocketing. A powerful vortex of spiritual energy surged towards the heavens. "Hey, you don't have to do this. I can easily take you and escape from these people. They're nothing." Jiang Chen became anxious, wanting to pull Zhao Yanran back, but she had already charged at Zhu Huanyu like a cannonball, undaunted even facing dozens of attackers. "Who says women are inferior to men? Though 1,000 fall, I march on." In just a single breath, Zhao Yanran had already reached Zhu Huanyu, the two now close enough to see each other's pores. Zhao Yanran didn't really want to die. She had moved so quickly in hopes of catching Zhu Huanyu off guard and capturing the leader first. If she could capture Zhu Huanyu, then both she and Jiang Chen might still have a chance to survive. Otherwise, she really couldn't think of any other way to contend against this group of experts from one of the 5 great wealthy families of the provincial capital. However, Zhao Yanran's fist was blocked just 30 centimeters away from Zhu Huanyu. Though Zhao Yanran's strength had greatly increased with the secret technique, and her speed was extremely fast, the people Zhu Huanyu had brought were no pushovers either. Especially those cultivators, who quickly reacted, using spiritual energy to form a protective barrier that intercepted Zhao Yanran's attack. Pure-blooded constitution? It's quite interesting to see such a physique in a woman. Zhu Huanyu noticed Zhao Yanran's unique traits, his eyes lighting up. "My dear, why don't you become my 7th concubine? That way, not only will I spare your life, but you'll also get to enjoy a life of wealth and glory for the rest of your days. Zhu Huanyu had seen many beauties, but a beauty with such a special constitution was still a rare sight. Like hell I will. What 7th concubine? Do you think this is ancient times? Stop dreaming. Zhao Yanran cursed furiously, her spiritual energy surging wildly as she struck out with another punch. Crack! Zhao Yanran's enraged strike directly shattered the spiritual barrier, even sending the cultivators guarding it flying several meters back, fully demonstrating the power of her pure-blooded constitution. What do you call a woman who can defeat all the young masters in the East? It's just a pity that Zhu Huanyu had far too many experts. As soon as those were beaten back, several more quickly reorganized the defense, keeping Zhu Huanyu thoroughly protected. Some even secretly dashed behind Zhao Yanran, their fists and feet whistling as they viciously attacked, aiming to catch her unaware and take her life. Boom, 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 ah, ah. However, their excited gazes were soon replaced by agonizing pain. Each of them felt as if their limbs had been run over by a massive truck, their flesh, bones, and everything completely crushed. The would-be thieves were caught and punished. A bunch of grown men resorting to sneak attacks against a young woman. Are you even real men? Jiang Chen suddenly appeared behind Zhao Yanran, sneering. Didn't I tell you to run? Why are you here to save me? Are you an idiot? This will just get both of us killed, wasting my sacrifice. Zhao Yanran saw Jiang Chen and instead of joy, she was furious. Calm down. Quickly dispel the secret technique. These few are nothing I can't handle alone. You don't need to burn your life force. Jiang Chen hurriedly said. He could see that Zhao Yanran's secret technique, while powerful, came at the cost of burning her pure-blooded constitution and sacrificing her life. If he didn't stop her now, she would soon perish. This isn't the time to be reckless. Zhao Yanran didn't believe Jiang Chen's words, thinking he was just boasting. But Jiang Chen stared at her seriously, saying, "Trust me, I have many things left to do. I won't recklessly die here." Then, regardless of whether Zhao Yanran believed him or not, Jiang Chen forcefully struck her pressure points, dispelling the secret technique. Ha ha, you really are full of hot air. 5 years ago when I met you, you didn't have a speck of spiritual energy. What, you've cultivated for a mere 5 years and now you dare claim to be undefeatable? Zhu Huanyu didn't believe Jiang Chen's grandiose claims at all. After all, scions of prominent families like them didn't want to endure the bitter cultivator's path. Even if they did cultivate, they relied on pills to forcefully boost their cultivation, their combat power vastly exaggerated. There's no way they could be a match for these experts. Heh, you don't believe me? Since you think I'm useless, dare you have a one-on-one duel with me? Jiang Chen sneered. Zhu Huanyu was rendered speechless by Jiang Chen's challenge. What a joke! How could he dare to go up against Jiang Chen in a one-on-one duel? In his current state, drained by dissipation and debauchery, he'd even struggle against a normal person. However, as a scion of the prestigious Xu family, he couldn't be easily provoked by Jiang Chen's taunts. He sneered, "You, humph. As the saying goes, the son of a wealthy family doesn't need to stoop so low. Someone of my status wouldn't be reckless enough to engage in a duel with a worthless insect like you." That's just how you vaunted scions of prominent families always talk, always able to cowardly retreat with a straight face. Jiang Chen shook his head, still quite impressed by these young masters' shameless faces. You bastard, looking for death, are you? What are you all standing around for? Get him, break every bone in his body. I want him to die in agony while begging for forgiveness. Zhu Huanyu roared at his subordinates. His men immediately sprang into action, Xiantian martial artists and cultivators, their techniques dazzling like a starry sky. In an instant, Jiang Chen felt killing moves coming at him from all directions, each one carrying a terrifying, world-shattering force that threatened to cleave Qingyun Mountain in two. But Jiang Chen didn't bother defending, instead using all his strength to manifest a spiritual energy shield to protect Zhao Yanran, then strode forward to face the onslaught of enemies, telling Zhao Yanran, watch closely. I, Jiang Chen, do not need a woman to bleed in sacrifice for me. You, just stand behind me obediently and watch as I return triumphant. This foolish woman, her reckless bravado was her own doing. She nearly pointlessly gave up her life. Though, he was somewhat moved. This little witch, who previously only cared about gains and losses, actually had this selfless side to her. It made Jiang Chen see her in a whole new light. With that, Jiang Chen fully unleashed the heavenly profound cultivation without any concealment, revealing its full power to the world. Even against Li Xian, he hadn't needed to go all out. But this Xu Huanyu, it seems his death would be worth it. The next moment, Jiang Chen exploded with contempt, his figure shooting up like a white bolt through the clouds, not retreating, but meeting the enemies head-on. If the myriad gods and Buddhas were all foes, then he shall slay the gods and Buddhas. Battle! Boom! 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 Countless techniques rained down, and even with Jiang Chen's incredible speed, some still managed to graze him. The powerful attacks tore his outer spiritual energy and clothes to shreds, revealing his muscular physique. It looked like they were about to completely destroy his flesh and blood body. However, Jiang Chen didn't bother defending, simply weathering the strikes head-on. No matter how formidable the techniques were, they only left spark-like marks on him. His flesh and blood, fused with the golden mask, was his strongest defense. Immediately after, he surged forward like an arrow, unstoppable. Bang! 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 Without any fancy moves, Jiang Chen simply punched and kicked with the fastest speed and greatest power, striking down one enemy after another in front of him. These opponents were indeed far more powerful than the flying dragon guards, but Jiang Chen's own strength had also improved by leaps and bounds. The heavenly profound cultivation was constantly breaking through, even he didn't know the extent of his current limits. At first, the crowd was gleeful, feeling they had caught a foolish lamb entering the tiger's den. They eagerly unleashed their attacks on Jiang Chen, but soon, their laughter faded. Because their combined assaults could only inflict light wounds on Jiang Chen, while each of his own strikes could severely injure or even kill one of them. All their Xiantian peak experts and cultivators were utterly unable to withstand Jiang Chen's blows. Although they were formidable in their own right, and greatly outnumbered Jiang Chen, he was far stronger. His offensive power was like a tidal wave. If this kept up, they might get frightened into submission before Jiang Chen even fell. After all, who had ever seen such a terrifyingly powerful and fearless existence? They were just followers of the Zhu family, not wanting to actually die here. The crowd gradually began to retreat, hesitant. But Jiang Chen wouldn't let them off the hook, seizing this opportunity to attack even more ferociously. In the sky above, a cloud of blood soon formed, raining down. Accompanied by agonizing screams, one so-called expert after another fell. Jiang Chen, single-handedly, dyed Qingyun Mountain red with blood. This sight left Zhu Huanyu gaping in astonishment. That bastard, he's really this strong. What's going on? Did his family pour all their resources into him before their decline? Not afraid of spoiling this brat. Then Zhu Huanyu's gaze accidentally caught the weakened Zhao Yanran, and an idea struck him. He quickly shouted to his men, "You idiots. If you can't beat the man, then hurry and go after the woman. She's his weakness. How can you all be so brainless? Right, charge." The crowd, not wanting to continue fighting Jiang Chen, eagerly rushed towards the defenseless Zhao Yanran upon Zhu Huanyu's orders. Before leaving, the leading cultivator even tossed out a Vajra ring to trap Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen initially didn't think much of it, trying to forcefully break free, but to his surprise, the more he struggled, the tighter the ring constricted, leaving him unable to fully exert his strength. Clearly, he couldn't underestimate anyone, especially cultivators and their strange techniques. Clang, clang, clang. At the same time, the endless attacks from the crowd rained down on Zhao Yanran. However, the defensive barrier Jiang Chen had carefully set up was no pushover either. And the enemies had already been considerably drained by Jiang Chen, so their power had greatly diminished. The barrier managed to block all their sneak attacks, foiling their plan. "You useless fools! Let me show you!" Zhu Huanyu furiously produced a family treasure, a silver needle only a thumb's length, and thrust it towards Zhao Yanran. Incredibly, this tiny silver needle managed to pierce through Jiang Chen's carefully constructed defense and instantly strike Zhao Yanran's body, not even giving her a chance to react. Pa! Zhao Yanran immediately coughed up blood, falling weakly to the ground. "Ha, looks like I have to personally step in. Don't be afraid, my beauty, your young master is here. Remember how you agreed so nicely earlier? Now you don't have to suffer the pain. But don't worry, once I take you, I'll still give you a proper status." Zhu Huanyu bloated smugly, moving to scoop up Zhao Yanran. After all, he was still very fascinated by her unique physique. Go to hell! Just as Zhu Huanyu's filthy hands were about to touch Zhao Yanran, she suddenly opened her eyes and struck out with a palm towards his heart, with all her might. Her earlier collapse had been intentional, just to set up this moment to take Zhu Huanyu's life. Bang! Ding! Unfortunately, Zhu Huanyu was armed to the teeth with treasures, and Zhao Yanran's carefully planned sneak attack was blocked by the spiritual energy shield emanating from a jade pendant on his chest. After striking out, though reluctantly, Zhao Yanran could only collapse weakly. That needle had indeed been powerful, leaving her grievously injured. The last strike she managed was the utmost her constitution could muster. It was a shame her plan had failed. Damn bitch, still trying to harm me, looking for death. Zhu Huanyu, having narrowly escaped with his life, was terrified, then immediately lashed out, slapping Zhao Yanran viciously across the face. Slap! Following that, Zhu Huanyu, still unsatisfied, moved to tear off Zhao Yanran's clothes, intent on assaulting her right then and there. You are asking for death. Golden eyes, open. Seeing this, Jiang Chen was enraged beyond measure. The next moment, his golden eyes emitted two beams of light, instantly incinerating the Vajra ring restraining him, the speed like burning paper. After all, the golden eyes, aside from seeing through all illusions, was also a peerless treasure, possessing unrivaled penetrative power. However, using it too much would plunge Jiang Chen into a dazed state, so he rarely employed it. But now, he couldn't care less. Just as Zhu Huanyu's thieving hands were halfway through stripping Zhao Yanran's outer garment, Jiang Chen descended from the sky, stomping down hard on Zhu Huanyu's hand. Boom! 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 Zhu Huanyu's protective treasures flared up frantically, but were all swiftly crushed under Jiang Chen's furious blows. No mere talismans or spiritual artifacts could withstand Jiang Chen's wrath. In the end, Jiang Chen firmly pinned down Zhu Huanyu's thieving hand, grinding it mercilessly. Ah! Zhu Huanyu immediately howled in agony, feeling his bones breaking and shattering one by one. But this was just the beginning. The next moment, Jiang Chen delivered a resounding slap, instantly swelling Zhu Huanyu's palm into a bloated, deformed mess, unrecognizable even to his own mother. Slap! How dare you hit me? This is to repay you for Zhao Yanran, you trash who only knows how to bully women. Slap! This is for me to hit you. Who the hell do you think you are, crawling out to disgust people, looking for death? Slap! And this is for your arrogance, your evil deeds, to send you to hell. Jiang Chen unleashed 3 consecutive slaps in quick succession, not giving Zhu Huanyu a single chance to react or speak, completely disregarding his status, only wanting to send him to his grave, to make him pay the price for his actions. Still not dead? Jiang Chen looked at the remaining sliver of life in Zhu Huanyu with a hint of surprise. After all, he had just unleashed his full force. Those 3 slaps would have easily killed even a Xiantian martial artist, let alone an undisciplined young master. Yet, the swollen, pig-faced young master Zhu, though unconscious from the beating, was still clinging to life, not completely dead. Jiang Chen soon guessed the reason, grabbing Zhu Huanyu's mouth and indeed finding a life-saving medicinal pill hidden under his tongue, constantly providing him with vitality. Truly impressive, the top aristocratic family of the provincial capital had so many methods to preserve their lives. Just as Jiang Chen was about to take the medicinal pill, the leading cultivator hurriedly shouted, "Stop! Don't kill him! If you do, not only you two, but all of us will have to die with him. The Shu family's strength is far beyond your imagination. No matter where you run, you won't escape their pursuit. I'm truly doing this for all of our sakes. We're all just trying to eke out a living. Don't take it this far. Jiang Chen, don't kill him." At this time, the weakened Zhao Yanran also regained consciousness, pleading with the last of her strength. Only someone from the Zhao family, on par with the provincial capital's Zhu family, could understand their terrifying might. Though the Zhao family was the #1 in the East River region, they were merely a local hegemon. Even second-rate families could easily trounce them in the provincial capital, let alone the Pichu family. The pinnacle of an entire province, their status was unfathomable. Stepping on millions of lives, enjoying boundless resources, a mere flick of their wrist could drown a person. Jiang Chen couldn't care less about the guards' pleas. What did he care about this minor provincial aristocratic family? He was already planning to annihilate the mighty Jin family in the capital. However, since Zhao Yanran had spoken up, Jiang Chen had to give her face, about to release his grip. But at this moment, Zhu Huanyu regained consciousness, and even dared to brag arrogantly, "Did you hear that? Bastard! You can't kill me. If you do, my Zhu family will ensure you have no resting place. Damn you, how dare you beat me so viciously? It hurts so much. You're done for, done for." Sigh. At Zhu Huanyu's arrogant words, the guarding subordinates and even Zhao Yanran could only sigh in unison, knowing their persuasion was futile. Indeed, this was the foolishness of a young master from a powerful family, an irredeemable fool. Even at this juncture, he still dared to put on airs, truly not knowing the meaning of death. With such a character, not even the king of hell would want him, let alone the Buddha and the heavenly kings being able to protect him. "You've made your own grave, the king of hell will surely be delighted by you." Jiang Chen chuckled lightly, no longer intending to give this brat any chance at survival. He immediately struck Zhu Huanyu's jaw, forcing him to spit out the life-saving medicinal pill. Put. Zhu Huanyu was struck and vomited the pill. Without the medicinal protection, his injuries instantly worsened, his breath ragged. But just as Jiang Chen was about to grab the miraculous pill, a figure suddenly burst out from Zhu Huanyu's shadow, moving with lightning speed to snatch the pill. More Eastern ninjutsu? I told you, your hiding may be good, but your speed is not enough. Jiang Chen sneered, intending to seize the pill faster. However, in that split second, he suddenly noticed another figure approaching Zhao Yanran's side, holding a dagger, ready to strike her. The situation had become critically dire. Even with Jiang Chen's speed, he couldn't possibly both take the pill and rescue Zhao Yanran in time. He had to choose one or the other, abandoning one. But Jiang Chen did neither, instead punching the ninja in front of him, sneering, "Fool, did you think I couldn't see through your shadow clone?" Bang! The ninja trying to snatch the pill was sent flying several meters back, and the figure approaching Zhao Yanran was indeed just an illusion, dissipating the moment it touched her. Eastern ninjutsu's shadow clones were indeed hard to distinguish, but against Jiang Chen's golden eyes, they instantly revealed their true forms. The two were natural counters. However, Jiang Chen didn't immediately take the pill, instead using his relic fire to burn it again. What a joke! He wasn't going to swallow something that had been in Zhu Huanyu's mouth without a good cleansing. So it's people from the Li family, come out, don't hide anymore. Jiang Chen then shouted around, holding the burning pill. Hee, you really do have some tricks, no wonder you could kill Li Shen. At this time, a middle-aged man resembling Li Shen, and an elderly man in his 80s or 90s, covered in wrinkles and white hair, emerged, the elder coldly addressing Jiang Chen. These two were none other than Li Shen's father, Li Daozong, and the Li family's venerable elder he had painstakingly summoned. However, they didn't rush to attack, but instead went to Zhu Huanyu, feeding him several healing pills and using spiritual energy to treat his injuries, ultimately saving his wretched life. Young Master Zhu, we are the Li family from the East River region, here to rescue you. Yes, thank you. When I return to the provincial capital, I will be sure to repay you generously. Perhaps due to the brush with life and death, young Master Zhu had become more sensible this time, speaking more reasonably. Seeing the objective achieved, successfully timing the rescue and earning the Zhu family's friendship by providing timely assistance, the elderly man with a face full of wrinkles nodded in satisfaction. He then turned to address the surrounding guards. You all, stop gawking. This boy is a madman, reckless and heedless of consequences. My son was killed by his own hand. If he dared to slay my son, he would naturally also dare to kill young Master Zhu. And once young Master Zhu perishes, you can imagine what fate awaits you all. Don't be fooled by this old man's frail appearance. I have cultivated for 70 years, and still possess the strength for one more battle. And I have the help of the Eastern ninja experts. Together, we can certainly defeat this boy. Even if he is strong, there will come a time when his strength is exhausted. Right, the crowd readily agreed. With these two reinforcements, and Jiang Chen having already been considerably drained, their confidence surged. Wait, but at this moment, the weakened Zhu Huanyu suddenly spoke up. The crowd fell silent, thinking he was about to surrender, dropping the ball at this critical juncture. After all, the upper class had always been known for their staunch defeatism. However, to their surprise, Zhu Huanyu's face contorted with savagery as he yelled towards Zhao Yanran, "Silver Needle! Explode!" Pa! The next second, the silver needle that had entered Zhao Yanran's body detonated. Zhao Yanran's clothes were immediately dyed red with fresh blood, her already grievous injuries compounded. She fell unconscious, utterly weakened. Yanran, Jiang Chen hurried to treat her, but her internal injuries were far too severe. Aside from the damage from the silver needle, Zhao Yanran's secret technique had also caused her pure yang energy to collapse, the scorching primal yang force rampaging through her delicate female physique. If not stopped immediately, it would directly destroy her meridians and viscera. Absorb! Jiang Chen saw no better option, activating the heavenly profound cultivation to forcefully absorb Zhao Yanran's pure yang qi. Only this way could Zhao Yanran have a chance at survival. Didn't expect this boy to be such a lovesick fool. Once that tyrannical pure yang energy rages, even steel could be reduced to ashes. Yet he dares to forcefully absorb it with his fragile meridians. Looks like he's willing to throw away his own life for that woman. Perfect. Let's all attack together, take advantage of his weakened state to end him, the Li family elder exclaimed excitedly. They had been laying in ambush for so long. If only they had known this boy was so foolish, they could have just triggered Zhao Yanran's pure yang constitution earlier and been done with it. Right. The crowd all lit up, feeling they had found a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In an instant, everyone surged forward, especially the Zhao family elder, even tossing aside his walking cane. To their surprise, the cane turned out to be a spiritual artifact, an extraordinary one at that, spearheading the assault like a piercing sword through space. Scram! Jiang Chen let out a furious roar, feeling the scorching heat within, expelling it as relic fire. A violent flame instantly coalesced into a fire dragon, swallowing up all their attacks in a single gulp. The fire dragon continued to charge and bellow, terrifying the crowd into scattering, their morale plummeting. A few unlucky ones were even set ablaze, rolling on the ground in agonized screams, only surviving thanks to their companions' aid. Witnessing this, the crowd was dumbfounded. The pure yang energy hadn't killed Jiang Chen, but instead bolstered his relic fire to a whole new level, from the lowest grade to an intermediate one. It was fortunate Jiang Chen still had to divide his attention to treat Zhao Yanran, otherwise they might have all been roasted alive by the full force of that flame. Old man, you wouldn't be working with this brat to trick us, would you? How is he getting stronger instead? One of Zhu Huanyu's subordinates roared angrily. How is this possible? The pure yang energy entered his body, but not only did he not get hurt, he became even stronger? In all my years, I've never seen such a bizarre phenomenon. The Li family elder was also utterly bewildered, unable to believe it. There are many impossible things you've never seen. Just because you've lived a few more years doesn't mean you know everything, Jiang Chen sneered. For ordinary people, the onslaught of pure yang energy would indeed ravage their meridians. But Jiang Chen was different. His bones and meridians had already been shattered by Qin Wentian's attacks. Now, reconstructed by the golden mask, they were far stronger than a normal person's. However, the pure yang energy was still tyrannical, leaving Jiang Chen with a burning, painful sensation throughout his body. If this went on for too long, even he might start to have trouble withstanding it. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had just managed to seize the life-saving medicinal pill from Zhu Huanyu. He now refined it into its purest essence, quickly absorbing the medicinal energy. This elixir entered his body like a refreshing spring in a parched land, immediately soothing the scorching sensation and allowing Jiang Chen to focus on treating Zhao Yanran. It had to be said, the Zhu family of the provincial capital was truly remarkable. This medicinal pill's effects were the best Jiang Chen had ever witnessed. According to the classification in his inherited knowledge, it was at least a mid-grade elixir, with the lowest being first grade and the highest ninth grade. Don't underestimate this mere mid-grade elixir. The pills Jiang Chen had previously obtained from Li Shen, including the ones sold at the auction, were all low quality, barely qualifying as elixirs. The superiority of this Xu family pill was clear. Of course, Jiang Chen wasn't just using it for himself. He also channeled a portion of the medicinal energy to aid Zhao Yanran's recovery from the poison needle's wounds. Don't save me, it's too dangerous. At this time, the weakened Zhao Yanran began to stir, speaking feebly. Shut up, you beautiful woman, it's just that mouth of yours that's so annoying. If you keep yapping, I'll shut it for you myself, Jiang Chen said impatiently. The usually arrogant little vixen surprisingly obeyed, closing her eyes and focusing on accepting Jiang Chen's treatment. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen tossed all the items he had obtained at the auction, except for the turtle shell, into the relic fire. The raging flames instantly melted the spirit stones and medicinal herbs, transforming them into a rich medicinal elixir and spiritual energy. Of course, he couldn't refine them into actual elixirs this way, not even with his peerless inheritance. It would be a chaotic mess. But Jiang Chen had no intention of refining elixirs. Instead, he planned to forcefully absorb the medicinal essence directly. This would certainly waste a lot of the spiritual energy within the ingredients, but Jiang Chen had no choice at the moment. He needed to break through to the second layer of the heavenly profound cultivation as quickly as possible, in order to completely suppress Zhao Yanran's pure yang constitution, and deal with these pesky pests before him. Quickly, stop him. Don't let him absorb those medicinal materials, or he'll be even harder to deal with. Gui Tian, go! The experienced Li family elder immediately saw through Jiang Chen's intentions and shouted an order. However, after the previous failed attack, the Xu family subordinates had become less obedient. The elder had no choice but to call upon the eastern ninja he had hired at great expense. The ninja obeyed, immediately throwing a barrage of shuriken in 3 directions towards Jiang Chen, Zhao Yanran, and the medicinal elixir. At the same time, he left behind 8 afterimages in the air, rushing towards Zhao Yanran with a dagger, clearly targeting the weaker opponent. Bang! 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 Just as the shuriken were about to hit Jiang Chen and Jia Yanran, Jiang Chen casually deflected them with 3 ordinary silver needles, redirecting the projectiles back towards Gue Tian himself. Gue Tian evidently hadn't expected Jiang Chen's weapon skills to be so formidable, and now found himself flustered, forced to focus on evading his own shuriken. In that moment, the Li family elder's brows furrowed, and he uttered a single word: explode. Boom! Ah! The next moment, Gue Tian's body suddenly exploded, the powerful destructive force surging towards Jiang Chen. The explosion was so abrupt that even Jiang Chen was caught off guard. He quickly swallowed the unrefined medicinal elixir and used his own body to shield Zhao Yanran. The tremendous explosive power inflicted several injuries on Jiang Chen, drawing blood for the first time in battle. A few spots even exposed the bone beneath. This Li family elder was truly ruthless, having secretly planted an explosive technique on Gue Tian beforehand. Somehow, he had turned the ninja into a human bomb. Gue Tian's assassination attempt alone was not much of a threat, but combined with his lightning speed and the explosive ability, it became a deadly combination. And judging from Gue Tian's agonized screams before his death, he himself likely didn't even know when he had become a human bomb. Truly unstoppable. Ha ha! With such a close explosion, there's no way you'll survive, the Li family elder exclaimed jubilantly. Little Shen, the venerable elder has avenged you, the elder said, looking at the billowing smoke. My son, did you see that? The Li family patriarch next to him wept tears of joy. But just as he spoke, a hand suddenly gripped his neck, a cold voice asking, "See what? You're still alive." The Li patriarch stared in disbelief at the figure emerging from the explosion, Jiang Chen, and scathed, "Of course. But you, on the other hand, will die now," Jiang Chen said flatly, then snapped the patriarch's neck with a sharp crack. "Grandson," the Li elder cried in anguish, not expecting Jiang Chen to dare kill his beloved descendant right in front of him. The speed was so lightning fast, the old man couldn't even react. "Bastard! I'll make you pay with your blood," the Li elder roared, his body instantly rejuvenating, the wrinkles vanishing to reveal a muscular physique. His aura grew terrifyingly powerful, but the next moment, this formidable presence was abruptly extinguished. Jiang Chen simply punched the elder's face with an ordinary blow, shattering all his defenses and deflating him like a balloon. The elder reverted to his decrepit old state, crashing to the ground and coughing up black blood. "Don't bother, I've already broken through. Now I can kill you like an ant," Jiang Chen said calmly. He had just forcefully absorbed the medicinal elixir, successfully advancing to the second layer of the heavenly profound cultivation. His strength had doubled. "How is this possible? What kind of abomination are you? Severely injured, yet not only still alive, but able to break through? I'm over 100 years old, and I've never seen anything like you. You're no human, you're a demon. A demon, I tell you." The Li family elder was seized by terrified panic. He had seen many powerful experts, but someone like Jiang Chen was a first for him. "I told you, living long doesn't mean you know everything. Someone like you, at your age, is no better than a dog, just wasting resources," Jiang Chen sneered. However, it was only when he was wounded just now that Jiang Chen truly understood the marvel of the heavenly profound cultivation and the heavenly cripple. This cultivation method could truly transform the impossible into the possible. The heavenly cripple was originally born a crippled, blind, deaf, with broken limbs and a hunchback. Yet through sheer willpower, he had comprehended the heavenly profound cultivation, merging it with his own flawed physique, breaking through his limitations to achieve the unimaginable. One-handed, one-legged, he became undefeatable under heaven. This was the key reason why Jiang Chen, despite his blindness and grievous injuries, could inherit this legacy. Only those pushed to the brink of death could gain the chance for rebirth. And thus was born another grand secret of the heavenly profound cultivation: the more severe the injuries, the greater the combat strength. The earlier explosion had wounded him, but paradoxically, it had also made it easier for Jiang Chen to absorb the medicinal elixir, allowing him to rapidly break through to the second layer of the cultivation. At this new level, Jiang Chen truly grasped the profundity of the heavenly profound cultivation. Not only were his injuries healed, his strength had increased tenfold. Killing these people before him was no different than slaying dogs. Thinking of running, are we? Jiang Chen saw the Li elder's legs move, trying to flee. Despite his age of over 100, he had been walking with a trembling, tottering gait just moments ago. Yet now, his speed rivaled even the ninja Gue Tian. But Jiang Chen's speed surpassed the elder's. He caught up in an instant, kicking the elder down to the ground. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I'm over 100 years old. I have many treasures. I know all kinds of techniques and secret arts. If you spare me, I'll give you all of them. And the wealth of the Li family, it's all yours." The elder immediately forgot his vengeance, groveling shamelessly, begging for his life. However, Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered to waste another word on this scum. He simply crushed the elder's heart with a single kick. Truthfully, Jiang Chen had seen all kinds of evil people, but turning a living being into a human bomb, like the Li elder had done, was a first for him. How despicable for an elder to become a thief. As he searched the elder's body for treasures, Jiang Chen spoke indifferently, "Fool, you're dead, so your belongings are mine now. As for your techniques and secret arts, sorry, they're too trash, I have no use for them. Now, it's your turn." After collecting the spoils, Jiang Chen slowly walked up to the Zhu family young master, speaking indifferently. "Don't come any closer. Don't come near me. Help! Somebody, please come help me." The Zhu young master's face was ashen white, feeling true fear of death for the first time. He frantically shouted for the guards he had brought. But just now, when Jiang Chen killed the Li family elder, those guards had already sensed the danger and fled. Now, no matter how much the Zhu young master screamed, not a single guard would come to his aid. You see how despicable your character is, that not a single person is willing to save you. In your next life, try being a decent human being instead of bullying others with your power, Jiang Chen sneered, ready to finish off this arrogant young master. Just as Jiang Chen raised his foot, about to stomp Zhu Huanyu into the ground, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly called out, "Good sir, please hold your hand. We do not allow fighting in our domain. I beg you to show mercy to this humble Taoist priest." Jiang Chen turned to see Qingfeng the Taoist priest hurrying over, several disciples from the Qingcloud sect following close behind, riding swords. It was understandable. With all this commotion happening on Qingcloud Mountain, the Qingcloud sect could no longer sit idly by, especially if the young master of the powerful Zhu family was about to be killed here. "Humph, when I was being chased just now, I didn't see you lot jumping out to say fighting wasn't allowed. I thought you cultivators were supposed to be detached from worldly affairs, but it seems you're all the same, a bunch of sycophants," Jiang Chen sneered. He was certain that if it was him in the Zhu young master's position, about to be killed, these people would not have lifted a finger to save him. What a bunch of fake cultivators, only caring about status and looking down on others. Cough cough, our Qingcloud sect truly has its difficulties. The Zhu family's influence is too great. We had no choice. Please forgive us, good sir. Qingfeng the Taoist priest flushed with embarrassment at Jiang Chen's words. He then took out an exquisite wooden box, offering it to Jiang Chen. "However, we know we were wrong this time. This is one of our Qingcloud sect's treasures, the Qingcloud grass that grows in the most spirit-rich areas of our mountain, maturing only once every few hundred years. It's greatly helpful for cultivation. If you can spare the young master of the Zhu family, we would like to present this to you. What do you think? This big-headed Zhu young master is only worth this measly grass? Your Qingcloud sect is really stingy." Jiang Chen glanced at the Qingcloud grass, recognizing it as a true treasure, far superior to the items he had bought at the auction, but he still wasn't satisfied. "Then how much would the good sir require?" Qingfeng the Taoist priest asked, sensing Jiang Chen's bargaining intent. "Since you're somewhat of an acquaintance, I'll let it slide with 10 of them," Jiang Chen made a hefty demand. 10? Are you joking? Our Qingcloud sect has only managed to accumulate a few dozen Qingcloud grasses over the years. Young man, don't be so unreasonable. If you push us too far, we'll have no choice but to attack, and I doubt you can take on our entire sect," the other Qingcloud disciples angrily protested. "Fine, let's see whose strike is quicker, yours or my kill," Jiang Chen sneered, unintimidated by their threat. "Ha, no need to get so worked up. 10 will be 10 then," Qingfeng the Taoist priest quickly interjected. "However, our sect's treasury currently only has 4, the other 6 will need to be harvested in about a month. We'll deliver them to you then, how's that?" "All right," Jiang Chen nodded, understanding this was the Qingcloud sect's way of stalling. They would probably try to renege on the remaining 6 later, but Jiang Chen wasn't worried. If they dared to go back on their word, he would simply destroy their mountain gate and take all of them by force. As promised, Qingfeng handed over the 4 Qingcloud grasses, and Jiang Chen spared the Zhu young master. But before letting him go, Jiang Chen ruthlessly stripped the young master of all his valuables and secretly poisoned him, warning him to behave. If the young master dared to cause trouble, the poison would be incurable even for celestials. "Let's go, time to head back." With everything settled, the richly rewarded Jiang Chen gathered the resting Zhao Yanran in his arms. Seeing the supposedly unconscious Zhao Yanran still feigning sleep, Jiang Chen couldn't help teasing, "You're all healed up, yet sleeping so soundly, and so heavy, like a little pig." "Nonsense, I'm only 85 pounds. Zhao Yanran immediately opened her eyes and pinched Jiang Chen angrily. "If you don't want to carry me, just put me down. With those long legs of yours, carrying you is no hardship. I'll keep holding you," Jiang Chen replied, enjoying the feel of her in his arms. After their life-or-death battle, and their willingness to risk their lives for each other, the bond between them had indeed grown much stronger. Jiang Chen found himself unsure how to choose between Zhu Qingyao and this little vixen, their personalities so vastly different. But he didn't forget the main task at hand. Shall we go kill your father now, or rest up and wait until tomorrow? No need to rush. In a few days is my father's 60th birthday celebration, the day he originally planned to take possession of me, Zhao Yanran said, her face full of resentment. I want to expose his hypocrisy in front of everyone on his happiest day, then send him to hell. Having been treated as a mere tool her whole life, and suffered under her father's cruel pure yang energy, Zhao Yanran's hatred for him had reached its peak. Simply killing him would not be enough to quell her rage. Alright, then you can stay with me at the hotel these next few days. Don't get the wrong idea, I just want to ensure your safety. I don't want you going back home, Jiang Chen said with concern. No need to worry. I have ways to protect myself. And if I don't go back, my father might get suspicious. I'll call you if anything happens, Zhao Yanran assured him with a smile. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded. The next morning, Jiang Chen did indeed receive a phone call. Expecting it to be Zhao Yanran in some sort of trouble, Jiang Chen was surprised to hear an unexpected voice on the other end. Son-in-law. Good morning. I hope I didn't wake you up. A somewhat familiar voice spoke. Who is this? Jiang Chen was momentarily confused, not understanding why this person was addressing him as son-in-law. It certainly didn't sound like Zhu Qingyao's mother. It's Li Yilio's mother, your mother-in-law. We were traveling out of town, and just came back to find that ungrateful daughter of ours dared to break off the engagement with you on her own. We're so angry about it. The former mother-in-law spoke with a passion and rationality Jiang Chen had never seen from her before. In the past 3 years, though she wasn't as openly hostile as Li Yilio, she had treated Jiang Chen with utter indifference, practically ignoring his existence. But now, her tone had completely flipped, displaying what could only be described as a complete reversal of attitude, from arrogant to obsequious. It seems she now fully grasped Jiang Chen's change in circumstances. It's fine, the broken engagement is actually better, since we never really liked each other anyway, Jiang Chen replied casually. How can that be fine? This wedding was personally arranged by your father-in-law. It can't be called off so easily. Son-in-law, are you free? Your father-in-law and I are both at home waiting for you. Please, for the sake of your father-in-law, you must come visit at least once, the former mother-in-law hurriedly explained. Don't worry, we won't force you to get married. We just feel that even if you want to break it off, it should be done properly in front of us as parents, she added. Alright then. Seeing this was important to Li Yilio's grandfather, Jiang Chen agreed to the request. Not long after, Jiang Chen stepped into the Li family's grand estate once again, after being away for so long. Son-in-law. As soon as he entered the gate, a familiar security guard approached him. This was the only friend Jiang Chen had in the Li family, the one who had previously informed him of Li Yilio's impending wedding. It seemed the Li parents had prepared thoroughly this time, intending to play the nostalgia card. They had even bought the security guard new, smart-looking clothes. However, if they truly treated this guard well, Jiang Chen might have been inclined to accept their goodwill. But one glance revealed the guard had sustained not a few injuries, causing Jiang Chen to furrow his brows. Li Yilio did this, didn't she? I'm sorry, it's my fault for dragging you into this. This woman had clearly taken out all the resentment she felt towards Jiang Chen on these innocent servants. Son-in-law, don't worry about it. We servants endure a bit of punishment now and then. This time, the master and mistress are truly sincere towards you. Son-in-law, you must seize this opportunity, the 30-something security guard Aki pleaded earnestly. This card has some money on it. Don't stay here working, take it and live better. Jiang Chen took out a card, offering it to Aki. No, I can't take this money. Aki immediately refused, but Jiang Chen firmly pushed the card into his pocket. It's fine, this is nothing compared to you taking the beatings for me. Go on, don't linger in this wretched place any longer. Then thank you, son-in-law. Take care. Aki no longer resisted, turning to leave. Worthy son-in-law, welcome. Your return has truly brought glory to the Li family. I heard your eyesight has been restored, and indeed it has. We're all so happy for you. At this moment, the Li parents came out, greeting Jiang Chen warmly. Is that so? In the 3 years I was here, I never felt any glory brought to the Li family. Jiang Chen sneered. There's no need for these fake courtesies between us. Ahem, it seems the worthy son-in-law is still harboring some resentment. But all these mistakes were due to the disobedient and vile daughter Li Yilio. We never meant any ill towards you. Think about it, we treated you quite well these past 3 years, didn't we? The Li parents still tried to play the emotional card. However, Jiang Chen nodded coldly. Indeed, quite well, just not letting me dine at the table, turning a blind eye when your daughter cursed and hit me. Then to prevent me from being a freeloader, you found me a job on the assembly line, making me work 15 hours a day. I suppose even a blind man can become deft at that after a while. The Li parents fell silent, utterly embarrassed and at a loss for words. They hadn't realized just how poorly they had treated Jiang Chen these past 3 years. In their minds, they had been quite good to him, at least not letting him starve. Come to think of it, that assembly line job wasn't all that bad. I'm actually quite grateful to you for that. At least it gave me some sense of purpose and allowed me to avoid your daughter's humiliation during the day, Jiang Chen said coldly, struggling to find even this minor positive aspect. To the Li parents' surprise, they actually thought Jiang Chen was expressing gratitude. They quickly replied, we were just trying to help the worthy son-in-law find meaning and reignite your passion for life. Where's Li Ilio? Jiang Chen looked around the Li estate, not seeing the main character. That wretch was banished by us after she caused such a huge mess, the Li parents answered. Then why did you summon me here? Jiang Chen was still somewhat puzzled by their intentions. He had thought they were going to stubbornly insist on him marrying Li Ilio, but that didn't seem to be the case now. How strange. Ahem, we heard the Li family patriarch of the 4 great families of the eastern capital has passed away? The Li parents asked curiously. Your information network is quite efficient. Yes, he's dead, and I killed him, Jiang Chen admitted bluntly. Worthy son-in-law, you're truly impressive. We know you must hate Li Ilio to the core, and she has indeed behaved terribly. If you want to break off the engagement, we agree, the Li parents, either out of fear or a true change of heart, surprisingly agreed to Jiang Chen's request. In that case, I'll be going then. Jiang Chen nodded, seeing the Li parents were being reasonable, and had no desire to dwell on past grievances. Wait, worthy son-in-law, you can break off the engagement with Li Ilio, but the patriarch's arrangement cannot be changed. We have a few nieces and cousins, you can pick whichever one you like, and we'll arrange the marriage to fulfill the promise. How does that sound? The Li parents finally revealed their true intent. I never thought you'd care so much about the patriarch's promise. What's the real reason behind this? Jiang Chen shot back. The truth is, our Li family is actually a branch of the 4 great families of the eastern capital's Li clan. Now that the Li patriarch has passed, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us to take over, the Li parents said excitedly. But our current strength is a bit lacking, so we need your help, worthy son-in-law. If you help us seize control, you'll be our most beloved son-in-law, no, our own son. When we're gone, the entire Li family will belong to you. You can even expel Li Ilio from the clan or make her leave for good, whatever you wish. The Li parents spoke with great fervor, willing to even sell their own daughter's life for the sake of their ambitions. I finally understand why Li Ilio is so despicable. With parents like you who only care about self-interest, it's no wonder she turned out this way. Jiang Chen was truly shocked and bewildered by the warped values of these parents. Worthy son-in-law, that's a bit one-sided. As the saying goes, all under heaven strive for profit, all under heaven are in turmoil for profit. When you're alive, what else is there to live for besides profit? If the current conditions aren't good enough, we can certainly negotiate further, the Li father said. If you feel one beauty isn't enough, how about 2? Heck, I'll give you all of them. My nieces and cousins are all beauties. I'm sure you'll be satisfied with one of them, he continued, waving his hand grandly. At that, 5 or 6 lovely young women in revealing short skirts emerged from the Li estate. Though their looks were certainly pleasant, with distinct, social media-ready features, they paled in comparison to Zhu Qingyao and Zhao Yanran. Greetings, Mr. Jiang, the women cooed, batting their eyelashes coquettishly at Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen was utterly uninterested. Sorry, I don't find any of them appealing. Please have them leave. Worthy son-in-law, could it be you don't even like women? The Li father said, suddenly realizing something. Well, I do have a few nephews and cousins as well. Even nephews and cousins you'd be willing to sell? Do you think I can just take whatever I want then? Jiang Chen looked at the despicable expressions of the Li parents in disgust. But of course, we're family, we can discuss anything, the Li parents quickly agreed, thinking Jiang Chen had taken an interest. In that case, I want you too, Jiang Chen said flatly, pointing at the Li parents. Worthy son-in-law, you mean, you're interested in her? The Li father pointed at the middle-aged Li mother, thinking Jiang Chen had his eyes set on her. He couldn't help but sigh. I never expected the young people these days to have such unique tastes. But it's not impossible, I suppose. I'm tired of this old hag anyway. If the worthy son-in-law likes her, then take her. You bastard! Have you gone mad? Trying to sell even your own wife? The Li mother exploded in rage upon hearing this, lunging at the Li father with her claws. I've been with you for 20-30 years, and this is how you repay me? You want to kick me out so you can bring in those vixens instead. Bastard, I'll fight you to the death. Stop it, you shrew. I'm doing this for the prosperity of the Lee family. The Lee father tried to fend her off, his face quickly scratched up. The hell with the Lee family. Without me, it's worth nothing. The Lee mother, still retaining some sense, refused to be swayed, continuing to grapple with her husband. Jiang Chen watched this dog-eat-dog scene with a slight smile, turning to leave. Wait, worthy son-in-law, don't you want to know about your own family? The patriarch mentioned it in passing once, and it really shocked me. Seeing Jiang Chen about to leave, the Lee father quickly pulled out his trump card. Sure enough, Jiang Chen halted at this news, immediately turning around and grabbing the Lee father by the collar, lifting him off the ground like a chicken. What did you say? He asked sternly. If you're lying to me, I'll kill you right now. Worthy son-in-law, don't be hasty. How could I dare lie to you? The Lee father had never seen such a terrifying killing intent in Jiang Chen's eyes before. He had originally planned to use this information to blackmail Jiang Chen into helping them, but now, faced with Jiang Chen's murderous gaze, he had no choice but to come clean. It's true, the patriarch did mention it once when I asked about your background. He refused to tell me for the longest time, until one day when he got fed up and revealed that you have some blood relation to the Chen family, the second wealthiest family in the eastern capital. However, in the 3 years you've been with us, the Chen family never sent anyone to claim kinship. We even had people inquire with the Chen family, but they claimed to have never heard of you, which was quite embarrassing for us. So that's why you eventually gave up and let Li Ilio run rampant. Ha. Ha. Jiang Chen sneered, but he didn't have time to concern himself with the Li parents' obsequiousness. Instead, he muttered to himself, the Chen family? I have relatives there. The Jiang family of the capital shouldn't have any connections to this minor Chen family. Could it be relatives from my mother's side? Jiang Chen suddenly had a realization, becoming greatly excited. From as far back as he could remember, Jiang Chen had little recollection of his mother and had never even seen her in person. Those around him had always said his mother had passed away, and whenever Jiang Chen asked his father about it, he would just sadly close his mouth, refusing to answer. After a while, Jiang Chen had stopped inquiring, only cherishing the idea of his mother, the most wonderful word, deep in his heart, quietly grieving for her in the still of night. But now, it seemed there was a chance to uncover his mother's identity. She was very likely related to the Chen family of the eastern capital. In fact, she may even be from the Chen family itself. The only reason the patriarch of the Jiang family, with their prominent status in the capital, would have prohibited their son's marriage was if the Chen family was just a minor clan. This could mean his mother was likely not dead after all. Perhaps this was also the reason his father had left home so many times to reunite with his mother. Jiang Chen grew increasingly excited, wishing he could sprout wings and fly straight to the Chen family to get to the bottom of this. However, he knew this was a serious matter, and he shouldn't act rashly. He turned back to interrogate the Lee father further. What else did the patriarch say? Don't leave out a single word. That's all, I've told you everything I know. Worthy son-in-law, you don't have to scare me so much, I haven't done anything. The Lee father, under Jiang Chen's intense gaze, couldn't help but feel uneasy. What kind of existence is the Chen family? Do they have any special traits? Jiang Chen pressed on. The Chen family can be considered the wealthiest in the eastern capital, controlling all sorts of underground banking businesses. They hold sway over half the financial world. There are rumors that their strength even surpasses the number one family, the Zhao. They just prefer to keep a low profile and avoid conflict, which is why they're ranked second, the Lee father explained. As for anything special, the Chen family is quite conservative. They only allow the men to handle the family business externally, and the women are never seen. They also only marry within the family, never outside. But that's not unusual. Many traditional families have such customs. Worthy son-in-law, I've told you everything I know. Can you now help me take over the Lee family? The Lee father, seeing Jiang Chen's keen interest, still harbored hopes of using this to his advantage. Get lost. Jiang Chen's response was blunt, slapping the Lee father hard and dashing his foolish ambitions. Ouch. Ouch. Worthy son-in-law, how can you go back on your word like this? I told you everything, didn't I? If you're not satisfied, you can even hit me a few more times. But you can't just abandon the Lee family's affairs, the Lee father cried out as he was slapped away, quickly scrambling back over despite the pain. Power truly was the best intoxicant, making the old man's blood boil, no longer fearing the pain. I guess I learned that from you. Isn't going back on your word a Lee family specialty? Jiang Chen sneered. Alright, since you're so heartless, don't blame me for being unscrupulous then. Go on, leave. Luckily, I still have one card up my sleeve. Let me tell you, the Chen family has a mysterious aspect that sets them apart. Their main underground banking headquarters are unknown, only the four great families know its location. If you help me become the Li family patriarch, I can help you find the Chen family. Otherwise, no dice. You'll never be able to locate the core members of the Chen family your whole life, let alone find out about your own relatives, the Li father said coldly. Fool, do you think I can't even find someone from the four great families? Jiang Chen scoffed. Finally, in the Li patriarch's desperate gaze, Jiang Chen dialed Zhao Yanran's number. At this point, the Li father realized why Jiang Chen had found none of the women he prepared appealing. The man was already involved with the sister of the number one family. He could only watch helplessly as Jiang Chen left, cursing his useless daughter 100 times over. What an idiot, letting go of such a money tree. Yanran, is everything safe on your end? No issues? Jiang Chen asked with concern after leaving the Li estate. No problems. I told you I have it handled, you don't need to worry. Zhao Yanran replied, her mood quite good at Jiang Chen's initiative to call. What, this handsome man has learned to show concern for others? You wouldn't have developed feelings for me, have you? No, I just have a question to ask you, Jiang Chen replied honestly. You don't need to be so honest, are you really immune to romance? You dummy, Zhao Yanran scoffed. Alright, what's the matter? She asked, getting back to business. Do you know where the Chen family's headquarters is located? Jiang Chen got straight to the point. No, I actually don't know that. Zhao Yanran shook her head, to Jiang Chen's surprise. You don't know? I thought the four great families were closely connected with each other. Haven't you been to the Chen family before? I have been to some of the Chen family's clubhouses and villas, but I've never been to their actual headquarters. The Chen family is different from the rest of us, we're all native Eastern capital families, but the Chen family is an outsider clan, and they don't intermarry with us either. At first, we were quite hostile towards the Chen family, but they're just too wealthy and powerful, and they don't seem to have great ambitions, so we were forced to absorb them into the four great families. Even after joining us, though, they keep their distance. They don't participate in many things, including not revealing the location of their headquarters to us. Maybe my father knows, but he's never told me. By the way, why are you asking about this? Zhao Yanran questioned curiously. I've received some information that leads me to suspect my mother may be connected to the Chen family, so I want to go to their headquarters and inquire, Jiang Chen explained. You don't need to go through the trouble. When my father has his birthday banquet, the Chen family will definitely come to pay their respects. You can just handle it then, Zhao Yanran suggested. Alright, I guess that's the best I can do for now, Jiang Chen sighed, still impatient but without a better option. Oh, and about that thing I looked into for you last time, my level is too low, so I couldn't dig up much more information. Sorry about that, Zhao Yanran said apologetically, then sent Jiang Chen some files. Jiang Chen opened them up, finding the latest news about the Jiang family in the capital. With his breakthrough to the second layer of the heavenly profound art, his strength had increased significantly, and his desire for revenge had grown even stronger. Although he couldn't go to the capital for now, it was still useful to understand the Jiang family's movements, knowing oneself and one's enemy. The files showed that his grandfather had voluntarily stepped down, and his second uncle was now the patriarch of the Jiang family in the capital. As for his cousin, Jibei, who had taken Jiang Chen's cornea, he had undergone a complete transformation, becoming the number one young master of the capital, with all sorts of social titles and attending high society events, no longer the reckless playboy he once was. What was most laughable was that the files even claimed Jibei was very charitable, having even set up a foundation to help the blind. So he's using this foundation to secretly look for me, is he? Jiang Chen sneered, a murderous intent in his eyes. Cousin Jibei, I never imagined you'd miss me so much. Well, the feeling is mutual. Jiang Chen, the Jiang family is incredibly powerful, please don't act rashly. My advice is to plan this out carefully. With your talents, you'll have opportunities in the future. Zhao Yanran warned, afraid Jiang Chen would lose his cool. Don't worry, I still need to find my mother, I won't act impulsively. Alright, I'll see you in 2 days at the Zhao family villa for my father's birthday celebration, Jiang Chen said nonchalantly, growing increasingly anticipatory about the upcoming banquet. Meanwhile, in a secluded courtyard in the distant capital, the sinister-looking Jibei, who bore a certain resemblance to Jiang Chen, was lounging comfortably on a sofa as his secretary reported matters to him. Young master, there's a woman outside who has been kneeling for 3 days and nights, refusing to leave. She says she wants to see you. What does she look like? Jibei asked, glancing at the photo the secretary provided. She's average looking. I don't think I've slept with her. Why does she want to see me? Bei said indifferently. She claims she has seen the young master Jiang Chen and knows his whereabouts, the secretary reported. What? Bei immediately sat up, eyes wide. Is the information reliable? He demanded. It seems to be. She has many photos and videos of young master Jiang Chen, the secretary replied. You fool! Why didn't you report this important information earlier? Bei slapped the secretary hard. The secretary, feeling wronged, wanted to say that it was Bei's own rule women without status had to kneel for 3 days and nights to see him, while men had to kneel for 5 days and 5 nights. But he dared not talk back, only lowering his head in acknowledgement of the mistake. Bei then picked up the photo of Jiang Chen, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. Heh, after 3 years, I finally get to see you again, cousin. I wonder how the blind one is doing now. But I have to thank you, really. Back then, Master Mo said your eyes, with their innate dual pupils, would be excellent for cultivation, able to automatically absorb natural spiritual energy. I was afraid of the pain, but my parents forced me to make the exchange. Now I know just how useful those eyes are. My strength has reached a level you can't even imagine. Bei laughed. Go, summon that woman in. If she really knows about my cousin, I'll have to pay him a special visit. Time flew by, and it was now 2 days later. Today was the 60th birthday celebration of Zhao Wansheng, the patriarch of the #1 family in the eastern capital. The grand traditional Chinese courtyard mansion was decked out in banners and flags, packed to the brim with an endless stream of distinguished guests. The grand scale of the event far exceeded even Li Xian's wedding, shaking the entire eastern capital and reaching as far as the neighboring provinces and the provincial capital. Representatives had been sent from all over to congratulate the patriarch of the preeminent family in the eastern capital. The mayor of the eastern capital presented an 8-leaf calligraphy scroll, wishing Patriarch Zhou longevity like the southern mountain. The Chen family patriarch sent a top-grade jade Rui scepter and a can of premium De Hongpo tea, wishing the Zhao family all the best. The Sun family patriarch presented a 1-meter-tall golden Buddha statue, praying for Patriarch Zhao to be blessed by the divine. The cream of eastern capital's high society were all in attendance. Even the recently bereaved Li family had sent a representative to offer their congratulations. Jiang Chen, armed with the invitation Zhao Yanran had given him in advance, had blended into the crowd, his eyes fixed on the portly Qian family patriarch. Finally, he had seen him. This Qian family patriarch, in his 50s, had a plump, constantly smiling face, his warmth tinged with a hint of insincerity. Jiang Chen had been about to go approach him for a conversation, when a familiar voice suddenly called out, "You again!" Jiang Chen turned to see Gu Qingya, accompanied by her mother, entering the venue. "Qingya, what a coincidence! How have you been these past few days?" Jiang Chen asked with concern. "Why are you everywhere?" "Mom, let's go back." Gu Qingya wanted to leave upon seeing Jiang Chen. "Go back? Do you know how hard it was for me to get this invitation? I was hoping you might meet a good match here." Gu Madam quickly pulled Gu Qingya back, not wanting to leave. Seeing Jiang Chen, she said awkwardly, "Oh, my son-in-law, you're here too. I didn't mean anything by what I just said. I just want you two to compete fairly." "It's all right, mother-in-law. Oh, by the way, here's the nourishing beauty elixir I bought last time, you can have it." Jiang Chen, understanding his mother-in-law's nature, took out the bottle of beauty tonic he had procured from the young Master Zhu and handed it to her. "This is so expensive, my son-in-law, you shouldn't have." Gu Madam exclaimed. "Well then, son-in-law, you should keep Qingya company. I'll leave you two lovebirds alone and go take a look around," Gu Madam said excitedly, accepting the gift and taking her leave. "You scoundrel, trying to bribe my mom." Gu Qingya glared at Jiang Chen angrily. However, she then recalled the inexplicable heartache she had felt when Jiang Chen left last time, and couldn't help but ask, "I have to ask, were we really that close before? Why are you so persistent with me?" "Yes, we were very close, we've been through life and death together," Jiang Chen said, gazing into Gu Qingya's beautiful eyes. "That's a lie, I don't remember any of that at all." Gu Qingya refused to easily believe Jiang Chen. "It's because you've lost your memory due to poisoning. I have a way to help you regain it, but the condition is that you have to be willing, and can't resist or struggle, or else you might disrupt the treatment process and make things worse," Jiang Chen explained seriously. When he was only at the first layer of the heavenly profound art, dealing with Gu Qingya's amnesia had been a challenge, but now at the second layer, he could easily resolve this issue. However, the flower of infatuation poison had previously combined with Gu Qingya's 9-yin jade body. If he tried to treat her amnesia now, it would inevitably cause the 9-yin jade body to erupt again. Jiang Chen could certainly save her, but Gu Qingya herself could not resist or act rashly, or the 9-yin jade body would continue to spiral out of control, to the point even celestial immortals would be hard-pressed to save her. Humph, why should I trust you? What if you try to harm me? Gu Qingya was unwilling to entrust herself to this seemingly untrustworthy man. And how come I only lost my memory of you, when I remember everything else clearly? She questioned. I would never harm you. I'm more concerned with protecting you, Jiang Chen said helplessly. This poison specifically targets the memories of the person you care about most. If you don't believe me, maybe you can have your mother supervise? That way you'll feel more assured, he suggested. As if my mom would be even more likely to collude with you to sell me off. Gu Qingya continued to refuse. Jiang Chen was about to try other methods to get Gu Qingya to lower her guard, when suddenly the Zhao family patriarch stepped onto the stage and addressed the crowd. Thank you all for taking the time to come celebrate my birthday. Today, I, Zhao, have a special announcement to make. Zhao Yanran is not my biological daughter. Boom! What? Miss Zhao isn't the patriarch's real daughter? But I heard the patriarch dotes on her so much. The guests were immediately shocked, whispering in bewilderment. The Zhao patriarch continued, she was an abandoned infant I found by the roadside. I felt a connection with her and couldn't bear to see her life go to waste, so I adopted her and claimed her as my own daughter. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yanran's face turned deathly pale. You bastard, did you plan this all alone? Or did you do this because you knew I was going to expose you today? Zhao Yanran knew full well that she was the patriarch's biological daughter. After all, it was her pure yang constitution that had allowed her to become the patriarch's cauldron. She had been planning to present evidence and tell everyone that her own father was a despicable man who used his own daughter as a human alchemical furnace, exposing his hypocrisy. But now, the patriarch had preempted her, turning her into an adopted daughter instead. This way, even if he was evil, people wouldn't look down on him as much, since it was common for powerful families to have such arrangements. Daughter, I know this is hard for you to accept right now, but regardless of whether you're my biological child or not, I will always treasure you as my own, the Zhao patriarch said. And on this occasion, I'd also like to announce that you will be the next heir to the Zhao family, he revealed, shocking the crowd even further. Wow! The Eastern capital's #1 patriarch is willing to pass the legacy to an adopted daughter, truly an open-minded man. Yes, Patriarch Zhao is the kindest man in the world. I wish I was the one who got adopted by him. The guests praised the patriarch endlessly, but Zhao Yanran was furious, though feeling powerless. She didn't know if her plan had been leaked, or if Zhao Wansheng had simply outmaneuvered her. Either way, her original arrangement had been completely disrupted. If she were to stand up and accuse her father now, she would likely be condemned by all of Eastern capital as an unfilial and ungrateful wretch. Yet, thinking of the suffering she had endured, the death of her mother, and the life-and-death ordeal she and Jiang Chen had gone through to improve their cultivation, she mustered her courage and faced the Zhao patriarch head-on. I refuse. Don't think that by denying our father-daughter relationship and giving me a few small favors, you can buy my silence. Zhao Wansheng, I will never forget the agonizing days I suffered because of my pure yang constitution. I will never forget how my mother died in childbirth because of your schemes. All of this is thanks to you, turning me into a human alchemical pill to satisfy your wicked cultivation. You despicable scoundrel, you deserve to be condemned by all. Yanran, I had no idea your pure yang constitution had been so severely damaged, to the point of affecting your mental state. As your father, this truly pains me, the Zhao patriarch said, feigning distress. Quickly, take the young miss away and treat her properly. Apologies everyone, my daughter is unwell, please excuse this embarrassing scene, he then ordered, dismissing the situation with a few words. Stop. I have evidence that proves everything I've said. Zhao Yanran pulled out a stack of documents she had prepared earlier. These papers clearly recorded the name of the heretical cultivation technique the Zhao patriarch practiced, how she became a human alchemical pill and developed the pure yang constitution, the tragic death of her mother in childbirth, and the patriarch's other misdeeds over the years. However, when Zhao Yanran tried to distribute the documents to the crowd, she was shocked to find that not a single person dared to accept them. Everyone backed away from her as if she were a plague, and the Zhao patriarch's slight smile indicated he had anticipated this outcome. In this day and age, the truth was worth nothing. Only what people were willing to believe was considered the real truth. And right now, these people clearly preferred to believe the words of the Eastern capital's #1 patriarch over Zhao Yanran's impassioned pleas. No matter how eloquently she spoke or how loudly she cried, no one was willing to listen to her. What do you all mean? Why won't you believe me? I'm not insane, my mind is perfectly clear. Zhao Yanran raged at the crowd, but the more she protested, the further they distanced themselves, the tide of public opinion turning against her. Well, what are you waiting for? Take the young miss back, the Zhao patriarch said indifferently. Miss, please come with us, don't make this difficult. Two burly security guards approached Zhao Yanran. Like hell I will. Zhao Yanran lashed out, striking the guards and sending them flying. But this only served to stir up a hornet's nest, as the Zhao clan's experts emerged from all directions, converging on their own young miss. At first, Zhao Yanran could hold her own, but soon she found herself overwhelmed. Jiang Chen, your wife is about to get beaten to death. How long are you going to hide? She cried out desperately. I'm coming. Don't say such things in public. Jiang Chen sighed, turning to Gu Qingya. Sorry Qingya, let me finish this first before treating you. Just now, Jiang Chen had finally managed to convince Gu Qingya to let him treat her, but then Zhao Yanran's cry of your wife had ruined his chances. Sure enough, when Jiang Chen turned around, he saw Gu Qingya's face had turned dark. He was caught between a rock and a hard place, torn between the two women. With no other choice, Jiang Chen unleashed his fury on the group of Li family experts approaching. With a single step, his slender frame exerted a mountain-like pressure, drawing the attention of everyone present. The hesitant Zhao clan experts, seeing Jiang Chen, pounced on him like hungry wolves spotting fresh meat. But Jiang Chen simply waved his hand, slapping the incoming experts one by one with ease, sending them crashing to the ground. Be they early nascent soul cultivators, peerless battle kings, or advanced cultivators, they were all thoroughly crushed by Jiang Chen's heavenly profound art. Second layer. He then began kicking the fallen experts, piling them up into a mountain of bodies. I told you, openly exposing the truth is useless these days, Jiang Chen said to Zhao Yanran. In this era, victory determines who has the right to speak. Since you couldn't defeat them, no one will listen to you. But don't worry, with me here to back you up, even the heavenly king himself would have to heed your words. Standing atop the human mountain, Jiang Chen stretched out his hand to Zhao Yanran. Come up here, Yanran. Alright, Zhao Yanran eagerly jumped up to join him, then casually scattered the documents in her hands, letting the papers fly everywhere. From their elevated position, the papers reached far and wide, many people unable to escape the onslaught. Hey, isn't that the mysterious expert who caused a ruckus at Li Xian's wedding? Someone in the crowd recognized Jiang Chen. Oh, so it's him. No wonder he's so powerful. But wasn't he fighting for a woman surnamed Gu last time? Now he's defending Miss Zhao? Heroes like him are always flirtatious, but this guy has managed to get the two most beautiful women in Eastern capital. Lucky dog. Damn, I'm so envious. Hearing the chatter, Gu Qingya couldn't help but feel angry, clenching her fists tightly. Humph. Flirtatious scoundrel, I have no intention of being plucked by you. Mom, let's go. You're right, this son-in-law of ours seems to have lost his mind, thinking he can take on the Zhao clan patriarch with his little skills. Quickly, let's leave before we get dragged into this. Gu madam, agreeing with her daughter for once, hurriedly took her away. Many others shared Gu madam's sentiment, casting Jiang Chen looks as if he were already a dead man. While he might be strong, even managing to snatch a bride from the Li family was the weakest among the Zhao, Chen, Sun, and Li clans. But the Zhao clan was the mightiest of them all. The gap was like heaven and earth. Young man, this is a private matter of the Zhao clan. I hope you won't interfere, the Zhao patriarch said calmly to Jiang Chen. But you heard Yanran calling me her husband-to-be. I could be your future son-in-law, so this isn't just a private matter. At most, it's the son-in-law helping the father-in-law fulfill his wishes? Jiang Chen smiled lightly. In that case, I'll have to call the police. The Zhao clan has always been a law-abiding family. I can't let you run amok, the Zhao patriarch said coolly. True to his status as the #1 figure in Eastern capital, he executed a perfect combination of courtesy and force, his threat carrying immense weight. However, when the Zhao patriarch confidently pulled out his phone to call the Eastern capital police chief, he was met with an unexpected response. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently unavailable. Ha? What's going on? The Zhao patriarch paused, perplexed. His phone number was a top-level emergency contact, normally answered immediately. How could it be unreachable? He tried calling the deputy chief, but received the same result, the line was dead. No need to bother, there will be no order here today, Jiang Chen said calmly. He had already asked old Wu to take care of everything. No matter how much chaos unfolded here, no one would be coming to intervene. Is that so? Well then, that's wonderful news. The Zhao patriarch's lips curled up in a slight smile. Normally, he would have had to put on an act and restrain himself from going too far, due to the need to maintain order. But now that order had been disrupted, he could act more freely without any constraints. Everyone, please don't stick around. I have some private matters to attend to, so I'll have to ask you all to leave, the Zhao patriarch addressed the crowd. Of course. The guests had no desire to get entangled in this, and quickly began to take their leave. However, Jiang Chen spoke up, Qian family patriarch, please stay a moment. I have something I'd like to discuss with you afterwards. Ha, sure. I'd be interested to see what experts the Zhao clan has prepared this time. This should be enlightening, the Qian patriarch agreed, his expression that of a smiling tiger, hiding some ulterior motive. You've managed to make quite a few enemies, haven't you? First killing the Li family patriarch, then challenging me. Now you want the Qian patriarch to stay as well. 3 of the 4 great families, you've offended them all. If you're after wealth or resources, we can certainly negotiate, the Zhao patriarch said magnanimously. No ulterior motives, I just can't stand to see the despicable acts of you big families. Even someone like me, who doesn't like to meddle in others' affairs, has to step in sometimes, Jiang Chen replied calmly. Well, since you're so eager to court death, I suppose I have no choice. The Zhao patriarch then turned to the empty air and gestured, Master Yi, I'll have to trouble you. No problem. A booming voice suddenly echoed from the air, accompanied by a powerful gust of energy, like crashing waves, that threatened to blow Jiang Chen and Zhao Yanran off the human mountain. Jiang Chen quickly grabbed hold of Zhao Yanran to steady them, but the piled-up bodies below were not so fortunate, collapsing in a mess. Then, a frail-looking old man in tang clothing materialized before them, the Zhao patriarch's Master Yi. This was a cultivator far beyond the nascent soul realm, a legendary Grand Master warrior capable of harnessing the power of the heavens and earth. The mere 3 words he had spoken earlier were enough to demonstrate his immense might. This newcomer was far beyond the previous experts Jiang Chen had encountered. He could be considered the strongest adversary Jiang Chen had faced so far. What? But Master Yi had long since retreated from the martial world, roaming the lands. How could he be here? Zhao Yanran questioned the Zhao patriarch in disbelief. What, did you think I wouldn't know you were planning something? That's why I had Master Yi ready to step in, the Zhao patriarch replied with a slight smile. And you've been unusually calm these past few days. Calmness often signifies something out of the ordinary, he added knowingly. Truly, no one knew Zhao Yanran better than her own father. You bastard! Then why didn't you make your move earlier? Zhao Yanran raged, realizing her every step had been calculated by her father. Where's the fun in that? I wanted to wait until you thought you had the upper hand, then deliver the crushing blow. But if you surrender now, I can spare your life. My cultivation technique doesn't require eliminating you all at once. I can let you live a few more years, the Zhao patriarch said nonchalantly. To live a pitiful existence? I'd rather die with dignity. Zhao Yanran spat. Jiang Chen, you should leave. This Master Yi is far too powerful. We underestimated him, she warned. But before she could finish, Jiang Chen had already rushed towards Master Yi. I told you to trust me. Stop thinking about dying every time you face danger. Jiang Chen chastised. So what if he's an expert? I'll fight and kill the most formidable ones, he declared boldly. Ha, you've got quite the audacity, young man. As a junior, I'll give you 3 moves, Master Yi said confidently. You're the one who said that, Jiang Chen nearly laughed. In the next instant, Jiang Chen unleashed the full power of his heavenly profound art, striking with earth-shattering force. Master Yi, caught off guard, hastily retaliated with a punch of his own. The thunderous impact shook the very ground, opening up a massive fissure, as if an earthquake had struck. Though Jiang Chen remained calm and composed, Master Yi's face held a hint of flush, indicating the strain of the exchange. Again, Jiang Chen stepped forward, eagerly throwing another punch. Boom, boom, crack, crack. Another 2 massive fissures opened up under their feet, rapidly turning the once pristine courtyard into a ruin, with several buildings beginning to collapse due to the unstable foundations. As expected of a Grand Master, fighting you is truly exhilarating. One more round, Jiang Chen said enthusiastically after exchanging a few more powerful blows. Since reaching the second layer of the heavenly profound art, he had hardly found any worthy opponents. Master Yi was the only one who could provide him with a decent sparring session. Otherwise, Jiang Chen was worried he might end up becoming complacent by constantly defeating inferior opponents. No more, no more. Young man, what are you made of to have such strength? If we keep going, you'll end up breaking these old bones of mine, Master Yi conceded, waving his hand. Though he appeared unharmed on the surface, those 3 punches had indeed taken a toll on him. He simply couldn't withstand the punishment any longer. Master Yi, don't leave. If you alone can't do it, I'll call in some reinforcements, the Zhao patriarch cried out in alarm. Shut up. I may have lost the fight, but I won't lose my integrity. I won't stoop to ganging up on a single person, Master Yi barked, his shout knocking the Zhao patriarch onto the ground. Ha, Master Yi is still as fiery-tempered as ever. No wonder he wouldn't simply obey my father's orders, Zhao Yanran said, gazing at Jiang Chen with admiration. The incident where you almost died for me will never happen again. From now on, in this vast world, no one will dare oppress us, Jiang Chen said solemnly to Zhao Yanran. Oh, then let's see how you'll deal with the pure yang energy inside her. At this moment, the Zhao patriarch suddenly pulled out a small bottle, his face twisted with malice, and crushed it. This bottle contained the precious primal essence that Zhao Yanran was born with. The Zhao patriarch had secretly kept it all this time, using it to control the pure yang energy within Zhao Yanran. His plan was to forcefully trigger the complete explosion of this energy, turning Zhao Yanran into a supreme yin-yang alchemical pill. While this abrupt refining process would reduce the potency of the final product compared to a gradual cultivation, the Zhao patriarch no longer cared. He never expected his own daughter to have summoned such a formidable expert, one who had even managed to drive away the mighty martial Grand Master, He. In the eastern capital, He was practically the only cultivator at that pinnacle level. The patriarch had no idea where this young man had come from. However, to his surprise, Zhao Yanran remained unharmed, standing calmly without any signs of the expected explosion. What? How is this possible? The Zhao patriarch was stunned. Ha, did you think you're the only one with preparations? Fool, Jiang Chen sneered. Aware of the danger posed by Zhao Yanran's pure yang constitution, Jiang Chen had preemptively used the second layer of the heavenly profound art to fortify and protect her body. While he hadn't fully resolved the root cause, the sudden uncontrolled outbursts were now prevented. Good. Let's see how long you can withstand this. Enraged, the Zhao patriarch began viciously striking his own chest, finally coughing up a mouthful of blood. He then used his blood to draw a talisman, and the moment it was completed, Zhao Yanran let out a piercing scream. She too began coughing up blood, her body rapidly heating up and burning. The Zhao patriarch had resorted to a ruthless self-harming technique, exploiting the blood bond between father and daughter to forcefully trigger Zhao Yanran's explosion. And this time, the eruption was truly ferocious. Zhao Yanran was in danger of being completely consumed by the flames. Burn. After raising you for 20 years, it's time for you, the daughter, to repay your father, the Zhao patriarch gloated, continuously drawing more talismans to accelerate the process. Ah, it's so hot, so painful. Jiang Chen, I don't want to be burned alive into a pill. Please, kill me quickly, end my suffering. I don't want this bastard to benefit at all. Zhao Yanran cried out in agony. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, I won't let you die. Jiang Chen reassured her. Forgive me, but I have no choice, Jiang Chen said, quickly creating an isolated space around Zhao Yanran and tearing off her clothes to prevent them from burning together. With a rip, Zhao Yanran's flawless, snow-white skin and perfect figure were exposed. Jiang Chen didn't linger, instead rapidly firing silver needles into her acupuncture points while projecting spiritual energy to help alleviate her suffering. But at that moment, the Zhao patriarch began hurling several mud pills towards Jiang Chen. Though harmless, they were quickly deflected by Jiang Chen's protective barrier. When the pills hit the ground, however, 3 ghastly, foul-smelling corpses instantly materialized, zombie-like undead creatures. Attack, the Zhao patriarch commanded, and the 3 reanimated corpses, animated by his control, viciously lunged towards Jiang Chen. To Jiang Chen's surprise, these seemingly feeble undead managed to easily tear through his outer defenses with their claws. Quickly, Jiang Chen kicked one of the corpses away, then scooped up Zhao Yanran, wrapping his coat around her and continuing to suppress her raging pure yang energy with the heavenly profound art. He used his remaining 2 legs to fend off the 3 zombies. Necromancy from the Xiangxi region? You aristocratic families and your so-called century-old legacies, all you've learned are these wicked arts. Jiang Chen scorned. Now he understood why the Zhao patriarch had cultivated Zhao Yanran's pure yang constitution. The necromancy technique required constant contact with corpses, which could only be offset by pure yang energy. Just like how Li Xian had practiced the unethical yin-yang replenishment technique, the Zhao patriarch had resorted to animating the dead. Both were despicable methods. But Jiang Chen supposed it was only natural. For the pampered scions of these powerful clans, the arduous and painful process of genuine cultivation was simply too much to bear. So they had turned to these convenient, powerful yet sinister techniques instead. Ha! Who cares about righteous or wicked, as long as it can kill you? You've driven me to this, now die, the Zhao Patriarch roared, his control over the zombies growing even more precise. The three undead creatures continued their relentless assault, clawing at Jiang Chen and making the situation increasingly difficult. These three zombies, while individually weaker than Master Yi, were collectively more formidable. Master Yi, being a living, breathing human, could feel fatigue and pain, which led him to retreat when he realized he couldn't defeat Jiang Chen. But these undead creatures had no such limitations. Even if Jiang Chen cut off their heads, they could still continue fighting. Worse, their bodies were laced with toxins. A single graze could cause one to lose their sanity and become a zombie as well. Cinnabar fire, burn. Jiang Chen unleashed his cinnabar fire, engulfing the zombies. But to his surprise, the undead creatures were impervious to the flames, shrugging off the intense heat and attacking even more ferociously. Ha ha ha, useless, these zombies are the result of my years of careful cultivation. Not even heavenly thunder can stop them, they have no weaknesses. They'll outlast and exhaust you to death, the Zhao Patriarch boasted. Is that so? If they have no weaknesses, then surely you must have some, Jiang Chen retorted coldly. Golden eyes. His eyes flashing golden, Jiang Chen fired piercing beams that easily penetrated the Zhao Patriarch's protective treasures, causing the man to pale in terror, feeling as if he were knocking on the doors of the underworld. What was that just now? The Zhao Patriarch shuddered, utterly terrified by the seemingly unstoppable energy. Taking advantage of the distraction, Jiang Chen swiftly kicked the zombies away and charged towards the Zhao Patriarch. Capturing the leader was the key. Zombies, come back and protect me, the Zhao Patriarch frantically called out to the undead creatures. But Jiang Chen's speed far exceeded theirs. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the Zhao Patriarch, his fist poised to strike. Just as the blow was about to land, the Zhao Patriarch's expression of fear suddenly shifted to a sinister, triumphant grin. To Jiang Chen's shock, a pair of hands erupted from the Patriarch's chest, lunging towards him and the unconscious Zhao Yanran with blinding speed. Jiang Chen could have evaded the attack himself, but he couldn't risk leaving Zhao Yanran unprotected. So he grabbed the hands, only to realize they belonged to a fourth zombie, smaller and more agile than the previous three, hidden within the Patriarch's own body. How cunning! This pint-sized undead creature, with its long, venomous claws, managed to slash Jiang Chen's hands as he pulled it out, injecting a potent toxin into his system. Ha, you thought you could ambush me? Now that you're poisoned by my zombie, you'll slowly lose your mind and become my servant. And don't worry, I'll make sure to craft you into my finest undead warrior. Maybe I'll even turn Yanran into a zombie as well, so you two can be a lovely ghostly couple, the Zhao Patriarch gloated, reveling in his perceived triumph. As the toxin began to take effect, Jiang Chen felt his consciousness slipping. The last thing he saw was the Zhao Patriarch's smug expression as he and Zhao Yanran succumbed to the darkness. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had already suppressed Zhao Yanran's raging pure yang energy, preventing any disastrous consequences. The next moment, the overjoyed Zhao Patriarch bit his finger and rushed towards Jiang Chen, ready to draw talismans to take control of him. However, just as he was about to complete the ritual, Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed the Patriarch's throat. Are you done with your little drawings? Jiang Chen asked coldly. What? How are you still conscious? This is impossible. The zombie toxin should have incapacitated you, the Zhao Patriarch exclaimed in disbelief. Heh, you call that poison? I'm an expert in curing diseases and toxins, not just fighting. Did you really think such a trivial toxin could affect me? Jiang Chen scoffed. He had simply been playing along to see what the Zhao Patriarch had up his sleeve. Zombies, come back, the Patriarch frantically tried to regain control of the undead creatures. Crack! Jiang Chen crushed the Patriarch's hands, preventing him from manipulating the zombies with his necromancy. Though maimed, the Zhao Patriarch still attempted to control the zombies through the talismans on their bodies. But to his shock, Jiang Chen quickly drew his own set of seals, rendering the zombies helpless, like decapitated flies. How is this possible? You know necromancy as well, the Patriarch stared in disbelief, as if seeing a ghost. Heh, you were the one drawing all over me. I suppose I should thank you for teaching me this useless technique, Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. But I only did it once. How could you have learned it so quickly? The Patriarch refused to believe it. Jiang Chen's prodigious talent truly astounded him. The Patriarch had spent decades mastering the art of necromancy, yet Jiang Chen had managed to replicate it after just a single demonstration. You think everyone is as stupid as you? Mastering necromancy doesn't require decades of research, Jiang Chen scoffed. The fundamental principles and heritage of the necromancy technique were already imparted to him through his inheritance. Once the Zhao Patriarch had revealed the specific talismans he used, it was a simple matter for Jiang Chen to learn and replicate them. It was fortunate that the patriarch had foolishly believed he could turn Jiang Chen into a zombie, wasting much of his precious blood essence in the process. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would have struggled to sever the connection between them. I can't accept this. I spent decades mastering necromancy, and I've invested so much effort into the zombies. As a scion of a noble house, generations of my family's work, how can I lose to this punk? The Zhao patriarch raged, unable to fathom how he could be defeated by someone he had dismissed as a mere worthless son-in-law. Old man, remember this: one must rely on their own strength, not external crutches. Your wicked ways will never prevail over the righteous path, Jiang Chen said coldly, preparing to send the patriarch to his doom. Wait, you can't kill me. Yanran and I are connected by blood and fate. This was something I set up since her birth. If I die, she will too. The Zhao patriarch revealed his trump card. Don't worry, I can sever that connection as well. Not even the heavenly king could save you today, Jiang Chen sneered. Just as he was about to strike, the Zhao patriarch suddenly cried out to the nearby Qian patriarch, Old Qian, save me. This young man is about to take down all 4 great families. If you don't save me, you'll be next. The smiling Qian patriarch then addressed Jiang Chen, my young friend, I must admit I'm quite curious, are you truly planning to eliminate all 4 great families? I have no interest in your 4 families. I just want to know, do you recognize the name Jiang Tianhe? Jiang Chen asked. Jiang Tianhe? No, I don't, the Qian patriarch replied, shaking his head. Jiang Chen then produced a photograph of his father. What about this man? Upon seeing the photo, the Qian patriarch's expression immediately changed. It's him. Are you his son? So you do recognize him. Where have you seen my father? Jiang Chen pressed the Qian patriarch. No, I don't know him. I have matters to attend to. Please excuse me, the Qian patriarch quickly tried to leave. Not so fast, Jiang Chen blocked his path. I'm afraid I can't let you go until you tell me what you know about my mother. Young man, the more you know, the more danger you may be in. My family wants no part in your family's affairs, the Qian patriarch sighed. Please, I must know. Is my mother connected to your family? I've never known her, and I desperately need to find out. I'll take full responsibility for any consequences, Jiang Chen pleaded earnestly. Knowing one's origins is a fundamental human need. For Jiang Chen, who had grown up without a mother, this was a burning question he had to answer. Relenting, the Qian patriarch replied, Your mother is indeed connected to my family, but she is no longer with us. Our branch of the Qian family is not the main household. Your mother belongs to the main Qian family, in the capital of Tianan province. She is a kind woman who once did us a great favor, but also nearly brought ruin to our family. That's why we've kept a low profile in recent years, wishing to avoid further entanglement in the affairs of the great families. If you truly wish to find her, go to the main Qian household. I'm afraid I can't tell you more. What is my mother's name? Jiang Chen pressed. Qin Ningen. She was the brightest star of the Qian family, but also our greatest taboo, the Qian patriarch revealed. That's all I can tell you. The Zhao patriarch is escaping. You should focus on him now, the Qian patriarch urged, quickly taking his leave, unwilling to be further entangled. Turning around, Jiang Chen saw the Zhao patriarch fleeing. Furious, he charged towards the man, ready to end his life. Wait, Jiang Chen, let me handle this. A weakened but determined Zhao Yanran suddenly spoke up. Alright, be careful, Jiang Chen nodded, supporting Zhao Yanran as they approached the Zhao patriarch. Yanran, I'm your father, you can't kill me. That would be a heavenly calamity, the Zhao patriarch pleaded, playing the family card. Is that so? Heh, didn't you just say in front of everyone that I was an adopted daughter? Now you claim I'm your real child? Have you no shame? Zhao Yanran sneered. Yanran, your father was blinded by greed. I know I was wrong, but I'm still your father. You may hate me, but you can't commit this unfilial act. Take everything I have, make me a poor old man. Just spare my life, the Zhao patriarch begged frantically. In fact, I'll give you all the wealth and status of the Zhao family. And the zombies, I'll teach you the most perfected necromancy techniques. With them, you can control the Zhao family, even the entire Jiangdong region, he rambled, terrified by the hatred in Zhao Yanran's eyes. The selfish man only regretted that his schemes weren't flawless, not the harm he had inflicted on his own daughter. No need. I'll bury you and those zombies together. Let you face them in the afterlife. I'm sure they hate you for turning them into undead abominations, Zhao Yanran said coldly. No, no. The Zhao patriarch paled in horror at the thought. Without hesitation, Zhao Yanran plunged the blade into her father's chest, watching the demon who had controlled her life meet his demise. But the moment the deed was done, Zhao Yanran felt a searing pain. The blood connection had backfired. Fortunately, Jiang Chen was there to stabilize her with the heavenly profound art. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Ah, the daughter slaying the father. What a delightful scene. You! Jiang Chen turned to see a familiar figure approaching Li Yilio, in a stunning black evening gown and red high heels. Surprised to see me, Jiang Chen? It's been a while, she purred. Though I must say, you work fast, you've already found a new girl to replace the one I have here. She gestured to Gu Qingya, who was being held captive behind her. What do you want? Release her at once. Li Yilio, you really have a death wish, don't you? I've spared your life multiple times, and yet you still dare to provoke me? Jiang Chen bristled with fury. Patience, you'll be captured soon enough. Wouldn't it be lovely if the three of you were all together? Li Yilio chuckled, then clapped her hands. From the doorway, a handsome, well-dressed figure emerged. Young master, I never imagined I'd see you here. The man bowed politely to Jiang Chen. Jiang Luer, my cousin's lapdog. So he's too afraid to come himself and sent you to deal with me? Jiang Chen sneered at the well-dressed servant. Indeed, we have Lady Li to thank for the tip. We never expected the blind young master to not only be alive, but to have regained his sight as well, Jiang Luer said. Young master, why prolong the inevitable? It would be more dignified to simply accept your fate. We, as your servants, will ensure you meet an honorable end. Jiang Luer shook his head. Do you really think you're still worthy of my family's attention, Jiang Chen? Jiang Luer sneered. The truth is, our young master is now the most dazzling heir of the capital. He's too busy ruling and being celebrated to bother with a worthless, exiled bastard like you, especially one who dared to humiliate his own cousin. Even I, a mere servant, have no interest in coming to this backwater to deal with you. I heard you've been making a name for yourself here? Do you really think that after crawling your way up in this tiny place, you'll be able to slowly gather strength and eventually strike back at the capital? You're just a pathetic toad in a well, getting more and more diluted. Even if you spend 100 years here, accumulating endless power, it wouldn't be enough for my family to lift a finger against you. Jiang Luer laughed mockingly. As a servant, he had once been powerless in front of Jiang Chen. But now, he finally had the chance to humiliate the man he had always envied. Why should Jiang Chen have been born the young master, while Jiang Luer was doomed to servitude? Though Jiang Chen had never mistreated him in the past, Jiang Luer's resentment towards the unfairness of their fates festered within him. Now, he could unleash it all on the exiled Jiang Chen, showing everyone that the so-called young master was nothing but a dog fit only to grovel at Jiang Luer's feet. Oh, by the way, do you remember your most loyal servant, Jiang Qinger? Jiang Luer continued. That dog who used to lord his position over me? After you were cast out, he suffered greatly. His limbs were broken, his eyes gouged out, his tongue cut off. He's been left to rot in a wine jar, barely clinging to life. Surprisingly, his will to survive is quite strong. I wonder if he's still waiting for his master to come rescue him. Jiang Luer gloated. And the others close to you? They've all been ruined because of you. If I were you, I'd just kill myself now. What's the point of living, you cursed blight? Are you done? Jiang Chen's voice grew cold. Yes, now hurry up and kill yourself. You wouldn't want to watch your beloved beauties die before your eyes, would you? Go on, die, and maybe they'll have a chance. Jiang Luer sneered arrogantly. You're finished, Jiang Chen said, and in a blur of afterimages, he vanished from his spot and charged towards Jiang Luer at a speed impossible to follow. Jiang Chen's heart ached with fury. He had known the Jiang family was ruthless, but to have tortured and maimed everyone connected to him, this was beyond his worst nightmares. Then I'll repay them in kind, with blood for blood, Jiang Chen declared, intent on exacting vengeance. However, Jiang Luer showed no fear, only contempt. Going to get yourself killed, are you? Dragon-E, where are you? I am here. A bald-headed monk immediately appeared behind Jiang Luer, wielding a demon-subduing staff. With a single strike, the invisible air around them began to tremble and distort, creating a powerful barrier that sent Jiang Chen flying back. Didn't expect you to have actually trained in the martial arts, young master. But you're far too late. Dragon-E is a foundation establishment cultivator. I doubt you've ever encountered such a powerful master in this backwater, Jiang Luer sneered. He was right. Dragon-E's cultivation far surpassed anything Jiang Chen had witnessed before. At the foundation establishment stage, the monk's abilities were on par with the strongest mortal warriors, but with far more sophisticated techniques. Even the men Zhu Shao had brought from the provincial capital were mostly at the qi condensation stage. For a mere servant like Zhang Luo to have a foundation establishment cultivator at his beck and call showed the sheer might of the Jiang family in the capital. Jiang Chen's domain in Jiangdong would be no match for this level of power, but that didn't mean Jiang Chen couldn't find a way to overcome it. Seizing the opportunity when he was knocked back, Jiang Chen quickly changed direction and charged towards Gu Qingya, the two guards watching her being no match for his full-force assault. He was able to rescue Gu Qingya once again. Why does this feel so familiar? Gu Qingya looked at Jiang Chen, confusion written on her face. Silly girl, let's worry about restoring your memories after I get through this. If I don't make it, it might be better for you to just forget about me, Jiang Chen replied with a smile, though his expression was unusually grave. He then flung a barrage of silver needles at the bald-headed monk, Dragon-E. Just as the monk easily destroyed the needles with his demon-subduing staff, the needles suddenly exploded into flames, forcing the monk to scramble. At the same time, Jiang Chen unleashed the full power of the heavenly profound art, shouting, "Come, thunder!" A thunderous strike slammed into the monk, causing him to cough up blood, though his protective cassock had saved him from the worst of it. Foundation establishment, you say? Is that all? Jiang Chen sneered. What? But you never cultivated any techniques before. Even if you had some fortuitous encounter in the past 3 years, how could you have advanced this quickly? Zhang Luo was shocked. It seems you are the one stuck in a well. In fact, I've only been cultivating for less than 3 months, Jiang Chen retorted. Less than 3 months? Don't make me laugh, young master. I didn't think you'd become a braggart even in this backwater, Zhang Luo scoffed. But he's telling the truth, Li Elio admitted reluctantly. He was still blind 3 months ago. Impossible. Did your father give you some secret technique? Zhang Luo demanded. Luckily I came in time, or else you might have become a real threat. Now is the perfect opportunity to kill you, Zhang Luo declared, then shouted, Dragon-E, Dragon 2, Dragon 3, Dragon 4, Dragon 5. My family can easily deploy 5 cultivators of this caliber. What can you possibly do against us? 2 monks, 2 Taoists, and a scholar. Zhang Luo had summoned 5 foundation establishment cultivators, each with their own unique skills and methods. Add to that the 2 peak martial saint experts lurking nearby, and the sheer power Jiang Chen was facing was staggering. This was no mere servants' squad, this was the terrifying might of the Jiang family, and Zhang Luo was only the vanguard. If the young master himself were to come, accompanied by the Jiang clan's elite forces, Jiang Chen would be hopelessly outmatched. What do we do, Jiang Chen? Zhao Yanran asked, her face pale with fear. She could sense that any one of these experts could easily crush them. We fight to the death. I'll ensure you and Gu Qingya escape, even if I don't make it, Jiang Chen replied resolutely. With the 2 women he loved most in danger, he had no choice but to make a desperate stand. Yet, he did not feel hopeless. The heavenly profound art only grew stronger the more he fought. I'll stay and die with you. I never got to be with you in life, so I'll at least be with you in death. And I'll finally have my vengeance, Zhao Yanran said solemnly, once again choosing to share Jiang Chen's fate. I'm too weak to be of much help, but I wish I could at least hold off a couple of them to let you fight freely, Gu Qingya lamented. I won't abandon him, not after he saved me, she declared, refusing to leave. With you 2 standing behind me, what more could I ask for? Jiang Chen laughed, his fighting spirit surging. He then turned to the 4 zombies and bowed apologetically. Forgive me, I had hoped to lay you to rest properly, but now, I need your help. Using the necromantic techniques taught by the Zhao Patriarch, Jiang Chen sent the zombies to attack the other 4 cultivators. Then, he charged at the bald-headed monk, Dragon-E, with everything he had. He would strike first and strike hard, taking down one of the enemies before the rest could react. Aum, Mani, Padme, Hum, the bald-headed monk suddenly chanted in a thundering voice, unleashing the Mahayana Buddhist 6-syllable Great Bright Mantra. This mantra was imbued with the boundless blessings and compassion of all Buddhas, manifesting as a powerful spiritual attack. Each syllable exerted immense mental pressure, like countless needles piercing Jiang Chen's mind. For most, taking such a devastating psychic blow would have been instantly crippling. But Jiang Chen was no stranger to spiritual attacks, and the golden mask absorbed the impact, allowing him to remain lucid. Jiang Chen's heavenly profound art surged, and he unleashed the Black Tiger Seizes the Heart technique, aiming straight for the monk's heart. You're courting death, the monk exclaimed, infusing his protective cassock with spiritual energy. The intricate patterns on the fabric began to glow, and when Jiang Chen's attack made contact, it felt like countless blades slicing his right hand, drawing blood and exposing bone. Ignoring the pain, Jiang Chen pushed on, tearing through the cassock and grabbing the monk's heart, ripping it from his body in a shower of blood. Arg! The monk howled, his life extinguished in an instant. The other 4 cultivators, seeing their comrade fall, immediately turned their fury on Jiang Chen, attacking him with everything they had. Their array of Confucian, Buddhist, and Taoist techniques rained down, some even transforming matter with mere poetry. Flowers drunk, 3,000 guests, a single frost-cold sword, 14 provinces, the scholar among the 4 cultivators recited, his words transforming into a torrent of sword energy that rained down on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's speed allowed him to evade most of the blades, but he had no choice but to brace against the rest. He fought back fiercely, wielding the sword energy itself to attack his opponents. However, he knew this battle of attrition could not last. His human limits would eventually be reached, and the 2 martial saint experts were poised to seize Zhao Yanran and Gu Qingya. "I'll have to rely on you now," Jiang Chen said, producing the mysterious seed he had acquired at the Azure Cloud Sect auction, the one that could summon heavenly thunder. He gave the seed to Zhao Yanran and Gu Qingya, telling them to infuse it with their yin and yang energies. "A mere seed? You're grasping at straws in the face of death, fool. Even if it grows, it'll take days, and the yin-yang energy required would drain you both dry before it's ready," John Luer scoffed. But to his surprise, as soon as the 2 women poured their energies into the seed, it began to sprout. And with that, dark clouds gathered in the sky, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. The heavenly tribulation had arrived once more. Jiang Chen naturally knew that wanting this seed to take root and grow to maturity would not be enough time. But what he had to do was not to let it mature, but just to let it grow a little, to stimulate the descent of the heavenly thunder. After all, even a seed that hasn't germinated can stimulate the heavenly thunder to strike 3 times. Once it succeeds in germination, it will surely provoke the fury of the celestial realm. And as long as the heavenly tribulation descends, in the indiscriminate attack, this Jiang Lu and the 4 foundation building experts, the 2 Tao masters will all be affected by the heavenly thunder. At that time, it will be their time of death. Heavenly thunder? How is this possible? What the hell kind of seed is this? It's too rebellious against heaven, actually able to stimulate the descent of the heavenly thunder. Damn, even in the capital city, there are rarely such existences. Loney and the others were stunned, not expecting Jiang Chen to have such means. After all, the heavenly thunder only exists in ancient books, and its power is said to be boundless. Even foundation building experts may not be able to withstand it, let alone them. They had cultivated for half a lifetime, but had never seen this thing before. Unexpectedly, in this small alley in Jiandong, they were about to capsize. "What are you all standing there for? Quickly stop it. Quickly stop it. Don't let it fully form." Jiang Lu saw the situation and his face changed drastically, trying to flee. But he had only run a few meters when, with a boom, a bolt of lightning instantly descended from the sky like a silver dragon and struck the fleeing Jiang Lu. "Ah!" Jiang Lu let out a miserable scream, his entire body instantly turning into a charred and exploded head, with black smoke emanating from all over his body. If it wasn't for the few protective talismans he had, Jiang Lu would have been reduced to charcoal on the spot. The power of the heavenly thunder was not in vain. "Fool, if the heavenly thunder could be escaped by running, who would still fear it?" Jiang Chen sneered. At the same time, the 4 foundation building experts gritted their teeth and attacked the thundercloud, trying to disperse it and block its formation. However, no matter how they struck, the thundercloud was like a cotton ball, unmoved, absorbing all the spiritual energy. After a while, the huge dark cloud actually divided into several smaller ones and floated above each person's head. And one cloud even floated above the seed, truly raining evenly, sparing no one. "Yanran, Qingya, quickly throw that seed to me," Jiang Chen hurriedly said to the 2, to divert the thunder clouds from them. The 2 immediately followed his orders and threw the seed to Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen was not stupid enough to stubbornly resist the 2 thunder strikes for the sake of the seed, but instead turned and threw it directly to Jiang Lu. "You bastard! Why did you throw it to me?" Jiang Lu hurriedly tried to throw the seed away, but the seed seemed to have taken root in his hand, and he couldn't shake it off no matter how he tried. Just now, Jiang Chen had directly used the bone-sticking powder to stick Jiang Lu and the seed together. making them inseparable. It must be known that in the inheritance of the Tian Shan old man, in addition to medical skills, the strongest was poison. It's just that due to the lack of spiritual herbs, Jiang Chen couldn't concoct very potent poisons. However, he had refined many auxiliary ones, just in case. And now, he had just the right opportunity to use them. Bastard! 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 Jiang Lu tried every method but couldn't shake off the seed, frantically stomping his feet in desperation. During this time, he also tried to directly destroy the seed to disperse the thundercloud. However, this seed that could even survive the heavenly tribulation was not something a useless underling like him could easily destroy. As a result, he could only watch in horror as the second thundercloud floated over again. One thundercloud could already take half his life, let alone two. Who could withstand this? You, don't come over. Don't come over. Jiang Lu shouted at the thunder cloud above, but the more he shouted, the faster the cloud approached. Manor Master Jiang, save me, quickly save me. The young Master Jiang told you to protect me. At this time, to Jiang Lu's further dismay, Li Yilio on the side was frantically running towards him, trying to seek his help, and bringing the third thundercloud with her. Scram! I can't even protect myself. How can I protect you? Don't come and cause trouble. Get lost. Jiang Lu furiously kicked Li Yilio away with a kick, sending her flying like a sandbag. Ah! Li Yilio could only let out a miserable scream as she was kicked to the ground. Jiang Chen, I want your blood for this. The next moment, Jiang Lu suddenly let out a roar. Then, he actually took out a knife and ruthlessly chopped off his own hand. Immediately, he threw the hand and the seed far away, finally diverting the second thundercloud. As expected of a dog, his eyes are indeed sharp, cutting it off decisively. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh when he saw this, not expecting Jiang Lu to be so resolute. If he had hesitated any longer, he probably would have died under the heavenly thunder. Now he only lost a hand. It's really a bargain for him. Jiang Chen, please save me. Please, for the sake of our 3 years of marital affection. At this moment, seeing that Jiang Lu couldn't save her, Li Yilio could only shamelessly turn to Jiang Chen for help. Heaven-sent calamity can be redeemed. Self-inflicted calamity cannot be escaped. I've given you many chances already, but it's you who didn't know how to cherish them, and actually still want to harm me. Jiang Chen sneered coldly, directly using a bolt of spiritual energy to knock Li Yilio away, not willing to save her. I never wanted to harm you, I just want to marry you. What's wrong with that? It's you who became successful and then abandoned me, going out to find other women. Finding two, even, you're the scumbag. Sisters, you must see clearly what kind of man this is. Today he can choose not to save me, and in the future he can choose not to save you either. Li Yilio distorted the facts and shouted, actually preparing to drive a wedge between Jiang Chen and Zhao Yanran, Guqingya. Don't worry, we have our own brains. We all know what you've done. It's best if you just go and die, go reunite with your adulterous lover Qin Wenian. Zhao Yanran immediately rebuked her, making Li Yilio's nose almost crooked from anger. Boom! The next moment, the accumulated thunder clouds all descended. In an instant, silver snakes danced, thunders filled the sky, extremely shocking. Jiang Chen ran in front of Zhao Yanran and Guqingya, using his own strength to stubbornly resist the 3 thunderclouds. The other foundation building experts also displayed their extraordinary abilities to block the heavenly tribulation. As for Jiang Lu, facing a single thundercloud, he could barely use the talismans on his body to save his life. Only Li Yilio, without any cultivation base or talismans, let out a miserable scream and was struck into charcoal, becoming the first ghost under the heavenly tribulation. It's unknown whether she would regret it when she died. Regret for not staying behind the walls, and even more for repeatedly opposing Jiang Chen. But based on Jiang Chen's understanding of her, she probably wouldn't think she was wrong even at the point of death. She would only regret that she shouldn't have come in person. She should have climbed into Jiang Bei's bed and become the madam earlier. They say that when people are born, they carry 2 bags, one for the good things in life, and one for the bad. Good people will put these 2 bags together, seeing both the good and the bad. But bad people will only place the bag of good things in front of their chest, basking in self-satisfaction, while hiding the bag of bad things behind their back, refusing to see it. Li Yilio was clearly the latter. Boom! 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 Although Li Yilio had died, Jiang Chen didn't have time to feel satisfaction, because right now, he was stubbornly resisting the attack of 3 thunder clouds. The power of this heavenly tribulation was indeed not to be underestimated. Jiang Chen used up all his Tianxian divine art, yet could only block 2 of them, with the last one striking him squarely, electrifying him with excruciating pain all over his body. It felt as if every inch of his skin and every bone was being roasted in fire and fried in oil, unbearably painful. beautiful. The veins on his face throbbed, his expression contorted, his hands clenched into tight fists, his nails digging into the flesh, making onlookers feel deep sympathy. However, even in this state, Jiang Chen did not retreat even a step, not allowing any heavenly thunder to strike the women behind him. A real man should be like this, shouldering countless responsibilities with his flesh and blood. Even if the sky were to collapse, he must protect his beloved, bearing the 1,000-pound burden on his shoulders. But what Jiang Chen didn't expect was that the pain only lasted for a moment before suddenly dissipating, because Jiang Chen found that the remaining thunder energy had all converged on the turtle shell fragment at his waist. This thing can even absorb heavenly thunder? And it doesn't seem to be damaged at all? Jiang Chen curiously took out the turtle shell, feeling somewhat excited. On the other side, Jiang Chen glanced at the seed, which remained unharmed under the thunder cloud's assault, with its tender sprouts not even slightly damaged. This only made him more curious about the nature of this seed, for it to be so miraculous. This trip to the auction house had truly brought him incredible luck, encountering these two extraordinary items. At the same time, Jiang Chen was also surprised to find that although the thunderbolt had caused him excruciating pain, it had also conducted a second tempering of his physical body, expelling a lot of impurities and making him significantly stronger. Originally, Jiang Chen's physique had already experienced the first tempering from the golden mask, allowing his bare flesh to surpass even Dao venerable experts. But now, as Jiang Chen faced stronger and stronger enemies, that physical strength was clearly not enough. Unexpectedly, the heavenly thunder had the effect of tempering as well. It was like a blade, repeatedly tempered in lightning, expelling all the impurities within, forged through 1,000 trials, becoming ever sharper. Of course, all this was thanks to the turtle shell absorbing most of the thunder, as well as the Tianqian divine art's ability to grow stronger when injured. This allowed Jiang Chen to undergo a moderate tempering by the heavenly thunder. Otherwise, if it had been too powerful, it wouldn't have had the tempering effect, and would have only injured Jiang Chen's flesh and meridians. One only needed to look at Zhang Lu and the others to understand this. Not only did they fail to be tempered, they were screaming in pain, their eyes sparkling with stars, and even if they managed to survive, they would feel as if 6 out of 7 souls had been electrocuted. Their flesh could be cut off and served as a medium-rare steak. Afterwards, Jiang Chen continued to use the Tianqian divine art to defend against 2 bolts of heavenly thunder, while the turtle shell absorbed most of the thunder energy. The remaining thunder energy was then used to temper his own physical body, once again experiencing that crazy stimulation of feeling his bones and flesh being fried in oil. Although it was painful, he was enjoying the pain. Jiang Chen, if you can't take it, don't keep shielding us, let us handle it ourselves. Zhao Yanran and Gu Qingya, seeing Jiang Chen's agonizing expression, couldn't help but feel concerned. It's fine, I'm enjoying this. It's rare in life to have this opportunity, for the heavens to massage and knead my back. This service is much better than any masseuse. I even want to tip him a little. Jiang Chen laughed. Enough, enough, what time is it now and you're still fooling around? Shameless. Zhao Yanran rolled her eyes. This Jiang Chen usually seemed quite proper, but when it came to critical moments, he would say some ruffian words. She really didn't know what was on his mind. If you say he's proper, he is indeed quite proper. He's never taken advantage of himself, even when he was just stripped naked. He didn't take the chance to grope. But if you say he's improper, he's also quite improper. Flirting around, having connections with so many women, and he even put her and Gu Qingya together. This rascal couldn't be trying to learn some ancient practice of sharing a husband, could he? No matter what, she definitely won't share her husband with anyone else. Thinking of this, Zhao Yanran's gaze towards Gu Qingya was filled with hostility. However, looking at Gu Qingya's pitiful yet beautiful appearance, Zhao Yanran just couldn't bring herself to hate her. After all, who doesn't like a beautiful woman? It's truly pleasing to the eye. So, she turned her glare towards the not-so-good-looking Jiang Chen instead. The only thought in her mind was, it's all his fault. All because he couldn't handle it properly. As for Gu Qingya, she was utterly confused, not even understanding why Jiang Chen was being so good to her, when she had clearly disliked him so much. But why did she feel so pained seeing him in such agony? What exactly was their relationship? However, this man really doesn't look like a good person. He actually has such a beautiful woman following him. He must be no good. Thinking of this, Gu Qingya was both angry and annoyed, wishing the heavenly thunder would strike more, to kill this womanizing scoundrel. As for Jiang Chen, the The main character, naturally he had no idea that his heroic words had instead aroused the resentment of the two women. It's really true that the female heart is as unfathomable as the bottom of the sea. One moment they're willing to die for Jiang Chen, the next they wish to kill him. No wonder it's said that women are like water. When they have an enemy, they can comfort the heart and provide meticulous care. But when there's no enemy, they themselves become the biggest enemy. They can easily crush you with a single wave of the hand, igniting nameless fury over the smallest details. Damn it! Finally, it's over. This cursed Jiang Chen, I can't believe he had this trick up his sleeve. What a bastard. But you little punk should have been reduced to ashes by now, right? Idiot who brought fire to himself, yet still stubbornly shielded those two women. Under 3 thunderclouds, no matter how strong you are, you would have been charred black. At this time, after enduring 5 successive heavenly tribulations, the thunderclouds finally dispersed on their own. The soot-black Jiang Lu, relying on his protective talismans and help from his subordinates, had miraculously survived, excitedly shouting. However, the few foundation building experts beside him were in a much worse state. Not only did they have to withstand the heavenly tribulation, they also had to help Jiang Lu, and were now severely wounded, completely losing their former arrogant and overbearing demeanor, barely hanging on. Especially the 2 Dao venerable experts, they could not withstand the attack of the heavenly thunder and perished under it. But just as Jiang Lu, full of confidence, shook his head to regain clarity and turned to look at Jiang Chen, ready to collect his corpse, he found Jiang Chen standing completely unharmed at the same spot, bare-chested, with silver dragon patterns coiling around his body, seemingly unfazed by the lightning, majestic and godlike, dazzling to the eyes. How is this possible? Am I hallucinating? Is this all an illusion? Jiang Lu couldn't bring himself to believe what he was seeing, frantically rubbing his eyes and shaking his head, trying to prove that this was all just a mirage. Manner Master Jiang, you're wasting your effort. That's not an illusion, it's real. This bastard not only hasn't been struck dead by the heavenly thunder, he even seems to have grown stronger. Monster, truly a monstrous one. Not just in this tiny place, even in the capital city, such monstrosities are rarely seen. Growing stronger the more he fights. How terrifying. Apologies, Manner Master Jiang. We don't want the reward anymore. We really can't hold up against him. Farewell. The 4 foundation building experts, overcome with fear at the sight of Jiang Chen, waved their hands and prepared to flee. The next moment, they used the last of their strength to fly away, leaving 4 brilliant parabolic trajectories in the sky. Bastards, where are you running? Come back. Come back. I'll double the reward, even triple it. Jiang Lu cried anxiously. If he lost these powerful experts as backup, with just his few flashy martial arts moves, wouldn't he be beaten to a pulp by Jiang Chen? Jiang Lu grew more and more fearful the more he thought about it. However, no matter how he shouted himself hoarse, he couldn't bring those 4 disloyal scoundrels back. Did I say you could leave? Get your asses back here. At this time, Jiang Chen let out a roar that shook the heavens. They dared to strike him and then try to run? There's no such thing. The next moment, as if his words had become reality, the silver dragon lightning on Jiang Chen's body suddenly shot out, instantly striking the 4 foundation building experts with absolute speed. Accompanied by 4 miserable screams, these 4 once mighty foundation building experts now fell to the ground like 4 roasted sparrows. Young Master Jiang, please spare us. We were just doing a job for the money. We have no enmity with you. Yes, the resentment should be directed at the Manor Master. He is the mastermind. We are not involved. How about this? We are willing to use our treasures to redeem ourselves in exchange for your forgiveness. If that's still not enough, we brothers are willing to serve you without pay in the future. How about that? The 4 foundation building experts quickly pleaded with Jiang Chen. Hearing this, Jiang Lu on the side angrily pointed at them and cursed, "You bastards, where's your loyalty? Traitors, a bunch of traitors. When I return to the Jiang family, I'll definitely kill all of you." Jiang Lu, we're not scolding you, and you still dare to be arrogant. Damn it, before coming, you said it was an easy, lucrative task. Just kill a small fry for a generous reward. And what happened? Not only did we lose a brother, we almost got charred to death ourselves. Is this what you call a lucrative task? Lucrative my ass. Be honest, didn't you pocket most of it? The Jiang family can afford to hire over a dozen foundation building experts, yet you only brought us 5? You must have taken the lion's share for yourself. Dragon 2 rebuked him. Everyone knows the despicable behavior of these servants from big families. They all pocket a large portion while passing on crumbs. They turn 100,000 worth of blood and sweat job into just $200 for an errand boy. Truly an outrage. I didn't. Even with my courage, I wouldn't dare take that much. Jiang Lu hurriedly explained. Oh really? So you did embezzle some of it, just not half. "You bastard, it's all your fault. Give us back our brother's life." The four foundation building experts, angered by this, stepped forward to beat up Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu panicked at the sight, quickly shouting in a false show of arrogance, "What are you doing? I'm from the Jiang family in the capital." "He, but this is not the capital. The heavens are high and the emperor is far. If you dare act up, we'll just kill you and bury you somewhere. I doubt the Jiang family will bother with a small fry like you. At the end of the day, you're just a servant, acting arrogant because you're backed by others, thinking you're the master now." Dragon 2 and the others sneered. You, I'll fight you to the death." Jiang Lu, hearing himself called a mere servant, jumped up like his tail was stepped on, attacking the four. Suddenly, the five of them were engaged in a dog-eat-dog fight. Truly a great show. But as they fought, they started moving outwards, apparently planning to use the chaos to escape. "Enough, is the show over yet?" Jiang Chen sneered, seeing through their ploy instantly. He then didn't bother wasting words, acting decisively, with one punch each to swiftly end the four foundation building experts, who were already on the verge of death. What? No enmity? If Jiang Chen hadn't drawn down the heavenly thunder, they would have been the ones dead. Yet they dare claim no enmity, how shameless. As for redeeming themselves with treasures? Don't make me laugh. Since they're dead, everything belongs to Jiang Chen now. There's no reason for them to use Jiang Chen's own things to plead for their lives. Next, it's your turn. You were just talking about how you tormented Jiang Qingya, weren't you? Jiang Chen wiped the fresh blood off his hands using Dragon Force clothes, looking at Jiang Lu with a smile. "Jiang Chen, you can't kill me. I'm from the Jiang family in the capital. I'm the confidant of young Master Jiang Bei. Only young Master Jiang Bei can deal with me. If you dare touch me, Jiang Bei won't let you off." Jiang Lu was now trembling in fear, deathly pale. "Is that so? Good, then I won't let him off either." With that, Jiang Chen directly stomped on Jiang Lu's only intact arm, instantly crushing it with a crack sound. That's for Jiang Qingya. "Jiang Chen, I won't let you off even after I'm dead." Jiang Lu gritted his teeth in pain, his face contorted. But this was only the beginning. Next, Jiang Chen stomped hard on Jiang Lu's two knees. The knee bones immediately shattered, with no chance of recovery. In just 2 seconds, Jiang Lu's 4 limbs were disabled. That's for my other friends from the Jiang family. Following that, Jiang Chen struck Jiang Lu's head with a palm, instantly causing his eyeballs to burst, his eardrums to tear, blood oozing from all 7 orifices. And that's for myself," Jiang Chen said word by word. Finally, Jiang Chen prepared to deliver the final blow to Jiang Lu's heart, intending to send him to the afterlife. But just then, a blue light suddenly erupted from Jiang Lu's chest, and a figure Jiang Chen was all too familiar with appeared within the blue glow. "Long time no see, brother. I never imagined that we would meet again in this way. How interesting." The speaker was the young master of the Jiang family in the capital, Jiang Bei, Jiang Chen's own sworn brother, the bastard who had taken his corneas. "Indeed, it's been a long time, Jiang Bei. I never expected that after all these years, you'd still prefer to sneak around and only meet me in this manner. What? Are you afraid I'll kill you, so you've been hiding in the capital, unwilling to come out?" Jiang Chen looked coldly at the person he hated most in his life. I did want to come see my dear brother in person. It's just that I'm very busy these days. Let me show you. I'm currently holding an engagement ceremony. Do you know who my fiancée is? The #1 beauty in the capital, Shenleirua. She was once your goddess, wasn't she? I remember you used to chase her for a long time, but she wouldn't even look at you. But now, she's become my fiancée. Actually, I don't really like her that much either. I just love taking the things you like. Jiang Bei shifted the camera, focusing it on a ravishingly beautiful face in the distance. "And I have you to thank for that, brother. Your corneas are really useful. You probably don't even know, but your eyes have a natural dual pupil, which is extremely beneficial for cultivation. So I was determined to get my hands on them. And luckily, as brothers with the same bloodline, there was no rejection at all. It's really helped me soar. Now, I become a renowned genius in the capital. My cultivation has reached the golden core realm, which is why I was able to win Shenleirua's heart. But seeing how fast you're cultivating, you're truly extraordinary. Even the people I sent were defeated by you. It seems you have other innate talents besides the dual pupils. No matter, soon they'll all be mine, including these eyes you've regained. Although I can't use them, that doesn't stop me from feeding them to the dogs. Brother, you're truly a treasure trove, tailor-made for me," Jiang Bei said arrogantly to Jiang Chen, his gaze at Jiang Chen resembling not that of looking at a person, but rather an object, something to be casually dismantled and dissected. "Is that so? I feel the same way. Since we're so close in bloodline, and you're using my eyes, if I refine you into a medicinal pill, it'll surely give my cultivation a huge boost." By then, reaching the golden core realm won't be a problem at all. I'll have you to thank for helping me cultivate. Jiang Chen rebutted. Brother, you're really overestimating yourself. No matter how strong your personal talents are, they can't compare to the foundation of a family. You know how powerful the Jiang family is. Just immediately become the cultivation tool I've tailored for myself. I might even let you live as a dog. Otherwise, the next time I send people, it'll be the end for you. And not just you, all your loved ones, family, and friends will die with you. Jiang Bei sneered. Then why couldn't the cannon fodder you sent this time kill me? It's your personal follower Jian Lu who's about to die. He's followed you since he was young. Don't you want to plead for his life? Young master, please save me. Save me. Jian Lu has served you for 20 years. Even if I have no merit, I've endured hardship. I never thought you had a trump card hidden in my chest to protect me. Jiang Lu was overjoyed that you won't abandon me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lu also hastily joined in the plea, young master. Even though my ears were battered by Jiang Chen, with my remaining spiritual energy, I can still faintly hear your voice. I have such hope. However, this hope was immediately shattered the next moment. Jiang Bei let out a loud laugh. Brother, are you joking? This Jiang Lu was nothing more than a dog I've raised. Why would I care about the life or death of a dog? Furthermore, this useless dog, even if he dies, so be it. But his death can actually be a grand gift for you, brother. Brother, I've been busy with the wedding preparations lately, so I'm really stretched thin. Otherwise, I would have loved to come kill you myself. But next month, I'll be officially marrying Shin Leirua. If you have the guts, why don't you come to my wedding? Let's see whether you'll disrupt my wedding, or if I'll use your fresh blood to dye the aisle carpet. After saying this, with a huge bang, Jiang Lu suddenly exploded, generating a powerful shockwave. No wonder Jiang Bei said this was a grand gift. He had already prepared a hidden trump card on Jiang Lu. The protective measure placed on Jiang Lu was never meant to save him, but to use his life as the final blow. The earth-shaking explosion, accompanied by endless waves of flames, surged towards the closest target, Jiang Chen. The power was comparable to the three flavors elixir fire. If this had been the previous Jiang Chen, he would have easily been injured by this final attack. However, the Jiang Chen now, tempered by the heavenly thunder, had a flesh and blood that could withstand it without a scratch. Still, seeing the scattered flesh and blood, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. A servant who had followed him for 20 years was killed just like that, without an ounce of sentiment, reduced to nothing but ashes. The ruthlessness of Jiang Bei was truly evident. This kind of person must die. Otherwise, he would be like a venomous snake, lurking in the dark, constantly watching. The moment any weakness appeared, he would viciously strike, making you unable to guard against it. Jiang Chen himself might not care, but the relatives and friends around him simply couldn't withstand the scrutiny of this viper. Jiang Chen, are you alright? Zhao Yanran and the others quickly came over in concern. I'm fine. Jiang Chen shook his head. That bastard. He stole your eyes, made you blind for 3 years, and now he dares to be so arrogant. No sense of guilt at all. What a scumbag, a piece of trash, filth in the garbage bin. So what's your next step? But you can't be impulsive. The capital is filled with dragons and tigers. You can't easily step into it. Zhao Yanran quickly said, worried that Jiang Chen would rashly go to the capital to seek revenge. Don't worry, I'm not so brainless as to be blinded by anger. I'm going to the provincial capital. My mother is most likely there. I have to find her first. Otherwise, with Jiang Bei's ruthlessness, he might snatch her away first and use her to threaten me. Jiang Chen had already made his plan. Okay, I'll go with you. Zhao Yanran immediately said, I'll go too, but you have to heal me first. I really want to know what exactly our relationship is. Gu Qingyao also responded, but Jiang Chen shook his head, rejecting them all. It's too dangerous. Jiang Bei may send people to attack me at any time. You'll just be a burden. It's safer to stay in Jiang East. But, no buts. You two stay and guard the home. I'll definitely come back to Jiang East. I haven't even gotten a taste of you two beauties yet. I'll be sure to come back when I have the time. Jiang Chen teased. In your dreams. The two women rolled their eyes in unison, pinching Jiang Chen's soft flesh viciously. Afterward, Jiang Chen wasted no time, borrowing a car and quickly heading towards the provincial capital. However, just as he was passing through the provincial capital's highway toll station, he was suddenly stopped by a worker in a black uniform. Excuse me, are you Jiang Chen? The worker asked. Yes, that's me. What's wrong? I'm sorry. By order of the provincial capital's overlord, you are prohibited from entering the provincial capital. Please turn back. The worker suddenly became very serious. The overlord? One of the 5 great families of the provincial capital? The Ying family? Why are they blocking me from entering the provincial capital? I don't even know anyone from the Ying family. Jiang Chen was taken aback, completely confused. If it were the Zhu family, he could understand. After all, he had recently beaten up their young master. But the Ying family, he was completely unfamiliar with them. Could this be Jiang Bei's doing? But he shouldn't have known that Jiang Chen was going to the provincial capital, and if he did know, he wouldn't have simply blocked the way. He should have had people ambush him on the road. It's really strange. This will explain it. The black uniformed worker tossed Jiang Chen a photocopy. Jiang Chen opened it up and saw the words, "Here, young Master Jiang Chen and young Lady Ying Peizhou have agreed to be husband and wife after coming of age. Two families united in marriage, a lifelong bond, a perfect match." Fuck, the third marriage contract? As soon as Jiang Chen saw the handwriting, he instantly understood this was another work of his father's. Zhao Yanran had mentioned that he had 9 such marriage contracts scattered around. Looks like he encountered the third one already. However, it seems the Ying family is clearly very unwelcoming of him, not even willing to let him enter the provincial capital. They must be afraid he'll steal away their precious daughter. So you're saying the Ying family has been secretly monitoring me? Jiang Chen asked curiously. For them to intercept him at the entrance of the provincial capital, it seems they've been keeping an eye on him for a while. Not exactly, you were just a minor character before, not worth our Ying family's attention. But recently, your rise in Jiang East has caught our notice. Though, it's mainly because of this marriage contract that we're paying more attention to you. Otherwise, your small-time antics in that little Jiang East, even if you became the king there, would still be worlds apart from our Ying family. Moreover, do you know how extraordinary our young miss is? The worker said proudly. What kind of existence? Jiang Chen asked. The #1 female genius in the southern heaven. The fastest cultivator and most talented female practitioner in the entire southern heaven province. And she already has a boyfriend. Her boyfriend is the mighty battle god guarding the borders for 10 years, decorated with military merits. He commands 100,000 troops. So I advise you to just go back to Jiang East and continue being the king there. Don't even dream of coming to the provincial capital to eat a swan as a toad. You're simply not worthy. The black uniformed worker sneered. Ha, do you really think I'm coming to the provincial capital for your young miss? You're really full of yourselves. Before this, I didn't even know who your young miss was. It's laughable. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. I must enter the provincial capital, but I have no interest in your young miss. Anyway, I have matters to attend to. I'm tired of chatting with you. I hereby declare this marriage contract void. You can scram, Jiang Chen said. He had just arrived in the provincial capital and wanted to stay low-key to find people. Plus, he had just been through a big battle, so he was rather exhausted. He didn't want to cause trouble, so he was forcefully restraining his temper. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would have already attacked, turning this person's head around. Alright, words are not enough proof. Why don't you sign this? The black uniformed worker brought out another document, handing it to Jiang Chen. This is a divorce letter? Jiang Chen took a look. It clearly stated, originally, Jiang Chen and Ying Peizhou were betrothed. But because Jiang Chen is unvirtuous and incapable, he has fallen into depravity. He is unfit to marry the young lady of the Ying family, so this divorce letter is issued, each free to marry elsewhere, with no further disputes. Lest there be no proof later, this document is voluntarily signed. You see, a divorce would be bad for our young Mrs. reputation, and make it seem like we Ying family are too concerned with wealth. So a divorce letter is better. Don't worry, we're not just making you sign this for nothing. In the future, our Ying family can be your backer. If you have any enemies in that little Jiang East that you can't handle, you can tell us. We can easily take care of them for you. The black uniformed worker said in a magnanimous manner. Ha, when your Ying family originally agreed to this marriage contract, it must have been because you benefited from my father's grace, right? Now you're reneging, not even willing to return the dowry my father gave you. I'm being generous, I don't want to quibble with you, yet you still have the audacity to give me this divorce letter to insult me? What, your young Mrs. face is worth something, but my face is worthless? In that case, I'm not divorcing. You Ying family can just wait for me to come propose marriage. Jiang Chen directly tore the so-called divorce letter to shreds, sneering. They're really shameless. He was already willing to give them some face, yet they still try to take advantage. These aristocratic families, whether small local tyrants or big-shot nobles, they all just know how to use their status to bully people. It's sickening. So you insist on opposing our Ying family? Do you know just how powerful we are? The worker's expression darkened, as if Jiang Chen had committed a grave offense. Slap. I don't care what kind of existence you are, can you match the slap of mine? Jiang Chen sneered and easily slapped the black uniformed worker unconscious before he could even call for help. You dared to hit someone from the Ying family. The other people blocking the way were dumbfounded. After all, this was someone from the Ying family, one of the 5 great families of the provincial capital. Others would be scrambling to suck up to them, yet he dared to attack directly. You think I won't dare hit you all? Jiang Chen sneered. Seeing this, the other blockers quickly realized this person was either a madman or had a powerful background, far beyond their ability to stop. They obediently stepped aside, not daring to interfere further. After that, Jiang Chen strolled right into the provincial capital, with no one else daring to block his way. These days, being too nice just makes you a target for bullying. All his previous compromising and yielding only brought him greater humiliation. A single slap, and now they're all well behaved. Hello, is this Miss Cui Jingyun? This is Jiang Chen. Do you remember me? After finding a place to park, Jiang Chen pulled out his phone and made a call. This was the pitiful girl he had previously rescued from Li Xian. Back then, Li Xian had been tricking aristocratic beauties to cultivate his demonic techniques, and Jiang Chen had accidentally discovered and saved them. One of the girls happened to be from the provincial capital. They had mentioned that once they were back on their home turf, they should get in touch. The provincial capital was just too vast. Jiang Chen couldn't just blindly search for his mother. So he decided to first find an acquaintance and inquire about the situation of the Qi family. I remember. Benefactor, how could I forget your great kindness to me? But why are you only contacting me now? Are you in the provincial capital? Cui Jingyun asked enthusiastically. Yes. Wonderful. Wait for me, I'll come pick you up right away, Cui Jingyun said hurriedly. Soon, a pink Mini Cooper pulled up by the side of the road, and out stepped a fashionable beauty in a red windbreaker, revealing 2 long white legs in high heels, wearing sunglasses. Benefactor, I've missed you so much. The beauty, Cui Jingyun, excitedly threw off her sunglasses and immediately gave Jiang Chen a big hug. Ahem, the provincial capital beauties are quite passionate. Jiang Chen really wanted to push her away and say something about propriety between men and women. But then again, he was the one who sought her help, so he felt a bit awkward. He just helplessly endured the hug for several minutes until Cui Jingyun finally calmed down and released him. Looks like you've recovered well, Miss Cui. Your complexion is much better than before, Jiang Chen observed with a smile. It's all thanks to the prescription you gave me. I've been taking the medicine to nourish my body, and now I feel almost back to normal. You've truly been my lucky star. If not for you, I would have died long ago. By the way, Benefactor, what brings you to the provincial capital? Although the Cui family isn't exactly a top-tier family here, we do have some clout. I can help you with whatever you need. Cui Jingyun had completely shed her previous pitiful and weak self, now full of enthusiasm and vigor. There is indeed something I need help with. Let's discuss it in the car. Jiang Chen felt it was more appropriate to talk about this on the move. Okay. The young lady looked at the cramped car interior, her face suddenly flushing, as if lost in thought. Do you know about the Qi family in the provincial capital? Jiang Chen asked directly. The Qi family in the provincial capital? Benefactor, did you by chance offend them? Cui Jingyun's expression suddenly changed. Not exactly. I'm just looking for someone, and they happen to be related to the Qi family. How come? Are they a powerful force in the provincial capital? Jiang Chen asked. Ah, I see. That's good then. Do you know of the king of Wu and Yu, Shi Luo? Cui Jingyun asked, visibly relieved. Yes, a minor regional lord from ancient times, here in our southern Heaven province. So the Qi family in the provincial capital are his descendants? Jiang Chen guessed. Exactly. The Qi family in the provincial capital are the descendants of that ancient king of Wu and Yu. Though Qi Luo was just a minor regional lord back then, he had excellent family management skills. As a surrendered lord, his descendants were actually able to become prime ministers and retake control of state affairs, truly remarkable. For over 1,000 years, their family has maintained their status as a top-tier clan, weathering the ages without decline. Even in modern times, they have produced many famous scholars and scientists. Each and every one of them is a figure worthy of being recorded in history. They have truly transcended the limitations of a single province or city. Their people can be found not just in the provincial capital, but across the country, even in the imperial capital. Looking at their overall strength, the Qi family can even surpass the 5 great families of the provincial capital. Of course, with such a large clan, they have many branches. The Qi family in our provincial capital is just one of their branch families, so their specific strength is still a bit inferior to the 5 great families. However, even though they are just a branch, the relationships between the Qi family members are quite good. If you really provoke them, even the main Qi clan will get involved. So the Qi family and the five great families are in a relationship of mutual respect. The Qi family can be considered the sixth great family of our provincial capital. Benefactor, it's best to avoid provoking them if possible, Cui Jingyun reminded. And what exactly is the origin of these five great families? Jiang Chen continued to inquire, as he was completely in the dark about the provincial capital. The five great families were actually the five imperial clans of our 9 provinces in the past: Qin, Han, Tang, Song, Ming, the Ying, Lu, Li, Zhao, and Shu families. Through the successive dynastic changes, they all coincidentally ended up in our southern Heaven province, relying on their tremendous foundations to become the 5 overlords of our provincial capital. The older the imperial clan's lineage, the deeper their foundations and the stronger their strength, except for the Lu family. The Lu family, as the clan that revived the most dynasties in our 9 provinces, possesses all kinds of divine artifacts and cultivation resources, so their strength is the greatest, making them the leader of the 5 great families. The remaining 4 are the Ying, Li, Zhao, and Shu families. The most formidable aspect of these great families is that each of them has a dragon vein divine artifact from when their ancestors were emperors. These divine artifacts have extraordinary powers, beyond the ability of ordinary people to withstand, helping the 5 great families weather countless crises. Even the great families of other provinces are no match for these 5 imperial clans. If not for the imperial decree forbidding the 5 great families from entering the capital, they might have already established a presence there as well. Benefactor, you must be extremely careful when dealing with them during your trip to the capital. They are arrogant and overbearing by nature. You should avoid them as much as possible if you encounter them, Cui Jingyun kindly warned. However, Jiang Chen thought to himself that it was too late for that, as he had already inadvertently provoked 2 of them. By the way, do you have any way for me to meet someone from the Qi family? Jiang Chen stated his purpose. There is a high-end wine tasting event tomorrow, which will invite many scions of first and second tier families. I happen to have an invitation, but I'm not sure if the Qi family will attend. We can only give it a try, Cui Jingyun said after some thought. Alright, even a slim chance is better than no chance at all. Thank you, Miss Cui. Jiang Chen nodded, feeling that the progress was much smoother than he had imagined. Having a familiar connection really does make things much more convenient. I'm afraid we'll have to impose on you a bit, Benefactor. Since this wine tasting event is quite high-end and private, only the invitee and their partner can attend. So I'll have to trouble you to pretend to be my boyfriend. Cui Jingyun's eyes suddenly gleamed with mischief. Alright, it's just pretense anyway. With a beauty like you not minding, how can I object? Jiang Chen said politely. In that case, since we're already pretending, Benefactor, can you go all the way and help me deal with my parents when we get back? He. You see, they've been nagging me about finding a husband non-stop, arranging blind dates constantly. I can't stand it anymore. After that incident, I'm afraid of other men, except for you, Benefactor. If you can just prove I have a boyfriend, I can at least have some peace for a year or 2. When the time comes, I'll just say we had a falling out and broke up. I'm sure they won't be able to do anything about it. Cui Jingyun finally revealed her true purpose. Alright. Jiang Chen scratched his head, not really wanting to get entangled in this kind of romantic drama, but feeling awkward to refuse. After all, she had just helped him out. It would be rude to turn her down. At this point, Jiang Chen also realized why Cui Jingyun had been so enthusiastic towards him, beyond just normal gratitude. Turns out, she had been planning to use him as a tool all along. Indeed, the enthusiasm of beautiful women often hides ulterior motives. He had really let his guard down this time. Soon, Cui Jingyun led Jiang Chen, laden with various gifts, into the Cui family villa, excitedly calling out, "Mom, Dad, Sister, come out, I've brought my boyfriend home." The sound of rushing footsteps as the Cui family members quickly gathered downstairs. Jingyun, when did you get a boyfriend? How come we didn't know about it before? We weren't even prepared. The elegant and dignified Cui matriarch pulled Cui Jingyun aside and asked, "I've had him for a while, I just didn't want to say anything before the relationship was stable. Now that it is, I'm bringing him to introduce to you. So from now on, please don't keep pushing me to do blind dates. Your daughter is taken." Cui Jingyun said proudly. He'll have to meet our approval first. You think just anyone can enter the Cui family? We are an aristocratic clan, you know. The Cui matriarch rolled her eyes. Mom, don't worry, I wouldn't choose the wrong person. Look at Jiang Chen, he's brought so many gifts for you all. Cui Jingyun quickly brought out the prepared gifts. Oh my, young man, you really didn't have to bring so much. The Chui matriarch's expression softened a bit as she saw the expensive gifts. It's the least I could do. I've been wanting to come meet uncle and auntie. These humble gifts are nothing compared to my sincerity. Jiang Chen replied politely. Where are you from, young man? The serious-looking Chui patriarch asked. Jiang East. Jiang Chen answered. A local upstart? The Chui patriarch's brow furrowed, clearly displeased. Mom, his family in Jiang East is a top-tier clan. They have assets worth hundreds of millions. And they've even bought a villa in the provincial capital. He can stay here in the future. Chui Jingyun quickly smoothed things over. On the way here, she had already instructed Jiang Chen to portray himself as the scion of a prominent Jiang East clan, for a bit more prestige. Jiang Chen didn't mind, as he could now indeed be considered the uncrowned king of Jiang East. Calling himself the son of a big family was actually an understatement. Oh, which part of the provincial capital did you buy the villa in? The Chui patriarch's expression eased a bit after hearing about the conditions. Songnan Road, a grand villa. Chui Jingyun specifically mentioned one of the most expensive areas in the provincial capital. This caused the Chui patriarch to crack a rare smile and nod. And what do you do for work, young man? I help manage the family business, handle some matters. In the future, I plan to gradually expand the business to the provincial capital and settle here. Jiang Chen did his best to bolster the facade for Chui Jingyun. Running a local business is easy, but it's not so simple in the provincial capital. Many have tried to come in and ended up losing everything. Don't be too optimistic. Yes, what was your name again? The more mature and seductive-looking elder sister, Chui Jingyu, asked. Jiang Chen, surname Ji? Is there even a Ji family in Jiang East? I've been to Jiang East before, don't try to fool me. Chui Jingyu eyed him suspiciously. Lately, there have been a lot of people trying to bring fake partners to appease their parents' forced matchmaking. Little sister, you can't do this kind of reckless thing, Chui Jingyu said accusingly. Sister, what are you talking about? Of course there's a Ji family in Jiang East, they're just a new rising clan, that's why you've never heard of them. Chui Jingyun hurriedly explained, breaking out in a slight sweat. How could she not have a boyfriend and still be constantly pestered about it? She finally brought one, and now they're interrogating him like a criminal. This is giving her such a headache. Oh, so they're just newly wealthy upstarts then. I must say, we in the provincial capital should be finding partners from families of equal standing here. Those rural bumpkins, even if they've lucked into making some money, they still reek of the soil. On the surface they may have a few bucks, but deep down they're miserly to the core, and their lifestyle is so uncultured, we can't possibly get along. Look at the husband I found for your sister, a true provincial capital native, from a scholarly family background, a civil servant clan. His rank may not be the highest, but wherever he goes, he's treated with respect. Or maybe I can have your brother-in-law help you find a suitable one at his work unit? I've heard there are a few new good employees that have recently joined. Chui Jingyu lectured her sister condescendingly. The relatives are always like this, they wish you well, yet don't want you to do too well. She just wants her sister to find a husband beneath her, so she won't outshine herself. Hearing about this top-tier Jiang East clan makes her somewhat envious, so she has to put it down, hoping her sister will give up on him. After all, the Chui family is only a second or third-tier family in the provincial capital, despite their status as natives. Their overall strength is definitely inferior to that of a true top-tier local clan. You're sick. Jiang Chen suddenly spoke up after listening to Chui Jingyu. I just stated a few facts, and you start cursing me? Where are your manners? Dad, Mom, you see, these upstarts from the countryside are just no good. You'd better make him scram, the Chui family doesn't welcome him. Chui Jingyu immediately erupted in anger. Seems like it might be a postpartum condition. Are you still having back pain, hormonal imbalance, frequent fatigue, or even incontinence issues? Jiang Chen looked at Chui Jingyu seriously. How do you know? Chui Jingyu was taken aback, thinking her sister must have told him, so she angrily accused, Little sister, what are you doing? How could you share my personal matters with an outsider? I didn't say anything. Chui Jingyun was just as confused, there's no way she would reveal such private things. Don't worry, your sister didn't tell me. I deduced it from observing your complexion. I've done some research in medicine, if you believe me, I can give you a prescription to help treat it. But the condition is that you put aside your ignorant sense of superiority. People from the provincial capital aren't necessarily noble, and we small-town folk aren't all peasants either. We just happen to be born in different places, there's no real difference between us. Jiang Chen said calmly. If not for considering Chui Jingyun, he would have already slapped Chui Jingyu. What high and mighty nonsense, just who do you think you are? Chui Jingyu scoffed. That's a load of crap. You think you can just diagnose someone just by looking? Do you think you're some divine doctor? I've seen your kind before, trying to impress people with a few bits of information you got from my sister. Cui Jingyu refused to believe him. Jiang Chen didn't bother explaining further, instead turning to the Cui patriarch and saying, "And uncle, you've had some heart issues, haven't you? The medication you've been taking lately has had some side effects, a bit damaging to your liver. You should get an X-ray at the hospital. Furthermore, I can prescribe you a traditional Chinese medicine formula that will nourish your health without side effects." "Ah yes, my heart hasn't been doing so well, and I have been feeling fatigued lately. I was actually thinking of going to the hospital to see if it's related to my liver." "I'm impressed, young man, that you know medicine as well. Jing Yun really has found a treasure this time." The Cui patriarch quickly believed Jiang Chen, looking at him more and more like a good son-in-law. This attitude only irritated Cui Jingyu further. She sneered, "Don't be ridiculous. The medication my husband painstakingly imported from abroad for my father couldn't possibly have any side effects. And my father's liver has never had any problems. You're just spouting nonsense. As for this random prescription of yours, who knows what kind of issues it might cause?" "Mom, Dad, I've already called your son-in-law. He's bringing the provincial capital's renowned liver specialist here right away. I want to see if you really are sick or if this guy is just trying to con you with his empty talk." Soon, Cui Jingyu's coveted husband, the portly and imposing deputy bureau chief Liao Aigua, arrived in his government-issued Audi, accompanied by a gray-haired doctor. "What's the rush? Why did you insist I bring a doctor?" Liao Aigua asked, somewhat displeased. "Your sister-in-law's new boyfriend is saying Dad has liver problems from the medication we bought him. You need to have the specialist take a look, otherwise we'll be taking the blame for wasting money on faulty medicine," Cui Jingyu explained. "Nonsense! That medication couldn't possibly have any issues. I had it specially imported from abroad at great cost. It's said to be miraculous for heart conditions. It saved many lives overseas." "So you're Jingyun's boyfriend? Are you a doctor?" Liao Aigua eyed Jiang Chen skeptically. "Not exactly." Jiang Chen shook his head. "If you're not a doctor, then what gives you the right to butt in? I understand you're trying to impress as the son-in-law. I was the same way. But you can't just go around making accusations. You're making us look bad," Liao Aigua complained. "Whether it's making you look bad or not, have your specialist take a look and you'll know for sure," Jiang Chen replied calmly. "All right, Dr. Zhou, please take a look." Liao Aigua turned to the elderly doctor. The doctor didn't hesitate, immediately checking the Cui patriarch's pulse. After a while, he furrowed his brow slightly. "The old gentleman does have some liver issues." "Impossible. This is the medication I bought, Dr. Zhou. Take a look and see if there's a problem. Could it be that my friend cheated me?" Liao Aigua exclaimed, quickly handing the medication to the doctor. After examining the medication, the doctor understood the reason. The medication is good, but it's meant for patients with very severe heart conditions. Your father's heart condition is not that serious, so the side effects are quite strong. "I see, sister and brother-in-law, you can't just randomly buy medication in the future without checking, and you need to apologize to my boyfriend. He was kind enough to help diagnose you and Dad, and you still wrongly accused him." Cui Jingyun immediately stood up for Jiang Chen. "Apologize to him? Ha, don't make me laugh. Little sister, you haven't even gotten married yet, and you're already trying to go against the family. Are you still part of the Cui clan?" Cui Jingyu immediately retorted. Then she turned to her husband Liao Aigua. "By the way, don't you know the eldest miss of the Zhao family in Jiang East? Give her a call and ask if there's really a Jiang Chen. I have a feeling this guy is shady. Maybe my sister just hired some random person off the street. A true scion of a prominent family. Who would bother with studying medicine?" Alright, I'll give it a try." Liao Aigua was about to say that he only had a passing acquaintance with the Zhao family's eldest miss, so she may not recognize him. But seeing the murderous look in his wife's eyes, he didn't feel comfortable admitting he had been boasting. Reluctantly, he dialed the number. The next moment, a familiar voice came through the phone. "I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is currently in use." "Oh, what a shame, Miss Zhao seems to be busy at the moment." Liao Aigua quickly made an excuse. "You can try using my phone, she should be free then." Jiang Chen calmly took out his own phone and handed it over. "Ha, if my calls can't get through, there's no way your unknown number will." Liao Aigua sneered, feeling this brother-in-law was trying to one-up him. However, to divert everyone's attention and put Jiang Chen in his place, he took the phone and tried calling again. But to his surprise, a remarkably pleasant voice immediately answered on the other end. Hello? Is this Miss Zhao? Liao Aigua hurriedly asked. Yes, this is Zhao Yanran. Miss Zhao, may I ask if you know a person named Jiang Chen? He claims to be from a top family in Jiang East. Liao Aigua continued inquiring. He was lying. Zhao Yanran replied. I knew it. This guy doesn't have an ounce of scion bearing. Cui Jingyu exclaimed excitedly, as if exposing Jiang Chen as a fraud would somehow benefit her. But then Zhao Yanran's next words left her completely stunned. He is in fact the patriarch of our top-tier family in Jiang East. His status and influence there are paramount. If you happen to see him, be sure to convey my greetings. After all, he's practically my mentor. He's helped me a great deal. Thud. Upon hearing this, Cui Jingyu's body suddenly went limp, and she unceremoniously plopped down onto the floor. How is this possible? Such an impressive figure, and he's willing to take an interest in our little sister? What exactly do you see in our sister that's so special? Cui Jingyu couldn't help questioning Jiang Chen, still finding it hard to believe. After all, in terms of looks, figure, and intelligence, she thought she was far superior to her younger sister. How was it fair that she could only marry that portly little bureaucrat, while her sister managed to find such a good husband? She was really resentful. Her kindness, enthusiasm, and good character. In the end, it's simply a mutual affection. Jiang Chen answered honestly, listing Cui Jingyu's positive traits. Cui Jingyu was still unsatisfied, and couldn't help but blurt out without thinking, "Do you know that my sister was previously?" Enough! You're just talking nonsense. What kind of sister are you, unable to be happy for your own siblings' good fortune? Seeing Cui Jingyu was about to reveal Cui Jingyu's recent scandals, the Cui patriarch couldn't sit still anymore and promptly interrupted. He then turned to Jiang Chen with a warm smile. "My dear son-in-law, it's so thoughtful of you to look after our family. And that prescription, we're truly grateful. Tell me, when can we arrange for your parents to come visit, so the two families can meet and make the arrangements?" the Cui patriarch asked eagerly. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. They had just met, and now it's already moving this fast? This fake boyfriend role is really proving difficult. Fortunately, Cui Jingyan quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "Dad, Jiang Chen's parents are overseas for business. They only come back once every few years. And I'm still young. I want to date for a few more years before getting married." "You can still date even after marriage. There's no need to be afraid." The Cui patriarch still tried to persuade, unwilling to let this opportunity for an excellent son-in-law slip away. His attitude had done a complete 180 from before. But Cui Jingyun had had enough. She tugged on Jiang Chen's arm and said as they started to leave, "Anyway, we're going to a wine tasting event tomorrow. We need to rest up now." "Oh, in that case you two can just share a room. The other rooms are a bit messy due to our renovations. There's no other place to put you." The Cui patriarch quickly devised a plan. "I'm sorry, but my dad is a bit odd. Even when my sister got married, he wouldn't let her and her husband stay in the same room, saying it wasn't proper. Now that we're just dating, he suddenly wants to let us share a room. He's really lost his mind," Cui Jingyun said apologetically. "So I'm afraid you'll have to make do with the floor for now." She stuck out her tongue slightly, looking a bit embarrassed. "Shoo!" At this moment, Jiang Chen glanced at the closed door, then suddenly made a quiet gesture to Cui Jingyun, lowering his voice as he leaned in close to her ear. "Your parents, they're listening at the door. Don't blow our cover." How could they do this? Cui Jingyun was truly shocked, unable to fathom her parents' intentions. Just because Jiang Chen was such a good catch, they were so eager to rush into marriage? This was practically pimping her out. Ultimately, they were still uneasy about her previous incident of being deceived, which is why they were so anxious to marry her off. Thinking about this, Cui Jingyun started to feel somewhat dejected. It just shows they're very pleased with your choice of partner this time, and they really respect your decision, which is why they're eager to have grandchildren. Jiang Chen quickly tried to console her. "You really know how to say the right thing, benefactor." Cui Jingyun felt a little better. "Why don't you call out a bit, play along and get them to leave? I'm afraid they'll just keep listening otherwise," Jiang Chen said helplessly. Okay, but turn your head away and cover your ears. Don't listen." Cui Jingyun's face flushed red as she spoke softly. Jiang Chen naturally didn't want to face this awkward situation either, quickly covering his ears. After about half an hour, the Cui parents finally seemed satisfied and left. "This young man really has quite the stamina," the Cui parents murmured as they departed. After finally managing to shoo away the Cui parents, they spent the night. Early the next morning, Cui Jingyun quickly whisked Jiang Chen away from the Cui household, afraid her parents might come up with some new schemes. With time to spare, she took Jiang Chen to sample all kinds of delicacies in the provincial capital: dragonwell shrimp, dumpa pork, and vinegar fish, filling up a large table. They also visited several famous historical sites and went to pray for blessings at the Faxasai temple. Cui Jingyun clung to Jiang Chen's arm, a picture-perfect couple. But this only left Jiang Chen feeling increasingly troubled. He already had a heap of romantic troubles to deal with, he couldn't afford to add another one. Don't worry, benefactor, I truly do like you, I've loved you since you saved me. But I know I'm not worthy of you. I'm not a pure maiden, and I'm nowhere near as exceptional as you. However, I don't dare to ask for more than a single day with you. Would that be alright? Cui Jingyun sensed Jiang Chen's unease, and spoke up humbly. Okay. Jiang Chen was surprised to find Cui Jingyun loved him so deeply, yet felt so undeserving, only asking for a single day. This softened his heart, and he reached out to hold her hand. And don't sell yourself short, you're truly a wonderful girl. You just happen to encounter bad people, that's not your fault. In fact, you're so lovely and kind-hearted. If we had met sooner, I might very well have fallen for you too. He, just hearing you say that makes me happy for half a year. Cui Jingyun beamed. It's a pity though, it's only raining today, not snowing. If it was snowing, walking through the snow together would be like sharing a lifetime. Cui Jingyun looked up at the light drizzle, wistful. Snow, you say? Then let it snow. Jiang Chen's spiritual energy surged, instantly causing the raindrops to freeze and transform into a flurry of snowflakes drifting down upon them, eliciting a sparkling-eyed delight from Cui Jingyun. As they continued walking, time seemed to flow by, and the young couple gradually aged into an elderly pair, walking hand in hand through the snow, growing old together. After fulfilling Cui Jingyun's wish, the two shared a smile and brushed the snow off each other, then headed to the wine-tasting event. The event was being held in a grand villa garden in the provincial capital. Cui Jingyun presented the invitation and led Jiang Chen inside. The moment they entered, they were greeted by a rich, fragrant aroma of wine. Looking around, the walls were lined with all kinds of wines, red, white, yellow, and cocktails, from both domestic and international labels. Any random bottle would be worth tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. The group of well-dressed scions and socialites casually sipped from their glasses, chatting with each other, occasionally spilling some as they walked, a true display of the extravagant lives of the wealthy. What ordinary people toiled for years, even decades, to earn could be drained in a single gulp by these family heirs and powerful elites. Truly, the rich feast on meat and wine while the common folk suffer. Jingyun, I'm surprised you even came to this kind of event, you usually avoid them. At this moment, a beautiful woman in a low-cut evening gown approached, greeting Cui Jingyun. Momo, you're here too. I just happened to be free today, so I came to take a look. Cui Jingyun recognized her best friend Qin Momo, and responded with a smile. And who's this? Qin Momo glanced at Jiang Chen. He, my boyfriend. Isn't he handsome? Cui Jingyun proudly clung to Jiang Chen's arm. Ah, you're dating someone? You never mentioned it. Qin Momo was surprised to hear this. It's a new relationship. Oh right, do you know if the Chen family is here? I need to speak to them about something. Cui Jingyun asked on Jiang Chen's behalf. The Chen family? I think one of them is here, but he's mixing with the Meng crowd. You might not want to approach them. Qin Momo warned cautiously. Meng? Cui Jingyun's expression immediately darkened. Who's that? Jiang Chen inquired. After hesitating briefly, Cui Jingyun decided to be honest with Jiang Chen. He pursued me in the past, but I refused him because of his bad reputation for philandering. Unexpectedly, he then plotted to lure me out and assault me. If it wasn't for Momo happening to be nearby to rescue me, I might have been ruined by him. Afterward, I tried reporting him to the police, but it was useless. His family used their influence and power to bully us, taking away several of our business deals, forcing my family to not pursue the matter further. My father even forced me to apologize to him. This was why Cui Jingyun had wanted to escape the provincial capital and go to Jiang East to get away. But little did she know, she had just jumped out of the tiger's mouth and into the wolf's den, encountering that scoundrel Li Xian. But it's fine now, with you here, benefactor, I'm not afraid. Let's go find the Qian family. Thinking of Jiang Chen's situation, Cui Jingyun overcame her psychological fears and prepared to go help Jiang Chen locate the Qian family. Scoundrel! Jingyun, don't worry, I'll definitely help you get back at him. Jiang Chen exclaimed angrily upon hearing the story. However, Cui Jingyun was remarkably sensible in her refusal. No need, the Meng family may not be as powerful as the 5 great clans, but they are still a top family in the provincial capital with significant influence. Let's not stir up trouble, let's just focus on helping you find the Qian family. She then led Jiang Chen towards the group of well-dressed young scions at the center of the wine-tasting event. "Excuse me, which of you is from the Qian family?" Well, if it isn't Miss Cui Jingyun. Long time no see, have you missed your big brother Meng?" The young man in the leather jacket, Meng Yuze, whose sunken eyes and unhealthy pallor betrayed his condition, immediately lit up at the sight of Cui Jingyun. "Where have you been these days? You still owe your big brother an apology, have you forgotten? But don't worry, your big brother isn't heartless. How about we drink a toast to make amends? What do you say?" He then boldly reached out towards Cui Jingyun. Slap! Jiang Chen swatted Meng Yuze's hand away, coldly saying, "Want a toast? Huh? Then I'll drink with you." "Ow, who are you?" Meng Yuze winced, his hand reddened. "What family are you from? How dare you interfere in my affairs? Do you know who I am?" Meng Yuze raged. "Jiang Chen, from Jiang East's Jiang family, Cui Jingyun's boyfriend." Jiang Chen sneered. If it wasn't for the fact that there were so many people around, potentially scaring away the Qian family, Jiang Chen would have already given Meng Yuze a good slap across the face. But no matter, once they were outside this venue, Jiang Chen was ready to help Cui Jingyun take her revenge. No matter if this was a top family or an elite clan, they would all be equal in the face of Jiang Chen's fists. He would beat them down mercilessly. Jiang East? A backwater place like Jiang East? Ha, what idiot let a country bumpkin like you out here? Meng Yuze scoffed upon hearing Jiang Chen was from Jiang East. Cui Jingyun, are you crazy? You reject the olive branch of this young master, and instead date some uncouth hick from the countryside? Believe me, one call from me and this little punk will be on his knees calling me daddy. Really? I don't believe that. Jiang Chen replied calmly. Why don't you try hitting me and see? Humph, you really have no fear of death, do you? Alright, this young master will show you today what it means to walk in standing and leave lying down. The Meng young master was about to make a call to summon someone, but just then, a staff member of the wine tasting event approached them with a serious expression. "Excuse me, gentlemen. Fighting and brawling is prohibited here. If you two continue arguing, I'm afraid we'll have to ask you to leave. TCH. Kid, you got lucky today. I'll give my boss some face and won't pursue this with you for now." Meng Yuze backed off, still resentful. "But don't think you've escaped unscathed. Since this is a wine tasting event, let's play by the rules, a wine battle. You dare accept?" Meng Yuze, wary of angering the event host, quickly changed tactics, planning to thoroughly humiliate Jiang Chen and show Cui Jingyun who the real man was. "A wine battle? How do we play?" Jiang Chen asked curiously. "Ha, that's the lowbrow commoner's way of drinking, wasting wine like a bunch of uncouth cattle. We of the upper class don't stoop to such crude games." Meng Yuze sneered. "Our wine battle is simple. The event organizers will provide 2 identical glasses of wine, and we'll taste them and write down the name, vintage, and origin on paper. Best of 3 wins. But people like you country bumpkins, I bet you've never even tasted most of these rare wines. You probably only know about the 1982 Lafite from novels, right? Ha ha, Meng Yuze mocked. And he wasn't wrong. Being able to identify the wine, vintage, and origin just from a single sip was a skill only the scions who had been drinking these rare wines like water since childhood could manage. For ordinary people, they wouldn't even have seen most of these wines, let alone tasted them. And while Jiang Chen's inherited knowledge was vast and profound, it didn't necessarily include in-depth expertise on the nuances of wine. So on the surface, this wine battle did seem unfavorable for Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen was no ordinary person. Aside from the inheritance from the heavenly venerable elder, he was also the #1 young master of the top family in the capital. In terms of status and experience, he surpassed everyone here. Since childhood, he too had sampled the finest wines. This kind of wine battle would be a simple matter for him. In fact, Jiang Chen had even tasted the renowned Amify Limoncello, considered the world's finest liqueur worth hundreds of millions. To him, it was just flavored lemon water mixed with a bit of cocktail. The astronomical price was pure hype. Benefactor, don't bother with him. He's a notorious drunkard, all he knows is how to drink this trash. Cui Jingyun tried to dissuade Jiang Chen from the challenge. But Jiang Chen simply gave her a reassuring look, then turned to Meng Yuze and said calmly, "Alright, let's have this contest. But what are the stakes? If you lose, you break up with Cui Jingyun immediately, and kneel down calling me daddy 3 times. Meng Yuze declared arrogantly. "And if I win, you have to grant me one request, no matter what. With my status in this province, I can make almost anything happen. However, Jiang Chen shook his head. Your request doesn't interest me. Excuse me, which one of you is the young Master Qian? That would be me. What is it? A young man in a silver suit, Qian Weijun, replied. If I win, can you guarantee that you'll grant me a request? Jiang Chen asked Meng Yuze. Of course, Qian is a good friend of mine. If I really lose, I'll even give you my Black Rhinoceros membership card. Will that do? Meng Yuze generously offered. Ah, you're willing to part with the Black Rhinoceros card? That's the most exclusive club pass in the province, with only 100 members. You really are going all out. Qian Weirun eagerly agreed, eyes gleaming. Because I have no intention of losing. Why would I fear something I won't lose at? Meng Yuze boasted arrogantly. After all, among the young scions of the province, he had never lost a wine tasting challenge. Soon, the event organizers brought out 3 identical glasses of wine, placing them before Jiang Chen and Meng Yuze. The wine battle had begun. Oh right, I forgot to mention, these wines aren't free. After the tasting, you'll have to pay for them. These 3 glasses will likely cost over $1 million. You'd better be sure you can afford it, or else it'll be quite embarrassing. Even if you spend your whole life washing dishes here, you still wouldn't be able to pay it off. Meng Yuze mocked. Is that so? Then I won't drink. Jiang Chen frowned, not wanting to waste that kind of money. $1 million could buy a house in Jiang East. Who would want to spend it on 3 glasses of wine? What a waste! While Jiang Chen was wealthy, he didn't want to be a sucker. That extra money could be better used to help the poor, not to line the pockets of the elite. Giving up so soon? That's just how country bumpkins are. The moment they hear $1 million, their legs turn to jelly. Jingyun, look at what a useless man you've found. Meng Yuze thought Jiang Chen had conceded, and gloated, since you understand your place, hurry up and kneel down calling me daddy. Benefactor, I can cover the cost for you, Cui Jingyun whispered to Jiang Chen. No need, I have a way. Jiang Chen replied. Meng, you're dreaming. Who said you have to drink the wine to compete? Can't you just smell the aroma and identify the name, vintage, and origin? What, your wine tasting skills are that poor? Jiang Chen said calmly. Meng Yuze was taken aback. You want me to just smell the wines and compete, without drinking them? That way I don't have to pay, right? Jiang Chen asked the staff member. Well, I'd have to check. This is a first for us. But even if you do have to pay, it won't be the full amount. We'll give a discount. Don't worry, sir. No need to check. If you dare try to just smell the wines and compete against me, I'll pay for it myself. Damn poor people. Consider it a gift from your overlord. I have to admit, you're a bit clever. Knowing you'll lose for sure, you want to avoid drinking and just try to blindly guess the wines. No wonder they say you poor folks are so calculating, wasting your brains on this kind of thing. That's why you can never get rich. Meng Yuze scoffed, thinking he had seen through Jiang Chen's ploy. He then arrogantly picked up the first glass of wine, downing the red liquid in one gulp, savoring the aroma and flavors on his palate, quickly identifying the wine. 1975 Petrus red wine. From the Petrus vineyard. After taking a deep whiff of the wine, Jiang Chen too wrote down his answer. All right, let's see the answers, the staff member announced. Both Jiang Chen and Meng Yuze revealed their answers. They were exactly the same. Congratulations, you both got it right. This wine is considered the second finest in the world, though its actual ranking is likely not that high, as there are many rare and precious wines that don't even make the list. Nevertheless, this showcases its exquisiteness. A single bottle costs 1.8 million, and each glass 200,000. What? How is this possible? Even my father, who's been drinking for half his life, can't identify a fine wine just by the aroma alone. How can this punk do it? Was he just lucky? Meng Yuze seethed in disbelief. Again, there's no way you can get the next one right as well, he spat, clearly agitated. The second glass was a high-proof baijiu. Meng Yuze again downed it in one gulp, then praised, the unique aroma is exquisite. Wonderful. He then wrote down, Lafite 1930, Maodai Town. This wine has a long, almost century-old history, so there are very few bottles left. Even I've only tasted it twice. As for you lowly peasants, you've probably never even seen it, let alone drank it. You probably thought it was just regular Matai, But when he eagerly waited for Jiang Chen's answer, he was stunned to find it matched his own again perfectly. The staff member's voice soon dispelled Meng Yuze's belief that he was hallucinating. Congratulations, you both got it right again. This is the precursor to China's top Matai, with its century-spanning age lending it an incredibly rich, mellow aroma. A single bottle costs 2.6 million, and a glass 400,000. What the hell? Meng Yuze was utterly flabbergasted. How was this possible? Had the countryside gotten so prosperous that even country bumpkins were drinking such fine wines? How dare this pauper accurately identify the wines without even drinking them, relying solely on the aroma? Again, the wines will get rarer with each round. I bet you've never even tasted this one. Meng Yuze, filled with fury and resentment, picked up the third glass of red wine and downed it in one gulp. Excellent, this wine is truly exquisite. I've only had the chance to taste it once before. I didn't expect to be able to savor it again today. It's truly enchanting, Meng Yuze exclaimed after downing the wine. The wine's priceless quality was evident, each sip sending tingles throughout his entire body. But just as he was about to write down his answer, a thought suddenly occurred to him. Wait a minute, this punk couldn't be using some kind of cultivation technique to secretly see what I'm writing, could he? That's why he keeps getting the same answer as me. No, I won't write it down this time. I'll wait for him to write his first. Meng Yuze grew cunning. While he was a dissolute young master who had never cultivated, in this day and age, he had seen enough supernatural abilities of cultivators to be wary. If Jiang Chen wasn't from the prestigious Jiang family of the capital, Meng Yuze might have even tried copying his answer with his golden eyes. But this time, Meng Yuze's plan backfired. Because Jiang Chen wasn't cheating at all, it was pure instinct. The instinct of one born to nobility. The instinct of one who had been drinking the finest wines like common water since childhood. In status, in wealth, this young master of a top provincial family was not even worthy of being Jiang Chen's shoebearer. Soon, Jiang Chen picked up the glass, gave it a light sniff, and quickly wrote down the answer. Sir, it's your turn now, the staff member prompted Meng Yuze. I won't write it, I'll just tell you, Meng Yuze said confidently. This is a Romanée-Conti wine, from the renowned Burgundy vineyards, considered the #1 winery in the world. The vintage is 1936, the year it was awarded the title of Supreme Vintage. In the outside world, this wine is touted as the finest in the world. Although that's a bit exaggerated, even if you exclude the wines that don't participate in the rankings, this one would still be among the top 10. Incredibly precious. Kid, there's no way you've ever tasted a wine like this before. Just admit defeat already, Meng Yuze boasted confidently. However, Jiang Chen shook his head. You're only half right. It's true that it's predominantly Romanée-Conti, but it's actually a blended wine, with just a drop or two of another wine added, making it hard to discern. The other wine is Islay single malt whiskey. Meng, you've lost, Jiang Chen said calmly, the words hitting Meng Yuze like a heavy hammer strike to the heart. Nonsense. I drank it myself and couldn't even taste the difference, yet you claim you could smell that subtle nuance? You must have a dog's nose or something. What a joke. Don't spew such nonsense, Meng Yuze erupted. Hey you, I'm right, aren't I? I'm a Meng. Meng Yuze kept trying to pressure the staff member with his status. However, the event organizer behind the scenes was of an extraordinary identity, and had no need to pander to the Meng family. Thus, the staff member replied straightforwardly, I'm sorry sir, but you were indeed incorrect. He then turned to Jiang Chen with a slight bow. Congratulations, sir, you are correct. This is a blended wine. Your wine tasting skills are truly remarkable. You've greatly impressed us. Our boss said he admires your mastery of the wine Dao, and would like to gift you a bottle of your choosing, free of charge. I see, thank you. Jiang Chen nodded, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected windfall. You bastard, there's no way I could have lost. You, a country bumpkin who can't even afford $1 million, have drunk these 100 million wines? You must have cheated somehow. Meng Yuze still refused to admit defeat, enraged. What, all that big talk, but you can't even take a loss? Jiang Chen sneered at Meng Yuze disdainfully. Meng, with so many people watching, I can't believe you're being such a sore loser. If you keep this up, I'll be sure to tell everyone about your shameful behavior. Let all the young masters of the top families know about it. Cui Jingyun quickly chimed in, beckoning over the other wealthy scions. This effectively silenced Meng Yuze. Saving face was of utmost importance to these aristocratic youths. Gritting his teeth, Meng Yuze reluctantly turned around, shouting, Damn it! I, Meng, have plenty of money, how could I be a sore loser? Young Master Qian, here's the black rhinoceros card, you can grant his request. Meng Yuze painfully handed over the card. Alright, Qian Weijun eagerly agreed. You bastard, this isn't over. You just wait. Meng Yuze angrily pointed at Jiang Chen. Okay, when the event is over, I'll be waiting for you at the entrance. Jiang Chen replied with a faint smile, a hidden blade in his words. This waste still wouldn't let it go? Well, Jiang Chen hadn't forgotten Cui Jingyun's grudge either. Young Master Qian, could I have a word with you? Jiang Chen turned to Qian Weijun. Sure, we don't really know each other, so what is it you want from me? Qian Weijun asked curiously as they stepped aside. I was wondering if you knew a person from the Qian family named Qian Nainan? Jiang Chen looked intently at Qian Weijun. Why are you asking about her? Qian Weijun's expression immediately changed at the mention of that name. My father had once received her kindness, and I'm here to repay that debt on his behalf, Jiang Chen replied, part truth, part lie. Well, you don't need to repay anything, because she's already dead, Qian Weijun answered solemnly. Dead? How could she be dead? Jiang Chen felt a surge of anger and grabbed Qian Weijun's shirt, his eyes burning. What are you doing? Let go first, let me explain slowly, alright? Qian Weijun was startled by Jiang Chen's reaction, his arrogant demeanor gone. Speak! Jiang Chen released him, gritting his teeth. Qian Weijun quickly recounted, to be honest, I'm not sure of the details of how she died. I only know that she was once the pride of our Qian family's provincial branch. Our main family even wanted to accept her to help her advance further, but she refused. Later, she apparently married a man from a prominent family in the capital, but that led to the opposition of that family, and they even took it out on our Qian family, nearly severing our provincial branch. If it weren't for the main family mobilizing all our branches nationwide and pulling some strings, the Qian family might not even exist today. After that, the family excommunicated her, no longer daring to accept her. She supposedly married that man from the prominent family, but after giving birth to a child, she was again cast out by that family, abandoned with her child, cruelly. Her husband must have also turned against her, not even trying to stop it. In the end, no one heard from her again. After all these years, she never returned to the Qian family. She must have taken her own life in despair. Imagine, as a woman, being rejected by both her own family and her in-laws, with her husband and child gone. What reason would she have to live? She must have committed suicide. So in other words, it's just hearsay and speculation, there's no actual evidence that she's dead? Jiang Chen's anger subsided slightly upon hearing this. That's right. Qian Weijun nodded. What the hell do you mean dead? Jiang Chen wanted to slap some sense into this young master, talking so casually about his mother's demise. What an idiot. Calming himself, Jiang Chen said, do me a favor, I need to meet your family patriarch. Many things eluded this dissolute young master, only the family patriarch would truly understand. Who are you, and why are you so concerned about Qian Nainan's whereabouts? You got so worked up just now, and now you want to see our patriarch? You don't need to go that far just to repay a debt. Qian Weijun scratched his head, utterly confused. That's none of your business. You took Meng's black rhinoceros card, so you have to help me out. Unless you want to return the card? Jiang Chen said coldly. Well, alright, I can try to arrange an introduction, give you a chance, but whether you actually get to see him, I can't guarantee. Our patriarch is very busy and important, not just anyone can meet him. Qian Weijun, reluctant to part with the card, agreed. Okay, what kind of chance? In a few days, it's our family's ancestral worship ceremony. Our family history is long and we take the ceremony very seriously. The patriarch himself will preside over it. He'll also invite some close friends from outside to attend. The spots are limited, only those with the closest ties to our Qian family or the highest status can attend. But as the young master, I have special privileges. I can get you in to observe the ceremony. You can try to find a chance to meet the patriarch then. All right, Jiang Chen nodded, feeling this was a viable option. To prevent you from reneging, I'll hold on to this black rhinoceros card of yours. I'll return it to you after I get you into the ancestral ceremony. Jiang Chen quickly snatched the card, speaking nonchalantly. When did you steal it? You're so fast. Qian Weijun only just realized the card was gone, patting his empty pocket. And it wasn't just the one card, his entire wallet, filled with cards, was missing as well. Come on man, at least give me back my wallet, that's my own stuff. I definitely won't go back on my word. Qian Weijun was at a loss. What kind of person was this? While he had originally planned to renege, this guy was even more shameless. Let's go, Jingyun, time to pick out some wine. With so many to choose from, it's easy to get dazzled. Wallet in hand, Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered with Qian Weijun's protests, leading Cui Jingyun to browse the wines. The next moment, Jiang Chen's golden eyes subtly activated, and he spotted a truly surprising bottle. The regular wines, no matter how expensive, didn't particularly interest Jiang Chen. They were just commodities to be resold for some quick cash. However, one bottle among them caught his eye under the glow of his golden eyes, emitting a faint luminescence. Over this period, Jiang Chen had discovered that as his cultivation progressed, his golden eyes were undergoing changes as well. Especially after breaking through to the second layer of the heavenly profound cultivation, his golden eyes could now react uniquely to spiritual qi. The more abundant the spiritual qi in an object, the brighter it would shine under his golden eyes. While this bottle didn't glow exceptionally bright, it still stood out among the countless wines. Drinking it might even provide some benefit to his cultivation. What are these wines? Why are the colors different, and is there something inside them? Jiang Chen didn't directly choose the bottle that had caught his attention, but instead pointed to the row. These are fruit wines brewed by villagers deep in the mountains, using precious mountain fruits combined with ginseng, He, and other rare mountain treasures. They don't have any brand name and aren't worth much. But since they are vintage and help fill out our wine collection, our boss likes to stock them, the staff member explained. Are all of these like that? Jiang Chen asked, understanding now why this wine was imbued with spiritual qi. Likely, a fortunate villager had accidentally included spiritually potent herbs and fruits when brewing the wine, enhancing their innate effects. Yes, that's right. Alright, I do prefer fruit wines. I'll just take one bottle. Jiang Chen casually pointed to the one that had caught his eye. These fruit wines are the cheapest of all our wines. Are you sure, sir? Our boss said you can have any of the most expensive ones you want. The staff member hesitated, surprised Jiang Chen would choose this. Since they're the cheapest, could I get a few more? Jiang Chen tried his luck. Well, the staff member was momentarily at a loss, clearly never having encountered such shameless audacity. Sensing the staff member's discomfort, Jiang Chen chuckled. I was just joking. I'll just take this one. As a person with thin skin, I feel more comfortable with the cheaper ones. Sir, your noble character is truly admirable, the staff member replied, wrapping up the wine and handing it to Jiang Chen. By the way, our boss would like to meet you, if you have the time, the staff member said. All right, who is your boss? Jiang Chen knew this wine likely wouldn't be free, and had expected he'd have to meet the boss. One of the 5 great family clans of the province, the Li family, the staff member said with a hint of pride. No wonder that Meng fellow didn't dare make a single move. Jiang Chen nodded, his guess confirmed. Only the 5 great clans could make Meng users so obedient. Right this way, sir, the staff member gestured. The staff member then led Jiang Chen through a hidden passage to a private VIP room. Inside, a disheveled middle-aged man sitting casually on the sofa, drink in hand, perked up at Jiang Chen's arrival. He rose and enthusiastically greeted him. Hello, Mr. Jiang, I'm Li Ziyuan, the host of this wine tasting event. Hello, Mr. Li, I'm Jiang Chen. Thank you for the wine you provided. Jiang Chen replied politely. It's my pleasure, my pleasure. I consider myself a true wine connoisseur, which is why I spared no expense in hosting this event. But after seeing your wine tasting skills, I realize I barely scratched the surface my whole life. To be able to identify the wines just by their aroma, your level is truly astonishing, Li Ziyuan said, deeply impressed. It was just a coincidence. I happen to have tasted those 3 wines before. My wine expertise is certainly no match for yours, Mr. Li. Your wine collection here is truly eye-opening. Jiang Chen responded humbly. Is that so? Then the spiritual fruit wine you chose, surely that wasn't just a coincidence? Li Ziyuan looked at Jiang Chen with an amicable smile. You know it's a spiritual fruit wine? Jiang Chen's expression darkened, puzzled by Li Ziyuan's actions. Such a precious spiritual fruit wine should not have been mixed in with regular fruit wines. Was Li Ziyuan intentionally setting a trap to lure out someone who could recognize it? Don't worry, I didn't notice the difference at first either. It's only when I personally taste each wine before it goes into my collection that I detected the uniqueness of that one. But as a non-cultivator, I have no real interest in spiritual wines. Since you have the discernment, it's only right that it goes to you, Mr. Jiang, Li Ziyuan said genially. Mr. Li, why are you being so generous? We've only just met today. Is there something you need my help with? Jiang Chen asked, puzzled by this unusually magnanimous man. These days the young scions of the great families only care about power and status, constantly scheming and murdering even their own kin. I'm utterly tired of it all. I just wish to be a recluse of wine, enjoying the finest wines and befriending true wine lovers. Li Ziyuan sighed. It just so happens that my branch of the Li family is thriving. The position of future patriarch won't even come to me. I have no interest in competing for it, so I'd rather just embrace the life of a dissolute young master. At least this way I won't be targeted by my brothers, risking even my life. Li Ziyuan chuckled. As for why I'm being so generous? With your wine tasting expertise, Mr. Jiang, if you deign to accept me, I'd even want to become your disciple. A mere bottle of wine is nothing in comparison, Li Ziyuan said magnanimously. This bearing was quite different from the young scions of the great families Jiang Chen had encountered before. There was a sense of detachment from the mundane world. Truly an untainted lotus blooming amidst the filthy great clans, no small feat. No need for discipleship, let's just exchange insights. I'm sure I have much to learn from your mastery of the wine Dao, Mr. Li. Jiang Chen replied with a smile. The two then spent over 2 hours engrossed in discussions about wine culture, finding themselves surprisingly aligned in many perspectives, feeling like they had met a kindred spirit. Li Ziyuan was reluctant to let Jiang Chen leave, wanting to break out rare vintage wines and drink the night away with him. But Jiang Chen still had to go deal with Meng Yuze, so he politely declined. They did agree to drink together next time, with Li Ziyuan mentioning he had discovered an ancient wine sealed for 1,000 years in an old tomb, and wanted to savor it with Jiang Chen once he confirmed its safety. After bidding farewell to Li Weijun, Jiang Chen left the villa with Cui Jingyun, but they had barely gone a few steps when a painfully familiar voice rang out. "You bastard turtle, so you finally deigned to come out," the long-waiting Meng Yuze snarled viciously, and behind him stood a veritable army of experts, martial artists, cultivators, and imposing force. It was as if a dark cloud had descended upon the city, overwhelming in its sheer scale. Meng Yuze's rage was palpable, having summoned seemingly every single guard from the Meng family. "Meng Yuze, what are you trying to do, surrounding us in broad daylight like this with so many people? Have you no regard for the law?" Cui Jingyun was visibly shaken, her voice trembling. "The law? Ha, I am the law. Jingyun, if you know what's good for you, come over here and give your master a kiss, otherwise I'll thrash you too, you useless thing." Meng Yuze blustered arrogantly. "It's fine, Jingyun, don't be afraid. Just stay back, don't get caught in the bloodshed." Jiang Chen was unperturbed. While there were many of them, they were nothing more than cannon fodder. The martial artists were only at the innate level, the cultivators barely at qi refining. Compared to the experts Xu Feng had brought, or the top-tier ones Jian Lu had, these were mere trash. To the current Jiang Chen, dealing with this scum would be child's play. "Ah, good, good. Let's see how tough you still are when you're getting beaten. Attack, but don't kill him outright. Break every single bone, sever all his tendons and ligaments, especially that shameless tongue, cut it off and feed it to the dogs. Make him suffer every torment before death." Meng Yuze roared in fury. His men immediately charged at Jiang Chen in a frenzy, but just then, accompanied by furious roars, a series of luxury cars, Lamborghinis, Rolls-Royces, McLarens, suddenly rushed towards Meng Yuze. The sheer number of vehicles, undulating like a colossal dragon, terrified Meng Yuze. He hastily called off the attack, ordering his men to protect him instead. The cars ultimately stopped just shy of hitting anyone, sparing Meng Yuze a disastrous collision. However, he still raged. "Who the hell is driving? You almost hit me, you know, scram." At that moment, the car door opened, revealing a short-haired beauty in athletic attire, exuding a formidable presence unlike that of a typical delicate woman. Sheathed at her waist was a sword, making her appear like a female general. "Ah, Missing, do you remember? I toasted you at a banquet before." Meng Yuze, upon realizing the arrival was the renowned provincial top female genius, Ing Peijiu, immediately lost his brazen arrogance, speaking meekly. However, despite his groveling, Ing Peijiu still looked at him with disdain. "If you don't get lost right now, you're dead." Okay, I'm leaving. Please don't be angry, Miss Ing." Meng Yuze panicked, knowing full well Ing Peijiu was not joking. After all, she was capable of the unthinkable. Previously, a young master from a prominent provincial family had incurred her wrath, and she had beheaded him in front of his elders. Not only did the elders not dare pursue it, they had even proactively apologized. There was no helping it when one had the Ing family backing them, and an unwed general fiancé. In the next instant, Meng Yuze and his painstakingly assembled men fled with all their might, kicking up a cloud of dust in their wake. "Hey, don't run, you bastard. I'm not done settling the score with you." Jiang Chen was infuriated, seeing Meng Yuze escape. What was this nonsense? Some random girl barging in to cause trouble? He still had to avenge Cui Jingyun. Just as Jiang Chen was about to give chase, Ing Peijiu blocked his path, looking down at him with an air of having done him a great favor. "I'm Ing Peijiu. You must be Jiang Chen. I just saved your life. Who asked you to butt in and interfere with my business?" Jiang Chen was exasperated. So this was his third prospective fiancée, Ing Peijiu. Of course she'd be just like the other Ing, presumptuous and brainless, meddling in matters she had no business in. "Hey, have you no conscience? If not for our young miss, you'd have been beaten to death by the Meng people just now." Ing Peijiu's maid immediately retorted, but Ing Peijiu merely waved her hand dismissively. "Humph, I understand, you're just trying to save face by putting on a tough act. Since this is your girlfriend, even better. Previously, my Ying family's staff did not do a good enough job in the compensation they provided you. I can understand if you didn't agree to it. So now, I'm offering you a new and more substantial compensation. I still hope you can sign the divorce agreement though, so we can part ways completely without any further entanglement. Ying Peizhou then clapped her hands and commanded, "Open." At her order, the hoods of all the luxury cars were lifted, revealing an array of treasures inside. Stacks of crisp red bills formed the base, with gold, jewels, jadeite, and diamonds piled high above. Shining brightly under the car lights, the sheer opulence was overwhelming. These cars, along with all these riches, are all yours. Enough to last you 10 lifetimes. Take the money and use it to marry your girlfriend and live a good life. You young people should keep your feet on the ground, not aim too high. Ying Peizhou said in a grave tone, handing Jiang Chen the divorce agreement, seemingly certain he would sign this time. Trying to buy me off with money, quite the grand gesture. Jiang Chen remarked. But let me ask, what favor did my father do for your family that made you agree to this engagement in the first place? He helped us recover our Ying family's divine artifact. Ying Peizhou answered hesitantly, blushing slightly. Clearly she was ashamed of how ungrateful they were being towards Jiang's father's great kindness. Alright then, just return that to me. I don't want your family's tainted money, only what my father gave you. Jiang Chen said plainly. The rest is fine, but that divine artifact, no way. Ying Peizhou firmly refused. That is our Ying family's ancestral treasure. Your father only helped us locate it, he didn't give it to us. I can't possibly hand that over to an outsider. The divine artifacts were the foundation of the 5 great clans. When theirs was lost, the Ying family had nearly been expelled from the ranks and divvied up by the other 4. Now, Ying Peizhou had no intention of relinquishing it. These divine artifacts rightfully belong to all the people of the 9 heavens. You self-proclaimed royals shamefully hoarded and exploited them in the past. Now that your dynasties have fallen, you still think they belong to you? What, your great Qin empire can't be revived? We're doomed to be your royal dogs forever? Dream on. These are now ownerless treasures, to be taken by the virtuous. If you want to call off the engagement or the divorce agreement, that's fine, but give me the divine artifact, or there's no deal. Jiang Chen's father had done such a great favor for the Ying family, yet now they wanted to simply buy him off with money and force him into that humiliating divorce agreement. The Yings were truly arrogant and ungrateful, treating him like a dog. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Ying Peizhou's expression darkened, half warning, half threatening. Jiang Chen, I advise you not to challenge us. I've investigated you. Your father has been missing for a long time, and you yourself were blinded for 3 years, only recently starting to make a name for yourself in Jiangdong. You wouldn't want all your hard work to be easily crushed, would you? Going back to your pathetic former life? Opposing the Ying family will not end well for you. We don't want to be ungrateful either, but you can't force our hand. She then turned to Cui Jingyun. And you, can't you convince your boyfriend? These riches are no small amount. I can add more if you think it's insufficient. But if you insist on breaking ties with us Yings, then you'll have nothing left. Don't you want your future husband to be more than a beggar, or even a cripple? It doesn't matter to me, as long as brother Jiang is willing to marry me. Even if he's a beggar or disabled, I'll be happy to support him. Cui Jingyun looked at Jiang Chen earnestly, full of affection. You, foolish romantic, then let your family be ruined as well. Let's see how you support him. Ying Peizhou flew into a rage, even threatening to destroy the Cui family. Your current demeanor is no different from that despicable Meng Yuzi. You chased away one dog, only to be replaced by a snake. Claiming to have saved me, how shameless. Jiang Chen sneered. He had given the Ying family multiple chances, but they only grew more greedy and bullying. Forget talking. He might as well just go through with the marriage as per the agreement. At least Ying Peizhou wasn't ugly, he could divorce her after the wedding night. So Jiang Chen took out his phone, checking the calendar. Let's see, next Friday is an auspicious day. What do you mean? Ying Peizhou was taken aback. I mean, make sure you're cleaned up and in your wedding dress that day. I'll come to take you as my bride, fulfilling the marriage contract. Jiang Chen said nonchalantly. You bastard. If you dare come, the Ying family will kill you. Ying Peizhou exploded in rage. She had never encountered such a stubborn person. Even after all she said, he still wanted to marry her. Although she was beautiful, intelligent and of noble birth, with countless suitors, she knew her worth. A mere Jiang Chen could never match up to her. If his father were still around, they might have had a chance. But with his father gone, Jiang Chen alone, and outright waste, was completely incomparable to her. Even her own maidservants likely wouldn't deign to marry him. Oh, the mighty Ying clan publicly killing their engaged son-in-law, how shameless of you. Let's see the true face of the Ying family then, Jiang Chen said coldly. You think you can threaten us like this? Ying Peijiu snapped. Even if we don't act, my fiancé won't spare you. I'll let you know, he's already led an army of 100,000 down to the Jiangnan region. Originally, that 100,000 was meant to be a grand display for my wedding. But if you insist on causing trouble, they can also be used to kill you. Ying Peijiu sneered. Then bring it on, I'd love to see the might of your vaunted 100,000. By the way, if I defeat them all and have each person cut me a penny's worth, can I get a free cell phone? Jiang Chen joked, unintimidated. Ignorant fool, then I'll make you pay a price first. Seeing Jiang Chen unfazed, Ying Peijiu lost control of her temper, drawing her waist sword, intent on stabbing Jiang Chen to teach him a lesson. As she struck, Jiang Chen discerned her cultivation. She had actually reached the foundation establishment realm, and she was a rare dual cultivation of both martial and spiritual arts, her martial prowess reaching Grand Master level. No wonder she was known as the top female genius in the province. She was indeed formidable. However, she greatly underestimated Jiang Chen. Using less than a tenth of his spiritual energy, he simply raised 2 fingers and effortlessly caught her sword. With a snap, he then broke Ying Peijiu's sword, the pieces clattering to the ground. My sword! Ying Peijiu was dumbfounded. How is this possible? Did I accidentally bring the wrong sword? The peerless provincial genius, a dual cultivator, worshipped by many, defeated and disarmed by this waste? With your family's wealth, you should get a more durable sword next time. That one's quite brittle. Jiang Chen remarked casually. You bastard! How dare you destroy my betrothal sword, a gift from my fiancé? I'll kill you! Ying Peijiu flew into a rage, feeling she had been too merciful, allowing this trash to get the upper hand. Ying Peijiu was about to unleash her full power, determined to show Jiang Chen her true might. But just then, her maidservant interjected, Young miss, we should leave quickly. These flashy cars are starting to attract attention. If people find out you're associating with this waste, it won't reflect well. Your fiancé will be angry. Ying Peijiu's expression darkened. I'll spare your life for today, but if you dare to keep pestering me, beware my 100,000 troops, they'll drown you with their very spittle. She threatened Jiang Chen before getting into the car and speeding off. All the valuables she had promised Jiang Chen, she took with her, not leaving a single thing behind. How stingy! My lord, the Ying family has immense influence in the province, you must be very careful. If it's too much, you should return to Jiangdong. Cui Jingyun fretted. It's fine, I don't want to cause trouble, but if trouble comes, we won't back down. Thank you for helping me find the Qin people. I should take my leave now, so as not to involve you further. Here, take this talisman. If that Meng fellow dares to bother you again, light it and it will briefly protect you, and alert me as well. Jiang Chen handed Cui Jingyun a talisman he had carefully imbued with spiritual energy. My lord, if you ever run into trouble, please come find me. I may not be capable, but if you become a beggar, I'd be willing to be a beggar's wife by your side. Cui Jingyun looked at Jiang Chen reluctantly, wishing he wouldn't leave, but knowing their disparity was too great. Alright, I'll remember that, silly girl. Jiang Chen gave her a final embrace before quickly departing, not daring to look back at her surreptitious tears. Alas, the hardest thing to bear is a beauty's tears. But he had no choice, with a great enemy looming, he could only focus on becoming stronger, unable to spend too much time on women. Jiang Chen then found a secluded spot to sort through the treasures he had gained from his recent battles, preparing to further his cultivation. Ever since breaking through to the second layer of the heavenly mystery technique, Jiang Chen had reaped abundant rewards from his successive battles. There were the medicinal pills and spirit herbs he had seized from the Zhu family's young master and his subordinates, and the 4 spirit cloud grass given by the Azure Cloud sect to save the Zhu family's young master's life. Jiang Chen suddenly recalled the stingy Azure Cloud sect had originally promised him 10, but only given 4, saying they'd return the rest in a month. When the time came, Jiang Chen would definitely pay them a visit to collect the remainder, with interest. There were also the 5 foundation establishment experts brought by Jiang Lu, along with the various heavenly treasures looted from them. If only Jiang Lu himself hadn't been blasted to bits by that scoundrel in the north, he surely would have had even more precious items. And finally, the bottle of essence fruit wine before him. Laid out together, these resources could rival those of a top-tier clan. But now they all belonged to Jiang Chen, to be refined by his spirit fire and consumed. These were far more than what had allowed him to break through from the first layer to the second. Yet Jiang Chen reckoned they could at most propel him to the middle of the second layer. After all, the spiritual energy required for the late stage of the heavenly mystery technique grew exponentially. For example, in normal foundation establishment, one just needed to condense the absorbed spiritual energy into a liquid form, forming a small pond in the dantian. When this pond expanded into a small lake, it would signify the completion of foundation establishment, allowing further advancement to the gold core stage. But when Jiang Chen broke through to the second layer, he had directly opened up a vast spiritual energy reservoir in his dantian, incomparably immense. Starting at a level far exceeding others' endpoints, this was why he could so easily crush foundation establishment cultivators. Yet to reach the second layer's completion, he needed to expand this reservoir into a boundless ocean. The required spiritual energy was staggering, enough to cultivate 10 or even dozens of regular gold core cultivators. Indeed, the heavenly mystery technique, drawing upon the creation of heaven and earth, must also bear the weight of heaven and earth. Its difficulty surpassed ordinary techniques by hundredfold, even thousandfold. As the countless spiritual energies were absorbed, Jiang Chen successfully advanced to the middle stage of the second layer. This had depleted all the resources he had accumulated overnight, leaving him with only a broken turtle shell and an inedible seed. Looks like I'll have to take down a few more young masters. They're rich and stupid enough, Jiang Chen lamented. If only Ying Peijiu hadn't let that Meng Yuze escape, that would have been another big haul. He then hailed a car, planning to head to the provincial first hospital while there was still time before the Qin family's ancestral rites. After all, to get things done in the province, having the right connections was key. Previously, he had helped the retired provincial bigwig Mr. Wu in Jiangdong, greatly assisting him in dealing with the Zhao family. Mr. Wu's word carried immense weight in Jiangdong, but in this dragon tiger-filled provincial capital, his influence had waned. Fortunately, Mr. Wu had extensive connections and introduced Jiang Chen to a serving provincial bigwig, Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu was a former military man, having sustained multiple injuries in his younger days, the most severe being a bullet fragment lodged deep in his brain. Though he miraculously survived, the fragment had become increasingly problematic, threatening to penetrate deeper and potentially cause brainstem damage, leaving him in a vegetative state or even brain dead. Over the years, Mr. Chu had consulted many doctors, but the fragment's precarious location made any surgery extremely risky. And with Mr. Chu's sensitive identity and his family's volatile temper, no doctor dared take the chance. They could only attempt conservative treatments to slow the deterioration. Now, as the conservative treatment proved increasingly ineffective, Mr. Chu had to seek out renowned physicians, eventually reaching Jiang Chen through Mr. Wu's introduction. At the provincial first hospital, Jiang Chen called the number provided. "Hello, I'm the doctor Mr. Wu referred to examine Mr. Chu. May I ask which room Mr. Chu is in?" "Hold on, I'll come get you," a clear female voice responded. Soon, a youthful, attractive woman in a plaid skirt and twin pigtails emerged from the hospital, calling Jiang Chen over. As Jiang Chen approached, she gave him a once-over, her brow furrowing slightly. "So young? Thank you, you're quite youthful as well," Jiang Chen replied politely. "Do you think I was complimenting you?" Chu Wani responded flatly, never having encountered someone who couldn't even pick up on basic pleasantries. "Isn't that what you meant?" Jiang Chen countered. Chu Wani couldn't be bothered to engage further with this kind of person. She simply led Jiang Chen into a special elevator, taking him to a floor completely isolated from the outside world. The entire floor only had 3 patient rooms, each one like a luxurious hotel suite, with every possible amenity. There were even separate rest areas for family members and security personnel, a truly eye-opening sight. "So, have you brought the miracle doctor?" Chu Wani's parents immediately approached as she entered. "I've brought him, but whether he's reliable or not is for you to decide." Chu Wani rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen. Chu's father and mother also quickly noticed Jiang Chen's youthful appearance, echoing in unison, "So young? Thank you, you both look well preserved as well." Jiang Chen responded, unfazed by the skepticism. "Let me take a look at the patient's condition first." He then approached the sickbed, where Mr. Chu was intently reviewing documents, unaware of Jiang Chen's arrival. Jiang Chen didn't disturb him, instead activating his golden eyes to examine the problem. His brow furrowed slightly. The issue was even more severe than Mr. Wu had described. No wonder so many doctors had been stumped. Due to the prolonged presence of the bullet fragment in Mr. Chu's brain, it had gradually fused with many of his neural pathways. This was the crux of the matter. Removing the fragment would sever those nerves, with no guarantee Mr. Chu would survive the aftermath. Simply extracting the fragment without damaging the nerves wasn't that difficult for an experienced surgeon. But the subsequent treatment, that was what had vexed countless physicians. Looks like I'll have to use that method, Jiang Chen murmured, his brow furrowed. He recalled the divine technique recorded in the heavenly mystery technique, which could truly reanimate the dead and restore flesh and bone. The essence was to temporarily replace the fragment with spiritual energy, keeping the neural pathways intact. Then, by continuously channeling the heavenly mystery technique, he could stimulate the meridians to regenerate instantly, without causing any harm. However, this technique consumed massive amounts of spiritual energy. With his current second-layer cultivation, he could at best achieve the restore flesh and bone level, still falling short of true reanimation. And even the extent of the flesh and bone restoration was uncertain, as he had never actually performed this technique before. He estimated a success rate of around 60 to 70%. Moreover, this technique required complete focus and concentration from both Jiang Chen and the patient, without any interruption. Mr. Chu, I'm the doctor Mr. Wu referred to treat you. I've examined your condition, and I can treat it. But I can't guarantee a 100% success rate, it's probably around 60 to 70%. Are you willing to let me try? Jiang Chen spoke plainly, leaving the decision to Mr. Chu. If old Wu recommended you, then no problem, let's do it. I trust his eye for talent. Mr. Chu agreed without hesitation, fully trusting Jiang Chen. All right, Jiang Chen nodded, preparing to begin the treatment. Wait, but then, Mr. Chu's parents rushed over to intervene. Dr. Jiang, 60 to 70% is too low. Can you increase the odds a bit? We can pay more. I know you doctors like to hold something back, so name your price for a guaranteed success. There's no way to increase it. 60 to 70% is the best I can do. And don't try to bribe my medical ethics. Jiang Chen's expression darkened at the mention of money. What outrageous words, treating him like some mercenary. Then, is there a more conservative treatment option that can at least keep my father going for another 5 or 6 years, until he finishes his term? Mr. Chu's parents continued. My treatment has only 2 outcomes, cure or failure. If you want conservative treatment, you'll have to seek elsewhere. Jiang Chen replied coldly. This Chu family was so selfish, only caring about keeping their father alive until the end of his term, regardless of what happened afterwards. How dare you speak to us like that? Do you know the status my father holds? Any mishap to him would be a loss not just for our family, but for millions across the entire southern province. You little punk, you don't know anything, you're not even fully grown yet. If you're going to treat him, then have Mr. Wu write a guarantee that he'll be responsible for our future livelihood if anything happens to my father. Mr. Chu's father said craftily. The hell with your guarantee, you nutcase. I don't owe you anything. Treat him or don't, I don't care. You've got a lot of nerve. Jiang Chen was utterly exasperated, turning to leave. So this Chu family was planning to find a new backer to protect themselves if their patriarch didn't make it. How shameless. How dare you curse at me? You're dead meat, you bastard. Guards, seize him. Do you have any idea whose turf this is? Mr. Chu's father exploded in rage, summoning a group of armed security personnel. How boring. Jiang Chen didn't bother fighting them, as they were just working-class individuals trying to make a living. He simply unleashed a dragon-absorbing technique, disarming them all in an instant. So you're a cultivator, that's why you dare be so arrogant. But you think this is some backwater village? Cultivation is nothing special here, whether you're a dragon or a tiger, you have to bow and kneel. Mr. Chu's father sneered, undaunted. Summon the fly tigers. Enough. Have you two caused enough trouble? The young man came to treat me in good faith, and you keep scheming and plotting. You've completely embarrassed me. Mr. Chu finally couldn't hold back, scolding them. Young man, don't listen to them. I trust you, so please treat me. If I live, it will be thanks to your skill. If I die, I'll just go join my comrades in arms. Compared to the brave young men who died by my side in battle, I'm the most useless one, yet I'm the one who's lived the longest. I should be grateful. Mr. Chu, it's only because you were once a soldier who shed blood for our country that I'm willing to continue treating you. Otherwise, even with your lofty position and power, I wouldn't bow and scrape to you just because you're an official. Jiang Chen said solemnly. The ancient teaching he had obtained emphasized, a doctor does not treat fools, including their family members. In the past, the renowned physician BNK had once encountered the foolish Lord Kaihuan. He had immediately recognized the Lord's illness, but Kaihuan stubbornly denied it, saying, I have no illness. He then accused physicians of enjoying the habit of treating the healthy, just to showcase their skills. BNK was thus left embarrassed and silenced. It wasn't until Kaihuan's illness had reached a critical stage that he finally summoned BNK, but by then it was too late. BNK had wisely fled, avoiding being buried alongside the Lord. Since then, wise physicians have learned to stay away from fools, especially foolish family members. Why waste one's energy on such hopeless cases? With this time and effort, Jiang Chen could have found another distinguished patron. With his medical skills, even the capital's bigwigs would come begging for his help. "Thank you, young man," Mr. Chu said sincerely. "It's the least I can do. If it weren't for people like you who persevered in difficult times, we wouldn't have today's peace." Jiang Chen nodded. He then activated the heavenly mystery technique, successfully removing the fragment from Mr. Chu's brain and using the restore flesh and bone method. After exhausting a large portion of his spiritual energy, he managed to fully regenerate Mr. Chu's neural pathways. It had been a grueling process, but it bolstered Jiang Chen's confidence in his medical skills. He also gained a deeper understanding of the reanimate the dead secret art. With his current abilities, he could at most achieve limb regeneration, but true resurrection was still far beyond his reach. "Young man, I never imagined your medical skills would be so impressive. You've solved a decades-long problem for this old man. If you ever need help in the province, be sure to come find me." Mr. Chu was deeply grateful. "Alright, I'll take you up on that." Jiang Chen, never one for false pleasantries, responded simply. "Humph, good luck getting to him." Mr. Chu's son, Xu Liguan, sneered. As long as he didn't answer Jiang Chen's calls, the young man would never be able to reach his father. Jiang Chen had no desire to linger with the rest of the Chu family. After bidding farewell to Mr. Chu, he headed downstairs, preparing to leave. But just as he reached the main lobby, a familiar voice suddenly called out, "Brother Jiang Chen, Zhao Mengmeng?" Jiang Chen turned to see the young nurse from Jiangdong, the one with the dimples and baby fat, whose certain assets he had accidentally glimpsed before. He never expected to run into her here. "What a coincidence! Aren't you supposed to be in Jiangdong? What are you doing here?" Jiang Chen asked curiously. "I got into a graduate program, and now I'm studying in the provincial capital. I told you I'd catch up to you someday. The school has a collaboration with the hospital, so I came to get some materials." "What about you, Jiang Chen? Are you here to treat someone?" Zhao Mengmeng replied. "That's great, my little darling is making progress. Do you want anything as a graduation gift? Jiang Chen will get it for you." Jiang Chen pinched Zhao Mengmeng's adorable chubby cheeks, genuinely happy for her. "Hee, I don't want a gift." "Jiang Chen, are you free right now?" Zhao Mengmeng asked hopefully. "What is it?" Jiang Chen inquired. I want to give you a tour of our campus. It's really beautiful, and the cafeteria is delicious too," Zhao Mengmeng said, her face shining with anticipation. After all, who doesn't dream of a sweet campus romance when they're a student, holding hands with the one they like, exploring every corner of the school grounds, the playing field, the little grove, the library, to be the envy of all as a young couple. Although Zhao Mengmeng had many admirers at school, she had no interest in them. She only wanted to wander the campus with the one she truly cared for, even if just for a moment. "All right, I haven't been to a university in a long time. I do miss those student days." Jiang Chen understood Zhao Mengmeng's feelings, and since he had nothing else to do, he decided to indulge her. After all, the little miss had helped him quite a bit in Jiangdong. Being an exceptional man who wants to remain single is not easy these days. If not for the taboo of divination, Jiang Chen would have had his fortune read, hoping to reduce his overabundance of romantic luck. Tianda University was the most prestigious institution in the southern province, ranking among the top nationwide. Zhao Mengmeng, having excellent academic performance, had been preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam. With her intense last-minute studying, she had finally secured a spot at this esteemed university. Now, Jiang Chen was being led around the campus by Zhao Mengmeng. The environment was indeed quite pleasant, with a sizable campus lake where young couples were openly enjoying their romantic moments, a reminder of the joys of youth. "Jiang Chen, what university did you graduate from?" Zhao Mengmeng asked curiously, hoping she could at least surpass him in academic qualifications. "Xingbei," Jiang Chen replied honestly. There was no helping his privileged background, which had allowed him to be admitted without much effort. "I see, I still can't catch up to you," Zhao Mengmeng sighed. "Then I'll have to go to Qingbei for my doctorate, so I can see your alma mater," she declared, pumping her fists determinedly. Alright, Jiang Chen chuckled. "How's campus life been for you? Have you encountered any troubles?" he asked with concern. "It's been good, but I think my advisor is a bit too enthusiastic. I'm not sure if it's just my imagination," Zhao Mengmeng replied hesitantly. "Tell me about it, let me analyze the situation for you," Jiang Chen offered. Zhao Mengmeng showed him the chat logs between her and her advisor, a balding, middle-aged, oily man who was addressing her as Little Mengmeng. As Jiang Chen scrolled through the messages, he felt increasingly uncomfortable. The advisor's comments had gradually become more and more inappropriate. Little Meng Meng, are you adjusting well to campus life? If you have any difficulties, remember to come find your advisor. I still have some influence here. I can help you with anything. Little Meng Meng, your parents aren't here, so I'll be your father. Don't be shy with your father. You can come to me about anything. Little Meng Meng, are you dating anyone? At your age, you shouldn't be wasting time on romantic entanglements. You should follow in my footsteps. I can take you to new heights and give you everything you want. But of course, you have to listen to your father. Little Meng Meng, I've been living separately from my wife for a long time, and I feel so lonely at night. Can you come and hug your advisor? Little Meng Meng, are you hungry? Your advisor would like to take you out for a late-night snack. I have some things I'd like to discuss with you over a drink. Damn it! What kind of teacher is this? Trying to get his hands on a student? How disgusting. Jiang Chen fumed after reading the messages. The intentions of this slimy man were too obvious. Well, maybe it's not that serious? Perhaps he's just lonely and is showing excessive concern as a teacher? Zhao Meng Meng was still reluctant to believe the worst. You're too naive. He's clearly testing the waters, and if you don't resist, he'll only get bolder and might even try to make a move. Let me help you deal with him, Jiang Chen said firmly. It's all right, Jiang Chen. I promise I won't let him have his way. He's my advisor, and I still have to study here, so it's not good to have a full-blown confrontation. And we don't have direct evidence. Zhao Meng Meng was hesitant to stir up trouble. It wasn't that she particularly cherished this academic position, but her advisor, Dr. Ma Wuliang, held a high position as the vice dean of the medical school. He was renowned in the field and had various titles and prestige. Zhao Meng Meng didn't want her issue to cause trouble for Jiang Chen, especially since this was the provincial capital, not Jiangdong. Don't worry, I have a way to make him stop bothering you and treat you with respect so you can graduate smoothly. Jiang Chen smiled. Let me borrow your phone for a bit. Okay. Zhao Meng Meng trusted Jiang Chen and handed over her phone. Teacher, I'm feeling a bit down today. Can you comfort me? Jiang Chen typed the message in Zhao Meng Meng's name. The advisor, Dr. Ma, quickly responded with multiple messages. Of course, dear. I've told you, your teacher can help you with anything. You can think of me as your father. My good girl, what's got you feeling down? Tell you what, since you're in low spirits, why don't you leave the campus? I'll book you a room at a high-end hotel. The environment there is very nice. You can go take a bath and get some rest. He then promptly sent the hotel location and room number, telling Zhao Meng Meng to just give them his name. Truly the speed of a quick-handed physician. The unscrupulous advisor, Dr. Ma Wuliang, quickly received the notification from the hotel that someone had checked in under his name, the object of his affection, Zhao Meng Meng. This filled Dr. Ma with glee, as he excitedly thought to himself, that little flirt. She was pretending to be high and mighty and indifferent to me, but in the end, she fell right into my trap. This was not the first time he had pulled off a stunt like this. He was quite experienced in these matters. Compared to the seasoned sharks in the outside world, the students on campus were simply too naive and easy to manipulate. The students sought his prestigious aura and believed whatever he said was right, not daring to defy him. He, in turn, took the opportunity to show excessive concern for the students, boasting about his wealth and influence, convincing them that only by sticking with him could they have a good future. The more gullible ones would agree to get involved with him. As for the smarter ones who resisted, he would find ways to lure them to the hotel and overpower them by force. Afterwards, he would use the threat of their graduation as leverage. If they cooperated, he would give them co-author credits on papers to help them secure PhD opportunities. If they refused or even tried to report him, he would block their graduation, putting pressure on the school administration to expel them for tarnishing the school's reputation if they filed a complaint. Most of these young, inexperienced female students would eventually submit in the end. Of course, there had been the occasional stubborn one, like a rural girl who had chosen to commit suicide when faced with being barred from graduating. But that was no big problem. Dr. Ma had connections to bribe his way out, claiming the girl had mental health issues and depression, making her suicide her own responsibility. In the end, he had simply given the rural family a token amount of money to completely cover up the incident. The night fell at the Hilton Hotel, room 502. Dr. Ma Wuliang, holding the room key card, barged in, muttering excitedly under his breath, "My dear, Daddy is here." Seeing the sleeping figure on the bed, his excitement only grew. Asleep, this would be so much easier. No need to even lift a finger. He quickly stripped himself bare and dove under the covers. However, instead of the soft, smooth skin he had imagined belonging to Zhao Meng Meng, he was greeted with a resounding slap that left him seeing stars and even knocked out a few of his teeth from the searing pain. Ah! Dr. Ma scrambled out of the covers, only to realize the person on the bed was not Zhao Mengmeng, but a strange man. Who are you? What are you doing here? Dr. Ma shrieked in terror. I'm the one who's going to end your life. Jiang Chen sneered, delivering 2 more vicious slaps to the morally bankrupt scoundrel. Ah! Dr. Ma let out blood-curdling screams as his face rapidly swelled up. How dare you hit me? Do you have any idea who I am? I'll have you killed with one phone call. Dr. Ma raged. Oh, I know exactly who you are, the esteemed Vice Dean of Tianda University, Professor Ma Wuliang. What's wrong? Big professor, can't even get a good night's rest and have to come to the hotel to tutor female students? You have the nerve to talk about your status with me? Jiang Chen scoffed, opening his phone to thoroughly document the scene. The naked, oily Dr. Ma ran frantically around the room, trying to reach the door, but found it sealed shut by Jiang Chen's spiritual energy, leaving him with no choice but to continue his pathetic pig-like scrambling. Stop filming! Stop filming! Dr. Ma pleaded, desperately trying to cover himself. Realizing that being exposed in other areas would be even worse, Dr. Ma finally gave up and simply covered his face. As long as they can't recognize me, it doesn't matter where I'm exposed. It's too late to cover your face, you fool. Imagine the click rates if I posted the professor's scandal video on the Tianda University campus network? Jiang Chen sneered as he saved the video. What do you want? I get it, you're trying to extort me, right? Fine, name your price, I'll pay to have the video deleted. Dr. Ma said arrogantly, convinced that money could solve anything. Extort you? Don't make me laugh. Jiang Chen scoffed. Put your pants on, I'm getting tired of looking at your disgusting body. After Dr. Ma had dressed himself, Jiang Chen called out to the bathroom, Meng, come out and take a look at your teacher. I can't believe you're such a scumbag. Zhao Meng emerged, her face full of anger. Zhao Meng, so you two are in on it together. How dare you scheme against your own father? After all I've done for you, you have no humanity. Dr. Ma raged. But let me tell you, just because you have a video of me doesn't mean you can do anything. With today's technology, I can easily claim the video is a fabrication. As for you, if you try to frame me, I have 100 ways to make sure you never graduate. You don't want all your hard work going to waste, do you? If you know what's good for you, delete that video and come with me. I'll educate you properly on how a young lady should behave. Here I am, coming to comfort you at this hour, and you turn me into the bad guy. You think I was trying to do something bad by undressing? I had just thrown up on myself from drinking too much. I was just trying to take a shower. Dr. Ma, being an accomplished professor, quickly spun the situation to whitewash himself. He even had the audacity to persist in his intentions towards Zhao Meng, wanting her to go with him to receive his guidance. You really are a smooth talker. So you want to make sure my Meng can't graduate, huh? Go ahead, give it a try. Jiang Chen had no patience for this trash's nonsense and delivered 2 more resounding slaps. Slap. The pain had Dr. Ma howling. In the next moment, Jiang Chen produced a needle and forcefully jabbed it into a pressure point on Dr. Ma. Immediately, a certain part of Dr. Ma's body began to visibly shrink and wither. What did you do to me? What's happening? Dr. Ma was now thoroughly panicked. Aren't you a medical professor yourself? Can't you figure it out? Jiang Chen replied coldly. Dr. Ma found himself at a loss for words. After all, he had no real medical expertise. His academic achievements were all built on academic fraud, plagiarism, and using his connections. He could still fool the uninformed, but when it came to actual medical treatment, he was completely clueless. You're ruined now. If Meng can graduate smoothly, I'll give you the antidote. Otherwise, you can forget about being a man ever again, Jiang Chen said indifferently. To deal with such a scoundrel, a mere video threat was clearly not enough. But by directly crippling his manhood, Jiang Chen could make him truly submit. Sure enough, the next moment, Dr. Ma's legs buckled, and he dropped to his knees before Jiang Chen, desperately pleading, I'll agree. From now on, I'll treat Zhao Meng like a goddess. Whatever she wants to do, I'll make sure she gets the best treatment. After all, what point was there in living if he could no longer function as a man? Sacrificing one tree or the entire forest, the calculation was clear to Dr. Ma. Moreover, he had used his limited medical knowledge to examine the situation, and the more he looked, the more he realized Jiang Chen's methods were incredibly powerful. He had never seen anything like it. If Jiang Chen didn't provide the antidote, he might end up a eunuch for life. Alright, then let's have you sign a guarantee letter. Once you've signed, we'll take a photo, relax your expression, look happy, not like you're going to a funeral. Jiang Chen produced the pre-prepared guarantee letter and handed it to Dr. Ma, taking a few good photos of him. Video, needle, guarantee letter, a triple whammy that would ensure Dr. Ma never dared to be reckless again. Get out of here, Jiang Chen spat, kicking the man out the door. As for not killing him outright, it was to consider Zhao Mengming's situation. She still had to study here, so keeping the disturbance to a minimum was important. Besides, occasionally making use of such scum could be quite convenient. In any case, once Zhao Mengming graduated, Jiang Chen wouldn't actually give this trash the antidote. He would just submit the evidence and get the bastard a nice place to spend the rest of his life, singing prison blues and receiving his just desserts. Thank you, big brother Jiang Chen, you've helped me so much again, Zhao Mengming said gratefully. It was nothing. In the future, if you ever encounter any problems, be sure to tell big brother Jiang Chen. I'll always be your big brother, Jiang Chen replied earnestly. Just a brother, huh? Zhao Mengming sighed inwardly, but she knew the gap between them was still too vast. She could only secretly vow to work hard and catch up to Jiang Chen as soon as possible. Looking around the romantic hotel lighting, the lit candles and incense, and especially the large circular bed, Zhao Mengming suddenly blushed, an idea coming to her. Big brother Jiang Chen, where will you be staying tonight? Do you have a place to stop in the provincial capital? I don't think so, but it's fine. I'll just find a random hotel to make do, Jiang Chen answered. Jiang Chen knew going to the Cui family's place was out of the question. He was worried he might end up becoming their son-in-law. They were far too enthusiastic. But this is already a hotel. Why go find somewhere else? That would just be a waste of money. Zhao Mengming lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. But there's only one bed, and no sofa. Jiang Chen frowned, mentally cursing the scumbag Dr. Ma again. What kind of shoddy room was this, and yet it cost so much without even having a sofa? It's fine, we can just sleep together. You've been treating me like a sister, so it's normal for close siblings to share a bed occasionally, right? Zhao Mengming's voice grew softer, and she seemed a bit embarrassed herself. I don't know, that doesn't seem quite right. Jiang Chen felt rather awkward. He had just escaped the tiger's den of the Cui family, only to walk straight into Zhao Mengming's wolf's den? Do today's girls really enjoy this kind of solitary male-female sleeping arrangement? Once in a while might be fine, but this was testing the limits of one's self-control. Oh, is it that big brother Jiang Chen can't control himself around me? Zhao Mengming looked up at him, trying to gauge his true feelings. That's not it, Jiang Chen quickly denied. Humph, if that's not it, then what are you afraid of? Zhao Mengming huffed, feeling irritated. She thought she looked pretty good, and was being so forward, yet he had the audacity to say he wasn't interested. What a jerk. Alright, fine. Having been pushed this far, Jiang Chen had no choice but to reluctantly agree. That's the boundary then. If you cross the line, you'll be a beast. Zhao Mengming playfully drew an imaginary line on the bed. Meanwhile, on the provincial border, a long line of battle vehicles was advancing steadily, kicking up massive clouds of dust that obscured the sky. Following behind were countless soldiers, their synchronous marching steps thundering like a sudden clap of lightning, their majestic presence commanding attention. Seen from a distance, the lengthy procession resembled a roaring line of giant dragons, an awe-inspiring sight that instantly drew the gaze of onlookers. Damn, who is that? Such a grand display, a passerby exclaimed, unable to resist stopping in his tracks. See the banner up front? That's the emblem of the Tyant's army, the troops of the Tyant's war god, a knowledgeable bystander quickly answered. The Tyant's war god? That legendary general who's guarded the borders for over a decade, amassing countless battle achievements? Our very own war deity? None other than General Shao Tianai, the idol of us men. Why is he bringing so many men back? Did the enemy attack? Should we start running too? Don't be ridiculous. The Tyant's war god has never known defeat in his decades of service. I heard he's returning to take a bride this time. The upper echelons have granted him permission to bring his troops for the grand wedding celebration. Damn, all this fanfare just for a wedding? Whose daughter is worthy of the Tyant's war god? I heard it's from one of the 5 great families, the Yin clan. No wonder, only those aristocratic clans can match the Tyant's war god. A true power couple. Sigh, at this rate, these powerful families will just keep getting stronger, while we common folk have less and less chance to rise up. Though lamenting briefly, the clever onlooker was soon once again enthralled by the awe-inspiring spectacle, whipping out his phone to continuously film and share the videos, figuring he might as well profit off the attention instead of dwelling on things he couldn't change. Report, General. We have reached the border of Tiannan province. The path ahead is clear and there are no issues. The advance scout returned, addressing the young man at the center of the formation, clad in silver battle armor, riding a white horse, twin longswords at his waist. This was the renowned Tyant's war god, Shao Tianai, his youthful face etched with the hardiness of countless battles, an aura of cold severity radiating from him. "How is Miss Ean doing?" Xiao Tianai asked. "The general's wife is well, but it seems there have been some minor troubles," the scout replied. Xiao Tiany's expression immediately darkened, and murderous intent surging forth. "What happened?" "There is a man claiming to have a marriage contract with the general's wife. He has been harassing her these past few days. Lady Ean, out of consideration for her reputation, has been reluctant to take action against him." If they can't do it, then I will," Xiao Tianai declared. "Dispatch the Tian's army vanguard, 3,000 strong, led by Xiao Tianba. Find this man and eliminate him without mercy. While we shed blood on the front lines, I will not tolerate anyone daring to harass our families," Xiao Tianai commanded firmly. "Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir." The soldiers responded instantly, eager and bloodthirsty, for to dare besmirch the reputation of the general's wife was to attack the general himself, and to defy the 10,000-strong Tian's army was suicidal. Only one fate awaited such a fool's death, and the Tian's flag raised high in triumph. The next morning, Jiang Chen woke up to find Zhao Mengmeng glaring at him with a resentful expression. He worried that he may have accidentally done something improper while asleep, and quickly checked his own clothes to confirm he was still fully dressed. Relieved, he couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, Mengmeng? I didn't cross any lines last night, so why are you treating me like a beast?" "That's right, you're not a beast, you're even worse than a beast," Zhao Mengmeng huffed angrily. She had only drawn that imaginary line as a token gesture, never expecting Jiang Chen to actually be so disciplined as to not even touch her. This simply felt like a blatant disregard for her. "Ha? What do you mean?" Jiang Chen was utterly perplexed, not understanding the workings of a young girl's mind. "Never mind, I'm going to class now. See you later, big brother Jiang Chen." Zhao Mengmeng stormed out of the room, still fuming. However, just a minute or two later, she suddenly returned, looking embarrassed. "Big brother Jiang Chen, it seems the police are doing room checks downstairs. There are so many of them, how should we explain our relationship?" "Police?" Jiang Chen went to the window and looked down, only to see a dense crowd of uniformed men, all fully armed and equipped. But unlike regular police, there was a distinct aura of lethality about them, a quality only those who had seen real combat would possess. "Those aren't police, they're soldiers. Just stay in the room and watch TV, I'll go handle this." Jiang Chen surmised this must be the doing of Yin Peizhou's fiancée. Impressive indeed, for the war god to have pinpointed their location so quickly. Jiang Chen wasn't worried, though. His own marriage contract with Yin Peizhou preceded this man's, so the rightful claim was his. Of course, if the fiancé was reasonable and polite, Jiang Chen wouldn't mind giving him some face and resolving this amicably. But if he was just another arrogant bully like the Yin family, even if it was 10,000 elite troops, Jiang Chen would march on without hesitation. As Jiang Chen stepped out, he saw the soldiers going from door to door, catching several disheveled and panic-stricken men and women, definitely looking like a police raid. "Don't bother knocking, I'm the one you're looking for," Jiang Chen spoke up calmly. "What? It really is you?" One of the Tian soldiers looked at Jiang Chen, then at the photo in his hand, confirming the identity. Immediately, he spoke into the radio, report. We've located the target, please converge on my position." In no time, countless soldiers came rushing in, surrounding Jiang Chen. Then a young man with a scar on his face, clad in golden battle armor, approached and eyed Jiang Chen. "So you are Jiang Chen?" "That's right," Jiang Chen nodded. "You've been going around claiming to have a marriage contract with the young Miss Ean, defaming her reputation," the golden armored man continued. "Oh, someone's been spreading that? Huh? Sounds like she's the one defaming my good name. But no matter, my skin is thick, I don't mind marrying her," Jiang Chen replied casually. This must be Yin Peizhou's scheme. Since they couldn't stop Jiang Chen, they decided to spread the rumors and bring in the Tian's war god to eliminate him. Still mouthing off even at death's door. "So, will you come with us to find a nice place to die? Or shall we just kill you right here?" The golden armored man sneered at Jiang Chen's brazen response. "What are you talking about? What crime has my big brother Jiang Chen committed that you want to kill him? What right do you have?" At this, Zhao Mengmeng came rushing out from the hotel room, demanding answers. The Tian's army needs no reason to kill," the golden armored man scoffed. "And who are you?" Jiang Chen asked the man. "Let me show you the meaning of death. I'm the younger brother of the Tian's war god, Xiao Tiangba. I'll be the one to kill you myself, so you can boast about it in the afterlife," Xiao Tiangba declared arrogantly. As the war god's own brother, though not the strongest, he was second in command of the 10,000-strong Tian's army. Ordinary mortals like Jiang Chen were nothing to him. Perfect. I, Jiang Chen, also need no reason to kill. Jiang Chen nodded. In the next moment, with a whistling sound, Jiang Chen's fist struck Xiao Tiangba's head at a speed surpassing the sound barrier. Even though Xiao Tiangba had reached the martial grandmaster level with the aid of elixirs, he was utterly helpless before Jiang Chen. The concentrated spiritual energy Xiao Tiangba had gathered was instantly shattered, as blood and brains erupted from the impact. Xiao Tiangba didn't even have time to utter a single word of pain before his lifeless body crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. The young general! The young general! The soldiers were stunned, unable to believe that their esteemed junior general had been felled by a single punch. They rushed over to check on him, but one look revealed their horror. Xiao Tiangba's meridians were completely severed, unmistakably dead. You killed the young general. Do you know who he is? Bastard! Tian's army! Avenge the young general! Avenge the young general! Overcome by fury, the soldiers surged forward, killing intent radiating from them. It was true, the Tian's army had maintained control over the borders for over a decade. Their strength was truly formidable. Every single soldier was a practiced warrior, with not a few being innate experts and even martial grandmasters. Combined with their well-honed coordination and training, their power far exceeded the flying dragon guards that Jiang Chen had faced before. However, the narrow confines of the hotel greatly limited their collaborative abilities, diminishing their advantages. Jiang Chen stood his ground in the hallway, an unconquerable bulwark. Any who charged at him were swiftly felled by his strikes. All units, fall back and ready your weapons. Seeing close-quarters combat was useless against Jiang Chen, the Tian soldiers shifted tactics, retreating and leveling their firearms. Seeing as you've all risked your lives to protect the peace before, I'll give you one chance. Withdraw now, and I won't kill you. Otherwise, die. Facing the ominous black muzzles of 3,000 guns, Jiang Chen remained unfazed, even granting his enemies a chance to live. The one about to die is you, fool. Even at death's door, you still boast. How utterly deluded. Today, we'll show you the true might of the Tian's army. The Tian's soldiers sneered, dismissing Jiang Chen's bravado. After all, with 3,000 of them, even a single spit could surely overwhelm and sicken Jiang Chen. There was no way they could possibly lose. In the next moment, they opened fire, streams of fiery projectiles erupting from the muzzles. A barrage of bullets, like a raging storm, converged on Jiang Chen, tearing through the hotel walls and instantly reducing several bystanders caught in the crossfire to bloody pulp. However, Jiang Chen merely shook his head slightly, then pulled Zhao Mengmeng behind him. Surging with inner energy, he conjured a wall of qi to block the hail of bullets, which then ricocheted back, ricocheting wildly. Bang! 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 One by one, the Tian soldiers were struck by their own deflected rounds, accompanied by agonized screams as they fell. Fortunately, their armor and equipment protected them from the worst, or else rivers of blood would have flowed. Even so, several unlucky ones perished by their own bullets. He's a dual cultivator. Damn it! Use the anti-spiritual rounds, the Tian's vanguard commander ordered. Quickly, the soldiers replaced their ammunition, carefully retrieving specially crafted silver-tipped bullets from their pouches and loading them. Another volley erupted, and this time, when the so-called anti-spiritual rounds struck Jiang Chen's qi barrier, they did not immediately shatter it. Yet to Jiang Chen's surprise, the rounds contained a unique substance that began corroding his spiritual energy. After a full round of fire, his protective barrier was completely consumed, leaving him exposed. Impressive, no wonder they say it's better to offend the aristocratic families than the hidden sect. Truly resourceful, with advanced technology, Jiang Chen mused, casually picking up a few of the spent anti-spiritual rounds to examine later. Abandoning the qi barrier, Jiang Chen simply picked up a fallen Tian soldier's blade and charged straight at the group, a ferocious tiger amidst the sheep. Like the grim reaper from the depths of hell, wielding his scythe of death. Slaughter, endless slaughter. Only slaughter remained. Jiang Chen's speed and strength far exceeded what these Tian soldiers could withstand. With each casual swing of his blade, another fell, as effortless as cutting vegetables. Though the Tian's army unleashed their full might, barely 1 in 10 of their attacks even grazed Jiang Chen's clothes. Yet undaunted, they fought on with fervent resolve worthy of the Tian's legion. If they couldn't land a hit 9 times, perhaps the 10th would succeed. So they kept up their onslaught, combining formations and advanced weaponry, hoping to deplete Jiang Chen's spiritual energy through sheer technological superiority. This was their standard tactic against cultivators on the battlefield. Once the spiritual energy was exhausted, even the mightiest could be felled by a single blow from an ordinary soldier. However, to their shock, Jiang Chen's inner energy seemed boundless, replenishing endlessly. Instead, their own numbers dwindled, bodies piling up in a river of blood that sent even these seasoned veterans' spines tingling with dread. Certainly, the Tyant's army's technological prowess impressed Jiang Chen, but in the face of such overwhelming raw power, all their tricks amounted to mere novelties. It only proved the saying, the more toys a poor student has, the less useful they are. After an unknown duration of carnage, Jiang Chen noticed his blade had been worn to the point of curling, his body drenched in the enemy's blood, not a single drop his own. Just, what manner of being are you? The awestruck survivors questioned. They had faced many formidable warriors on the battlefield, but one as terrifying as Jiang Chen was astonishingly rare. He was a killing machine incarnate, an unstoppable juggernaut of destruction. Just a nameless foot soldier, nothing compared to your renowned generals. But have you never wondered what you're really fighting for? Do you just blindly believe him? Jiang Chen looked at the Tian soldiers, their losses staggering yet their fighting spirit unbroken. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. These were truly an elite force, worthy of guarding the borders. If they were just the retainers of some aristocratic clan, they would have fled long ago. Only these men would fight to the bitter end. It was a shame that such a national treasure was being used for personal vendettas, turned into a tool for slaughter. The general's orders are law. We need no other reason, they responded resolutely. I see. Then leave. Go tell your Tian's general that if he wants me dead, he'll have to come himself, instead of just sending you all to die pointlessly, Jiang Chen said coldly. There will be no retreat. Only Tian soldiers who die in battle, not those who run, they declared defiantly. Stubborn to a fault, Jiang Chen sighed, resigned to continue fighting. However, he did not bother to pick up a better weapon, instead sticking with the now dulled blade, simply knocking them unconscious. Hours later, covered in blood, Jiang Chen arrived at the grand manor of the Yin family in the provincial capital. With a fierce kick, he shattered the heavy wooden gates. I, Jiang Chen of Jiangdong, have come to fulfill the marriage contract made 20 years ago with the Yin family. I hereby present my betrothal gifts to Miss Yin Peizhou. 10 jars of fine wine, wishing the future matriarch everlasting youth, and her esteemed in-laws longevity. I also cordially invite all the distinguished guests of the province to attend the wedding on the 22nd of this month. Since they insisted on making a big scene to bring in the Tian's war god, Jiang Chen would make an even bigger spectacle, exposing the Yin family's true colors to the entire province. Leaving the betrothal gifts and wine at the entrance, Jiang Chen strode away, his bloodied appearance apparently intimidating the Yin servants from intervening. It was only later that someone mustered the courage to retrieve the items, but when they opened the wine jars, they let out a terrified scream. For within were not wine, but the severed heads of the Tian soldiers, including that of Xiao Tiangba, the war god's own brother. He had been killed by this rural upstart. Trembling, the Yin family servants then opened the betrothal letter, only to find that instead of the wedding details, a single word was written in blood. Kill. Outrageous. Utterly outrageous. Yin Wushuang, the Yin family's young master, roared upon hearing the report. The Yin family has held sway in this province for years, yet we've never encountered such audacity. He must be killed to assuage our resentment, lest everyone thinks the Yin family is a soft target. Presenting a marriage proposal in blood, and delivering severed heads as gifts, this was no betrothal, but a blatant provocation against the Yin family. Exactly. We can no longer tolerate this. I'll go myself to avenge Tiangba, the enraged Yin Peizhou declared, fearing the Tian's war god's wrath if she didn't act. Stop your foolishness, the Yin family patriarch, Yin Wangsu, reprimanded them. We have a marriage contract with him, and he's made such a spectacle, the entire province has their eyes on us now. If we just go kill him, who wouldn't know it was the Yin family's doing? Have you no shame? Father, that contract was made 20 years ago, who even knows about it? We can simply renege on it and claim he was just making things up. What could he do? Yin Peizhou argued. In this day and age, do you really think I'd marry that waste just because of some old marriage document? She scoffed. But the contract has copies held by both parties, and we even gave betrothal gifts back then. There's proof it was legitimate, the patriarch said, embarrassed. This was why the Yin family had been trying to prevent Jiang Chen from entering the province, even resorting to a divorce letter with the betrothal gifts as evidence. They couldn't simply disown the contract. Little did they know, Jiang Chen's father had arranged so many marriages for him and disappeared so hastily that Jiang Chen didn't even have those items in his possession. What betrothal gifts? Yin Peizhou asked. The scabbard of our family's sacred dragon slayer sword. This scabbard can especially counter our family's divine weapon. And there's also the red baby bib you wore as a child, with your name embroidered on it. Father, how could you give away such private things of mine? Pejo exclaimed, both embarrassed and angered. You were just a child then, what privacy? That's not important. The scabbard is what matters. If we let that scoundrel get desperate and hand it over to the other 4 great families, they could easily overpower us. That's why I haven't taken more drastic measures until now, the patriarch explained. I say, let the Tyant's war god handle this. Pejo, you go personally receive him, explain the situation clearly, and have him deal with that damned boy. This way, we can both preserve the Yin family's reputation and retrieve those betrothal tokens, the patriarch suggested. Of course, there was another crucial reason he had hesitated to act decisively. It was the fear instilled in him by Jiang Chen's mysterious father. Even though they said he was dead, what if he returned one day to avenge his son? It would be better to send the Tyant's war god after Jiang Chen, rather than the Yin family facing that fearsome figure. This old fox was truly a master of calculation. Very well, Pejo nodded, setting out to welcome the Tyant's war god. Under Pejo's silver tongue, the grief-stricken Xiaotians flew into a rage upon learning of his brother's death. Mobilizing his 100,000-strong Tyant's army, he marched straight for the provincial capital. The grand spectacle immediately captivated the entire province. The heads of the 5 great families and the foremost hidden sect expert personally welcomed the returning war god, bestowing upon him the title of national hero and lavishing him with flowers and applause for an entire day. It was then that the Tyant's war god formally announced the date for his wedding to Pejo, coincidentally or intentionally, the same day Jiang Chen had chosen. Meanwhile, the 100,000 Tyant soldiers secretly received new orders from their war god commander to hunt down Jiang Chen relentlessly. The Tyant soldiers were ordered to hunt down and eliminate anyone who dared to shelter Jiang Chen. Even the Cui family, who had previous ties to him, were placed under tight surveillance. Only the Cui family's standing in the province, and their desperate distancing from Jiang Chen, saved them from outright annihilation. This emboldened the previously fleeing Meng Xiao, who now acted as the Tyant's war god's lackey, threatening to destroy the Cui family if they didn't hand over Cui Jingyun. However, just as the entire province was on the verge of being turned upside down, Jiang Chen mysteriously vanished, evading the Tyant soldiers' exhaustive search. Unknown to all, after boldly posting the marriage announcement, Jiang Chen had simply gone to Li Ziyuan's winery, indulging in countless fine wines, including a rare vintage from an ancient tomb. He then proceeded to drink himself into a deep 3-day slumber, letting the fools simmer. When Jiang Chen finally awoke, he had more pressing matters to attend to participating in the Qian family's ancestral rites, in search of his mother's whereabouts. He also wished to avoid unnecessarily shedding the blood of these Tyant soldiers, who, unlike the scum of the aristocratic families, had fought and bled for the realm. He would save his confrontation with the Tyant's war god for another time. For convenience, Jiang Chen had disguised himself using the celestial obscuring technique, following behind Qian Weiman as they approached the Qian family's ancestral burial grounds. But just as they reached the foot of the mountain, Qian Weiman grew anxious. "We're here. Can you return my wallet and the black rhino card now? I took a huge risk bringing you here. We're just at the foot of the mountain. Relax, you'll get them back once we reach the actual burial site," Jiang Chen replied. "This entire mountain is our family's necropolis, arranged by rank and status, with our ancestral founder at the highest point. You think the Qian are some minor clan, cramming into a shared public graveyard?" Qian Weiman boasted proudly. "I see," Jiang Chen mused, once again impressed by the extravagance of the aristocratic families. "Well, I'll return them once I've met your clan patriarch." "Don't worry, you won't be shortchanged," Jiang Chen assured. They then proceeded to the middle of the mountain, where a gathering had already assembled for the ancestral rites. Scanning the crowd, Jiang Chen recognized a few familiar faces: the recovered Zhu Huanyu, now back to his arrogant young master demeanor, and the son of the old physician he had cured, seated prominently in the front row as the Qian family's representative. Just as Jiang Chen was about to search for the Qian clan patriarch, a loud announcement rang out: "The Tyant's war god approaches!" Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Hearing the announcement, all in attendance immediately stood up, gazing at the approaching man and woman with utmost reverence. The man was naturally the Tyant's war god, his brow sharp as swords, face like chilled frost, exuding an undeniable aura of power that made people hesitant to meet his eyes. By his side was Pejo, her usual haughtiness now replaced by a demure, clingy demeanor as she clung to his arm. In this more feminine state, she did possess a certain charm that had many swallowing hard. "He's not as handsome as me," Jiang Chen mused with a slight smile, glad to have unexpectedly encountered this Xiaotians, who had been hunting him. Now, without the burden of his Tian soldiers, they could settle their differences directly. Once he had inquired about his mother's whereabouts, he could engage the war god in battle, simplifying matters greatly. The arrival of the Tian's war god is truly an honor for the Qian family. The Qian clan patriarch stepped forward to flatter Xiaotians, though he was puzzled as to why the war god had come unannounced. "I have some acquaintance with the Qian family patriarch, so I took the liberty of attending your ancestral rites. I hope the Qian family will forgive my presumption," Xiaotians replied coolly. "Not at all, we are most honored by your presence," the patriarch gushed. Xiaotians merely nodded, then took a seat in the front row, as the Qian patriarch began to preside over the ancestral ceremony. "Sound the cannons, play the funeral music, light the incense, all bow." After the rituals were completed, including the planting of the towering incense sticks, the guests all sat down to cultivate, signaling the most important part of the ceremony. "Summon the royal artifact," the Qian patriarch, Jiang Chen, called out. "Royal artifact? What is that? And why is everyone sitting down to cultivate?" Jiang Chen asked Qian Weiman curiously. "The treasures of the vassal kings are called royal artifacts, while the treasures of the imperial dynasties are divine artifacts. But the most powerful are the sacred artifacts of the three teachings, Confucianism, Taoism and Buddhism," Qian Weiman explained. "These have endured for thousands of years, receiving the reverence and spiritual energy of the common people. They are the mightiest of all. But what specifically is this royal artifact?" Jiang Chen pressed. "The 100 family surnames," Qian Weiman replied. "Ha, that's just a children's primer. How can that be a royal artifact?" Jiang Chen was puzzled. "How is it not? The Analects of Confucius, the Tao Te Ching of Taoism, the Diamond Sutra of Buddhism, these are all sacred artifacts. So why can't the 100 family surnames of the Qian family be a royal artifact?" Qian Weiman retorted defensively. "The 100 family surnames belongs to your Qian family? Ignorant fool. The 100 family surnames was originally created by our Qian family, but to avoid persecution by the Song dynasty back then, we listed the first surname as Zhao, and placed ourselves second," Qian Weiman sneered. "All who recite our 100 family surnames can provide spiritual offerings and energy. In return, the royal artifact will periodically bestow its blessings upon the people. As long as the participants' surnames are included, they can receive the spiritual feedback. That's why everyone is sitting in cultivation. However, the complete 100 family surnames is kept by the main Qian lineage. This first page only has a few dozen surnames, so you can forget about being eligible. That's why the threshold for our ancestral rites is so high. We can't let just anyone partake in the Qian family's royal spirituality." Just then, a small tomb beside the Qian ancestor suddenly opened, revealing a glistening golden scroll bearing the names Zhao, Qian, Sun, Li, and the rest of the 100 family surnames. Streams of golden light and spiritual energy flowed from the scroll, infusing the Qian clansmen. The outsiders, whose surnames were not among the privileged 50, could only watch enviously as the Qian's cultivation skyrocketed. Even scions of the 5 great families were excluded from the artifact's bounty. However, Jiang Chen discreetly channeled the celestial obscuring technique, and found that he could siphon off a portion of the spiritual energy for himself. Truly, this divine art could steal the very powers of heaven and earth. The power feedback from the royal artifact was indeed formidable. Jiang Chen felt the spiritual energy enveloping him, allowing his famished dantian to feast and absorb it ravenously, the effect akin to continuously consuming elixirs. But as he was surreptitiously siphoning the artifact's power, Jiang Chen detected another force stealthily draining it as well. Following the source, he was surprised to find it was emanating from the imposing Tian's war god. The mighty war god, stooping to such underhanded acts? Jiang Chen regarded him with disdain. The more he observed, the more peculiarities he noticed about this Tian's war god. For someone of such lofty status and boundless cultivation resources, it was surprising to see him engage in such disreputable behavior. As a seasoned guardian of the frontiers for a decade, he should embody the valor and compassion befitting a great general, understanding the difference between right and wrong. Yet he had ordered the relentless manhunt without even investigating the facts, utterly lacking the bearing of a true commander. Most alarmingly, Jiang Chen realized the war god was using secret techniques to forcefully amplify the outpouring of spiritual energy from the 100 family surnames artifact, even at the cost of potentially damaging the priceless relic itself. This explained why the artifact's bountiful feedback had lasted far longer than usual. The other guests, greedily absorbing the energy, remained oblivious and silent. It was only when the Qian patriarch finally recovered the artifact that the perilous situation was averted, preventing the irreplaceable treasure from being destroyed on the spot. Strange, did the artifact need repair from being away from its base for too long? How come it suddenly released so much spiritual energy? The bewildered patriarch mused, unable to fathom the true cause. For this, Jiang Chen could not help but use his golden eyes to take a closer look at the Taiyan's war god, hoping to uncover any peculiarities about him. To Jiang Chen's surprise, the golden eyes revealed that beneath the war god's face was a mask, a black mask of mysterious metal. What could this mean? Was it to conceal some old injury? Or was there something more sinister hidden behind it? Jiang Chen continued to probe with his golden eyes, but to his astonishment, the mask proved impervious to his gaze. This was the first time his golden eyes had ever failed to penetrate something. Of course, it was not that the golden eyes could not see through the mask at all. It was just that in its normal state, it could not. However, if Jiang Chen were to activate the second level of the golden eyes, channeling his spiritual energy to make his gaze shine with intensity, he would still be able to see through the veil of deception. But doing so would create too much commotion, alerting the war god to his true abilities. Such a formidable mask, it must be concealing something far more than just an injury, Jiang Chen mused, growing increasingly intrigued by this Taiyan's war god. Just then, as the Qian patriarch put away the 100 family surnames artifact, a glimpse of regret flashed across the war god's face. He then rose to his feet and addressed the patriarch. I have a small request, if the Qian patriarch would be so kind as to assist me? Taiyan's war god, please feel free to ask. You have rendered great service to the nation, and are a true hero to us all. Anything the Qian family can do, we will be honored to assist, the Qian patriarch immediately responded. It is said the Qian family has far-reaching connections and keen intelligence, able to uncover what others cannot. I wonder if you might be able to help me locate a certain individual. Xiao Taiyan asked casually, his true purpose for being here clearly not the veneration of the Qian ancestors. Who might that be? The patriarch inquired, curious that there could be someone even the Taiyan's war god had trouble finding. A presumptuous outlaw named Jiang Chen, Xiao Taiyan declared. He has insulted my betrothed, and murdered my own brother as well as my Taiyan's soldiers. I can no longer tolerate his insolence. Normally I would deploy my Taiyan's troops to hunt him down, but as a high-ranking official, I must uphold the law and cannot abuse my power. Their current secret mission prevents them from assisting. That is why I come to you, Qian Patriarch, for help. Of course, I would not ask this of you without reward, the war god continued. Whoever finds Jiang Chen will receive a Taiyan's token, a badge that grants the bearer the status of an honored guest of the Taiyan's army, able to make one reasonable request. Additionally, there is a reward of 100 million taels in silver, as well as a vial of spiritual cultivation elixir and a set of Taoist cultivation techniques. Ho, what a generous bounty, befitting the Taiyan's war god. With such riches, any family would be elevated, the patriarch marveled. What a fool, to have angered the Taiyan's war god. Seems he has a death wish, the onlookers murmured. This is far better than that worthless wallet and black rhino card. Qian Weiman exclaimed, then suddenly pointed at Jiang Chen, shouting, I report him. He is Jiang Chen. Though smart enough to immediately flee, Qian Weiman's hasty betrayal did not go unnoticed. All eyes turned to Jiang Chen, who now dropped his disguise, revealing his true appearance. So it is you. No wonder we couldn't find you using such underhanded tricks, you slippery rat. Pagio sneered contemptuously, but Jiang Chen paid her no heed, instead turning to the Qian Patriarch with an apologetic tone. Forgive me, Qian Patriarch. I had only meant to avoid trouble by briefly disguising myself. I came to your family's ancestral rites solely to inquire about the whereabouts of my mother. Humph, what business is my mother to your patriarch? Do you think you can use her to extort the Qian family, claiming to be the patriarch's illegitimate son? One of the Qian clansmen who was trying to curry favor with Xiao Taiyan and the patriarch suddenly accused. Whoosh! Jiang Chen did not take kindly to the insult against his mother, immediately unleashing a blade of spiritual energy that swiftly pierced the man's throat, silencing him before he could finish his words. The Qian clansman collapsed to the ground, his hands futilely grasping at the mortal wound. He who defames my mother dies, Jiang Chen declared icily. How dare you kill one of our Qian family members right before our ancestral shrine and the patriarch? Do you think the Qian family is defenseless? The other Chen disciples cried out, their spiritual energy surging as they prepared to attack Jiang Chen. However, Chen Wansan, the Qian patriarch, studied Jiang Chen's face intently, and suddenly called for the others to stop. Wait, He then turned to Jiang Chen. Your mother's name is Qian Ningen? Yes, that's right. Do you know where she is? Jiang Chen pressed, hope flaring in his eyes. But at that moment, Xiao Tian suddenly interjected. Qian Patriarch, since this outlaw has already been found and has even killed one of your own, shall I be the one to apprehend him, or will you do the honors? To everyone's surprise, the Qian Patriarch replied, no, neither of us can lay a hand on him. Patriarch, what are you saying? This man is a criminal, and we cannot afford to offend the Tian's war god on his account, the Qian disciples protested. Ignoring their pleas, the Patriarch turned to Xiao Tian's war god, I apologize, but I must ask that you spare him. This man has history with my Qian family, and I hope you can overlook this for the sake of my family's face, or at least out of consideration for the main Qian lineage. What is the meaning of this? Xiao Tian's expression darkened considerably. The Qian clansmen grew increasingly anxious, realizing the Patriarch's decision could bring the wrath of the fearsome Tian's army upon them. Patriarch, have you lost your mind? This man is a complete stranger to us. There's no need to offend the war god for the sake of a mere outlaw. But the resolute Patriarch stood his ground. I insist, war god, that you pardon Jiang Chen. Any losses incurred by the Tian's army, the Qian family will gladly bear. Ha, what a joke. What face does your tiny Qian family have? Xiao Tian scoffed. Dare to obstruct me further, and I'll kill the entire Qian family, the Tian's war god bellowed with laughter. Such condescending words, war god, the Qian Patriarch retorted. Summon the royal artifact, he declared, pointing resolutely at the ancestral shrine. The golden page of the 100 family surnames artifact rose once more, emanating a dazzling radiance. Not only could it bestow spiritual energy, but the artifact itself possessed formidable battle power. Defeating the Tian's war god may be uncertain, but at the very least, it could defend the Qian family. A mere fragment dares call itself a royal artifact? Laughable. Xiao Tian scoffed. Crush it for me. However, to everyone's shock, the war god simply raised a finger, unleashing a tremendous aura of spiritual pressure. In the next instant, the unthinkable happened. Cracks began to appear on the ancient 100 family surnames artifact, as if it was about to shatter. It dawned on the Qian Patriarch that Xiao Tian's earlier machinations had been more than just siphoning energy. He had tampered with the artifact itself, priming it for this very moment of destruction. What? How is this possible? The bewildered Patriarch exclaimed. He knew the war god's power was formidable, but to be able to so effortlessly threaten an artifact of such venerable legacy was simply beyond comprehension. Patriarch, what are you doing? Who is this Jiang Chen that you would protect him, even to the point of risking the destruction of the royal artifact? You are utterly unfit to lead our family, the Qian disciples cried, their faces twisted with fury. Patriarch, hand over Jiang Chen. At least that might save the Qian family from ruin, they demanded, their voices rising in a clamorous chorus. Despite the immense pressure, the Qian Patriarch, his back drenched in sweat, refused to back down as he looked at Jiang Chen, thinking of his mother. He turned and shouted to his clansmen, Qian family, we have an enemy intent on destroying our royal artifact. They are our foes. All Chen disciples, heed my order, take up arms and prepare for battle. However, not a single person moved to obey. They were all stunned that their patriarch would be so stubborn and reckless, challenging the fearsome Tian's war god. Patriarch, you can be a fool if you wish, but don't drag the rest of us down with you. We still want to live, someone in the crowd protested. But the patriarch paid them no heed, continuing to shout, Qian family, the enemy is upon us. Take up your positions. In the name of the patriarch, I command you all to prepare for battle. At the patriarch's persistent bellowing, a few of the elder Qian members, remembering his contributions to the family, finally stepped forward to heed his call. Sadly, the majority simply kept their heads down, some even contemplating siding with the Tian's war god. When faced with the frailty of human nature, the bonds of blood often prove thinner than water. In the end, only about a dozen elderly Qian disciples, clearly in the twilight of their years, stood before the patriarch. Humph, these paltry soldiers dare face me? Xiao Tian sneered. Then let me show you what a true battle formation looks like. He reached for a signal device, intending to summon his Tian's army. Whoosh! But before he could, Jiang Chen's lightning-fast spiritual energy strike knocked the device from his hand. The mighty Tian's war god, resorting to the tactics of a common thug? How shameful, Jiang Chen scoffed. Your betrothed is my fiancée, your brother was killed by my hand. I am your sole adversary, let us settle this with an honorable duel. Insolent wretch! My delicate hands need not your husband's, I shall slay you myself. Peijiu, hearing Jiang Chen's taunts, rushed forth with her newly acquired sword, not waiting for Xiao Tian's orders. Do you truly believe yourself so formidable, already forgetting how I broke your sword? Jiang Chen regarded the passionate but foolish woman with disdain. What a pity to waste such beauty on an empty head. That was just an accident. I haven't even used a tenth of my real strength, and you just happened to get lucky. Do you really think you're my match? Peiyu sneered. After all, she was the #1 female genius in the provincial capital, a great master of both martial arts and cultivation. She couldn't believe she would lose to some country bumpkin, a mere frog trying to eat a swan. Alright, then what about now? Still an accident? Jiang Chen didn't want to waste time arguing with Peiyu, and directly attacked, snatching her new saber with lightning speed. With 2 fingers, he snapped the saber in half with a crisp sound. Ah, you bastard! Despicable, shameless, vulgar, only knows how to sneak attack. Not a real man. Peiyu stared at the broken sword on the ground, dumbfounded for several seconds before reacting furiously, stomping her feet. This was too outrageous. She wasn't even prepared, and her sword was broken again. This was completely different from how she imagined the fight would go. Usually, her opponents would respectfully bow and let her make the first move. But with Jiang Chen, he had no sense of propriety at all. What a boorish country trash! She raised her hand, intending to slap Jiang Chen to vent her anger. This time, she was going to use her full strength to send him flying. However, her powerful strike couldn't even touch Jiang Chen, as he easily caught her hand. Peiyu immediately struggled with all her strength to break free, but her power seemed to disappear into the void, firmly grasped by Jiang Chen's single hand. Let go of me! Peiyu cried out, swinging her other hand to attack Jiang Chen. But the next moment, Jiang Chen's other hand moved even faster, slapping her face. Slap! 5 clear handprints appeared on Peiyu's delicate, fair face. You, how dare you hit me? Ah, no one has ever dared to hit me since I was young. What are you, a worm on the ground, a rat on the street, that you dare to lay your hands on me? Peiyu covered her face, almost going crazy, her disbelief written all over her face. A mere worm on the ground daring to spit on the phoenix in the sky. It was utterly disgusting. What do you have to be proud of? At this moment, Jiang Chen looked at her with extreme disdain and contempt. In terms of family background, your family is nothing compared to mine. In terms of appearance, my girlfriend is at least 10 times more beautiful than you. In terms of character, your whole family is greedy and lacks integrity. You don't even have basic human decency. In terms of strength, you can't even withstand a single move from me. So tell me, who is the real worm, the true ant? Who is the frog? And who is the true swan? You. Peiyu was thoroughly refuted by Jiang Chen's words, unable to contain her fury. She wanted to refute him, to curse him out, but she found that she couldn't counter a single one of his points. As much as Jiang Chen's words were unpleasant, they were all true. In the end, she could only bring up her appearance, the one thing she was most proud of. I don't believe your girlfriend is 100 times more beautiful than me. I've seen your girlfriend before. She was referring to Cui Jingyu, who was indeed not as good looking as her. Oh, I'm more handsome, and I have more girlfriends. At least 2 that are more beautiful than you. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, his mind wandering to the 2 beauties in Jiangdong. Humph, scum man, even if you can beat me, so what? I'm just a woman. My man is 10 times, 100 times stronger than you. Though arrogant, Peiyu knew she was no match for Jiang Chen, and immediately turned her gaze to the figure behind her, Xiao Tianzi. She wanted him, the so-called war god of Tianzi, to step up and help her. Swoosh! But to her surprise, even as his fiancée was struck, Xiao Tianzi did not immediately move to retaliate. Instead, he launched a second signal flare. You dare to hit my fiancée, I, the war god of Tianzi, will make you know the torments of the 18 levels of hell. Xiao Tianzi only spoke after firing the signal flare, his fury burning bright. Heh, so you're not the true war god of Tianzi after all. Tell me, what are you impersonating the war god for? Seeing Xiao Tianzi's actions, Jiang Chen's suspicions about his identity grew stronger. He immediately activated his golden eyes to the second level, his gaze piercing through the iron mask on Xiao Tianzi's face, revealing his true appearance. Under the mask was a face devoid of any features, no nose, no eyes, no mouth, no ears. It was a terrifying, faceless visage. A man without a face. Nonsense! You dare to slander the esteemed identity of my Tianzi Gige? Since you are nothing compared to him, you start using despicable means to smear him? A grown man like you, why can't you just act like a proper person instead of engaging in these nauseating antics? Peiyu, who had previously gained a bit of respect for Jiang Chen's strength, now looked down on him again with disdain. What a piece of trash, speaking whatever he wants, saying all kinds of nonsense. How dare you say my Tianzi is an imposter? Aside from this invincible war god, who else can break a royal artifact with a single finger? Peiyu recalled the scene of Xiao Tianzi easily shattering the Ba Jiaxing with a single finger. Such elegance could not possibly be faked. Fool! Jiang Chen didn't bother arguing with this foolish woman any further. He suddenly moved like a comet, his entire body gathering spiritual energy into a punch aimed at Xiao Tianzi. Whether he was real or fake, his martial skills would reveal the truth. Presumptuous! Xiao Tianzi sneered, not evading or attacking, but merely standing there with a disdainful expression. Just as Jiang Chen's fist was an inch away from Xiao Tianzi's head, a sword's hum suddenly rang out. The next moment, countless sword chi, along with a sword, formed a sword chi barrier that blocked Jiang Chen's attack. This seemingly gossamer sword chi barrier was actually incredibly sturdy, stopping Jiang Chen's full-strength strike to his own surprise. This is the Tianzi sword, the peerless divine sword bestowed by the emperor upon the war god of Tianzi during his investiture. This is a true royal artifact, not some incomplete Ba Jiaxing. With this sword, he would be undefeatable even by 1,000-strong army, let alone one person. This kid is doomed, the onlookers exclaimed enviously, one after another. It's just an inferior royal artifact. My Ba Jiaxing is the cream of the crop. If my complete Ba Jiaxing were here, this sword wouldn't even dare to reveal its sword chi, disdained the patriarch of the Qian clan. After all, the accumulated foundation of the Qian clan's various branches was in no way inferior to the 5 great sects. While they lacked a divine artifact, they possessed many top-tier royal artifacts. The only downside was that their power was dispersed across too many branches, weakening their overall strength. The war god of Tianzi would never be so arrogant if he were a fake. He dares to threaten to wipe out the entire Qian clan as well? The onlookers were in awe of Xiao Tianzi's display. You see, Jiang Chen, the Tianzi sword only answers to the war god of Tianzi. This is the best proof of Tianzi's identity. Now how are you going to slander him? Peiyu gloated. She then urged Xiao Tianzi, hurry and kill him. This presumptuous fool dares to attack you. No need. The Tianzi divine sword will not be stained by the blood of an insignificant youth. He is not even worthy of me, the mighty war god, to personally deal with him, Xiao Tianzi said coldly. The signal has been sent. In 10 minutes, the Tianzi army will assemble. Even if he were a Dao immortal, he will have nowhere to flee with an entire army against him. Anyone who dares to kill one of my Tianzi soldiers will be cut down by 1,000 blades, so all will know the consequences of offending the Tianzi army, Xiao Tianzi declared righteously. But Jiang Chen could detect the fear in his words. This impostor didn't dare to fight him directly, only hiding behind the Tianzi sword and waiting for reinforcements. Just as expected, a counterfeit can never match the original. Truly, Tianzi's words are always so reasonable. Peiyu, however, admired him deeply, agreeing with his logic. Such a magnificent sword should not be used to kill a trash like Jiang Chen. The Tianzi army should just crush him instead. Jiang Chen, you should leave quickly. We, the Qian clan, will hold them off for you, the Qian clan patriarch urged anxiously. Against this terrifying war god and the impending 10,000-strong army, they truly had no chance. No need, Uncle Qian. He hasn't given me an answer yet, so I won't leave. Besides, he said the Tianzi army will take 10 minutes to arrive, right? Jiang Chen calmly replied. Then I'll kill him within 10 minutes. Jiang Chen sneered, still unafraid. Nonsense. I'll just stand here for 10 minutes, and you won't even be able to scratch me, you insignificant ant. Dreaming of killing the war god? Xiao Tianzi boasted confidently. With the Tianzi sword's defense, even if Jiang Chen had 10 hours, he would not be able to break through. 10 minutes would be nothing. This ignorant fool had no idea of the power of a royal artifact. But the next moment, when Jiang Chen activated his golden eyes, he instantly spotted a mask-like imprint on the Tianzi sword. This matched his guess. The impostor could not fully wield the Tianzi divine sword, which was why he dared not draw it. He must have used some secret technique to leave a mark on the Tianzi sword, temporarily confusing it and activating its autonomous protective abilities to shield him. However, this was only a temporary measure. Once he truly drew the sword, the Tianzi sword would quickly realize he was not the true master, and turn against him. That's why he didn't dare to attack directly, only standing there waiting foolishly. As long as Jiang Chen erased that imprint, the Tianzi sword would no longer protect this impostor. Removing such a spiritual imprint would be extremely difficult for most people, but for Jiang Chen, it was not too hard. Focusing his attention, Jiang Chen poured his energy into his golden eyes, and soon, the spiritual imprint miraculously dissipated under his gaze. However, this did take a toll on Jiang Chen, leaving him momentarily dizzy and nearly stumbling. TCH, you're already fainting before the fight even starts? If you're a coward, kneel down now and apologize to the fallen Tianzi soldiers and my fiancée. Xiao Tianzi sneered contemptuously. For the sake of the Qian clan patriarch, I might make your death a quick one, he added. Though he had never truly fought since impersonating Xiao Tianzi, his mere reputation was enough to terrify his opponents into submission. Screw your grandma! Jiang Chen shook his head, regaining his senses, and charged at Xiao Tianzi with full force, like a white rainbow streaking through the sky. Foolish waste of effort. Xiao Tianzi still stood there disdainfully, unmoving. But as Jiang Chen's fist drew closer, he watched in shock as the sword chi shield generated by the Tianzi sword suddenly dissipated. The next moment, Jiang Chen's punch landed squarely on his nose bridge, with no obstruction. Aha! The imposter Xiao Tianzi let out an agonized scream, as two streams of blood gushed out like ribbons, dancing in the air. Looks like I was a bit too modest earlier. I don't even need 10 minutes, Jiang Chen said calmly, as the imposter flew back. The entire audience was left gaping in astonishment. What's happening? Did my eyes just deceive me? The one who was just sent flying was the war god of Tianzi, not that Jiang Chen? No, you saw it right. It was indeed Jiang Chen. Not only did he shatter the Tianzi sword with a single punch, he even sent the war god flying. He's utterly invincible. Damn, we really underestimated him. No wonder our patriarch has such keen insight, able to see Jiang Chen's extraordinary abilities long before us. Truly remarkable. The Qian clan members began discussing in awe. The tide of public opinion had swiftly turned. The Qian clan members even started mobilizing to guard Jiang Chen, displaying a sense of camaraderie. Especially Qian Weiming, who had previously betrayed Jiang Chen, was now trembling in fear, kowtowing, and begging for forgiveness. Some even came forward to beat him up, wanting to show their support for Jiang Chen. Outsiders would think they had been the closest of allies, when in reality they had only just met. Tianzi Gij, are you alright? Only Ying Peiyu remained blindly devoted, rushing to the imposter's side with concern. But the fake Xiao Tianzi was flustered, roughly pushing her away. Get lost. What's the meaning of this? How dare you make the Tianzi sword disobey me? What sorcery did you use? The imposter shouted at Jiang Chen angrily. He could feel his connection to the Tianzi sword completely severed, leaving him unprotected. Because you're not the true master of this sword. Just an imposter, using some secret techniques to delude the Tianzi sword into thinking you're the war god. You can dream on about continuously wielding it. Oh, and by the way, that's a trick you taught me yourself. When the Ba Jiaxing was gifted to the crowd, you secretly left an imprint on it, allowing you to eventually destroy it. If you can leave an imprint, I can naturally also remove it, repaying you in kind. Jiang Chen sneered. What? So that's how it is, you despicable scoundrel. Damn you, you'll pay for our destroyed royal artifact. If even the Tianzi sword doesn't recognize him, then he's clearly not the real war god of Tianzi. The bastard. The Qian clan members grew even angrier, cursing vehemently. Some even stepped forward, wanting to take a swing at the imposter themselves, to regain the patriarch's trust. I was just caught off guard earlier. Do you really think I can't handle you ants? The fake Xiao Tianzi raged, unleashing a palm strike powered by formidable spiritual energy, instantly obliterating the few who approached him. The explosive sound and the gruesome sight of their mangled bodies sent chills down the spines of the onlookers, causing many to vomit. You're the one who should die. Jiang Chen sneered, moving in to strike again. This time, the imposter was prepared, and the two exchanged blows, neither giving ground. Surprisingly, the fake Xiao Tianzi was indeed quite powerful, a dual cultivation master who had reached the peak of the Grand Master realm in martial arts, and the pinnacle of foundation establishment in cultivation. He was just a step away from the Gold Core and Martial Saint realms. Even without the identity of the war god, he could still dominate the provincial capital. Of course, that was before he encountered Jiang Chen. At Jiang Chen's level, even peak Gold Core and Martial Saints were no match. As for the foundation establishment in Grand Master realms, they were utterly no match. You've improved a bit, can't even be knocked down with a single punch now, Jiang Chen remarked lightly, seeing the sweat on the imposter's brow and the slight trembling in his fist. Let me try 2 punches, to give you a bit of face. The next moment, to the imposter's disbelief, Jiang Chen effortlessly delivered another punch. Bam! Though an ordinary strike, it carried the force of Mount Tai, shattering the imposter's arm with a sickening sound, and sending him crashing to the ground once more. Just as Jiang Chen was about to follow up and stomp on his face, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "Don't you dare hurt my Tianzi Gidge." Truly, a woman in love could be terrifying. Even in this state, Ing Peiyu still defended the imposter, taking out a dagger to stab at Jiang Chen from behind. Slap! Jiang Chen angrily swung his hand back and slapped Ing Peiyu hard across the face. "If it weren't for the marriage promise between us, I would have killed you, you foolish woman." Jiang Chen sighed in exasperation. Even the Chen clan members could see the truth, yet she still couldn't see it, still believing this was the true war god of Tianzi. Truly, one can never wake up a person who was pretending to sleep, let alone one who was infatuated with love. Taking advantage of the distraction, the imposter quickly got back up and made a run for it. Boom! Just as he excitedly rushed towards the exit, feeling the taste of freedom, an invisible wall suddenly appeared, slamming him back. "What is this?" The imposter faltered, then tried to flee in another direction, only to be met with the same result, smashing into an invisible barrier. "That's the formation array of the Qian clan." "Humph, the war god of Tianzi looks down on the Qian clan, does he? Didn't you threaten to wipe us out as well? Then why are you running so fast now?" The Qian clan patriarch, Chen Wansan, mocked. He had been closely watching the fake war god, and as soon as he tried to flee, he immediately activated the formation to block him. "Patriarch Qian, are you trying to defy the Tianzi army?" The imposter, seeing his escape thwarted, tried to put on the airs of the war god once more. "Not at all. If you can prove your identity as the war god, for example by drawing the Tianzi sword, the Qian clan will immediately dismiss the formation and apologize," Chen Wansan responded calmly. "Fine, I'll show you." The imposter sneered, walking back to the center and picking up the Tianzi sword. Jiang Chen was about to intervene, but Chen Wansan stopped him. "Wait, let's see if he can draw it." After all, this was a crucial matter involving the authenticity of a war god, so the patriarch wanted to be cautious. Jiang Chen acquiesced, given the Qian clan patriarch's previous kindness to him. However, the fake Xiao Tianzi hesitated for a long time after grasping the sword, kissing it in striking poses, until the crowd grew impatient. Finally, he suddenly dropped the sword and quickly retreated. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps reached their ears. Looking outside the mausoleum, they saw countless figures converging. The Tianzi army, all 10,000 of them, had arrived. "What? But it's only been 5 minutes. Didn't he say the Tianzi army would take 10 minutes to arrive? How could they be here so fast?" the Chen clan patriarch exclaimed in surprise. He wasn't a fool, which was why he had given the imposter enough time to play his charade. But he never expected to be tricked again. "Ha, did you really think I meant 10 minutes? Fools, I was just toying with you, waiting for the right moment to strike," the fake Xiao Tianzi boasted confidently. "Tianzi army, hear my command. Break the formation." "Yes, sir." The Tianzi soldiers thundered in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. They then combined their weapons, assembling several powerful cannons. With a series of earth-shattering booms, the century-old fortified mausoleum formation of the Qian clan was instantly shattered. The might of the 100,000-strong Tianzi army was truly awe-inspiring. Even 3,000 Tianzi soldiers could have overwhelmed them with their geographical advantage. But this vast army, like a towering ocean, was simply unstoppable by mortal might. The Qian clan members were trembling in fear, realizing just how formidable the Tianzi army was. Their impregnable formation couldn't even last a second against them. Only the Qian clan patriarch maintained his composure, shouting, "Tianzi soldiers, I am the patriarch of the Qian clan of this province. As the head of our noble clan, I have an important announcement for you all. You have all been deceived. He is an impostor, not the true war god of Tianzi. Look, he has even abandoned the Tianzi sword. And we have all witnessed, he was defeated by this Master Jiang, hardly worthy of the invincible title of the war god." "What?" The Tianzi soldiers were shocked, their first reaction being disbelief. How could their own war god be an impostor? Who could possibly have the audacity to impersonate him? Soon, the other Qian clan members chimed in. "Yes, we all saw it with our own eyes. He's a fake, his strength is nothing compared to the real thing. You all mustn't fall for his tricks. Look, the Tianzi sword is right here. Holy shit, it's the real Tianzi sword." Upon seeing the unmistakable aura of the divine sword, the previously doubtful soldiers were shaken. Could it be that he's the impostor after all? The soldiers paused their attack, looking uncertainly towards the fake Xiao Tianzi. "This scoundrel has merely stolen my sword by trickery. There's no need to be alarmed. Tianzi army, hear my order. Retrieve the Tianzi sword and slay these criminals, the impostor said calmly, already prepared with his excuse. Ha, the mighty war god of Tianzi can't even retrieve his own sword himself and needs others to help? Have you no shame? Qian Wansan rebuked. And you claim we use tricks, when all of us here can testify that you are the impostor. What proof do you have to show you are the real one? Just your empty words? No, I can prove he is the true war god of Tianzi. You are the one slandering him. I am Zhu Huanyu, the young master of the Zhu clan, one of the 5 great factions of this province. I can vouch for his identity with the name of the Zhu clan. At this moment, Zhu Huanyu, who had been hiding on the sidelines, suddenly stepped forward. He had been struck by Jiang Chen before, and was shocked to see Jiang Chen's abilities. Originally, he thought the war god would easily defeat Jiang Chen, so he had just been enjoying the show. But now, seeing the tide turning against the impostor, he grew anxious. If the war god was defeated, he would be the next target. So he decided to intervene, trying to help the impostor regain his footing and destroy Jiang Chen together. Little did he know, Jiang Chen didn't even spare him a glance, let alone bother dealing with him. He was just creating unnecessary drama for himself. Furthermore, Miss Ying, the fiancée of the war god, can also attest to his identity. Her words carry more weight. Zhu Huanyu continued, looking at Ying Peiyu. Ying Peiyu hesitated. She had been pushed away by the impostor and slapped by Jiang Chen, and even her dim-witted mind was starting to doubt the true identity of Xiao Tianzi. However, Zhu Huanyu quickly explained, you see, Miss Ying is so flustered by these vicious liars that she can't even speak. He then shifted the attention to Jiang Chen, asking, Jiang Chen, do you remember me? You are. Jiang Chen feigned ignorance, though he did have a vague recollection. You bastard, still daring to ignore me. No matter, you'll soon remember my name, Zhu Huanyu, in the depths of hell. Zhu Huanyu roared. With his support, the impostor Xiao Tianzi also grew more confident, calmly addressing the Tianzi soldiers. Did you all hear that? There are some vile people trying to slander me, the war god. But now, 2 of the 5 great factions have testified on my behalf. Surely you must believe that I am the true war god now? We apologize, war god. We almost fell for their lies. Please forgive us. The Tianzi soldiers immediately dropped to one knee, filled with shame. No need, just kill these criminal scoundrels, the impostor ordered. The Tianzi soldiers quickly adjusted their cannons, ready to reduce this place to rubble without leaving a trace. Stop! Jiang Chen suddenly grabbed the Tianzi sword, standing before the Tianzi army, his voice cold. This is the Tianzi sword, equivalent to seeing the war god himself. Who dares to advance? Ha, I told you, you've just stolen my sword. It's useless. I, the war god, am right here. Do you really think you can replace me with just a sword? The impostor sneered, confident that Jiang Chen had run out of tricks. Oh, then what if I were to draw the Tianzi sword? Jiang Chen's lips curled up slightly. Ha ha ha, you foolish ant, you actually think you can draw the Tianzi sword? Be careful you don't get skewered by its backlash. The impostor laughed uproariously, unafraid. After all, as a relic of the king, the Tianzi sword had its own consciousness and only recognized its true master. He had painstakingly left an imprint on it, barely able to control it. How could this Jiang Chen possibly draw it? But in the next moment, with a resounding whoosh, a dazzling light appeared as Jiang Chen effortlessly drew the sword. He drew it. The onlookers were dumbfounded, watching in stunned silence as Jiang Chen wielded the king's weapon with such ease and fluidity, as if the sword was made for him. One by one, the Tianzi soldiers began kneeling down, bowing in submission before the divine sword, before Jiang Chen. Seeing the sword was like seeing the war god himself, the true war god. Hail the war god! Hail the war god! Hail the war god! The 100,000-strong Tianzi army shouted with genuine reverence. It had been so long since they had seen the Tianzi sword unsheathed, now it was as if they had been transported back to the battlefield, with their invincible war god leading the charge, the divine sword's radiance guiding them forward. You fools, get up! I am the true war god. Why are you kneeling before this weakling? The impostor shouted in panic. But the soldiers not only ignored his words, they glared at him with fury. After all, the fact that an outsider could draw the Tianzi sword meant that the previous master, the true war god, was no longer alive. And the prime suspect was this impostor standing before them. Don't be fooled by him, he must have used some foul sorcery, the impostor cried. Look, he's completely frozen now. Surely the Tianzi sword has retaliated against him. He laughed triumphantly, believing it impossible to wield the sword without consequences. But to his surprise, Jiang Chen did not refute him. Instead, using the power of his golden eyes, Jiang Chen had forcefully suppressed the Tianzi sword's consciousness, allowing him to draw it. And in that moment, he found himself in a void, facing a familiar yet unfamiliar figure, one that shared the outward appearance of the impostor, but radiated a far more seasoned and commanding presence, despite his grave injuries and pale complexion. "You are the true war god of Tianzi?" Jiang Chen asked. "Yes, it is I," the figure replied weakly. "Do not worry, I mean you no harm. I allowed the Tianzi sword to release its hold, otherwise even with your divine artifact, it would have been no easy task to draw it," the true Shao Tianzi said with a faint smile. "What happened to you?" Jiang Chen asked, puzzled. How could such a powerful being be reduced to this state? "I was betrayed by a traitor within the Tianzi army, working in league with the Sun Nation. I managed to escape by using a secret art, but I'm on my last breath. Fortunately, you saw through the impostor and drew the Tianzi sword, giving me a chance to set things right before I perish," Shao Tianzi sighed. "So the one impersonating you is also from the Sun Nation?" Jiang Chen inquired. "Yes," Shao Tianzi nodded. "What is their ultimate goal?" Jiang Chen asked. "To take the 100,000 Tianzi army and leave the borders unguarded, sowing chaos across the 9 provinces, and to seize the 5 divine artifacts of the great royal clans, disrupting the vital energy of the 9 provinces," Shao Tianzi said through gritted teeth. "Including the betrothal with the Ying clan, it was all to get their hands on their family's divine artifact first," he added. "So the impersonation started even before the betrothal with the Ying clan? That's an impressive long-term scheme," Jiang Chen remarked, somewhat astonished by the scale of the plot. "Indeed, I have always put the affairs of the nation first. As long as the Sun Nation is not destroyed, what do I care for personal matters? They would only slow me down in drawing my sword," the true Shao Tianzi said dismissively. "You mentioned there is a traitor within the Tianzi army. Is he out there now?" Jiang Chen inquired further. "Yes, his name is Shao San, my most trusted deputy. He poisoned me, robbing me of much of my strength. He now holds command over our border fortresses, which is my greatest concern. If he opens the gates to the Sun Nation's invasion, it will be a living hell the likes of which we haven't seen in a century. So I implore you, please make the 100,000 Tianzi army return and retake the fortresses. The consequences will be disastrous if we do not," Shao Tianzi said with utmost seriousness. "But the Tianzi army will hardly listen to me." Jiang Chen shook his head, about to refuse. However, Shao Tianzi quickly added, "I can make the Tianzi sword truly recognize you as its master, and pass on my last vestiges of power to you. Whoever wields the Tianzi sword shall be the war god of Tianzi. They will have no choice but to obey. I appreciate the offer, but my ambitions lie elsewhere. I have many other matters to attend to. I simply don't have the time to become the new war god of Tianzi. Find someone else who is worthy of inheriting your legacy," Jiang Chen replied, shaking his head. He needed to find his parents, seek vengeance for the Ji clan in the capital. He had far too much on his plate to take on the burden of commanding a 100,000-strong army. "There is no time. This spiritual realm I've opened can only be maintained once. Any more and I'll be gone," Shao Tianzi said, resigned. "Very well, be the war god if you wish, or find someone else. I only ask that you keep the welfare of the common people in mind, and have the army return to secure the borders and eliminate the traitor Shao San, to protect the peace of the 9 provinces. Please, I beg of you," the war god pleaded, having run out of options. Though the situation was dire, Shao Tianzi had no better options left. He had to take a gamble. Moreover, when Jiang Chen drew the sword, Shao Tianzi sensed an exceptionally profound aura from him, a sign of great fortune and destiny. Perhaps putting the 100,000 Tianzi army in Jiang Chen's hands could lead to an even better outcome. In the next moment, Jiang Chen felt a flood of military strategy knowledge and spiritual energy pouring into him, filling the last gap in his cultivation. However, Jiang Chen was rather displeased, calling out, "Hey, was the force transmission really necessary? You, the mighty war god, could at least have some decency." But Shao Tianzi could no longer respond, as with the final transfer of energy, he completely faded away. The characters Shao Tianzi on the Tianzi sword were erased, replaced by Jiang Chen. The sword let out a mournful wail, as if bidding farewell to its former master. The era of the war god had come to an end. "Sigh, don't worry. I'll take the Tianzi army back, and I'll kill the traitor," Jiang Chen conceded. "The 9 provinces is not just yours, but mine as well. I will protect it, no matter who dares to invade. I'll cut down anyone who tries," Jiang Chen declared, having accepted the legacy. It was not for any personal ambition, but for the sake of the war god's unwavering devotion to the realm. At that moment, the impostor Shao Tianzi, seeing Jiang Chen motionless, thought he had a chance. Crazed with the opportunity, he rushed forward, intent on killing Jiang Chen while he was weakened. Boom! But at that moment, the entire 100,000 Tianzi army stepped forward, blocking the impostor Shao Tianzi from advancing and harming Jiang Chen. "How dare you block me, your general? Have you no discipline, no sense? Get out of my way, now!" the impostor roared. He had inadvertently created this problem for himself. He had summoned the Tianzi army, only to have them stand in his way. He was fuming, but no matter how much the impostor yelled, the soldiers ignored him, refusing to budge. Move, damn you! Very well, if you won't move, then die. The impostor flew into a rage. He had finally found the chance to eliminate Jiang Chen. He couldn't let it slip away, so he recklessly attacked the Tianzi soldiers, abandoning all pretense of being the war god. However, he had severely underestimated their strength. Facing the full might of the 100,000-strong army, his efforts were futile. He couldn't even land a scratch on them. The Tianzi soldiers, seeing the familiar face, were still hesitant to strike back. Otherwise, he would have met his end at their hands, a fitting conclusion. Bastards! If you don't move, I'll report your rebellion to the higher-ups. Do you want to be branded as traitors? The impostor shouted, pulling out a specialized communication device. The Tianzi soldiers were suddenly shaken, not wanting to lose their honor after years of loyal service. But just then, a voice rang out, instantly restoring their composure. Then let him pass. Let's see just how capable this defeated wretch really is. With that, the Tianzi army parted, creating a clear path. At the start of the path stood the awakened Jiang Chen, holding the Tianzi sword. What? How are you still alive? The Tianzi sword should have killed you. The impostor was dumbfounded, unable to comprehend this outcome. In the next moment, there was only one thought in his mind. Run! What a joke! He couldn't even defeat Jiang Chen before, and now with the Tianzi sword, killing him would be as easy as killing a dog. The impostor immediately unleashed a secret art, rocketing into the air like a cannonball, moving at incredible speed. However, no matter how fast he fled, Jiang Chen simply raised the Tianzi sword and swept it lightly. The unparalleled sword energy rapidly caught up, slashing him across the back. Torrents of blood poured out as he was brought crashing down. Ah! The impostor let out a piercing scream as he hit the ground hard. Jiang Chen stepped forward, pinning him down to prevent any escape. Tianzi army, save me! I am your war god, the impostor cried, even in his dire straits still acting. But the Tianzi soldiers paid him no heed. As for Zhu Huanyu, he had already fled at the sight of Jiang Chen drawing the Tianzi sword, and Ning Peiyu, for all her naivety, recognized this man as a fake, harboring no intention to rescue him. The impostor was now utterly isolated and abandoned. Enough with the act, show your true face. Jiang Chen sneered, reaching to tear off the mask. But the mask seemed to be fused to his face, refusing to budge. However, with the final spiritual energy from the war god, Jiang Chen had broken through to the late stage of the heavenly profound cultivation. Drawing upon this newfound strength, he forcefully ripped the mask off, tearing away a large chunk of flesh and skin in the process. Baga! The impostor howled in agony, even reverting to his native tongue. Just as I thought, you are from the Eastern Islands. Jiang Chen scoffed. The Sun Nation was the formal name of their country, while the Eastern Islands was the common colloquial term. They referred to the same place. Speak, who are you and what was your purpose in impersonating the Tianzi war god? Jiang Chen interrogated. But in the next moment, the impostor's aura rapidly dissipated, and he died with astonishing speed, before Jiang Chen could even attempt to save him. Damn scoundrel, what a trick! Jiang Chen sighed, looking at the ebony mask in his hand. He hadn't expected the mask to be so directly linked to the impostor's life. Severing it would instantly kill him. Wait, this mask, the design looks similar to the Golden Eyes mask. Jiang Chen examined the mask more closely, realizing the patterns were quite alike, with only minor differences. It seemed the leader of the Eastern Islands had seen the Golden Eyes mask and attempted to replicate it, but couldn't perfectly imitate it. No wonder the initial Golden Eyes couldn't penetrate this mask. The patterning must have been the key factor, not just the material. Jiang Chen decided to try wearing the ebony mask himself. But even before he could fully put it on, the mask started crumbling, as if cowering in the presence of the true Golden Eyes. Only the inscribed runes were absorbed by the Golden Eyes before vanishing. Immediately after, Jiang Chen realized he could now freely shapeshift his appearance, far beyond the simple illusory disguises of the past. A rather nice little trick to play on people, Jiang Chen smiled. Excuse me, sir, if this man was an impostor, then where is the true Tianzi war god? The Tianzi soldiers couldn't help but ask. I'm sorry to say that the true Tianzi war god has been killed by a spy from the Eastern Islands, Jiang Chen replied solemnly, but in his final moments, he asked me to convey a message: do not grieve too deeply. A true man lives and dies for his country, without regret. I urge you all to return to the borders and resume your duties, so the Eastern Islands cannot take advantage of the situation, Jiang Chen stressed. He chose not to mention the traitor within their ranks, lest he alert the culprit Xiao San and complicate matters further. Hearing the news of their invincible war god's demise, the soldiers fell silent. Though they had steeled themselves, the reality of it still brought them to the depths of sorrow. Hardened warriors who wouldn't shed a tear even when bullets pierced their flesh now stood ramrod straight, tears streaming down their faces, forming a small pool at their feet. But soon, they recalled the war god's parting words, snapping out of their grief. They looked at each other, wiping away their tears, and then as one dropped to one knee, calling out in unison, "Please, sir, succeed the war god. Lead us back to the borders to avenge him. Please, sir, succeed the war god. Lead us back to the borders to avenge him. Please, sir, succeed the war god. Lead us back to the borders to avenge him." Their voices rose like crashing waves, deeply stirring the heart. The enemy is extremely treacherous, resorting to all sorts of despicable means, making it impossible to defend against. You all want revenge, but aren't you afraid of death? At this moment, however, Jiang Chen was not swayed by the voices of the crowd, but rather asked seriously and solemnly, "We are not afraid." The Sky Strategy Army members roared in response, with unwavering resolve. The Sky Strategy Army, may fear many things, but death is not one of them. The Sky Strategy War God has been impersonated for so long, and the higher-ups may suspect that he is in cahoots with the Eastern foreigners. Therefore, avenging him may not earn you any favors from above, and you may even be punished. Are you still willing? Jiang Chen questioned again. As the young master of the top family in the capital city, he could probably guess the thoughts of the higher-ups, and the likely outcome was just as he had described. "We are willing. As long as we can avenge General Shao, we are willing to do anything." The crowd responded with unity and determination. "Without any benefits, you may even risk your lives. Are you truly not afraid? This better not be just empty words to deceive yourselves. Don't back down when the time comes." Even though the people were so resolute, Jiang Chen still questioned them 3 times. "Sir, if you do not believe us, we can slit our own throats right now to prove our sincerity." The Sky Strategy Army members immediately drew their swords and placed them against their own necks. Some were even so excited that they had already cut themselves, drawing blood. If Jiang Chen didn't stop them, a few might have died on the spot. "Stop, I believe you now. Good, good, good. This is the true Sky Strategy Army, united against the enemy, for the country and the people, not for personal interests, nor as individual tools." Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile, truly satisfied. Previously, he had seen the Sky Strategy Army engaging in private affairs while impersonating the true Shao Tianai, following orders blindly without regard for good or evil. That had disappointed Jiang Chen greatly. He was truly afraid that these 100,000 men had lost their beliefs and their true nature. But now, after his 3 questions, he could confirm that the Sky Strategy Army was still the Sky Strategy Army, still the team that would sacrifice life and limb for the country as before. With these people, he could rest assured in taking revenge and enjoying himself, and the common people could live in peace. Otherwise, with the nest destroyed, how could there be any hope? He would be plagued with worries and concerns without end. However, let's not make me the new war god. In the army, military merits should take precedence. I have not accomplished any feats, so I am not qualified. Moreover, I have had some conflicts with you all before, and I do feel guilty about that. You should elect your own leader. If you don't mind, I can take you all back to the border regions, so as to fulfill the late General Zhao's last wish. The one who draws the Sky Strategy sword shall be the new war god. The Sky Strategy Army members immediately knelt down again and exclaimed, "You are the one recognized by both the Sky Strategy sword and the Sky Strategy war god. Your abilities are unparalleled, and you have slain the impostor. We have all witnessed this. There is no one more qualified than you to take up this mantle." That's right, there is no one more deserving than you. The conflicts before were just misunderstandings. Moreover, the brothers who have returned all said that you went easy on them and mainly just knocked them out. This is a debt we owe you. How could you not be qualified? We unanimously elect you, and we will only follow you. My mind is made up, there's no need to say more. The situation is urgent, you all should return to the border regions first. I'll wrap up some personal matters quickly and catch up with you later. Jiang Chen waved his hand, still refusing. But the Sky Strategy members still wanted to argue, but were firmly interrupted by Jiang Chen. "No buts. If you keep persuading me, I won't even go to the border regions." All right, the members could only reluctantly agree, thinking they'd convince him once they were back on their own turf. After all, this new war god would have to stay, whether he liked it or not. They couldn't afford to be without a leader. Sky Strategy Army, hear my order. Everyone, return to the border regions. Defend the peace there. Jiang Chen commanded the Sky Strategy Army for the first time, holding their banner. Yes, the members immediately rose, lining up in an orderly fashion like a long dragon rushing towards the distant horizon, like an azure dragon returning to vanquish a group of clowns. The rest of you should disperse as well. I apologize, this ancestral worship assembly has turned out this way. When there's another opportunity, I'll be sure to make it up to you all." At this point, Jiang Chen didn't have the mind to deal with the fleeing Zhu Huanyu, the shocked Chu family's son, or Ing Peizhou. After most people had left, he pulled the Qian family patriarch aside and asked anxiously, "Master Qian, please tell me, where is my mother now?" "I don't know, but I can tell you everything I know," Chen Wansan sighed. "Good." Jiang Chen nodded. "Your mother is an exceptional woman, the most brilliant prodigy in the history of our Qian family branch. She is far more outstanding than the current top female geniuses in the provinces. To be honest, she has always been an unattainable role model for me." Qian Wansan expressed a hint of admiration. However, no matter how outstanding an individual is, they cannot overcome the barrier of status and class. Your father fell in love with your mother in secret, despite the Jiang family's attempts to arrange a match for him that was more befitting his status. When your grandfather, as the Jiang family patriarch, learned of this, he was furious and absolutely refused to allow it. After all, your mother was just a member of our Qian family branch, and in the eyes of the Jiang family, even the main Qian family was no more than insignificant insects. But your father still managed to convince your grandfather eventually. I heard he achieved numerous battlefield merits and sustained heavy injuries, which allowed him to gain your grandfather's grudging acceptance of the marriage. However, the compromise was that you could enter the Jiang family, but your mother was never permitted to step foot inside the Jiang household. She could only continue to be kept as a concubine in our Qian family. Your mother is such a proud woman, how could she possibly agree to be a mere concubine? So after sending you to the Jiang family, she sealed herself away in seclusion, refusing to see anyone. Your father would come visit several times a year, but each time he was turned away at the door. However, your mother still cared deeply about you. She had a lifelong personal maid named Qian Ronglong, with whom she was as close as sisters. This Qian Ronglong was the one your mother trusted the most, and she was the only one allowed to enter your mother's seclusion chamber. She would convey the photos and news your father brought about you. Things might have continued this way, as your father was destined to eventually become the Jiang family patriarch. Once that happened, your mother could naturally be brought into the Jiang household. However, the young miss who was originally rejected by your father has been harboring a deep grudge all these years. Even though your father never actually made any betrothal with her, just his simple rejection has made her hold a grudge for over a decade. She later married an extremely powerful figure, and with his support, gradually accumulated immense power. She first arranged for your father to be sent to the chaotic battlefields, and then, taking advantage of his absence, she launched an attack on our Qian family in the name of the Jiang family. She dispatched countless experts, trying to completely annihilate our Qian family, including your mother, in order to sate her hatred. Our Qian family was no match for them. Just when we were in the most critical danger, your mother emerged from seclusion to meet the enemy. That's when everyone was astounded to discover that after over a decade of cultivation, your mother's cultivation had reached a terrifying level. She single-handedly held back all the invaders. In that moment, I realized that even if I cultivated for a lifetime, I still couldn't match up to your mother's little finger, Qian Wansan sighed. Then what happened next? If my mother could single-handedly hold back all the enemies, why did I hear that the Qian family still suffered a devastating blow, and my mother's fate is unknown? Jiang Chen asked, perplexed. Because your mother's personal maid, Chen Ronglong, the one who had been with her for decades, chose to betray her. It turns out that over the years, your father not only sent photos of you, but also various elixirs and spiritual artifacts. But this maid secretly embezzled all those things, and your mother, in seclusion, was unaware of it all. As she stole more and more, this maid Qian Ronglong grew increasingly afraid of being discovered by your mother. Later, she somehow learned of the news that the young miss wanted to deal with your mother, and she actively defected to the enemy's side. In the end, at the critical moment of the battle, she stabbed your mother from behind, dealing her a fatal blow. Your mother was forced to use a secret technique to strike a heavy blow against the enemy, and then fled, her whereabouts unknown since then. Even your father has been unable to find her all these years. Fortunately, the main branch of the Qian family arrived in time, or our Qian family branch in the provincial capital would have been completely wiped out. Qian Wansan explained helplessly. What about Qian Ronglong? Didn't my father seek revenge against her? Jiang Chen demanded. Such a traitor was the most hateful kind, using others' trust as a stepping stone for their own advancement. They deserved to die. No, she was protected by that powerful figure. And your grandfather strictly forbade your father from seeking revenge, afraid of offending that powerful person. Your father has had many difficulties, with too many bitter circumstances beyond his control. However, he has greatly helped our Qian family to recover from the devastating blow. Oh, right, when your mother delivered that final strike, she hit the traitor's storage pouch, spilling out a large number of treasures. The valuable ones were all taken by that traitorous maid, but there were also a few marriage contracts or something that she didn't care about, so she just tossed them aside. I later picked them up and collected them, and I'll show them to you, as they seem to be related to you. Qian Wansen suddenly remembered, rushing back down the mountain to a villa and bringing the marriage contracts to Jiang Chen. So they were here all along. I knew it, the marriage contracts should be in duplicate. But now there's only the woman's copy, I don't have the other half. Of course, that despicable traitor must have taken it. Jiang Chen, seeing the familiar marriage contracts, finally had his doubts resolved. On the contracts, the names of Gu Qingya, Zhao Yanran, Ing Peijiu, Lin Weiner, and Su Qinli were written. He had already met the first three, but the last two he hadn't encountered yet. However, didn't it say there were supposed to be 9 marriage contracts in total? Why were there only 5? It seems the other 4 are still in the hands of that traitor. I wonder if she accidentally took them, or if the identities of those 4 are somehow extraordinary, and the traitor wants to take advantage of that somehow. Based on Jiang Chen's deduction, the latter possibility seemed more likely. Where is this traitor Qian Ronglong now? Jiang Chen asked again. Before your father went missing, she was still somewhat obedient, hiding in the mansion of that powerful figure, rarely venturing out. But after your father disappeared, she became unrestrained. She even founded her own sect right here in the southern province, calling it the Miaoyun sect. Though not as powerful as the 3 major sects, it is the next biggest force, with a very strong presence. She has hundreds of disciples, all beautiful young women, and she has used them to seduce many powerful figures. She's been constantly antagonizing our Qian family in recent years, Chen Wansan said with indignation. Antagonizing your Qian family? How dare she? What has the Qian family ever done to her? Jiang Chen was truly at a loss for words. This traitor, who the Chen family had raised for decades, should consider herself lucky they didn't make her life difficult, yet she still had the nerve to actively seek trouble with them. She truly had no shame. That's just the way a treacherous servant behaves, trying to prove how well she's doing by oppressing her former master. It seems as long as she can put our Qian family down a little, she can erase the fact that she was once a mere maid and a traitor, Chen Wansan replied. But the Qian family is no pushover. We've been rooted in this province for years, and we're not afraid of that traitor at all. It's been a back-and-forth battle between us. Where is this Miaoyun sect located? Jiang Chen asked again, having made up his mind to personally eliminate the despicable traitor. On Ziyun Mountain. But I advise you not to go seek revenge on her. While Chen Ronglong herself may be easy to deal with, the powerful figure behind her is not. I suspect she's built this sect so brazenly not only to showcase her own abilities, but also to lure out your mother or you, in case you're still alive. So please, don't fall into her trap, the Qian patriarch said with great concern. Don't worry, Master Qian. I know what I'm doing, Jiang Chen nodded, still unwavering in his intentions. The journey to the border regions is extremely perilous, and I don't have much of value to give you. However, here is the tattered page of the Baijiaxing scroll, you can take it. Although it's damaged, it can still be quite useful. The Qin patriarch gestured, and the Baijiaxing artifact reappeared. Looking at the surface, it was just an ordinary page with the Baijiaxing written on it, but now it had a deep gash, nearly tearing the paper in half. No, this is your family's precious treasure, I can't possibly take it. Jiang Chen immediately refused, unwilling to accept any unearned favors. You forget, you also have the blood of the Qin family flowing in your veins, you are half a Qian. By seniority, you should be calling me uncle. Moreover, your mother has done great favors for me, and for our Qian family branch as well. This page from the Baijiaxing scroll was something she forcibly tore off when she was competing with the main branch. Otherwise, how could a mere branch like us have such an item? So this rightfully belongs to you. If you feel uneasy about it, just focus on restoring it. That way, your mother's efforts won't be in vain, Chen Wansen said with a smile. Alright, then I won't refuse it. I'll definitely find a way to restore it. Uncle. Jiang Chen accepted the Baijiaxing scroll, addressing Chen Wansen with genuine warmth. This was the second source of familial affection he had encountered since birth, aside from his father. That someone would be willing to risk the wrath of the Sky Strategy War God and the near destruction of their clan to protect and help him selflessly, truly Jiang Chen was moved. Ah, good nephew, Hearing this address, and seeing the resemblance to his sister, Chen Wansen couldn't help but become misty-eyed. Ah, the wind on this mausoleum site is so strong, it's irritating my eyes. You should hurry and catch up with the Sky Strategy Army. Make sure to take care of yourself. Chen Wansan quickly turned away, not wanting Jiang Chen to see his embarrassment. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded firmly, then flew out of the Chen family mausoleum. But at the exit, a familiar figure had been waiting for him. Seeing him come out, Ing Peijiu immediately approached and said, Jiang Chen, I want to go to the border regions with you. Are you hoping to find the real Sky Strategy War God there? I've already told you, the Sky Strategy War God is dead. Don't keep deluding yourself. And the one you were engaged to from the start was just an Eastern foreigner impersonator. The real one has no interest in you. So if you're just going to collect his body, there's no need. Wherever the Sky Strategy War God is buried, he will be honored by countless people in our 9 realms. Jiang Chen replied coldly. No, that's not why I'm going. I want to go with you. Ing Peijiu blushed as she spoke. Accompany you? Accompany me for what? To assassinate me on the way there? Your hatred for me sure is big, Jiang Chen sneered, feeling that Ing Peijiu must have some sinister motives. No, I don't hate you anymore. It's just, we have a marriage contract. You even set a date and announced you would marry me. The whole province knows about it. If you go to the border regions, I have to go with you. Otherwise, everyone will think I've been abandoned. Ing Peijiu explained, blushing. Are you crazy? You really plan to marry me? I see, the Sky Strategy War God was an impersonator, so you've become a laughingstock. So you're looking for me to save face? But you don't need to, our relationship is so strained, and I even fought with you. With your background, you can find someone else to take you in just fine. Why choose me? Jiang Chen was truly at a loss. This Ing Peijiu had previously even drawn a blade on him, and now she was clinging to him? The thoughts of women were truly strange. That's all in the past. And it was my fault back then. I was too overbearing and arrogant. I apologize. I didn't realize you were actually so capable, and have so many good qualities. And we've been betrothed since childhood, we have such a deep bond. As for the others, they're all just profligate scions, I don't think much of them at all. I only have eyes for you, Ing Peijiu said sincerely, even setting aside her haughty young misdemeanor to apologize to Jiang Chen. You're not thinking that I'll inherit the position of the Sky Strategy War God, and you want to marry me to become the general's wife, are you? Let me tell you, you can forget about that dream. I have zero interest in becoming the war god. Jiang Chen still couldn't believe Ing Peijiu's sudden turnaround, feeling she must be after something. It doesn't matter if you're the war god or a commoner, I'll follow you, Ing Peijiu said with firm conviction. Why? Jiang Chen scratched his head, utterly confused. I just find you so impressive. Not only could you defeat me, but you also overcame that imposter and gained the recognition of the Sky Strategy Sword. Actually, I had a very unhappy childhood. Even though I come from a powerful family, I have an older brother and a younger brother. All the elders' attention was focused on those boys, they never cared about a mere girl like me. That's why I worked so hard to cultivate, determined to become the most outstanding genius among the young mistresses, surpassing all the men, to show the elders that girls are not inferior to boys. I did achieve that goal, even though in your eyes, I might be the top female genius in the province, but it's only because I had resources piled up. Yet even with the same resources, the men of my generation couldn't match me. In fact, I've defeated all the young men in the entire province. That's why I only want to find a man who can defeat me, who is stronger than me, and whom I can respect, Ing Peijiu said earnestly. Ever since Jiang Chen had defeated her, Ing Peijiu had begun to see him in a new light. And when he exposed the true identity of the imposter Xiao Tianai and defeated him, Ing Peijiu knew her heart had fully shifted to this man. You're quite peculiar, only liking men who can beat you? Are you a bit of a masochist? Jiang Chen shook his head. Alright, here's your marriage contract. We're even now. If that doesn't work, I can sign a divorce document for you, so you don't lose face. Jiang Chen took out Ing Peijiu's marriage contract from the stack and handed it back to her. He had always been the type to respond to softness rather than hardness. If Ing Peijiu had just kept threatening him, Jiang Chen would have had no qualms about taking action against her. But with her apologies and confessions, Jiang Chen found himself at a loss, so he decided to be magnanimous and let it go. Am I really that detestable? Ing Peijiu didn't take the marriage contract, her eyes growing red as she tasted the bitterness of unrequited love for the first time. I don't hate you, it's just, as you can see, I have so many marriage contracts already. You came too late, there's really no space left for you. In the future, keep your eyes open and find a good man, Jiang Chen said helplessly, glancing at the stack of contracts. Sister, It's not that you're not good enough, it's just that your big brother is too sought after. Who are they? No matter, a good man will never lack women pursuing him. But I can do it. I'll become the most outstanding of them all. I'll make you choose me in the end. Ing Peijo still refused to give up. Well, you keep working on that. I really don't have time to chat with you anymore. Jiang Chen shook his head, once again struck by the terrifying power of romantic delusion, and quickly took his leave. Stay safe. I'll be waiting for you to return and be amazed by me. Ing Peijo's voice rang out behind him, causing Jiang Chen to speed up even further. The Ziyun Mountain stood at the edge of the southern province's capital, also being on the main route heading north to the neighboring provinces. So before heading to the border regions, Jiang Chen decided to first go to the mountain and eliminate the despicable traitor Qian Ronglong and destroy the Miaoyan sect. However, when he arrived at the foot of Ziyun Mountain, he found several familiar figures anxiously pacing around. They were the Sky Strategy Army soldiers he had dispatched to the border. Instead of hurrying to defend the frontier, they were loitering here. Jiang Chen was furious, directly striking the ground with a burst of spiritual energy, kicking up a cloud of dust in their faces. Boom! You scoundrels! Didn't I order you to get to the border quickly? What are you doing here? Don't you have any sense of the bigger picture? War God, please forgive us. The main force has indeed followed your orders and left. We 3,000 elites were specifically left behind to protect your safety, the Sky Strategy soldiers hurriedly explained. Protect my safety by coming to Ziyun Mountain? How does that make sense? Jiang Chen's anger subsided a bit. At least they hadn't neglected the main task. It was Master Qian who told us you might come to Ziyun Mountain to deal with the Miaoyan sect and asked us to stop you. But the brothers were eager to merit, thinking a small sect wouldn't be anything special. They wanted to destroy it first, to please you, but we didn't expect the women there to be so formidable. Not only are they beautiful, they're especially adept at seductive arts. We old bachelors have never seen anything like it. So many of us got ensnared, and ended up willingly following them into Ziyun Mountain. Now we don't even know if they're alive or dead. We're sorry, War God. Not only did we fail to help you, but we've caused you trouble as well. But please, save them, so they can redeem themselves in battle, the Sky Strategy soldiers said shamefully. You all. Sigh. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. Since they had done it for his sake, he couldn't really blame them. How many brothers were captured? Originally we were 3,000 vanguard troops. Now only dozens of us have escaped. And even we only got away because we were far enough away. We didn't even get a good look at the people. Those who saw them just charged forward like they were possessed. It was truly terrifying, the soldiers reported. Ha ha, didn't expect this little Miaoyan sect to have some substance. No matter, you all wait here, I'll go rescue them. Jiang Chen sneered, still unafraid, and headed straight into the depths of Ziyun Mountain. Although the Miaoyan sect claimed to be the second largest sect in the province, after the three major sects, it was ultimately not a legally recognized orthodox sect, and had degenerated into a heterodox cult, without a proper spiritual dwelling. Therefore, this Ziyun Mountain was not much different from the regular mountains, except for its treacherous terrain, which kept ordinary people from disturbing it too much. If it wasn't for the powerful figure backing Qian Ronglong, this kind of deviant and heretical sect would have been eradicated by the imperial authorities long ago. However, the deeper Jiang Chen went into the mountain, the more he sensed a strange fragrance in the air. It was the natural scent of the Ziyun flowers, and Jiang Chen didn't perceive anything particularly unusual about it. Soon, he reached the mid-slopes and directly shattered the formation concealing the entrance to the Miaoyan sect's mountain gate. But as the gate appeared, a vast expanse of green rhodonite flowers also came into view. I see now. Jiang Chen understood. The rhodonite flowers, like the Ziyun flowers, were not toxic on their own, but when the two were combined, the intermingling fragrance could induce hallucinations. Of course, the power of this illusion was limited, but when it came to seductive arts, it provided a significant boost. Jiang Chen simply ignited a spirit fire, burning all the rhodonite flowers to ashes, then kicked the mountain gate to rubble. Ow, who's being so rough? A crisp, melodious voice rang out, and a parade of beautiful women emerged from the Miaoyan sect. Contrary to Jiang Chen's expectation that they would be wearing thin veils or even bare, they were all dressed in proper, modest ancient-style garments, appearing quite saintly. However, perhaps it was precisely this aura of sanctity, combined with their bewitching charms, that made them even more alluring. What's with all the commotion today? People keep coming to bully our weak, defenseless women. The lead Shirji, High Priestess Gao Yer, wearing a red damask gown, asked coquettishly. Make your sect master come out, or die. Jiang Chen responded coldly. Why so fierce? You're scaring us. Gao Yi feigned shyness, the jade beads on her necklace swaying gently. To Jiang Chen's eyes, she suddenly transformed into Zhao Yanran, then Gu Qingya, the illusion splitting her into two figures. And these two women were gradually approaching Jiang Chen, calling his name sweetly while slowly undressing themselves. This seductive art indeed had some potency, to make one see the love in one's own heart. No wonder the iron-willed Sky Strategy Army soldiers were so completely bewitched. Soon, the Zhao Yanran and Gu Qingya were drawing ever closer to Jiang Chen, preparing to shower him with passionate kisses. But just as the three were about to make contact, the two beauties suddenly pulled out daggers, aiming to viciously stab Jiang Chen. Swoosh! Enough of this charade, this trick won't work on me. Jiang Chen simply beheaded the two with a single sword stroke, speaking nonchalantly. Possessing the golden eyes, how could he be influenced by this meager seductive art? Moreover, even a fool could tell that these two great beauties turning on him so suddenly would never let Jiang Chen enjoy the company of both. The illusion was quickly dispelled, revealing the true forms, but it wasn't High Priestess Gao Yi herself. Instead, it was merely the skeletal remains of a corpse, with a made-up face of gaudy makeup and lipstick, turned into a semblance of a beautiful woman. A mocking, rouged skeleton. And what was even more ironic was that it was a male corpse. Unknown which poor wretch had been drained dry, only to have their lifeless body continue to be exploited. Damn it! Slaves, attack! Kill him! Gao Yi's face turned deathly pale as she ordered those within the cave. Evidently the severing of her avatar had inflicted no small injury on her. Immediately, countless figures rushed out of the cave, weapons in hand, blindly charging towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen took a look at their attire. Most were from the Sky Strategy Army vanguard troops. The rest were a motley crew: monks, Taoists, commoners, all manner of people. Though they still drew breath, their eyes were now hollow, their will stripped away. They've lost their minds, daring to raise their hands against me. Jiang Chen brandished the Sky Strategy sword, unleashing waves of sword chi like the sun's radiance upon every one of the Sky Strategy soldiers. In an instant, like a thunderclap, it jolted them all back to their senses, restoring their clarity of mind. They knelt on one knee, shouting in shamefaced reverence, "Greetings, War God!" This was not because the Sky Strategy sword itself had the power to awaken their consciousness. Rather, Jiang Chen had directly revived their unwavering faith in the Sky Strategy sword, the supreme belief of the Sky Strategy Army, unshakable after a decade of loyalty. Of course, those who could not be roused from this state were unfit to be Sky Strategy soldiers. Jiang Chen would eliminate them, along with the remaining group still mindlessly charging at him. True enough, a portion of them remained unchanged even under the Sky Strategy sword's radiance, continuing their assault. But they were swiftly swept away by Jiang Chen's sword. The peerless sword chi from the Sky Strategy sword was like the sun's radiance dispelling darkness, annihilating all in its path. After all, these were just a bunch of lowly soldiers, unable to resist even the charms of women. They were hardly worth Jiang Chen's time. Who are you? What do you want with our sect master? At this sight, Gao Yi and the others were stunned, unable to believe Jiang Chen had so effortlessly dispatched so many of them. His strength must even surpass their own sect master. Swoosh! Jiang Chen didn't bother answering, instead slicing his sword across Gao Yi's slender, pale neck, bisecting her. I hate it when people pry. Either have your master come out, or you all die. Big sister. The remaining female disciples shrieked in horror. Then, they suddenly formed a formation, collectively kneeling before the cave entrance and loudly calling, "Please, sect master's treasure." The next moment, a beam of black light shot out from the cave. Immediately, Jiang Chen felt a powerful suction force drawing towards the Sky Strategy sword in his hand. Jiang Chen tightened his grip with all his might, but the force was truly immense, forcing him to channel his full strength and spiritual energy just to maintain control. And this absorption was strangely peculiar. While it couldn't take the Sky Strategy sword away, it still exuded a suppressing power, causing the proud sword to dim, its luster fading. Damn it! What is this thing? Jiang Chen couldn't help but curse angrily. That's my family's sword sheath. A familiar voice suddenly rang out. What? Jiang Chen turned to see that Ing Peizhou had somehow followed him here. Why are you here? I was worried about you, so I followed. But I never imagined I'd see this. Ing Peizhou looked at Jiang Chen with a sense of resentment and disappointment. It's the ancestral Longgong sword sheath, our Ing family's divine treasure. Wasn't this sheath supposed to be in your possession, as part of our marriage alliance? How did it end up with them? Ing Peizhou cried out, heartbroken. Jiang Chen, how could you? You may look down on me, but how dare you give away our family's dowry to other women? I see, so it's that accursed traitor who stole this treasure from my father. Jiang Chen roared furiously. The nerve, to use my own family's treasure against me. What a despicable scoundrel. If not for all these valuable items being embezzled, he would never have had to suffer so much, becoming a blind son-in-law for 3 years. At the same time, Jiang Chen eyed the ancient Qingtong sword sheath hovering in the air with intense covetousness. Truly a royal family's divine artifact, even just the sheath itself was so formidable, capable of suppressing the sky strategy sword, rendering Jiang Chen nearly immobilized, despite his cultivated prowess. If not for the sky strategy army still following his commands to fend off the Miaoyun sect's attacks, Jiang Chen would have become little more than a sitting duck, ripe for the slaughter, without even the ability to fight back. The slightest flare of spiritual energy risked having the sky strategy sword snatched away. What? Traitor? Ying Peizhou was taken aback by his words. Before she could inquire further, Jiang Chen cut her off. Since that is your Ying family's most prized treasure, do you have any way to control it? No. Even if I did, my father would have only taught my brother, not passing it down to a daughter, Ying Peizhou answered dejectedly. Then I'll have to try that secret technique. Jiang Chen muttered angrily, but thinking of the method required to use that technique, he was deeply conflicted. Yet, as the sword sheath's suction force kept growing stronger, already nearly exceeding Jiang Chen's limits, he had no choice. Gritting his teeth, he turned to Ying Peizhou. Ying Peizhou, kiss me. Ying Peizhou was stunned. I'll explain later, there's no time, hurry. Oh, okay. Your way of apologizing is certainly unique. Ying Peizhou's cheeks flushed crimson, thinking Jiang Chen was making amends for the sword sheath and wanting to be intimate with her. Trembling, she leaned in towards Jiang Chen, shyly pressing her soft lips against his, feeling a jolt of electricity. After all, this was her very first kiss. While she had been betrothed to the sky strategy war god before, that impostor had only cared about the Ying family's artifacts, and had never touched her. But to her surprise, Jiang Chen was burning with passion, forcefully prying open her mouth and meeting her tongue with his own. Just as Ying Peizhou was about to melt from the sheer embarrassment, Jiang Chen suddenly exerted force, viciously biting down on her tongue, drawing blood. After viciously biting a chunk of Ying Peizhou's tongue, Jiang Chen then forcefully shoved her away, immediately spitting the blood into the ancestral Longgong sword sheath while chanting a secret incantation. Surprisingly, the sheath's suction force gradually began to weaken. It seemed that as a member of the Ying bloodline, Ying Peizhou could still exert a degree of influence over the ancestral sword sheath. This allowed Jiang Chen to recover some of his spiritual energy, no longer needing to exert his full force to resist the absorption. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chen continued the celestial profound art secret technique, his golden eyes blazing. With this multi-pronged approach, the immense pressure finally managed to subdue the divine artifact sheath, causing it to drop to the ground. What? The Miaoyun sect disciples were utterly dumbfounded, having never seen their sect master's treasure fail before. After all, they had been told that with this artifact, they could withstand even a full-scale assault from the Qian family of the capital for an extended period. Yet, this single individual had so easily overcome it. Just who was he, and what realm had he reached? His strength was truly terrifying. The Miaoyun disciples had no time to ponder, rushing to retrieve the fallen sheath. After a great struggle, the second Shizhi, dressed in green robes, finally broke through the sky strategy army's encirclement and bent down to pick it up. But in that instant, a sword beam flashed, swiftly severing her head. Second sister, the others cried out in horror. Madman! How dare you kill even women so indiscriminately? Where is your gentlemanly conduct? The Miaoyun disciples wailed, shamelessly attempting to play the victim card, as if they had done nothing wrong. Humph, in my eyes, there is no distinction between men and women, only good and evil. You use seductive arts to bewitch and slay so many men, yet you think you can't be killed? Jiang Chen sneered. For the last time, have your master come out, now. Our master is not in the sect. Otherwise, how dare you be so tyrannical, they replied. Jiang Chen's expression darkened. Where is she? Our master has gone to the capital, she goes there regularly. Fine, then you will take their punishment in their stead. Jiang Chen had no interest in discerning the truth of their words. He simply pressed the sky strategy sword against their necks, prepared to execute them all. After all, these were no good people. When Jiang Chen briefly glanced into the Miaoyun sect's inner sanctum, he had seen piles of male skeletal remains, as well as burned male corpses in the raging furnaces. Their cultivation methods were no different from Li Xian's, the only difference was that they drained men instead of women. Truly the disciples of that traitor, with the upper beams crooked and the lower ones askew, were telling the truth. If you really want to find our master, just wait here until she returns, and we'll let her know," the Miaoyun disciples pleaded, feigning coy shyness. "Or, we sisters can entertain you in the meantime, how about that? Shameless harlots, you dare try to service my man in front of me? You're courting death." Ing Peijio, who was still present, drew her sword, stepping forward. Swoosh! This time, it was Ing Peijio, not Jiang Chen, who struck first. Displaying the grace of the capital's #1 young lady, she swiftly beheaded 2 of them with a single sword stroke. "You can't kill us. If you do, not only will our master not spare you, even our senior sisters won't let you off. The ones here are just the weaker ones who haven't fully cultivated. The truly accomplished ones have all married into powerful clans, becoming grandladies. They wield immense influence, crushing you would be as easy as crushing an ant," the remaining Miaoyun disciples cried. "So that's why that traitor founded the Miaoyun sect? Trying to build a web of connections through seductive arts? As expected, you're just lowly maids, obsessed with such sordid schemes, truly limited in your horizons," Jiang Chen scoffed, unintimidated. After all, he was from a top-tier aristocratic family, thoroughly familiar with the ways of the great clans. They might be lustful, but they valued status and profit above all else. These bewitching beauties were at most just playthings. They'd help out when it suited them, but would immediately turn on you if asked to do anything truly important. Such a flimsy network held no meaning. Sky Strategy Army, hear my order. Slaughter this heretical sect, and seize all their assets, Jiang Chen commanded. Yes, sir. The Sky Strategy soldiers, still burning with rage over having been so thoroughly bewitched, showed no mercy, mercilessly crushing the Miaoyun sect. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen picked up the ancestral Longgong sword sheath, intending to study it. As a vessel for a divine artifact, it was quite remarkable in his hands. But when he tried to forge a bond with it, a draconic roar suddenly erupted, forcefully repelling him. The force that repelled Jiang Chen was astoundingly powerful, far exceeding his current realm. It caused the sword sheath to slip from his grasp, crashing back to the ground. Truly, artifacts above the divine level possessed their own sentience, not easily yielding to a new master. Even the Sky Strategy sword, if not for the Sky Strategy war god's aid, would have required immense effort to forge a bond with. Of course, one could still utilize certain methods to make use of these treasures without them recognizing the wielder as their true master, just as the Miaoyun sect had forcibly activated the sword sheath through a formation. However, this would only allow the artifact to display a fraction of its true potential, greatly diminishing its grandeur. If this sheath's rightful owner were to wield it, Jiang Chen would be utterly powerless to resist. The Sky Strategy sword might even be forcefully absorbed, and potentially turned against him. A quick glance revealed that the sheath concealed several other fine swords within, also likely captured in a similar manner. With the right techniques, their power could even be harnessed. While these were not at the royal artifact level, they were still rare and precious spirit swords. Should Jiang Chen ever find himself in need of funds, he could always trade them for a handsome sum. Jiang Chen knew his current cultivation was insufficient to forcibly bind the ancestral sword sheath to himself. For now, he had simply used the blood of the Ying bloodline and the might of his golden eyes to brand a basic imprint, granting him the most rudimentary usage. It was better than nothing, even if it could only unleash a tenth of the sheath's true power. Jiang Chen then swiftly sheathed the Sky Strategy sword into the ancestral Longgong sword sheath. Roar! The sheath, clearly disgruntled at being occupied by a mere king-rank weapon, erupted in an enraged draconic cry. The Sky Strategy sword, sensing the sheath's hostility, fearfully leapt back out, feeling unworthy of such a divine vessel. Don't be afraid, it may be powerful, but it's still just a sheath. You deserve this. Stay with me, and you too will become a new divine artifact, Jiang Chen assured the Sky Strategy sword, stroking it reassuringly. He then forcefully imposed his imprint, compelling the sheath to submit and stop resisting. Whoosh! The Sky Strategy sword, regaining its confidence, re-entered the ancestral Longgong sword sheath, and to Jiang Chen's surprise, he could sense the Sky Strategy sword's aura slowly growing stronger within the sheath, though the process was gradual. It seemed this divine artifact sheath even possessed the ability to cultivate and nourish the swords contained within, truly befitting of its status as a part of a royal treasure. This just goes to show how truly terrifying the ancestral Longgong sword must be, as a divine artifact itself. Jiang Chen, you hurt me a little just now. Ing Peijio spoke up shyly beside him. Ahem, my apologies. Jiang Chen felt quite embarrassed. The situation had been so urgent, and he had been completely immobilized, leaving him with no choice but to resort to that measure. Now, in hindsight, he realized he may have been a bit too rough. She had no real relationship with him. How could he just freely kiss her like that? Just as Jiang Chen was about to ask how he could make it up to her, Peijo spoke up again. It's alright, I'm your woman now anyway, you can treat me however you want. Jiang Chen's mind went blank, the only words echoing being, what have I done? He had unwittingly added yet another tangled relationship to his life. Also, I've secretly followed you here, so please just let me keep accompanying you to the borderlands. Don't worry, I can protect myself, and even protect you if needed. It's been my dream since childhood to be a valiant female general, Peijo declared resolutely. Jiang Chen was about to reject her, but was interrupted by one of the Sky Strategy soldiers. Reporting to the war god, we have slain all 173 demonic women of the Miaoyan sect, and gathered all the items found within the sect. Please inspect them. The soldiers had amassed a sizable pile of goods, large amounts of cash, high-end men's watches, belts, suits, likely all plundered from the unfortunate men they had killed. There were also some precious elixirs, spirit herbs, and weapons. But Jiang Chen spared them barely a glance, simply telling the soldiers, my brothers, you've all worked hard, divide these spoils among yourselves. Thank you, war god, they gratefully replied. Jiang Chen's attention, however, was focused on a small wooden box. According to the dying words of the Miaoyan disciples, this was the most precious possession of their sect master, Qian Rongyan, who always kept it under her pillow, unable to sleep without it by her side. The ancestral Longgong sword sheath had originally been stored within, but was taken out and entrusted to the disciples when the master went out, to prevent any disruptions. Yet, the box itself stubbornly remained locked, resisting all their attempts to open it. Slice. Recognizing the lock as a valuable treasure, Jiang Chen simply cut through it with a stroke of the Sky Strategy sword. Inside, to his bewilderment, was a red brassiere. What is this? This brassiere is so small, could the Miaoyan women even wear it? Jiang Chen pulled it out, realizing it was in fact a child's undergarment, growing even more puzzled. That's mine, don't look at it. Peijo instantly recognized the embroidered character on it as her own childhood memento, snatching it back, her face blushing furiously. Oh, I see. Jiang Chen awkwardly scratched his head, then turned his attention back to the small box, finding that underneath the brassiere were a few letters. Picking them up, he saw they were addressed to my dear Chun. Jiang Chen's heart immediately raced, guessing who these letters were from. Handling them with the utmost care, he carefully opened the first one. Chun, today is your first birthday. Your father said you grabbed a book during the picking ceremony. You're sure to grow up to be a great scholar. As your mother, I don't hope for you to achieve anything extraordinary, only that you are safe and happy. The photo shows how chubby and adorable you are. I so want to kiss your sweet cheeks. Letter after letter, they chronicled his birthdays up until his 13th year, right before his mother's injury. Each one was filled with genuine, heartfelt emotions, the tear stains visible on the pages, deeply moving Jiang Chen to tears. So all along, the maternal love he had so desperately craved as a child was there, no less than anyone else's. But why would that traitor keep my mother's letters? Jiang Chen was puzzled. He then searched through Qian Rongyang's room, finding a few discarded pages in the trash, the handwriting identical to the letters he held. That scoundrel! Trying to imitate his mother's script, he must be plotting some vile scheme. The discarded papers only contained Qian Rongyan's calligraphy practice, without any useful information. However, Jiang Chen did spot the two characters Tianhe, his father's name. Could it be that this traitorous dog knows the whereabouts of my father, and has been secretly corresponding with him, impersonating my mother's handwriting? Jiang Chen's fury burned within him. If not for that traitor, he would never have had to endure a single-parent childhood, ultimately ending up so alone. Unfortunately, it seemed Qian Rongyang was not currently at the Miaoyan sect, much to his frustration. Jiang Chen, who wrote these letters? Peijo asked, seeing him getting emotional. It's nothing. And about you staying, you can, but you're not sleeping in the same room as me at night, Jiang Chen said, realizing he couldn't really turn her away. What are you saying? We're not even married yet, and my family has strict rules. Even if you wanted to, I wouldn't let you. Peijo blushed furiously. Right. It's getting late. We'll rest here at the Miaoyan sect for the night, and set out tomorrow, Jiang Chen told the Sky Strategy army. After ensuring everyone, including Peijo, had fallen asleep, Jiang Chen used an illusion technique to create the impression he was still in bed. In reality, he quietly slipped out of the camp, rushing towards the borderlands with all haste. This was not just to avoid Peijo, but to launch a surprise attack. He intended to head straight for the borderlands and eliminate the traitor Xiao San before the latter could react. Since Jiang Chen had not revealed the existence of a traitor in the Sky Strategy Army, Xiao San likely still believed he could observe this new war god and decide whether to fully defect to the eastern lands. He would be deliberating the massive decision of abandoning the borderlands. Jiang Chen had purposely let the main force go ahead, intending to catch Xiao San off guard while he was still undecided. This unexpected encounter with the vanguard had only made his plan more. After all, the vanguard force was still in constant contact with the main army, so they would all know Jiang Chen had not even left the Tiannan province yet. Xiao San would naturally be lulled into a false sense of security. This dark, windy night was the perfect time to strike, especially since the distance from Tiannan province to the borderlands was a full 3,000 li. Even with wings, Xiao San would never imagine Jiang Chen could arrive overnight. Of course, Jiang Chen alone could not have accomplished this feat, even with his enhanced cultivation. The sheer distance would have exhausted him, but with the Sky Strategy Sword, it was a different story. As a king-rank weapon, it possessed the ability of aerial flight. In the next moment, Jiang Chen tossed the sword into the sky, watching it grow to the size of a large door. He then stepped onto it, feeling the fierce winds whipping his face as he shot through the heavens like a meteor. Meanwhile, in the northern borderlands of the 9 provinces, the general's manor that had once belonged to the Sky Strategy War God was now occupied by the traitor Xiao San, who sat comfortably upon the golden tiger-headed chair. The Eastern Lands representative, Kondo Takeshi, urged impatiently, "Lord Xiao, the Sky Strategy Army will soon return. Time is of the essence. When will you hand over the defense plans to us? We are the only ones who can save you now. No need to rush. Do you think I've been wasting my time in the Sky Strategy Army all these years? Let me tell you, I have people everywhere within their ranks. I know their every movement," Xiao San replied confidently. The main force has barely left Tiannan province, and this new war god they've appointed is quite the character. He's still busy settling personal grudges there, but that's to be expected. Based on the intel, he's just an accidental beneficiary who lucked into this position. Of course he'd want to flaunt his new status and get some payback. Even if he hurries, by the time they regroup and get here, it will be at least 10 days. You'd best give me a suitable offer in that time, or don't blame me for continuing to serve this new war god. After all, it seems he has no idea there's a traitor in their midst. Xiao San stroked the golden tiger chair confidently. But what if he's just pretending, and actually knows full well? Kondo Takeshi remarked coldly. The Sky Strategy Sword won't just accept any fool as its master. Aren't you worried he'll come back and settle the score? That's a possibility. You'd best hurry and give me some bargaining chips then. The Snow Bear Kingdom has already contacted me, and their offer is quite tempting. In my vulnerable position, I may just choose to defect to them instead. Xiao San remained self-assured. After all, many nations had their eyes on the 9 provinces, a land so rich and prosperous. Not just the eastern lands were coveting it. So even as a trader, Xiao San had to shop around for the best price. He couldn't just settle for a mediocre deal out of some sense of loyalty, after working with the eastern lands once. What price did the Snow Bear Kingdom offer you? Kondo Takeshi's face changed upon hearing this news, quickly inquiring. An independent celestial realm, enough resources for me to break through to the gold core and nascent soul stage. 100 billion in cash, 500 personal guards, and 100 beautiful women for dual cultivation. Xiao San gleamed. It's safe to say, not just my own lifetime, but my descendants for generations to come will live the high life of the upper echelons. Alright, the Great Sun Country will double that offer, Kondo Takeshi declared magnanimously. Are you sure? Xiao San was taken aback, not expecting the Eastern barbarians to agree so readily. Inwardly, he regretted not demanding a higher initial price. But of course, Lord Xiao has always been the Great Sun Country's closest friend. This is nothing, our friendship is priceless. Kondo smiled, but inwardly sneered. A petty man blinded by greed. Even if we give you all this, you have no way to defend it. In the end, you'll have to return it to us. Wonderful, wonderful. When can I receive these? Xiao San asked excitedly. Tomorrow noon, everything will be ready, Kondo promised efficiently. Great, it's a deal then. We'll make the exchange, both of us coming out ahead. Xiao San eagerly agreed, already envisioning his lavish future life, far surpassing even being Xiao Tian's subordinate for a lifetime. Sorry, but I'm afraid noon tomorrow won't work for you. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's voice rang out as he crashed through the roof, the Sky Strategy Sword swiftly slicing across Xiao San's throat in one decisive strike. Blood gushed forth in an instant, a single sword strike spanning 3,000 li. To make this decisive strike, Jiang Chen had traversed the 3,000 li in all haste, determined to arrive in time and deliver justice to the traitor Xiao San. As he flew, Jiang Chen had pondered why he had agreed to Xiao Tian's request to temporarily set aside his vendetta and eliminate this stranger. Was it for the sake of the sky strategy sword, or the position of war god? No, Jiang Chen had never cared much for reputation or status. Rather, it was to ensure these heroes did not die in vain, at the hands of such a despicable scoundrel. After all, it was because of brave souls like Xiao Tian, who had endured the harsh frontiers for over a decade, that the 9 provinces could enjoy this hard-won peace, free from foreign invasion. Jiang Chen may not be able to match Xiao Tian's dedication, but he was willing to contribute what little he could to preserve this hard-earned tranquility. Let the heroes die with honor, while the villains are consigned to the depths of hell. Plop! Xiao San's severed head hit the ground, his eyes still wide with shock. Baka! Kondo Takeshi was driven to the brink of madness, having come so close to breaching the impenetrable borderlands, only to have it snatched away by this upstart. He desperately tried to press the head back onto Xiao San's body, channeling his spiritual energy in a futile attempt to revive him, but to no avail. Only the pinnacle of the heavenly arcane art could reanimate the dead, and Jiang Chen's current cultivation was far from reaching that level. Save your efforts, you can join him in the underworld and ask him all your questions there, Jiang Chen said indifferently, then swung the sky strategy sword towards Kondo's neck. These arrogant Easterners were not worth keeping alive for interrogation. A single stroke would send this one to the afterlife as well. Damn you! Kondo frantically turned, trying to catch the sky strategy sword with his bare hands in his desperation. But just as his hands were about to touch the sky strategy sword, mere moments away from being chopped off like chicken claws, Kondo Takeshi caught sight of the blade in Jiang Chen's grasp, and his face paled in terror. The sky strategy sword? You must be the new sky strategy war god. Kondo hastily retreated, his speed astounding even Jiang Chen. Normally, Jiang Chen's sword strikes would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person to evade. Yet Kondo had managed to dodge it at the last second. His mastery of movement arts was truly formidable. It seemed the Eastern lands had spared no expense in preparing for this plan, elevating their agent to a level beyond mere foundation establishment. A true ninja master. Ha, the new war god has graced us with his presence. I apologize, I did not recognize you at first. Please forgive my rudeness. The earlier rage on Kondo's face vanished, replaced by an obsequious smile as he bowed deeply. It's fine, just let me take another swing at you and I'll forgive you, Jiang Chen replied casually. War god, no need to be so hostile. We are not truly enemies here. Our investigation shows you have no military background. Becoming war god was just a fluke. So you have no obligation, nor need, to sacrifice yourself for the 9 provinces like the previous one. He received the country's salary, so his sacrifice was justified. But you've gained nothing from the 9 provinces. Why suffer so? You should be more concerned with maximizing your own benefits. If you cooperate with us, the terms are yours to set 5 times, even 10 times better than what Xiao San was offered, Kondo said eagerly. He couldn't believe his luck. Just as he lost one opportunity, an even bigger one had fallen into his lap. Xiao San was nothing, merely able to infiltrate the defenses. But Jiang Chen, this new war god, was different. Not only could he utilize the authority of the war god title to breach the defenses, he could also command the 100,000-strong Sky Strategy army to rebel. Even if the Sky Strategy army refused to betray their country, Jiang Chen could still cooperate with the Great Sun Country to systematically eliminate all 100,000 of them. With so many in the 9 provinces dead, the remaining forces would be demoralized and without fighting spirit. The future of the Great Sun Country would then be bright and promising. Ha, you think you can buy me off with a few words, you scum? Do you really believe all of us in the 9 provinces are like that traitor Xiao San? Jiang Chen sneered. What's impossible in this world? There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests, Kondo rebutted. Furthermore, I have some inside information for you. The upper echelons of the 9 provinces already know the Sky Strategy war god was an imposter. However, not only did they fail to compensate the late war god, they believe he actually defected to join us. After all, how else could the imposter mimic him so convincingly, and for so long, with such intimate knowledge of the military? They have concluded this was a case of the war god colluding with foreign powers in rebellion. As a result, even you, the new appointee, cannot possibly gain their recognition. You may even be branded an accomplice, a traitor just like him, so cooperating with us is your best choice. We've been searching for you, but our intel indicated you were in Tiannan province, so we had to resort to Shaosan. But now that you're here, we're overjoyed. The choice is yours: become our prisoner, or our most honored guest, the supreme elite of the 9 provinces. You should make the right decision, Kondo Takeshi said with feigned sincerity. Jiang Chen sighed. The strong always look down on the weak, so the upper echelons are still the same. No, it's only the 9 provinces that is so backward. We of the Great Sun Country are enlightened and wise. We would be honored to accept a talented young man like yourself as our war god, Kondo boasted. Very well, I'll consider cooperating with you, but you must fulfill one condition. Jiang Chen relented after a moment's hesitation. Anything, we will give it our utmost. Kondo was nearly bursting with excitement, seeing himself as the country's greatest hero. Hand over the entire Great Sun Country to me, and have your queen and princesses serve as my maids. How's that? Jiang Chen smirked. You, the previous war god, was planning to drink the wine, not just refuse it. You think I can rush here alone overnight, but the Sky Strategy Army can't? Aren't you worried I might die here all by myself? Kondo threatened, his aura suddenly surging. He had broken through to the quasi-gold core realm. Let me remind you one last time, the previous Sky Strategy war god was a nascent soul expert, with formidable strength. Yet he still perished before us. Your cultivation is still at Foundation establishment, vastly inferior. Do you truly wish to throw your life away in a futile attempt? Kondo Takeshi sneered. I alone am at the quasi-gold core realm. Do not be so reckless, he boasted. Quasi-gold core, so what? That's nothing special, Jiang Chen retorted, unimpressed. He immediately grasped the Sky Strategy sword, unleashing countless sword beams to encompass every corner of the room. No matter how fast Kondo was, there was nowhere for him to escape. Kondo initially tried to defend himself, but the Sky Strategy sword's fierce chi soon shattered his hastily erected barrier. Since you're so eager for death, I'll oblige. You clearly have no idea of the qualitative difference between Foundation establishment and Gold Core. Allow me to show you, Kondo sneered. He channeled the nascent Gold Core within him, projecting several solidified spiritual sword chi at Jiang Chen. Chi at the chi condensation realm could merely cling to objects, inflicting minor damage. Foundation establishment's liquid chi could be directly emitted to harm the enemy, but Gold Core took it a step further. The solidified spiritual chi was 2 to 3 times, even 4 to 5 times more powerful than before, a true leap in quality. Of course, as a quasi-gold core expert, exerting this much solidified power also cost Kondo considerably. But at this point, he no longer cared, determined to show this upstart his place. Ding, ding, ding. The spiritual swords were easily severed by a single stroke of the Sky Strategy sword. Though Jiang Chen could feel the solidified chi was far more powerful than the ordinary sword chi of Foundation establishment cultivators, under the Sky Strategy sword's enhancement, it posed no threat. Damn you, do you think you're the only one with treasures? Kondo angrily pulled out some ninja shuriken, throwing them at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen effortlessly cut them down, but one shuriken exploded upon being sliced, splattering a black substance that clung to the Sky Strategy sword. This strange black matter rapidly spread, covering half the sword's length, threatening to completely envelop it. Begone! Jiang Chen frowned, trying to dispel it with his spiritual energy. But to his surprise, the substance was unaffected, continuing to grow unchecked. Not even his spirit fire could burn through it. Jiang Chen could only watch helplessly as it consumed the Sky Strategy sword. Ha ha, don't bother. This is our Great Sun Country's latest technology, the Black Silk Binding. It severs the connection between a treasure and its master. The effect is limited, only lasting 12 hours. But within that time, you'll never be able to break it. Kondo Takeshi gloated. Now, without the Sky Strategy sword, shall we talk things over? He said confidently. He thought having a supreme treasure made one invincible. But the Great Sun Country had prepared extensively for this. Kondo himself carrying multiple treasures, he had no fear of subduing Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen could indeed feel the severed link between himself and the Sky Strategy sword, as if the sword had died. The higher the Tao, the mightier the demonic. Though cultivators had myriad techniques, the rapid advancement of technology in the righteous path could still overwhelm even the most formidable sects and families. He wondered if the 9 provinces possessed anything comparable, whether they could match the technological prowess of the Great Sun Country. Jiang Chen simply threw the useless Sky Strategy sword to the ground, sighing, then let's talk.